Chapter 269. There are countless demons in Skyfall. That rank 9 demon dragon is called Finyu Dragon King. You have to call him Lord Dragon King from now on, understand? Xiao Jinghong glared at Su Yang and warned. If he offended Finyu Dragon King and was trampled to death, he would be heartbroken. In any case, this kid was his first disciple. Su Yang nodded and asked excitedly, I heard from Martial Uncle Zhao that the Patriarch subdued the Dragon King with the ancestral dragon sword. Was it a spectacular scene? The more he knew, the more he could brag to his junior brothers and sisters. Xiao Jinghong told Su Yang everything he knew. No matter what Su Yang asked, he answered everything he could. Of course, he did not tell Su Yang some secrets about Zhou Xuanji. For example, why did Zhou Xuanji have so many legendary swords? Ahead. Zhou Xuanji, Jianghu, Xianxia, and Daoya Old Man walked side by side. A person who can talk about Sunlight Emperor and the Xianxia map is not simple. Maybe he is related to the Haoyan sect. Xianxia said softly, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Why didn't she know that such a person was hiding in the world today? Daoya Old Man said in a low voice, I'm afraid it's not just that. Feng Qiu himself is a legendary earth deity. Back then, Xuanhe and I received guidance from him. He's like half a master to us. If even he can't see through him, then his background is probably even older than the Haoyan sect. At the mention of Xuanhe divine monk, he could not help but look sad. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw that Zhang Quanglan's hands were tied up and held by a second-generation disciple. The Thunder Demon Sovereign looked so lonely. He was as thin as a match and his eyes were lifeless. Zhang Quanglan seemed to have suffered greatly during the year he was gone and had become silent. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and felt that Zhang Quanglan could be used. Using it as a spirit energy container was really overkill. You are now ranked 5th in the world. When you reach Skyfall, start cultivating the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. He had already cultivated the World Buddha art and was not interested in the Great Sun Heavenly Devil Rebirth art. Cultivating an additional cultivation technique might clash with one another, and it would also take up a lot of time. The more cultivation techniques one had, the stronger one would become. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Zhou Xuanji said vaguely. Back at the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake, she had often suggested to pass on her energy, but he had refused many times. However, this guy just refused to give up. After leaving the town, they slowly walked towards Skyfall. They did not move quickly, as they still had to teach disciples on the way. Zhou Xuanji planned to take the shortest route, and if there were any suitable geniuses in the way of the sword along the way, he would accept them. In his heart, it would be wonderful if there were 99 second-generation disciples. After all, 9 was the limit. As Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, he turned his attention to the Xianxia map. Huangquan Drake King was no longer making noise and was conserving his energy. It was a pity that he could not escape from the Xianxia map no matter what. Every day, he would check on Huangquan Drake King. Even if his cultivation surpassed Huangquan Drake King, he would still kill this guy. Leave no one alive. Ning Zifeng began to guide the second-generation disciples in sword practice. 73 disciples practiced their swordsmanship in unison, creating quite a scene. What they practiced was the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword technique. They were all familiar with the sword moves, and their elegance was imposing. Time passed day by day. In 3 months, they passed by 5 cities and recruited 7 disciples. After that, when they entered the demon clan's territory, it was very difficult to see any cultivators. The news of Zhou Xuanji leading a group of disciples had already spread. When the demons saw so many sword cultivators, they all hid. At Daoya Old Man's suggestion, they had to speed up. All of them flew on their swords and stopped practicing along the way. Xianxia said that Jihuang Demon Lord's desire to defeat Yang Di was even stronger than hers. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map, he would surely turn his attention to him. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was thinking about how to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. Although he could defeat Huangquan Drake King, it was because of Emperor Hanlin. Emperor Hanlin was already in a deep sleep, and Xianxia was severely injured. How to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord was a big problem. Even if he returned to Skyfall, Jihuang Demon Lord would come looking for him. This day, they were stopped by a great demon. Eighth in the world, Nether Ghost. Xianxia squinted her eyes and mumbled to herself. Below them was a boundless forest. 1,000 meters ahead of them, a silhouette levitated. He wore a blood-red robe with golden threads and a bone crown on his head. His face was covered with thin fur, and his eyes were sinister. He had a pair of beast ears amid his brown hair, and the 7 tails behind him danced wildly like pythons. Nether Ghost. His original form was an ancient fox. He was extremely talented and ranked 3rd in the world, right after Jihuang Demon Lord and Huangquan Drake King. His eyes were locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and greed could be seen in his eyes. Huangquan Drake King is dead, and you, the 8th in the world, still dare to come. Daoya Old Man sneered. He pretended to be calm, but he was actually feeling guilty. After all, they already knew the truth about how Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King. Nether Ghost laughed coldly, really? But I want to try. After that, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji and the others. For the Tianxia map, he dared to take the risk. Once he got the Tianxia map, he could turn the tables on Jihuang Demon Lord and become the new sovereign of the demon race. 8th in the world. Is this stupid demon here to die? Su Yang laughed loudly. He even held his stomach as he spoke, as though his laughing acupoint was sealed. The other disciples were the same. They did not know the truth, but they knew that Zhou Xuanji was the 5th in the world. Why would the 5th be afraid of the 8th? Moreover, the 4th was here. Facing the wild laughter of the 2nd-generation disciples, Nether Ghost frowned slightly. He had heard about the details of the battle. At the beginning, Zhou Xuanji was completely suppressed by Huangquan Drake King. The Drake King even tortured and killed tens of thousands of people in front of Zhou Xuanji, forcing him to use the Tianxia map. This meant that the power of the Tianxia map could not be used easily. So he came to take the risk. But judging from their attitude, they obviously thought that Zhou Xuanji could kill him easily. He was a little hesitant. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and dozens of legendary swords appeared above his head. They quickly spread out and formed a circle. Seeing this, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others were all in a cold sweat. Are we really going to fight? Once we go all out, it will be troublesome. They did not know that Zhou Xuanji was just scaring Nether Ghost. The real disdain was to attack directly, not to threaten him verbally. For example, if Xianxia was at her peak, anyone who dared to offend her would be dead. If she was severely injured, she would scare people. To make it look real, Zhou Xuanji set up the formation straight away. Hades' God-slaying formation. It was his first time using this formation, and he felt a little uneasy. Billowing spiritual chi surged toward him. Strands of black sword chi flowed out from the legendary swords and intertwined with each other, forming a horrifying black hole with a diameter of 300 meters. In an instant, an evil might swept across the heavens and the earth. Su Yang and the other 82nd-generation disciples were so frightened that they immediately shut their mouths. Xianxia and Daoya Old Man opened their eyes wide. Nether Ghost felt a chill down his spine because of this evil aura. He immediately turned around and fled, transforming into a black cloud and disappearing into the horizon. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 270. He escaped just like that. Zhou Xuanji laughed in disdain. So the nether ghost was just a paper tiger. Perhaps the world's fool sword had played a part in this. He raised his right hand and prepared to withdraw the array. Then, his expression suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, why can't I deactivate the array? The Hades god-slaying formation had already been formed. Bolts of lightning emerged from the black hole like dragons and snakes, looking sinister and terrifying. What sword formation is this? Northern Sword Valiant widened his eyes in curiosity. Zhao Zongjian said excitedly, it must be a sword formation that master practiced before. At that time, he refused to say what sword formation it was. Now, it's finally revealed. Back then, Zhou Xuanji had completed the Hades god-slaying formation in front of the second-generation disciples, and all of them worshipped him to the core. Xuanji, he has already escaped. You can withdraw the formation now. Xianxia said. The hell god-slaying formation was truly strange, and it made her hair stand on end. Not only her, but Huang Lianxin and the female disciple were also a little scared. Xianxia, Daoya old man, and Ning Zifeng looked fearful. This formation was so evil. Hell god-slaying formation. How could this be? How do you know this array? And you can make this array by yourself? Zhang Guanglan cried out in alarm. Everyone turned around to see a terrified expression on his face. Hades god-slaying formation. Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard this. This name alone was enough to make one tremble in fear. Hell slaughtering god formation. Wasn't that the ancient demon array that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years? Legend has it that it can summon demons from hell to do battle. Every time the formation is set up, the demons will slaughter the human world. Even the person who set up the formation will find it hard to control it. Xianxia frowned and mumbled to herself as she looked at Zhou Xuanji suspiciously. When the others heard this, they also turned their heads in astonishment. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, I learned this from the Xianxia map. The Xianxia map had been passed down for countless years, so it was normal for it to leave behind an inheritance. He suddenly had a headache. What if I summon a world-shocking demon? What should I do? Xianxia map. Zhang Guanglan's eyes went wide. He felt that something was wrong, but after some thought, he couldn't figure out what it was. Not only him, but Xianxia and Daoya old man also felt like they had forgotten something. Roar! Right at this moment, a peerlessly terrifying roar came from the sword array. Everyone looked up. A ghastly and horrifying huge face emerged from the sword formation. It was drenched in blood as if it was a human face that had been skinned, and its eyeballs were on the verge of falling out. It was covered in blood streaks and revealed extreme hatred and killing intent. Everyone was stunned, including Zhou Xuanji. Just this face alone was close to 1,000 feet in size. Just how huge would its original body be? Most importantly, this face was simply too frightening. The blood-faced evil demon's eyes swept across Zhou Xuanji and the others. Everyone trembled in fear and did not dare to look at it directly. In front of this pair of eyes, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was no match for them. He felt even more pressured than when he faced Huangquan Drake King. In other words, this evil demon was stronger than Huangquan Drake King. Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat. He was in big trouble. At this moment, all of a sudden, the blood-faced evil demon turned into a streak of blood-red light and flew out of the sword formation. It quickly rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Everyone was stunned. He left just like that. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that this guy went to kill the enemies he wanted to kill? The people he wanted to kill the most were naturally Jihuang Demon Lord and Nether Ghost. What should we do next? Daoya old man asked. He could not help but frown at the question. What's going on? Why did he ask Zhou Xuanji? His mind was in a mess, and his emotions were restless. There was something wrong with his condition. Let's continue our journey. Zhou Xuanji stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage and said, if that evil demon came back, it would be troublesome. Xianxia, Daoya old man, Ning Zifeng, Zhang Kuanglan, and the others with high cultivations felt a sense of clarity, as though the clouds had parted and they could see the sun. They did not think too much about it and instinctively thought that it was because of the Hades god-slaying formation. The group advanced at full speed. Nether Ghost landed on a hill. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and mumbled, luckily, we ran fast. The Hades god-slaying formation was too horrifying. That evil aura was rarely seen, and he could not understand it. What was hidden inside? Zhou Xuanji must have used this sword formation to kill Huangquan Drake King. He sat down cross-legged, rubbed his chin with his right hand, and began thinking. He did not notice that a gigantic face covered in blood appeared on the hill behind him. It was even bigger than the hill. The pair of eyes stared at him with extreme murderous intent. Nether Ghost sensed that something was wrong and looked up instinctively. A ferocious mouth descended and swallowed him in one gulp. Zhou Xuanji and the others flew on their swords and leaped over mountains and lakes. Looking ahead, Skyfall's shadow had already appeared on the horizon. It was like a heavenly pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Beishao Wangjian heaved a sigh of relief and said, we're finally here. This is strange. Jihuang Demon Lord has already given up on killing our master. It had been 8 days since they encountered Nether Ghost. They did not encounter any other great demons, nor did they encounter Jihuang Demon Lord. Maybe he's busy dealing with Yang Di, Xianxia guessed. Xianxia guessed. Although she had lost to Jihuang Demon Lord, she did not think much of him. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said, cultivate for 100 years. After the second-generation disciples finish their studies, we will establish our own sect. How powerful could he be in 100 years? Cough. I can't think like that. Every time I make such a decision, I will be slapped in the face. Will that Lin Chang'e come? Ning Zifeng asked. In the team, other than Zhou Xuanji, no other sword cultivator posed a threat to him. He needed an opponent of equal power. With this, Zhao Zongjian and Xiao Jinghong squinted their eyes. They had heard of the name of the exquisite sword heart. They were great Zhou's geniuses in the sword's way, but Lin Chang'e was a famous genius in the sword's way in the entire northern wilderness region. They were looking forward to meeting such a genius. Who knows? Zhou Xuanji replied casually, as though he did not care if Lin Chang'e would come or not. After half an hour, they flew up to the peak of Skyfall. Finyu Dragon King, Dade Bear Monarch, Haotian Boar King, Liuwu Wolf Demon, and Jingtian Eagle were already waiting at the peak. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, they immediately knelt down and cupped their fists. Congratulations, Master, for becoming the 5th in the world. They looked excited, and admiration could be seen in their eyes. Zhou Xuanji's growth was too fast. He became the 5th in the world before 30 years old. This was even more exaggerated than Yang Di. As long as he continued to grow, he would surely become the top cultivator in the world. How could they not look forward to the future with such a master? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, get up. Tell me about Skyfall. Xiao Jinghong, Han Shenbue, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin led the second-generation disciples down the mountain. Dade Bear Monarch was with them to prevent them from being injured by demons. The peak was where Zhou Xuanji lived. The disciples could only live below. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 271. Finyu Dragon King reported truthfully. After Zhou Xuanji and the others left, the Huangquan path sent people here but could not find Zhou Xuanji, so they left. Other than them, there were some demons. But with the might of a 9th-rank demon, no demons dared to barge in. There were not many 9th-rank demons in the demon race, and most of them were already on the battlefield. After hearing about it, Zhou Xuanji instructed, "None of those disciples can be harmed. You guys pay more attention." Finyu Dragon King, Liuwu Demon Wolf, Jingtian Eagle, and Haotian Boar King received the order. After they left, Jianghu, Daoya Old Man, and the others began to clean up the wooden huts. Ning Zifeng ran to the waist of the mountain and began to practice his sword techniques. "My little husband, when are you going to start cultivating the celestial devil rebirth technique?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhou Xuanji already had an energy technique that was even more powerful than the celestial devil rebirth technique. If he were to cultivate the celestial devil rebirth technique, what stage could he reach? Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, "I don't want to learn it. I already have a more powerful energy technique." Xianxia shook her head and said, "That's not a problem. Do you know what's the most powerful thing about the celestial devil rebirth technique?" "What is it?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Xianxia grabbed his shoulder and brought him away from the peak to the sea of clouds far away. The celestial devil rebirth technique was not created by the Tanhua sect. Legend has it that a long time ago, when old ancestor Tanhua was traveling around the world, he received the legacy by chance. After he cultivated the celestial devil rebirth technique, his cultivation grew tremendously. At the same time, even if he died, he could be reborn. Xianxia said slowly with pride in her eyes. Rebirth. This was the most powerful thing about the celestial devil rebirth technique. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and asked in his heart, "Sword Spirit, can I learn this energy technique?" "Of course. The sword owner is a sword cultivator. The celestial devil rebirth technique can be used on any cultivation path, except for the Buddhist path." He was satisfied with the sword spirit's answer. "Okay, you can start teaching me," Zhou Xuanji said with passionate eyes. With the celestial devil rebirth technique, he had no reason to refuse. Xianxia beamed with joy. Then, she started to explain the mental cultivation method of the celestial devil rebirth technique to him. The celestial devil rebirth technique was divided into 9 levels. Every time one reached the next level, one would obtain the power of rebirth. Every time one reached the 9th level, one would be able to be reborn 9 times. Every time one was reborn, one's physical body, bone root, and soul force would be perfectly inherited. Although one would not have any cultivation, one would be able to recover very quickly after being reborn. After she finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What level are you at?" Xianxia answered, "4th floor." "How many times have you been reborn?" "Twice." "No wonder you're so young. Do you need a beating?" Anger appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Was this brat looking down on her because she was old? Zhou Xuanji muttered, "The cultivation of the celestial devil rebirth technique is a little difficult. It might take a long time to master the 1st level." It took Xianxia over 10,000 years to reach the 4th level. It was hard to imagine how long it would take to reach the 9th level. He asked curiously, how many levels did the evil king reach when he was alive? In his heart, he always felt that the Diablo was stronger than Xianxia when he was alive. He's also at the 4th level. His attainments aren't as good as mine. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji sank into his thoughts. A while later, the two returned to the summit. Zhou Xuanji seized the time to cultivate, while Xianxia sat by the cliff to recuperate. His target was still world reincarnation. In less than 3 days, all the 2nd-generation disciples had already built a small village halfway up the mountain. To prevent demons from attacking, they chose to stay together. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. During this period, Liu Wolf Demon would occasionally go out to gather information. Recently, something big happened in the demon race. The 8th most powerful cultivator in the world, Nether Ghost, died without even leaving a corpse behind. According to his subordinates, he went to assassinate Zhou Xuanji and never returned. The 2 powerful beings from the 2 races divined his fortune and found that there was no longer any sign of him in the northern wilderness region. They were sure that he had died. His death caused all cultivators below the 8th and the northern wilderness top 100 to rise by 1 rank. The news reached Zhou Xuanji and the others, and they all had a strange expression on their faces. It must have been done by that evil demon. Daoya Old Man reminded Zhou Xuanji not to use the Hades god-slaying formation unless it was absolutely necessary. The 8th most powerful cultivator in the world was killed just like that. God knew if he would summon an even more horrifying evil demon. Zhou Xuanji nodded in agreement. He was a little shocked too. The Hades god-slaying formation was more powerful than he imagined. It was the first time it was summoned, and it was already so powerful. It could be used as a life-saving technique. On this day, Zhou Xuanji came to a cliff halfway up the mountain and gathered all the second-generation disciples. Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Zhao Zongjian were beside him. All the disciples looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately. All along, they had been taught by Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others. Now that Zhou Xuanji had gathered them together, they had a bold guess, and their hearts began to race. Today, I will teach you a sword formation. From now on, you will practice it for an hour every day, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Sword formation. With so many people in formation, they would surely be able to unleash power that surpassed their cultivation stage. Swoosh! 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 Numerous legendary swords flew up from Zhou Xuanji's back. Other than the World Fool's sword, he took out all his legendary swords. This formation is called the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Back then, I used this sword formation to subdue Finyu Dragon King. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, which made Finyu Dragon King, who stretched his head out from the sea of clouds, embarrassed. The disciples heard him, and their eyes brightened. Ning Zifeng and Zhao Zongjian were excited too. They had witnessed the prowess of the 100-star sky-covering sword formation many times, so they naturally wanted to learn it. At this moment, an air-piercing sound came. Finyu Dragon King turned around and roared, "This is Skyfall. No one is allowed to trespass." The dragon roar was domineering and mighty, which made the disciples shudder in fear. "It's okay. My sword slave is here," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, which shocked Ning Zifeng and the others. Exquisite sword mind, Lin Changge. It was Lin Changge. He wore a green robe and stood on a sword, looking like a sword immortal who came from the north. He flew over quickly and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. He half knelt down and cupped his fist. "From today onwards, I, Lin Changge, will take Zhou Xuanji as my master. I will officially join the sect that Zhou Xuanji created." He looked excited and had no intention of forcing himself to do so. Ever since he returned to the Hegemon sword sect, he immediately told his father about this, which infuriated his father so much that he beat him up. He did not give up and told his father all about Zhou Xuanji's prowess, which made his father silent. But his father still did not agree. It was only after the 8th in the world died mysteriously because of Zhou Xuanji that his father relented. Zhou Xuanji had already demonstrated the brilliance of the future top cultivator. If Lin Changge cultivated with him, he would surely become even more powerful. Although the Hegemon sword sect was a top-tier force, it was inferior to the sanctums. In the world, it could not shake the world. To break through, Zhou Xuanji was the opportunity. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 272. Lin Xianxia. Ranked 76th in the world. The second-generation disciples were in an uproar. Among sword cultivators, Lin Xianxia was very famous, second only to Zhou Xuanji. Of course, the difference in fame between the two was like a chasm. One could only blame the decline of the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You came just in time. The 100-star sky-covering sword formation is your hegemon sword sect's sword formation. You should join and guide these disciples." "Yes, sir." Lin Xianxia got up and said excitedly. He looked at Jianghu and the others. He was looking for the top sword cultivator overseas. Soon, he locked his eyes on Ning Zifeng. Great realization level 1. "It's this guy." Ning Zifeng stared back at him. Their gazes met, and even though they did not speak, they still felt like they were at loggerheads. "Stop looking. Hurry up and enter the formation." Zhou Xuanji threw them a stare and cursed. Could it be that these two were lovers? Jianghu and the others entered the formation and practiced the 100-star sky-covering sword formation together. With a thought, the legendary swords above Zhou Xuanji's head separated. He walked to the disciples and pointed at them one by one. "You two, look at that sword. It's the one with the crimson dragon soul coiled around. You three, look at that sword. That's the swine-culling sword. The three of you are too weak. Look at the same sword together. That's the one. Swing with it later. The two of you stand together and help each other." Zhou Xuanji assigned them a target. At least 2 people should look at the same sword. To prevent anyone from being injured and unable to maintain the formation, at least 2 people should be assigned to each key point of the sword formation. After a while, the assignment was over. Zhou Xuanji began to control the legendary swords. They moved slowly so that everyone could see them clearly. So powerful. Lin Xianxia was shocked in his heart. It was his first time being taught by Zhou Xuanji. Seeing the legendary swords swinging different sword forms, he was in awe. Even his father could not do it. He was right to come. He had only learned the 100-star sky-covering sword formation but did not practice it in depth. So he was learning from it now. Because Zhou Xuanji was too famous, none of the disciples dared to let their guard down. Together with their intelligence, they memorized every sword form in less than an hour. After memorizing the sword moves, Zhou Xuanji began to teach them how to circulate their qi. Memorizing the sword moves did not mean that one could set up a formation. Every spell had its own unique method of channeling qi. This was one of the difficulties of cultivation. After he finished imparting the qi circulation technique, he stood up. "Continue practicing. Today, all of you will focus on practicing this sword array. If there are any mistakes, promote each other. You are all second-generation disciples. When I establish my own sect, all of you will lead the disciples alone. Therefore, there will be no competition between you for now. You have to help each other, understand?" Zhou Xuanji looked at all the disciples and smiled. He looked young, but he was already quite dignified. Apart from his cultivation level and aura, it was also related to the tyrant imperial ring on his finger. "Understood." The 82nd generation disciples shouted in unison, all of them looking excited. Zhou Xuanji's words made their blood boil. Establishing a sect. They were going to be doyens. When Zhou Xuanji became the top cultivator in the world, they would also ascend with him. "Xianxia, come with me." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. After that, he leaped up and soared into the clouds. Lin Xianxia followed closely behind. "Humph." Ning Zifeng snorted lightly, but the corner of his mouth was raised slightly. Finally, an opponent came. They could spar often in the future. He wanted to be the most powerful sword cultivator after Zhou Xuanji. On a cliff that was a few hundred meters away, Haojianbo King, Dade Bear Monarch, and the other 8th-ranked demons were looking down. Looking at these energetic disciples, they looked at each other in dismay. I feel that we cannot relax. If they surpass us in the future, Haojianbo King swallowed his saliva and said. These disciples' learning and comprehension abilities were too powerful. They tried to memorize the 100-star sky-covering formation, but they were not as fast as these disciples. They had to watch them practice a few times before they could memorize it. Jingtian Eagle said with a cold face, yes, we must not embarrass the 4 mountain guarding kings. 4 mountain guarding kings. This was the title that Zhou Xuanji gave them. As the name suggested. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji brought Lin Chang'e to the top of the mountain. Lin Chang'e was stunned. The stars hung above his head, as though he could touch them with his hand. The awe he felt was indescribable. He noticed Xianxia and Zhou Xiaoqi, the top cultivator of the evil sects. The legendary divine beast, Qilin. He was shocked in his heart. As for Jianghu and Daoya Old Man, he ignored them. Since you chose to take me as your master, I will not mistreat you. I will now teach you the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. Zhou Xuanji turned around and said to Lin Chang'e. He wanted to teach the sky-dominating divine sword to this brat. Now, the sky-dominating divine sword was not his most powerful sword technique, so it was fine to teach it to him. With Lin Chang'e's talent, it would take him at least a few decades to master the sky-dominating divine sword. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to master it in his lifetime. Lin Chang'e heard him and opened his eyes wide. His breathing hastened, and his heart beat rapidly. Zhou. Master, is what you said true? He asked carefully. He felt as though a pleasant surprise had fallen on his head. Zhou Xuanji took out the dog-culling sword and said, the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance is his sword and sword technique. I will not give you the sword, but I can give you the sword technique. This sword technique is called the Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Have you heard of it? Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Lin Chang'e swallowed his saliva and replied, I've heard of it. In the Hegemon Sword sect's ancestral shrine, there is an ancient record of the sky-dominating divine sword. Legend has it that our ancestor became unrivaled with this sword technique. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began swinging his sword, displaying the sword moves of the sky-dominating divine sword one by one. Lin Chang'e watched intently, afraid that he would miss any detail. Far away, Xianxia opened her eyes and smiled inwardly. This brat really knows how to win people's hearts. After that, she continued to recuperate. Jianghu glanced at Zhou Xuanji but did not pay much attention to him. She continued to listen to Daoya Old Man's divination. One had to admit that the exquisite swordmind's talent was indeed domineering. Lin Chang'e had a photographic memory. Zhou Xuanji only demonstrated it once, and he memorized all the sword moves. Then, he began practicing with his sword. Zhou Xuanji watched from the side and felt satisfied. When Lin Chang'e mastered the sky-dominating divine sword, he would become one of Skyfall's most powerful cultivators. 2 hours later, Lin Chang'e descended the mountain excitedly. Zhou Xuanji asked him to stay with the second-generation disciples so that they could bond more easily. Night fell. Zhou Xuanji began cultivating the world Buddha art by the cliff. He had a premonition. He was about to master the second level, world reincarnation. As for how soon it would be, it could be a few months or a few years. But it would not be more than 10 years. Life returned to normal. Everyone was working hard on their cultivation. But the good times did not last long. One day after a month, thousands of cultivators surrounded Skyfall. Even the weakest cultivator was at astral projection level 5, and there were 3 great realization cultivators. The leader was a man in a purple robe. He had a medium build and looked ordinary, but there was a small flame levitating between his brows. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 273. Zhou Xuanji, hand over the Xianxia map. You will not be able to escape. The purple-robed man shouted loudly. His name was Zhu Hanlong, and his cultivation base was at Mahayana Stage 7. He was ranked 39th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100, and his name shook the entire region. The cultivators behind him were all excited. Xianxia map. Hearing these 3 words, they were moved. Humph. You're courting death. Lin Chang's cold snort was heard. Then, a beam of sword aura that was 1,000 feet long broke through the sea of clouds and charged toward them. The purple-robed man raised his palm and slapped it down. A huge tiger head appeared out of thin air and shattered the sword chi. As soon as he retracted his palm, the tiger head turned into smoke and dissipated. Lin Chang'e flew over, and Ning Zifeng followed him. The 2 of them frowned slightly when they saw so many cultivators. Skyfall was in the territory of the demons. If Jihuang Demon Lord knew how so many experts had rushed over, he would definitely take action. Could it be that they had already colluded with Jihuang Demon Lord? The 2 of them were not afraid. Instead, they were eager to try. Let's compete and see who can kill more. Ning Zifeng raised his brows and asked provocatively. Lin Chang'e snorted and said, let's compete then. Without another word, the 2 of them raised their swords and charged forward. A great battle immediately broke out. At the top of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating. Daoya old man walked up to him and said, be careful. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he could clearly see the lineup below. In the entire human race, there wasn't a single sacred ground that had so many spirit refinement cultivators. In other words, these people came from various forces and joined forces to seize the Xianxia map. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and frowned. What will come will come. However, he was not afraid. Besides Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng, there was also Fenyu Dragon King, which was enough to defend against the next wave of attacks. He stood up, looked at Xianxia, and asked, hey, how are your injuries? This old demonic woman was a great tribulation scattered immortal. Even if he was injured, he was not someone a Mahayana cultivator could threaten. It's all right. It's not a problem to deal with these minions. Xianxia replied without opening her eyes. She was as domineering as ever. As expected of the dragon's proud flower. Can you find the mastermind? Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya old man. After he killed the 5th and 8th in the world, those who dared to make trouble for him would definitely be even more powerful. He first thought of Jihuang Demon Lord. Daoya old man closed his eyes and pinched his fingers together to calculate. After a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. There is demonic aura. Other than Jihuang Demon Lord, there shouldn't be any other demon that dares to target you. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and began thinking. Why didn't Jihuang Demon Lord do it himself? Could it be that he wanted to test his strength? No matter what, a bitter battle was coming. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Xiao Jinghong, who was at the foot of the mountain, and asked him to gather all the disciples in case they were ambushed. Boom! 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 Under the sea of clouds came the sound of explosions one after another, and one could faintly hear the battle cries of cultivators. Zhou Xuanji observed the battle with his mind. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng were surrounded by 3 great realization cultivators and were at a disadvantage. But from the looks of it, they could still hold on for a while. It was a good opportunity for them to temper themselves. When they could no longer hold on, the new Dragon King would take action. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away, Jihuang Demon Lord stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. From here, he could vaguely see Skyfall's silhouette. Behind him, an old demon wearing a Taoist robe stood in human form. He had a head of white hair and a kind face. If not for the bull tail on his back, others might mistake him for an immortal. "Sovereign, what are you afraid of?" the old demon in the Taoist robe asked. As the second in the world, was there a need to be afraid of the fifth? This was not Jihuang Demon Lord's style. "Humph, why would I be afraid? I only want to lure him out before suppressing him." Jihuang Demon Lord snorted coldly. Although Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, it was not a threat to him. He was confident that he could kill Huangquan Drake King after all. But he was indeed a little afraid. With the Xianxia map and Xianxia, who would dare to charge forward? He was not another ghost who had multiple lives. It was strange that another ghost with multiple lives died immediately. There must be something wrong. "Fate Ox, how is Daoya old man's divination compared to yours?" Jihuang Demon Lord asked suddenly. Almost every major faction had someone who was proficient in divination and divination. Only by doing so could they avoid disasters and develop in the long run. "Of course not as good as me." The old demon in the Taoist robe, who was called Fate Ox, replied arrogantly. Among the demons, his divination technique was the most powerful. He had contributed a lot to Jihuang Demon Lord's progress. Or else, with Jihuang Demon Lord's personality, how could he have grown to where he was today? Without him, he would have died long ago. This was also why Jihuang Demon Lord valued him so much. "I have heard that although a Qilin appeared when Zhou Xuanji was born, his lifespan was short. If not for Daoya old man changing his fate, he would have died long ago. Now, no one can divine Zhou Xuanji's fate. Tell me, what fate did Daoya old man change for him?" Jihuang Demon Lord looked straight ahead and asked slowly. The Xianxia map and the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique were at Skyfall. He could not wait to crush Skyfall with a punch. Fate Ox was stunned and fell into deep thought with a frown. He could not answer this question. He knew how to change fate too, but he could not change Zhou Xuanji's fate. Jihuang Demon Lord did not speak anymore, and the two demons fell into silence. Sometime later, a domineering dragon roar came from Skyfall. Finyu Dragon King had joined the battle. His participation changed the situation straight away. "Damn! Why isn't Jihuang Demon Lord attacking?" The purple-robed man cursed with gritted teeth. Blood was flowing from his face, and he looked a little pathetic. The other two great realization cultivators were also in a miserable state. They were severely injured. Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng were panting as they stared at him fiercely. The domineering Finyu Dragon King stood between them. Scorching lava flowed all over his body, which frightened the cultivators so much that they backed off. "If you continue to be stubborn, I will eat you," Finyu Dragon King roared furiously. His voice swept up a powerful gale, which shook the forest below like a tsunami in a green ocean. The cultivators were furious too, but they did not dare to go against Finyu Dragon King's aura. "Humph, I want to see if you can eat them." At this moment, Jihuang Demon Lord's cold laughter came. His voice shook the heavens and earth, and it was even more domineering than Finyu Dragon King's. He came walking in the air with Fate Ox behind him. Seeing him coming, Finyu Dragon King's expression changed drastically. Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng's eyelids twitched violently too. Second in the world. Great tribulation scattered immortal. Jihuang Demon Lord looked up at Skyfall. "Zhou Xuanji, the Xianxia map is not something you can have. If you hand over the Xianxia map, I can consider sparing your life," he said with a mocking smile. After that, he pressed down with his right hand. Before Finyu Dragon King could react, he felt a formless giant mountain smashing into his body. He fell into the forest, sweeping up a cloud of dust, and the ground shook violently. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 274. Dragon King. Impossible. Ning Zifeng and Lin Changge exclaimed. Fenyu Dragon King was a 9th stage demon. He was defeated by Jihuang Demon Lord in an instant. Isn't this too exaggerated? The human cultivators were also shocked. The strength of the demon clan's sovereign was beyond their expectations. This kind of strength made people uneasy. If Jihuang Demon Lord obtained the Xianxia map, would he let them go? Their eyes flickered and their hearts began to sway. Zhou Xuanji, if you still don't come out, your 2 sword slaves will die. Jihuang Demon Lord mocked. Right after he spoke, Zhou Xuanji flew over through the clouds and stopped in front of Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng. He was dressed in white, and he held the ancient god's sword and the sky-extinguishing sword in his hands. His expression was calm, and he did not seem nervous at all. If you want the Xianxia map, why go through so much trouble? You can just look for me. Could it be that you want to share the Xianxia map with them and comprehend the Great Tao together? Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. In his heart, he was thinking about how to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. It was already so difficult to defeat Huangquan Drake King, let alone Jihuang Demon Lord. Emperor Hanlin had yet to awaken, and the ancient god's sword needed 3 years to summon the soul of a powerhouse. The only thing he could rely on was the Hades godslaying formation. Share the Xianxia map. The cultivators' hearts raced as they subconsciously looked at Jihuang Demon Lord. There were too many legends about the Xianxia map. It was said that the Xianxia map contained a peerless technique. It was said that the Xianxia map contained a huge amount of wealth. It was said that the Xianxia map contained an elixir that could instantly turn one into a sage. They had gone through so much trouble to get here, not just to help Jihuang Demon Lord. Why should I share what I want with others? Jihuang Demon Lord mocked. He could tell that Zhou Xuanji was trying to sow discord, but he did not care. He waved his left hand through the air, and a massive black claw appeared out of thin air, sending thousands of cultivators flying with blood gushing from their mouths. Only 3 Grand Ascension cultivators managed to evade the attack. Jihuang Demon Lord. What are you doing? Are you trying to break the contract? The purple-robed man bellowed furiously. The massive black claw had killed several hundred leaving Aperture Realm cultivators in an instant. How could he not feel a pang in his heart? Of course, it was mostly fear. Jihuang Demon Lord said in disdain, a bunch of ants dare to negotiate with me. Have you forgotten that this is a time of war between the 2 races? No one will say anything even if I kill you traitors of the human race. The purple-robed man's expression changed, and he immediately turned to flee. Xiao! A black spear formed by demonic qi pierced through his chest, stopping him in his tracks. Then, he turned into a dried corpse at a speed visible to the naked eye. His soul screamed as it was absorbed by the black spear. Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng broke out in cold sweat. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he was sweating in his heart. This guy was even crueler than Huangquan Drake King. The other 2 Grand Ascension cultivators did not manage to escape either and perished one after the other. Jihuang Demon Lord did not stop but strolled toward Zhou Xuanji. Seeing this, he immediately took out all the divine swords. All of you retreat to the mountain. Zhou Xuanji stared at Jihuang Demon Lord and said coldly. Lin Changge and Xianxia didn't try to be brave and left quickly. That's more like it. There's no need for others to disturb the matters between me and you. Jihuang Demon Lord laughed maniacally, his expression somewhat deranged. It was as though he could already see the scene of him obtaining the Xianxia map. Jihuang Demon Lord, you ignored the war between the 2 races and came to snatch the Xianxia map. Do you really think you can defeat Yang Di with the Xianxia map? I'm afraid that before you become powerful, Jianghu will have already conquered the northern wilderness region and exterminated the demon race. By then, you will have no place to stay. Zhou Xuanji mocked. The World Fool's sword was above his head, and Jihuang Demon Lord was already within 1,000 meters of him. Jihuang Demon Lord stopped and said with a deep voice with a frown, "You think I'm you? I don't know how to use the Xianxia map after obtaining it." Hearing Zhou Xuanji mention Jianghu, he was infuriated. "Are you sure? You have never used the Xianxia map. Even if I give it to you, it will take time for you to make the Xianxia map recognize you as its owner again. Why don't we work together and kill Jianghu first, then I will give you the Xianxia map. By then, you will be the top cultivator, and I will be the second. Isn't it a win-win situation?" Zhou Xuanji stopped smiling and looked serious. He prayed in his heart. "Wisdom subduing legendary sword, please show me your power." Jihuang Demon Lord heard him and fell into deep thought, frowning even more. What he wanted the most was not the Xianxia map but the top cultivator in the world. Zhou Xuanji's words moved him. "Sovereign, what are you thinking about?" Fate Bull cried out. He kept his distance from Jihuang Demon Lord and Zhou Xuanji within 1,000 meters, so he was not affected by the World Fool's sword. He felt that it was strange. If it was the usual Jihuang Demon Lord, he would have attacked straight away. Why would he talk so much nonsense? He's thinking about the top cultivator in the world. Do you understand? When your master is thinking, who gave you the right to interrupt? Zhou Xuanji glanced at Fate Bull and shouted furiously. Fate Bull was so furious that he snorted and said with a deep voice, "Noisy brat, you will die today." "Don't try to deceive," he stopped before he could finish his sentence. Because Jihuang Demon Lord was staring at him with the corner of his eyes. He was covered in cold sweat immediately. He knew that he had crossed the line. Jihuang Demon Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji again and said with a murderous aura, "Brat, today, you have to hand over the Xianxia map even if you don't want to." After that, he raised his right hand, and a long black spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was like the head of a dragon, hideous and horrifying. Strands of black demonic qi wrapped around the spear. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. The effect of lowering one's intellect was not higher than his desire for the Xianxia map. "Stop!" A violent cry came. Before he could finish, a beam of light came from the horizon and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. As the light faded, a domineering figure appeared. It was Jianghu, the third in the world. The second in the human race. He stared at Jihuang Demon Lord with a dignified face and said, "Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji is the husband of my descendant. How can I let you attack him?" Zhou Xuanji was astonished. This old brat was trying so hard to rope him in. "Jianghu, I know who you are. Very well. Today, I will kill you here and eliminate a great threat for the demon race." Jihuang Demon Lord said coldly. He was furious when he saw Jianghu. Jianghu heard him and laughed condescendingly, "Let's see who kills who." Boom! He charged straight at Jihuang Demon Lord. The two powerful cultivators turned into two beams of light and clashed violently. They flew into the sky and dove into the ground. They were so fast that Zhou Xuanji could not keep up with them. On the peak of Skyfall, Xianxia looked confused and mumbled, "Why is this brat so hot-tempered? It doesn't seem like him." In her understanding, although Jianghu was powerful, he was a coward. He would hide from Jihuang Demon Lord if he could. Xuanji and Xianxia love each other after all. The Xianxia map is in Zhou Xuanji's hands, and he can benefit from it. Daoya old man analyzed, but he felt that his guess was a little far-fetched. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 275. Boom. Boom. Boom! Jihuang Demon Lord and Jianghu fought fiercely. Each of their spells was ever-changing, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Jianghu's spells leaned towards physical cultivation. Every punch and kick had the power to destroy the world. Jihuang Demon Lord was shrouded in demonic qi. The black spear in his hand pierced out continuously. Numerous demons appeared and surrounded Jianghu like an army. When they were far away from Zhou Xuanji, they regained their senses. What's going on? I'm here to force him to retreat. Why did I fight with him? Jianghu regretted in his heart. Why did I get carried away all of a sudden? He came to cheer for Jihuang Demon Lord. With him, Xianxia, and Zhou Xuanji, he thought that Jihuang Demon Lord would retreat. But he did not expect him to fight with Jihuang Demon Lord the moment they met. Now that things had come to this, he could not care less about regret. He could only fight with all his might. Jihuang Demon Lord also sensed that something was wrong. His target was Zhou Xuanji. How could he fight with Jianghu? Where did Jianghu get the courage to fight with him? It must be because of the Xianxia map that made him lose his mind and go crazy. At the thought of this, Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes turned ferocious. He decided to kill Jianghu with all his might. The battle between the human and demon became even more violent. Mountains were crushed one after another, and the sea of clouds billowed like a flood dragon. A horrifying pressure swept across the heavens and the earth, causing countless demons to flee in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked into the distance. From his perspective, he could see continuous explosions at the horizon. Dust covered the sky, and two silhouettes collided like auroras. The scene was terrifying. It was like a battle between immortals that could destroy the world. He sighed in amazement. Was this the power of a great tribulation scattered immortal? He wondered if he could unleash such destructive power when he broke through to the great realization stage. It was so tempting. Brat, the sovereign did not have time to deal with you. Let me deal with you. Fate Bull Demon's voice came from behind him. Before he could finish, Zhou Xuanji had already teleported away with the 8-step sword lunge. After countless battles, he had a keen sense for sneak attacks. Heavenly lightning surrounded his body, and his skin turned golden. He stared at Fate Bull Demon and laughed coldly. You are only at the great realization stage. You want to kill me? Seeing his expression, Fate Bull Demon's heart jolted. He did not panic. He quickly created many clones that filled the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. Zhou Xuanji, you should not exist in this world, and the Xianxia map should not belong to you. Take out the Xianxia map now. Thousands of doppelgangers threatened in unison. Their voices converged together, causing one to be in a trance. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, shouldn't exist in this world. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! All the divine swords attacked one after another, bringing with them dragon-shaped sword qi that wreaked havoc in the sky. The clones were pierced through by the divine swords one after another, and it was difficult to tell which one was the true body. Zhou Xuanji was prepared to do it himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt a formless energy wrap around his limbs. Wisps of black qi appeared out of thin air and wrapped around his hands and feet, rendering him immobile. This guy, what kind of spell is this? He widened his eyes in shock. He felt that he couldn't activate his spirit energy, as if it was sealed. At this time, Fate Ox appeared behind him again. Zhou Xuanji, you are too young and have little experience. I hope you can remember this lesson in your next life. Fate Bull laughed coldly and reached for the back of Zhou Xuanji's neck. Smack! A jade-like hand swung across his face, directly smashing his head into smithereens. It was Xianxia. She pulled back her right hand, and Fate Bull's soul fell into her hand. Instant kill. The black qi that wrapped around Zhou Xuanji's limbs disappeared. Xian. Aren't you severely injured? Fate Bowl cried out in fear. Could this old demonic woman be faking it? At the thought of this, his soul shuddered uncontrollably. He roared in his heart, "Sovereign! Run quickly!" Not even Jihuang Demon Lord could resist Xianxia and Jianghu at their peak. Xianxia's eyes were cold. She clenched her right hand and crushed Fate Bowl's soul. Zhou Xuanji's spirit energy recovered. He turned around and said to Xianxia, "Thank you." He almost fell into Fate Bowl's trap. What kind of spell is that? He did not catch it at all. Be careful in the future. He's using a divine ability that imperceptibly seals the enemy's spiritual energy. I'm not sure what kind of divine ability it is, but I've seen similar divine abilities before. In the face of absolute strength, it's nothing. Xianxia replied calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh. Such a show-off. The two looked into the distance. Jihuang Demon Lord and Jianghu were still fighting intensely. They were so fast that Zhou Xuanji could not tell who had the upper hand. Have you recovered from your injuries? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had a feeling that Jianghu would lose. Because Jihuang Demon Lord's demonic qi was just too powerful. It surged endlessly and enveloped the heavens and the earth. No. Xianxia replied straightforwardly. If she had recovered, why would she stay here to watch the show? Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord noticed Fate Bowl's death too, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Xianxia has recovered from her injuries. If so, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous to him if the battle continued. He immediately turned around and fled, no longer fighting. Jianghu was no match for Jihuang Demon Lord, so he naturally would not pursue him. He heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I must not be so reckless in the future. After the thought, he turned around and flew towards Skyfall. At the peak of Skyfall, in the stone pavilion, Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu sat facing each other. Xianxia and Daoya Old Man sat on either side, while Jianghu sat on the wooden railing behind Zhou Xuanji, avoiding Jianghu's gaze. Thank you for your help, sir. Daoya Old Man raised his wine cup and smiled. Jianghu also raised his wine cup and shook his head with a smile. You're too kind. We are a family. A family? You're really shameless. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. But if not for Jianghu's help, it would have been very troublesome. He understood Jianghu's intention, which was to rope him in. I have no interest in the Xianxia map. My cultivation has reached its limit after all, and I can't go any further. But you are different. With the Xianxia map, you can create a new era. I came to help you because I hope to leave the Jiang clan a way out. Jianghu looked at Zhou Xuanji and said solemnly. On the path of cultivation, one could not continuously grow more powerful just by cultivating. Everyone had their own limit. Most people could not even reach inner pellet. It was not because they did not work hard, but because that was their fate. Jianghu was the same as Daoya Old Man. He had already reached his limit and could no longer grow more powerful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, no matter what, you helped me today. If the Jiang clan is in danger in the future, I will help. Jianghu heard him and smiled in pleasant surprise. Xianxia snorted coldly and said, don't be fooled by him. He searched for the sea-freezing stone personally because he wants to go overseas to find new serendipity. This means that his ambition is not dead yet. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 276. Of course I will look for opportunities, but I won't set my eyes on the Xianxia map. I don't deserve such a treasure. Even if I get it, it will bring trouble to the Jiang clan. Jianghu explained as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Xianxia's impression of him was simply too poor, and this was not a good thing. Zhou Xuanji ignored Xianxia and asked, "Can you tell me what serendipity you are looking for overseas?" "There's someone from overseas in Skyfall. If you can convince me, we can work together in the future." Jianghu's eyes widened when he heard that. "People from overseas?" He anxiously asked, "Where is he?" Xianxia glanced at him, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly retracted his attitude. Jianghu immediately told him the reason. "To tell you the truth, I accidentally entered a cave and found the words left behind by a great tribulation scattered celestial. He came from overseas, and his name was Dao Hongqin. He claimed that there were countless dynasties, and even the great fate dynasty above the ocean. This person obtained a heaven and earth stone by chance. Legend has it that the heaven and earth stone contains the power of heaven and earth. After this was exposed, he was chased by countless enemies. In the end, he hid the heaven and earth stone on a small island overseas and came to the northern wilderness region himself. However, he attracted a powerful enemy. The demonic emperor bloodline." Jianghu's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Demonic emperor bloodline. What the hell was that? Zhou Xuanji looked confused. Xianxia frowned and said, "The bloodline of the demonic emperor. Legend has it that this race only has a single descendant, and a demonic emperor will appear in every generation. Once awakened, they will possess invincible power. They are bloodthirsty by nature, and even they cannot control themselves. Up until now, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline hasn't appeared in 15,000 years. The last descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline fought against the evil king and the hegemon sword emperor alone. At that time, 20 great tribulation scattered immortals gathered together before they managed to kill him. In that battle, aside from the evil king and the hegemon sword emperor, everyone else died. Since then, the northern wilderness region's fate has declined. Until today, the number of great tribulation scattered immortals is far less than before." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. No wonder people often said that this era was not as good as 10,000 years ago. After the hegemon sword emperor, there had never been a true great emperor. He wasn't sure what a great emperor was. A true great emperor wasn't as simple as claiming to be. It was said that he needed the approval of the heavens and earth, and that he needed to be imbued with fate energy. Wait, what does this have to do with the demonic emperor bloodline? Jianghu couldn't help but interrupt. For some reason, she didn't have a good impression of this great ancestor. Because of Zhou Xuanji, Jianghu's attitude towards her was completely different, so she had to be on guard. Jianghu glanced at her and shook his head with a smile. "Xiao Shui, don't be anxious. I'm not done yet. Little Snow." Everyone's expression was strange, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Could this old fellow not be so attentive? The fortuitous opportunity overseas is that world stone, but Dao Hongqin's last words predicted that the successor of the demonic emperor bloodline would think of a way to obtain that world stone. In other words, if we want to obtain the world stone, we might have to face the successor of the demonic emperor bloodline. Jianghu sighed with an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "The descendants of the demonic emperor bloodline are like the 10,000-year princes. Once they are born, they will be invincible, or even more exaggerated." He looked at Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia expectantly. It would be best if he had the help of these two people. As for who would obtain the world stone, he already had a plan. "If you are willing to help me, once we obtain the world stone, we can take turns to comprehend it. I will provide the map, manpower, and resources. I don't ask for much, I just want to break through heaven's secrets and ascend as soon as possible," Jianghu said seriously. Ascension was something he yearned for day and night, and it was almost becoming a demon in his heart. Apart from becoming an emperor of an empire and ascending every 1,000 years, it was very difficult for ordinary people to ascend. It was not that he did not want to become an emperor, but he gave up on it. An emperor of an empire was mighty in the mortal realm, but if he ascended, he would be subdued by the immortals of the upper realm. He would never have freedom, and it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. No one knew the reason behind this, but this legend had long spread throughout the northern wilderness region. Almost everyone who stepped into the cultivation world knew about it. Jianghu was proud. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Let's talk about it in the future. Skyfall has not stabilized yet." Jianghu nodded and smiled. "Of course, we have to think about this at length." He still had his lifespan, so there was indeed no hurry. Xianxia said disdainfully, "The sea-freezing stone is in my hands." "Of course, you are not in a hurry." Jianghu heard her, and his mouth twitched. After that, they chatted for a while more before Jianghu left. According to him, Jihuang Demon Lord could not keep an eye on Zhou Xuanji for a long time. After all, the two races were at war. Daoya Old Man reminded Zhou Xuanji, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline is like a world-destroying demon. He is born to be bloodthirsty and is even more difficult to deal with than a 10,000-year prince. If you offend him, it will not be a good thing. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had the Xianxia map, so why would he need the world stone? 10,000-year prince, Tian, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline, just thinking about it gave him a headache. How could there be so many overpowered people? Each of them sounded like the main characters of the world. In the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji asked the 4 mountain guarding kings to gather all the demons within a radius of 10,000 miles so that they could gather information and spread the news. How powerful were the 4 8th-grade demons? In less than 10 days, they had subdued more than 200,000 demons, most of whom were weak, with the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. But the weaker they were, the more inconspicuous they would be, and it would be harder for the enemy to discover them. A month later, a shocking piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Jihuang Demon Lord encountered Yang. Within 10 rounds, Jihuang Demon Lord suffered a crushing defeat and escaped with severe injuries. Once the news spread, the two races were in an uproar. The humans were exhilarated, while the demons were terrified. The first and second in the world had such a huge difference in power? Everyone understood that the war between the two races was about to turn around. Liuwu Demon Wolf told Zhou Xuanji about the news. He was shocked and could not calm down. Back then, he respected Jihuang Demon Lord. He did not expect Yang Di to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord so easily. Zhou Xuanji heard about it and frowned. He had witnessed Jihuang Demon Lord's prowess. He was like a god and could not be resisted by the current him. Such a powerful cultivator was defeated in less than 10 rounds. With their power, 10 rounds were like the blink of an eye. Which meant that Jihuang Demon Lord was defeated by Yang Di instantly. Seems like Yang Di broke through again. Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement. Such a person should have appeared 10,000 years ago. In the current age, he was truly the most outstanding individual, and no one could rival him. Xianxia frowned. Her eyes were filled with displeasure. Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone at the top of the mountain, including the second-generation disciples. He told them about Jihuang Demon Lord's defeat, and everyone was dumbfounded. They had witnessed Jihuang Demon Lord's prowess before, but they did not expect such a person to suffer such a crushing defeat. For the next period of time, everyone, focus on cultivating and practicing your sword. Try not to go out. With Yang Di, the demons will surely be defeated. Don't worry too much about your families. Zhou Xuanji said, and the disciples nodded. At this moment, analyze that the sword owner has reached 30 years old. Gotcha started. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 277. 30 years old. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Time does not keep anyone. In the blink of an eye, I'm already 30 years old. Fortunately, this was the northern wilderness region. He was still young, still a teenager. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained bronze, flaming sword. Bronze? I'm already 30 years old. Why didn't you give me a surprise? Zhou Xuanji was a little angry, and the disciples before him were all shocked. Why did the grand teacher's face suddenly turn grim? Gold, flying leaf sword, amethyst, soul sword. In the end, the sword spirit did not give him a surprise. Now, the amethyst legendary sword could no longer bring him excitement. The amethyst legendary sword could not threaten a great tribulation scattered immortal. It was the same for the glorious gold legendary sword. Only a heavenly soul legendary sword or a higher grade legendary sword could make him happy. Especially in such a situation, he longed for an intimidating spirit legendary sword. Heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God slaying, Armageddon. He was looking forward to it. Okay, disperse and continue your training. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said. Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others immediately left with the second-generation disciples. He took a deep breath. He could not place his hopes on the legendary swords. His own power was more important. It was better to focus on cultivating the world Buddha art. The information of the 3 legendary swords appeared before his eyes: sword name, flaming sword grade, bronze description. In ancient times, a cultivator traveled the world alone. Every time he extinguished his fire, he would use this sword. After extinguishing the fire 10,000 times, the sword transformed into a bronze legendary sword. Sword name, flying leaf sword grade, gold description. This sword has absolute control over leaves. It is extremely destructive and can sense the spirits of all plants. Sword name, soul sword grade, amethyst description. Soul origin is an extremely powerful soul. Once released, this sword will summon an army of soul origin. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji took out the 3 legendary swords and familiarized himself with them before continuing his cultivation. On the other side, the second-generation disciples were walking on the mountain path. Su Yang asked Xiao Jinghong carefully, "Revered teacher, how could the grand teacher be in a bad mood?" Beixiao Wangjin stared at him, which scared him so much that he shrunk his neck. Ning Zifeng chuckled and said, "Sunlight Emperor has come out and is leading the way. Master is naturally unwilling to be left out. He must have comprehended something." When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. Everyone thought that Zhou Xuanji would become the top cultivator in the future. Facing the #1 expert in the world, his mood was naturally different. Cultivate well. It's our chance to rise up when Sunlight Emperor is in control of the human tribe. Don't let our master down. Lin Chang'e said, his tone full of expectation. He was already imagining the scene of Zhou Xuanji fighting Yang Di. It wasn't just him. Everyone in Skyfall felt the same way. The sun set and the moon rose. Late at night, Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia sat by the cliff and looked up at the starry sky. Today, I am already 30 years old. You are almost 34 years old. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Hearing this, Xianxia stretched out her right hand with a smile and pinched his waist. She asked with a faint smile, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Well, you're almost 18. Zhou Xuanji corrected himself and looked at her with a gentle gaze. Even though she was already 34 years old, this girl was still like a young girl. Although she was intelligent, in his eyes, she was still as pure as snow. The beauty in front of him had accompanied him for 28 years. In both his past and present life, she was the person who had accompanied him the longest. He hoped that 10,000 years later, he would still have her by his side. He would definitely try his best to do so. Oh yes, I want to marry you. When do you think is a suitable time? Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and asked softly. Xianxia was not surprised. She blushed and said, I'll do whatever you want. Before, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was not powerful enough, so he did not mention this matter. But during this period of time, he thought about it a lot. Cherish the present. Whether they got married or not, he had a responsibility for Jianghu in his heart. Actually, I want to let the world know that you are my wife on the day I establish my sect. But I feel that it's too far away now, and I'm afraid that you will be sad, Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Zhou Xuanji said seriously. These were his heartfelt words. Jianghu hugged his arm and leaned on his shoulder. Then we'll wait for the day you establish your sect. Now is not a good time. You and I both need to cultivate hard, and I don't want you to be distracted because of me, she said with a smile. Of course, I also hope that the world knows that we are married. How grand will that be? In the future, the establishment of our sect will be our wedding anniversary. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart. He held her hand and began talking about the details of their marriage. Far away, in front of a building, Xianxia looked at their backs and snorted coldly. A look of displeasure could be seen in her eyes. This brat did not take her seriously at all. After Yang Di defeated Jihuang Demon Lord, the world changed drastically. In that month, he charged into the demon army alone and killed millions of demons to save the imprisoned powerhouses from the sanctums. Because of this, Yang Di's reputation skyrocketed, and his name spread across the world. 3 months later, the demon army that the demons left in the human race were all defeated. In the 4th month, Jihuang Demon Lord retreated, and so did the entire demon army. This even caused the demon race's territory to shrink. In the 6th month, Yang Di descended to the Shanghai ziggurat and announced to the world that he invited the 8 sanctums, 7 empires, and top-tier factions to gather at Duantian Cliff. It was a year later. Rumors spread all over the world. Many said that Yang Di wanted to dominate the human race alone. Because of his powerful performance, the voices of opposition were far less than those of support. Across the entire human race, Yang Di's reputation was unprecedented. Compared to him, Zhou Xuanji was like comparing a grain of rice to the bright moon. At the top of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. Daoya Old Man, Xianxia, Shao Jinghong, and the others gathered here. The letter that Zhao Zongjian received was an invitation from the Shanghai ziggurat, inviting the Master of Skyfall to Duantian Cliff. Now, everyone in the world knew that Zhou Xuanji was in Skyfall. He would establish his own sect sooner or later, and he was already a faction. Humph. Yang Di is so ambitious. No, I must go to the surrounding mountains to spread the news and gather the Tanhua sect's disciples. Xianxia snorted coldly and disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji ignored her and fell into deep thought. Should he go to Duantian Cliff? You cannot go personally. Although Yang Di is the top cultivator in the world, no one knows his true nature. What if he wants to kill you? The entire world thinks that as long as you continue to grow, you will become the top cultivator in the world. Moreover, you have the Xianxia map. Daoya Old Man reminded him with a grave expression. He had encountered many things in his life, and even his beloved disciple had died. He had a deep understanding of people's hearts. Lin Chang'e said, "Let me go. I represent Skyfall. Yang Di can't kill me, right? As long as he's not stupid." If Lin Chang'e was killed, Yang Di's reputation would plummet. Moreover, there was another faction behind him, the Hegemon Sword Sect. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 278. That's right. Master can't go there personally. Huang Lianqi nodded. Zhou Xuanji's situation now was even more dangerous than before. Xianxia map. Even if Sunlight Emperor didn't kill him, what about the lords of other forces? After all, this was the territory of the demon race. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and decided not to be reckless. He nodded and said, "Then I will leave this matter to you, Chang'e." Lin Chang'e was no ordinary person. He was a famous genius in the northern wilderness region. "Little Gu, don't embarrass our Skyfall," said Xiao Gu. Ning Zifeng patted Lin Chang'e's face and instructed him with an irritating expression. Lin Chang'e became angry and scolded, "Don't call me that." The two of them started bickering again. Zhou Xuanji was still thinking about Duantian Cliff. With Sunlight Emperor's strength, he could have just unified the world. Why did he have to gather all the heroes in the world? In the northern wilderness region, the strong ruled. Most importantly, he had chosen the Heaven's End Cliff. Back then, Xianxia was besieged by the heroes of the world at the Heaven's End Cliff. In this 1 year, focus on cultivating the sky-dominating divine sword. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Zhou Xuanji said to Lin Chang'e. Hearing this, Lin Chang'e was overjoyed. Ever since Zhou Xuanji had taught him the sky-dominating divine sword, he had not personally taught him much. He was proud of his talent, so he naturally didn't have the face to take the initiative to speak. This was not a loss. After giving some instructions, Zhou Xuanji dismissed everyone and continued to cultivate. On the peak of the mountain, dressed in a purple dress, Xianxia stood proudly in the cold wind. The veil on her face was not affected by the wind. She gazed into the distance, as though she was waiting for something. 5 black shadows appeared out of thin air in front of him, floating like smoke and dust. Their figures fluctuated, and their faces could not be seen. "Greetings, Sect Master." 5 different voices sounded at the same time. Xianxia's eyes were cold as she said, "Yang Di wants to take over the world. Tanhua sect can't be depressed anymore. Summon the 36 demon chiefs and save the 1,000 Hands demon from the underworld path. I want to conquer the world." "Yes." The 5 demonic shadows answered in unison and disappeared into thin air. Xianxia looked towards the north and muttered, "I shouldn't have let you go back then." After saying this, she turned and flew back to Skyfall. 4 months later. That night, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to Spirit Refinement Level 6. He had to rely on various treasures, the Xianxia map, and the rich spiritual qi in Skyfall to break through quickly. Ordinary spirit refinement cultivators would spend thousands of years to break through a small realm. Spending 100 years would be considered very fast. Not only that, Zhou Xuanji's understanding of world reincarnation had reached a critical point. Somehow, he felt that something was missing. Just a little. Once he comprehended it, he would be able to cultivate world reincarnation. The amount of spiritual energy required for world reincarnation was already sufficient. He had even practiced the mental cultivation method countless times. Just one step away. Sometimes, you can only reap the rewards if you let go. Xianxia's voice suddenly entered his ears. He opened his eyes and saw Xianxia standing beside him, looking at the starry sky. He sat cross-legged and had to look up at her. He didn't say anything, instead pondering over the meaning of her words. "When I cultivated the celestial devil rebirth technique, I encountered many cultivation shackles, whether it was in terms of techniques, magical spells, or divine abilities. Often, when you long for a goal too much, you will lose yourself," Xianxia said with deep meaning. She had observed Zhou Xuanji for a long time. This boy always looked like he was in a dilemma. She did not want to care too much. After all, everyone had their own path of cultivation. However, Xianxia felt heartache and could not help but find her, hoping that she could help. On Skyfall, Xianxia's cultivation was the highest. Even in the northern wilderness region, she was at the peak of cultivation. Lost, Zhou Xuanji frowned and sank into deep thought again. Xianxia lightly patted his head and harumphed, "Little husband, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. He suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. World reincarnation, everything is reincarnation. From nothing to something, from something to nothing, from not knowing to memorizing, from memorizing to forgetting, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself, his eyes becoming brighter. Xianxia was attracted by his words. He did not notice that he had entered a state of enlightenment. World reincarnation could completely reflect the power of an enemy. Apart from this, there were other effects, but he would only understand them after truly cultivating them. At this moment, he finally understood. He had practiced world reincarnation circulation technique countless times, and it had almost become an instinct of his body. At the last step, he should forget to let his body control world reincarnation. Let his soul control world reincarnation. And not his memories. Billowing spirit chi gathered toward him, forming a hurricane. Everyone on the mountain peak looked over. Jianghu looked pleasantly surprised, while Daoya old man stroked his long beard and smiled, while the others sighed in amazement. Master broke through again, Zhao Congjian said excitedly. Zhao Congjian said excitedly. Could it be another powerful sword technique? Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression. This boy, her heart trembled. Even though she wanted to enlighten Zhou Xuanji, she did not expect him to gain enlightenment so quickly. And he had broken through directly. This kind of talent in comprehension, Zhou Xuanji had completely comprehended world reincarnation, and the spirit energy in his body went through a qualitative change. He could feel a strange energy lingering around him, changing his physical body and spiritual energy. This feeling was very mysterious. He could not explain it clearly. However, he suddenly remembered what Daoya old man had said. There were many things in the world that the naked eye and divine sense could not capture, such as fate and fate. Or the heavenly law. Only these things could explain what he was feeling. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player involved. What a world reincarnation! Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement in his heart. The world Buddha art was a top-notch divine art. How could anyone bear to forget it after learning it? Even if he wanted to, it would be difficult. If not for his innate talent of multitasking, it would be difficult for him to do so in such a short time. Of course, he could also seal his memories with spells, but that would obstruct his physical memories. Spirit chi flowed into his body wildly, and his spirit energy grew tremendously during the transformation process. A purple meteor streaked across the starry sky and disappeared in an instant. There seemed to be a meteor just now, the little black snake said in surprise. But it was a pity that no one paid attention to it because everyone's attention was on Zhou Xuanji. Time ticked by. A full 6 hours passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to spirit refinement level 7 straight away. At the same time, he finally learned world reincarnation and cultivated it into a divine ability. A faintly discernible and strange pattern appeared on his forehead. At first glance, it looked like a purple 8 trigrams diagram. Boom! He felt an explosion in his mind, and his senses transformed. His perception of his surroundings became dozens of times stronger. He could even sense other people's spirit energy. The most powerful one was Xianxia. Her spirit energy was like a blazing sun, burning fiercely. Before her, the spirit energy of others was so insignificant. Analyze that the sword owner has learned a divine ability. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, intimidating spirit. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 279. After comprehending the world reincarnation divine ability, Zhou Xuanji took an hour to get used to his new senses. His spirit energy had gone through a great transformation in both quantity and quality. Putting aside world reincarnation, he was like a completely different person compared to before. If he used world reincarnation, he could instantly kill his previous self. He once again regained the confidence to look down on the world. Ever since he saw Jihuang Demon Lord's power and knew that Jihuang Demon Lord was easily defeated by Yang Di, he had always felt pressured. Even if he did not want to admit it, it was indeed there. Would someone as powerful as Yang Di really ignore the Xianxia map? Zhou Xuanji slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them. Wait, when I comprehended world reincarnation, there seemed to be 2 more legendary swords. He suddenly remembered something. Following this, the information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment Grade, Intimidating Spirit Description, a legendary sword born when the world was created. It contains a trace of the might of the heavenly law and is extremely destructive. With the martial punishment, it can greatly increase the strength of the sword owner's body. Evil demons will not be able to get close to it, and it cannot be used by those below the Great Realization stage. Sword name, Spring Water Sword Grade, Silver Description, a sword that has undergone a qualitative change after being soaked in 1,000-year-old spring water. When fighting in water, it is like a fish in water. Intimidating Spirit Legendary Sword. Fudge. Is this real? Zhou Xuanji immediately jumped up from the ground as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He clenched his fists and breathed heavily. He was so excited that his body trembled. Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. It contained a trace of the might of the heavenly law. However, the requirement for this sword was the Great Realization stage, which made him feel a little disappointed. This showed how powerful Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment was. He had already reached Spirit Refinement Level 7 and was very close to the Great Realization stage. Now that he had cultivated the World Buddha art to Level 2, his internalization of Qi would be much faster than before. Breaking through to the Great Realization stage would not be too far away. Thinking about that, he felt even more joyful. At that moment, the others came up to him. Revered teacher, you broke through. Master, what were you comprehending just then? Xuanji, are you all right? Ha ha ha, as expected from my grand disciple. Amazing. Master, was it a sword technique? Everyone was incredibly excited. Yang Di had appeared out of nowhere and dominated the heavens and earth. Under such circumstances, the stronger Zhou Xuanji was, the happier they would be. Facing their questions, Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, all of you, attack me. He wanted to test the power of world reincarnation. Everyone was stunned and felt a little guilty. Zhou Xuanji was already extremely powerful before he broke through, let alone now. Don't worry, I won't fight back. Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. After saying this, he activated the world reincarnation divine ability. Sneaky people like the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch might suddenly attack and catch him off guard. As expected, Chongming demon monarch was the first to attack, throwing a punch. He activated all of his body's demonic force, his power reaching its peak. This fist was unstoppable, pressing forward courageously, tyrannical to the extreme. Bang! Before Chongming demon monarch's fist could touch Zhou Xuanji, he could already feel the rebound of his demonic energy. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. He leaped over many buildings and fell down the mountain from the other side of Skyfall. The others who were about to make a move were frightened out of their wits. They retreated one after another, not daring to make a move. The little black snake that had already leaped into the air froze in fright. It fell to the ground and curled up into a ball, shivering. So close. The group swallowed their saliva and felt a trace of gratitude toward Chongming Demon Monarch. Xianxia thought about it and asked curiously, "You didn't use any spirit energy. How did you send him flying?" "A divine ability. A very strange divine ability." As the top evil cultivator, she could tell at a glance. But she could not see how powerful this divine ability was. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said with a smile, "Because I am the heavens. Anyone who dares to harm the heavens shall be punished by the heavens." Xianxia rolled her eyes. This brat really knew how to boast. Ning Zifeng, Lin Changge, and Zhao Zongjian came up to him and expressed their desire to learn. Zhou Xuanji cursed at them. This was not a sword technique but his energy technique. There was no way they could learn it. The three heard him and were like deflated balloons. They knew that Zhou Xuanji's energy technique was not simple and required massive amounts of spirit energy. If they learned it, their progress would be slow because they did not have the Xianxia map after all. Zhou Xuanji chatted with them for a while before continuing his cultivation. He wanted to completely control his senses and spirit energy, which could not be achieved in a day. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had become more powerful, the others were stimulated and worked hard on their cultivation. Halfway up the mountain, Chongming Demon Monarch, who was covered in blood, lay unsteadily in the forest. Blood was bubbling from his mouth, and his eyes were rolled back. His right leg was still twitching slightly. "Why? Why?" he said with difficulty. He could not understand what had just happened. But this battle had cast a shadow over his heart. He would not dare to attack Zhou Xuanji again, even if it was requested by Zhou Xuanji. A second-generation disciple ran over. Seeing Chongming Demon Monarch's miserable state, he cried out immediately, "Chongming Old Bull is going to die." Chongming Demon Monarch heard him and fainted in anger. In the middle of the northern wilderness region, on a grassy plain, Chief Monk Xuanhe led a group of monks ahead. Their faces were rosy, and they were no longer as miserable as before. Suddenly, someone walked toward them, which made Chief Monk Xuanhe squint his eyes. It was Feng Qiu. "Xuanhe, long time no see. It seems like you are fine." Feng Qiu chuckled and came up to Chief Monk Xuanhe in 3 steps. They were less than a meter apart. Chief Monk Xuanhe asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "Tanhua sect has fallen. Could it be that you want me to deal with Yang Di?" Now, Yang Di was the only one who dominated the world. No one could stop him. "Do you really understand Yang Di?" Feng Qiu asked, which made Chief Monk Xuanhe frown. Ever since he achieved great accomplishment in his dharma, Feng Qiu always came to him for help. The most powerful cultivators in the world would be targeted by Feng Qiu. For example, Xianxia and Jihuang Demon Lord were both schemed against by Feng Qiu. After the tribulation with Jihuang Demon Lord, Chief Monk Xuanhe thought through many things. He did not plan to participate in worldly battles anymore. He only wanted to become more powerful. The true tribulation is about to descend. You are the top Buddhist cultivator in the world and should save the world. You cannot run away from your responsibilities, Feng Qiu said seriously. He looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was looking at his savior. Chief Monk Xuanhe shook his head and said, "You are indeed my teacher, but I cannot help you anymore. What you want is not world peace but the ruler of the world. I helped you deal with Yang Di. Next time, do I have to deal with Jianghu and Zhou Xuanji?" He was quite confused. Since Feng Qiu wanted to fight for the world, why did he not do it himself? Having heard this, Feng Qiu's expression darkened and he said, "This tribulation will engulf the northern wilderness region. Even if you don't do anything, the tribulation will come to you. Take care." With that, he disappeared into thin air. Chief Monk Xuanhe was indifferent. A young monk asked anxiously, "Master, where are we going next?" Chief monk Xianxia replied calmly, "The North Shore, to search for the immortal Buddha's legacy." Smiley face. Smiley face. Chapter 280. Over a month later. Zhou Xuanji was completely familiar with world reincarnation and his new senses. He began to focus on increasing his cultivation level, and did not immediately cultivate the third level of the world Buddha art. His goal was the Mahayana realm. The sooner he broke through to the Mahayana realm, the less worried he would have to worry about Jianghu demon lord's attack. As for the fight with Sunlight Emperor, he was not sure. Because even Xianxia didn't know how strong Sunlight Emperor was now. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 31 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, gold, spring wind sword, Emperor's Way Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. The sword spirit's voice continuously sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, causing him to open his eyes. Just a divine sword. Furthermore, it was only a gold-ranked godly sword. Zhou Xuanji was inwardly disappointed. It seemed that he had used his luck on heavenly retribution martial punishment. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Spring Breeze sword level, gold, description, created by the Divine Spirit Stone. This sword can weaken the enemy's negative emotions and make them happy. A sword that could make people happy? What the hell? He subconsciously took out the Spring Breeze sword. The sword was blue in color and looked like a crystal, appearing rather dreamy. Wait, this sword might be useful in negotiations. Just like the World Fool sword, it was a support-type godly sword. After playing with the Spring Breeze sword for a while, Zhou Xuanji stored it in the supreme storage and began to inherit the Emperor's Way Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. This name sounded incredible. It must be an extremely powerful sword technique. A huge wave of memories entered his mind, causing him to slowly close his eyes. Apart from him, only Xianxia and Daoya Old Man were on the mountain peak. The others were all cultivating in different parts of Skyfall. The reason was simple. If they internalized qi together, they could not compete with Zhou Xuanji. Recently, Xianxia had been acting mysteriously, as if she was plotting something. Jianghu was quite talented in the Tao of divination. She could already perform simple divination and predict some small things that would happen a day later. Daoya Old Man had exclaimed more than once that Jianghu might be able to surpass him in the future. It seemed that aside from the way of the sword, this girl's talent in other Daos was quite good. There is a sense of omnipotence. It complemented Zhou Xuanji perfectly. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in amazement. Such a domineering sword technique. Its destructive power was even stronger than the ancestral dragon sword. The Emperor's Way Thousand Hand Sword Buddha, upon reaching grand completion, would be able to condense sword qi into a thousand-hand sword Buddha. Each hand would wield a sword, capable of destroying the heavens and earth. There were a total of 1,000 sword moves in this sword art. It was profound and unfathomable. He took out the Spring Breeze sword and started practicing. Once this sword appeared, his mood became joyful. Not only him, but Jianghu and Daoya Old Man also felt the same. This kid comprehended a new sword technique again. Daoya Old Man stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. Xianxia smiled. Her hands did not stop as she continued to draw the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The Tao of divination also required spiritual qi. After all, the things she divined were all in the world, and spiritual qi was the medium. Zhou Xuanji spent nearly 10 minutes practicing the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's sword technique once. For the current him, 10 minutes was enough to accomplish many things. The more difficult the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha was, the more he anticipated it. Night fell. Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Tsongjian, and the others ascended the mountain one after another. When they saw Zhou Xuanji training with his sword, their eyes lit up. This kid has already practiced for a day. It seems like this sword technique is not simple. Daoya old man said intently, which made Xiao Tsongjian, Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, Beixiao Wangjian, Wang Lianxin, and Lin Chang'e all excited. Could it be a sword technique that could rival the ancestral dragon sword? In their hearts, the ancestral dragon sword was already the most powerful sword technique. It would be very difficult for them to create a more powerful sword technique. Zhou Xuanji ignored them and continued to train with his sword. The next morning, he finally reached small accomplishment in the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. At dusk, he reached great accomplishment in the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. His sword speed was so fast that even great realization cultivators were dazzled. Late at night, he developed the sword will of the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Once he used this sword technique, his mind would turn into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. He took a deep breath and flew into the air, arriving above the sea of clouds next to Skyfall. He shook his long sword, and a golden Buddha image appeared from his body and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the golden Buddha image grew to a height of 300 meters. Its palms were placed before its chest, and its facial features were exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji's. The Buddha image shone with a golden radiance that illuminated the night sky. Jianghu, Xiao Jinghong, and the others opened their eyes wide. Even Daoya old man was shocked. Buddha. He was astonished. When did Zhou Xuanji come into contact with Buddhism? At this moment, numerous golden arms grew out from the back of the Buddha image. There were 1,000 of them, which dazzled everyone's eyes. What happened next was even more shocking. A giant golden sword materialized in each of the Buddha image's hands. The shape of the sword was exactly the same as the Spring Breeze sword. The Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha had truly appeared. Everyone at the top of Skyfall was stunned, their mouths agape. Even Xianxia, who had just appeared, opened her eyes wide and was speechless for a long time. This brat, Xianxia, was shocked in her heart. It was her first time seeing a sword technique that was related to Buddhism. This brat was much more profound than she had imagined. Master, what sword technique is this? Zhao Tsongjian came back to his senses and asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji entered the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's swordwell mode. His entire body sank into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, turning into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha opened its eyes, which gave off 2 rays of golden light that illuminated the night sky. This is the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, a sword within a Buddha within a sword. Zhou Xuanji said. His voice was loud and clear, and it gave off an immense might, as if he was a god. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's might was very powerful, and it was not any weaker than the ancestor dragon sword. Lin Chang'e gripped his fists, and his breathing became ragged. He wanted to learn this sword technique. However, he had not even learned the ancestor dragon sword yet, and he was still far from learning the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Daoya old man pinched his fingers together and tried to divine the origins of this sword technique. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs gave way and he fell straight to the ground. No one paid any attention to him because they were already used to it. Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji and thought to herself, could it be that he used the Thousand-Hand Devil's sword technique as a reference? When the others heard this, they also felt that it made sense. At the mention of this, they could not help but think of Qin Gang. They did not know if this fellow was still alive in the underworld path and if he had suffered a lot. However, this was not important. They quickly forgot about this matter. Zhou Xuanji deactivated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's swordwell mode and landed on the mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged and quietly comprehended. The emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha was broad and profound. The principles it contained were all helpful to his sword Tao. Although the others were excited and curious, they did not dare to disturb them. The moon set and the sun rose. Just as the sun rose, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and took out the ancient god's sword. It had been 3 years since he obtained the ancient god's sword when he broke through to the spirit refinement realm. Now it was time to awaken the soul of another great being. Chapter 281. Zhou Xuanji came into the forest, away from the others. The reason why he avoided the others was not to avoid arousing suspicion, but to leave a surprise for them. Just the thought of using it when he encountered trouble in the future was enough to make him happy. He walked to a large tree and took out the ancient god's sword. The method to awaken the next powerful being's soul was very simple, which was to infuse spirit energy into it and use your mind to summon it. Soon, a black shadow emerged from the blade. Zhou Xuanji understood his background. Saber monarch Dong Hai. 30,000 years ago, when he ascended and left the northern wilderness region, he accidentally died. His soul wandered in the void and was absorbed by the supreme legendary sword system. He did not know anything else about Saber Sovereign Dong Hai. He could sense that Saber Sovereign Dong Hai was no weaker than Emperor Hanlin. Of course, this was only in terms of the strength of the remnant souls. He immediately infused Saber Monarch Dong Hai's soul energy into his body, causing his aura to skyrocket. It was the same as when he used Emperor Hanlin's soul to possess his body. However, his current cultivation level was far higher than before. He felt that he could already challenge Great Tribulation loose immortals. The weakest Great Tribulation loose immortal. He was still no match for an existence like Jianghu Demon Lord. After a simple test, he put away the ancient god's sword and returned to the top of the mountain. Xianxia glanced at him and did not say anything. Jianghu was still learning divination from Daoya old man and did not notice Zhou Xuanji's abnormality. 1 month later. Xianxia left without saying a word. She only returned after 7 days. She claimed that she had gathered the 36 devil chiefs of the Tanhua sect and arranged for them to settle on a mountain that was thousands of meters tall. Zhou Xuanji had no objections to this. Ning Zifeng, on the other hand, was very curious. After asking for Xianxia's opinion, he went to find the 36 devil leaders for a spar and returned empty-handed. The next day, Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e went together, but they were still defeated. The two of them were completely intoxicated. Every few days, they would go to the 36 devil leaders. At the top of the mountain, the 36 demon chiefs of the Tanhua sect sat cross-legged and cultivated. There were both males and females, and all of them had powerful cultivations. 8 of them were female cultivators. There were 10 devil generals who had reached the Mahayana stage. It was no wonder that Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e were no match for such a lineup. AMO leader opened his eyes and said, "Will those 2 brats come again?" Hearing this, the other 35 devil leaders all opened their eyes. Their expressions were strange. When Ning Zifeng first came to challenge them, they were disdainful. Even with Lin Chang'e's help, they would not be able to defeat their combined forces. But if this continued, how could they cultivate in peace? Zhou Xuanji might be our sect lord in the future. Everyone, please bear with it. An elder said. His name was Qin Jing, the number 1 devil chief. He and the Thousand Hands devil Qin gang were blood brothers. It had been 3,000 years since the 36 demon leaders had gathered together. Ever since Xianxia was defeated by Yang Di, the 36 chiefs had disappeared and left the Tanhua sect. Everyone thought that most of them were dead. He didn't expect them to still be alive and cultivating wholeheartedly. Qin Zhang's words caused the demon leaders to turn their attention to Zhou Xuanji. I heard that Zhou Xuanji is extremely talented. Even without the Xianxia map, he has the potential to become the top cultivator in the world. No wonder the sect lord is so interested in him. However, if he wants to establish his own sect, how will his sect interact with the Tanhua sect? It should be fusion, right? No, Tanhua sect cannot be absorbed by other forces. Yeah, the name of the Tanhua sect cannot be changed. This is our belief. The demon leaders discussed among themselves. Although they admired Zhou Xuanji, they were afraid that the Tanhua sect would change its name. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared among them, which shocked them so much that they knelt down immediately. "Greetings, sect lord," they said at the same time. Their voices were filled with respect. Xianxia glanced at them and asked, "Have you rescued Qin Gang?" Thousand Hands Devil Qin Gang was a sharp blade for the Tanhua sect. Other than his cultivation and power, his ability to gather information was also very important to the Tanhua sect. Qin Jing replied, "Thank you for your concern, sect lord. I have already arranged for him to gather the Tanhua sect's disciples. If not for Zhou Xuanji killing Huangquan Drake King, how could they have saved Qin Gang so easily?" So, Qin Jing felt a tinge of gratitude toward Zhou Xuanji. After all, Qin Gang had said many good things about Zhou Xuanji to him. About the Duantian Cliff, do you think the Tanhua sect should go?" Xianxia asked, changing the topic. Yang Di had invited everyone in the world to gather, but the Tanhua sect was in an awkward situation where everyone was their enemy. If they went, there would be a lot of trouble. A female demon leader licked her lips and laughed sinisterly. "This is a good opportunity for the Tanhua sect to recover. Let's not go and focus on developing the Tanhua sect. Moreover, I'm afraid the Duantian Cliff banquet is not that simple." Everyone in the world wanted Yang Di to be the ruler of the human race. With just one order, everyone in the world would submit to him. Why did they need to beat around the bush? The Duantian Cliff banquet might be a trap. The other sanctums, empires, and sects could guess it too. But who would dare to reject Yang Di? Xianxia nodded and said, "Have you completed the mission that I gave you?" Although she was rebellious, she understood the current situation. The Tanhua sect was no longer what it used to be. It was no longer the overlord of the evil path. Qin Jing replied, "Soon. My disciple will bring him here personally." While the Tanhua sect was discussing the Duantian Cliff banquet, Skyfall was there too. Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone at the top of the mountain, including the second-generation disciples. "In the following period of time, no matter what happens, we must not leave Skyfall. We will act after I break through to the great realization stage." Zhou Xuanji placed his hands on his legs and said softly. His words were clearly heard by everyone. The little black snake flicked its forked tongue and asked, "Master, if you break through to the great realization stage, do you have the confidence to fight against Yang Di?" The others were also looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji had always had the ability to fight those with higher cultivation levels. He could kill Huangquan Drake King with spirit refinement cultivation. When he broke through to the great realization stage, he would only have one opponent left. "I have never seen Yang Di before, but I have the confidence to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord," Zhou Xuanji said conservatively. The intimidating spirit legendary sword was much more powerful than the heavenly soul legendary sword. Together with world reincarnation and great realization cultivation, he had the confidence to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord. What was worth mentioning was that Jihuang Demon Lord had disappeared without a trace. It was as if he was really scared out of his wits by Yang Di. There was no news of him at all. A disciple asked carefully, "Will Yang Di really become our enemy?" "I heard from my elders that Yang Di is very diligent in cultivation and does not care much about worldly conflicts." Chongming Demon Monarch glared at him and cursed, "He wants to be the ruler of the world, not the ruler of the human race. Do you understand?" Everyone would change. Su Yang changed the topic and asked, "Grand Teacher, Shang Kuanglan said that he has news to report to you. Do you want to see him?" Zhang Guanglan was still a prisoner. Every few months, his spirit energy would be drained dry by Zhou Xuanji. As time went by, his heart began to waver. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 282. Bring him up. Zhou Xuanji nodded. After receiving the order, Su Yang quickly descended the mountain. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked every second-generation disciple to report their cultivation progress. These second-generation disciples were all geniuses and had their own gains. None of them had stage fright and were instead looking forward to the patriarch's praise. Jianghu, Daoya Old Man, Wang Lianxin, Xiao Jinghong, Lin Changge, and the others sat behind Zhou Xuanji and watched silently. They were all sitting cross-legged without any sense of distance. Fenyu Dragon King and the 4 mountain guarding kings were also sitting nearby. They were conversing softly and were in a good mood. The disciples began to report their results one after another. If there was something that interested Zhou Xuanji, he would have them demonstrated on the spot. Up until now, the lowest cultivation level of the second-generation disciples had reached the enlightening realm. It seemed very low, but they were still young and had a bright future ahead of them. Half an hour later, Su Yang led Zhang Guanglan up the mountain. The two sat to the side and didn't interrupt the reports of the second-generation disciples. The last person to report was naturally Su Yang. This brat was very crafty. He didn't say anything and immediately used the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword set. He was even more impressive than the other disciples. Zhou Xuanji looked at him thoughtfully. He was not attracted by his swordsmanship. Instead, he was thinking about which ancient powerhouse he was the reincarnation of. After he finished, Zhou Xuanji waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Su Yang's face instantly sank when he saw this. Seeing this, the other disciples covered their mouths and giggled. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and Zhang Guanglan leapt over the disciples' heads and landed in front of him. This kid's cultivation, Zhang Guanglan inwardly felt quite startled. Every time he saw Zhou Xuanji, he seemed to become stronger. It was too scary. He felt that if he continued to fight against Zhou Xuanji, he would never be able to make a comeback. Speak. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said. At the age of 31, he had experienced countless slaughters. His every movement exuded an indescribable majesty. It was difficult for ordinary disciples to remain calm in front of him. He had already grown into an expert whose name shook the world. The Sword Emperor of this era. I'll tell you a shocking secret, and you'll stop torturing me. I hope you'll give the Haotian sect a chance in the future. Zhang Guanglan knelt in front of Zhou Xuanji and said with gritted teeth. In the past few years, he had thought a lot. He felt that Zhou Xian had the opportunity to change the situation in the northern wilderness region, and it would be difficult for the Haotian sect to become his enemy. As such, he wanted to resolve the conflict between them. It depends on what kind of secret it is. Zhou Xuanji did not immediately agree. Zhang Guanglan glanced at the other disciples, hinting to Zhou Xuanji that the second-generation disciples should leave. However, he was unmoved. Zhang Guanglan sighed and began to reveal this shocking secret. Back then, the Haotian sect and the Tanhua sect dominated the demonic path and even suppressed the righteous path. If not for the Hegemon Sword Emperor becoming a great emperor, they would not have fallen. What I want to say is why the Hegemon Sword Emperor was able to become a great emperor. Why are there no more emperors in the world after him? He gritted his teeth at the mention of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The Haotian sect and the Tanhua sect were mortal enemies, but the Hegemon Sword Emperor was also their common enemy. So there was only one way to become a great emperor, and that was to find Fate Emperor River. As long as one's cultivation was high enough and could withstand the cleansing of Fate Emperor River, they would be able to become a great emperor and become invincible. If a great emperor ascended to the upper realm, they would be able to dominate a region. After the Hegemon Sword Emperor became a great emperor, he directly sealed Fate Emperor River. Very few people knew about this, and only the Tanhua sect and the Haotian sect had clues about Fate Emperor River. They did not tell anyone about this, but they could not break the seal either. Fate Emperor River. Where is it? Zhou Xuanji asked as he narrowed his eyes. The others all had different expressions. Most of the second-generation disciples felt quite shocked. They had never thought that the legendary Hegemon Sword Emperor would be so vicious and selfish. His actions had destroyed the dreams of countless people in the future. He was simply despicable. In Sun Hill, Zhang Quanglan said as he sighed. Zhang Quanglan sighed. Everyone was moved by these words. Sun Hill. Wasn't that Yang Di's base? The little black snake called out, could it be that Yang Di was so heaven-defying because of Fate Emperor River? I knew it, how could there be such a monstrous person in the world? He instinctively glanced at Zhou Xuanji and did not say anything else. In other words, if we want to find Fate Emperor River, we have to defeat Yang Di. How do we know that Yang Di has not become a great emperor? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yang Di could easily defeat the second in the world, could it be that he had already become a great emperor? Zhang Quanglan shook his head and said, if he becomes a great emperor, it will definitely be earth-shattering, and everyone will know about it. Sunlight Emperor is temporarily unable to break the seal of the Hegemon Sword Emperor, but if he becomes the ruler of the world, he will definitely absorb the vitality of the world to help himself become stronger. His cultivation method can absorb fate. This is also the reason why he could rise so quickly. His tone was complicated. It was not a good feeling to look up to a descendant. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, what's the point of saying so much? We still have to defeat Sunlight Emperor first. Although this information was important, it was not enough for him to let go of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. Zhang Quanglan sighed and said, it's too difficult to defeat Sunlight Emperor. By the time you've achieved great success in your cultivation, he would have already become a great emperor, and the gap between you and him will only grow bigger and bigger. However, if you let me go, I'll resurrect the Haotian sect's demonic ancestor. At that time, we'll have a chance of winning together with you and Xianxia. The Haotian sect's evil ancestor? Everyone was in an uproar. Just from the sound of this name, they knew it wasn't a good person. Conspiracy. Humph, you're dreaming. Chongming Demon Monarch said bluntly, at most, we'll let Sunlight Emperor become a great emperor. After he ascends, we can take Fate Emperor River. He looked at Zhang Quanglan as if he was an idiot, which made Zhang Quanglan tremble in anger. That's right. Stop dreaming. Sunlight Emperor can only be defeated by this sovereign himself. A cold and arrogant voice came, causing everyone to get up in shock. Jianghu Demon Lord. The demon race's sovereign had come. He stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at them with a smile that did not seem like a smile. His gaze was locked onto Zhou Xuanji. Jianghu has already gone to Duantin Cliff. Who else can help you now? Jianghu Demon Lord asked with a cold smile. His tone was filled with excitement. The Xianxia map was right in front of him. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy and were covered in cold sweat. The horrifying scene of Jianghu Demon Lord and Jianghu's battle was still vivid in their minds. Zhou Xuanji held his swords with both hands and stepped out. The ancient god's sword in his left hand and the sky-extinguishing sword in his right. He walked to the front of everyone and looked at Jianghu Demon Lord. You know nothing about power, he said with a disdainful smile. Now, he could sense the spirit energy in any living being's body. Jianghu Demon Lord's spirit energy was as powerful as the sun. Compared to him, Ning Zifeng and Lin Changge, who were at the great realization stage, were like ordinary flames. But to him, Jianghu Demon Lord was not undefeatable. It seemed that this guy had not recovered from his heavy injuries. His body turned golden, and heavenly lightning surrounded his body, making him look like a god of lightning. He walked toward Jihuang Demon Lord. His powerful aura gave the people behind him a sense of security. You've become more powerful. No wonder you're so arrogant. But you dare to talk about power in front of this sovereign. What a joke. Jihuang Demon Lord shook his head and laughed. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was a fool. No matter how powerful a spirit refinement cultivator was, he could not resist him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 283. In that case, let's leave Skyfall and fight to the death. Zhou Xuanji stopped 10 meters away from Jihuang Demon Lord and chuckled. Numerous divine swords appeared above his head, including the World Fool sword. His tone and expression made it seem as if he did not take Jihuang Demon Lord seriously. Jihuang Demon Lord was furious. When he became the world's second, where was Zhou Xuanji? How could he tolerate such provocation? All right. Follow me. Jihuang Demon Lord turned and flew into the distance, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. The two of them flew down diagonally, like two rays of rainbow light passing through the sea of clouds. On a tall mountain next to Skyfall, Xianxia and the 36 devil leaders raised their heads. What a powerful demonic aura! Could it be the sovereign of the demon race? Qin Zheng said in bewilderment. The other devil leaders were also frightened. Who is the other aura? Zhou Xuanji. So strong. Of course it's him. He's currently ranked 5th in the world. This is troublesome. Can Zhou Xuanji defeat Jihuang Demon Lord? He has the Xianxia map, how can Jihuang Demon Lord let him go? Hard to say. The demon leaders discussed among themselves. They all felt that Zhou Xuanji would not be able to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord. It was not that he was not strong enough, but Jihuang Demon Lord was too strong. Xianxia frowned, but she did not say anything, nor did she chase after him. The people on Skyfall were also very nervous. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e wanted to give chase, but Daoya old man stopped them. Don't go up, lest you become Jihuang Demon Lord's hostage to threaten Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji needed help, he would not leave Skyfall. Xianxia began to divine for Zhou Xuanji and Jihuang Demon Lord, but she could not divine anything. She didn't even have the qualifications to suffer the backlash. 1,000 miles away. Zhou Xuanji and Jihuang Demon Lord were hundreds of meters above the sea of clouds. Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes turned blood red, and a blood-black saber appeared in his hand. The saber was filled with a baleful aura, causing gusts of cold wind to sweep over. You've already lost your way. You've yet to recover from your injuries, yet you dare to cause trouble for me. You'll die miserably. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly with a murderous aura. Jihuang Demon Lord was infuriated. What kind of existence was he? How could he allow a junior to look down on him? I don't know why, but I really want to kill you today, even more than before. Jihuang Demon Lord said coldly, the killing intent in his eyes solidifying. After he spoke, streams of demonic energy turned into countless black arrows that appeared before him and shot toward Zhou Xuanji. His imposing manner was like a rainbow, like a black river rushing over, covering the sky and covering the sun. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and directly unleashed the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha condensed 2 golden swords in its hands. They were the Ancient God's Sword and the Sky-Extinguishing Sword. They were 300 meters long. The 2 swords slashed forward, cutting all the black arrows in half and stirring up the sea of clouds. Domineering. Jihuang Demon Lord frowned. Looking at the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha on Zhou Xuanji, he asked with a deep voice, Buddha, have you studied Buddhism before? Zhou Xuanji looked condescending, and his body fused into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Sword in tense state. At the same time, the power of the Sky-Extinguishing Sword and the Ancient God's Sword burst forth, causing the thousand-hand sword Buddha to grow taller. It quickly reached a height of 1,500 meters. It was like a golden mountain, and its radiance was like the sun. Above the sea of clouds, he looked like an unparalleled god. He looked down on the heavens and earth and dispelled the darkness in the world. He was incredibly domineering. The thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, and 2 rays of golden light shot out, causing Jianghu demon lord to squint. Golden arms stretched out from the thousand-hand sword Buddha's back like a blooming divine flower. Each hand held a golden sword, and the shapes of all the legendary swords could be found inside. Full power. Jianghu demon lord's expression changed. He had seen the thousand-hand Buddha before, but it was his first time seeing the thousand-hand sword Buddha. The 1,000 massive golden swords were incredibly dazzling under the sunlight, giving off a divine glow. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and quickly rushed towards Jianghu demon lord. The thousand-hand sword Buddha swung its 1,000 swords and wildly slashed at him. Its might was extremely powerful, and it was like Pangu splitting the heavens and earth, like a god of war exterminating demons. Jianghu demon lord swung his saber to block. He was not weak at all, and his reaction speed was fast as well. He forcefully received each strike. However, the thousand-hand sword Buddha's attacks were simply too ferocious. They came wave after wave, forcing Jianghu demon lord to dodge. At the same time, Daoya old man was using a spell to project the battle. Seeing such a powerful thousand-hand sword Buddha, everyone's blood boiled. The Grand Teacher is so powerful. So the Grand Teacher already has the power to fight against the world's second. Heavens, is this human power? He's like a god. Even though we're so far away, their auras make my heart shudder. So domineering. Is this a sword technique? Or a divine ability? Not only the second-generation disciples, but even Zhang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Lin Changge, and the others were stunned. I want to learn. I want to learn. Xiao Zongjian was so excited that his body trembled. Zhang Guanglan gulped. In his heart, Zhou Xuanji had become unfathomable. It was his first time seeing the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha. Such a domineering sword technique. He had lived for so long, and it was his first time seeing such a sword technique. It was like a divine ability. But with his eyesight, he could immediately tell that the thousand-hand sword Buddha was formed from sword chi and was incredibly powerful. Such attainment in the way of the sword, even the hegemon sword emperor back then could not compare. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji was only 30 years old. When he was 1,000 years old, wouldn't he be like Yang Di, dominating the world and invincible? He might even be more powerful than Yang Di. Zhang Guanglan frowned, and his heart beat faster. A thought appeared in the depths of his heart. On another mountain. The 36 demon leaders were dumbfounded. Apart from admiration and shock, they had no other emotions. Xianxia's eyes were also filled with amazement. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. This brat, under her eyes, Zhou Xuanji's rapid growth was not noticed by her. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was shrouded in mist in her eyes. Boom! Jianghu demon lord suddenly flew up. His body grew to a height of 500 meters. His cloak and long hair danced in the wind, and his 2 horns pierced the sky. Black scales appeared on his face, and his demon energy turned into a gigantic black shield in his left hand. With the black shield in front of him, he swooped down with an aura that could collapse the heavens. The thousand-hand sword Buddha raised all of its arms. The 1,000 swords combined into one and pierced toward the sky. Sky dominating divine sword. The sword's might shook the clouds. A golden sword chi soared into the sky and clashed with Jianghu demon lord's black shield. Boom! A powerful radiance appeared under the black shield. The 2 powerful forces clashed together, sweeping up a powerful gale and causing the sea of clouds below to billow violently. Looking down from the ground, the sea of clouds was billowing, as though the sky was twisting. The scene was extremely majestic. This brat sword chi is so powerful, Jianghu Demon Lord was shocked in his heart. He suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had fully recovered, how could Zhou Xuanji be so arrogant? He gritted his teeth and asked, "Brat, what sword technique is this?" He tried his best to push down, but he could not resist the sky-dominating divine sword chi. The thousand-hand sword Buddha stared at him furiously. Its eyes were like torches, and its divine might was immense. Buddha within the sword, sword within the Buddha, thousand-hand sword Buddha. This sword specializes in suppressing demons and slaying evildoers. Jianghu Demon Lord, if you are afraid, call me Grandpa 3 times for mercy, and I might consider giving you a quick death. Yes. Chapter 284. Beg for mercy 3 times, Grandpa. Hearing this, Jianghu Demon Lord's rage surged up. Powerful demonic chi flowed out of his body and turned into 9 black dragons that coiled around him. Each dragon was hundreds of meters long. They roared at Zhou Xuanji, and their might shook the heavens. Zhou Xuanji did not panic at all. He provoked Jianghu Demon Lord on purpose. With the World Fool sword, Jianghu Demon Lord could hardly remain calm. Zhou Xuanji could only find an opening by making him mad. He was not at his peak state after all, and the injuries inflicted by Yang Di had not fully recovered. The thousand-hand sword Buddha swung its 1,000 swords toward Jianghu Demon Lord. The 1,000 swords moved like afterimages, dazzling the onlookers. The domineering sword chi gathered together and rose like a golden crescent, but it was blocked by Jianghu Demon Lord's black shield. The 9 black dragons around Jianghu Demon Lord roared and swooped down. They tore apart the golden sword chi and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. The thousand-hand sword Buddha did not dodge but swung its swords quickly. Heavenly lights. Thousands of suns, moons, and stars shot out like a meteor shower. It was extremely majestic. Boom! The 2 powerful forces clashed together and shook the entire space. It was like the beginning of the world. A boundless and powerful might ravaged the heavens and earth like the manifestation of the heavenly law, and all living beings shuddered in fear. The battle between the human and the demon could be sensed by all the demons within 10,000 miles. Countless demons looked up at the same time. This guy is the second in the world indeed. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart as he controlled the thousand-hand sword Buddha to attack. Even though Jianghu Demon Lord was injured, he was still powerful. Compared to Huangquan Drake King, he was even more powerful. But he was not the same as before. Swoosh! 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 The legendary sword surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi shot out. The sword chi was dozens of meters long, and to the thousand-hand sword Buddha and Jianghu Demon Lord, they were like golden arrows. Jianghu Demon Lord slashed with his saber and sent the legendary swords flying away. Next, he spun around and appeared behind the thousand-hand sword Buddha. He held his saber in a reverse grip and pierced it into the thousand-hand sword Buddha's back. Brat, I will let you taste the true power of the demon sovereign. Jianghu Demon Lord shouted coldly. With a loud bang, a terrifying demonic aura burst forth from the long saber. It was like a nuclear explosion, directly blasting the thousand-hand sword Buddha into countless sparks. A giant hole appeared in the sea of clouds below, as if the sky had been torn apart. This scene caused the spectators on Skyfall to tremble in fear. Was Zhou Xuanji going to lose? The power of the demon clan supremacy. Do you know the power of the Sword Emperor? Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter came from the powerful light, followed by a world-shaking dragon roar. The 5-clawed golden dragon, which was thousands of feet long, was accompanied by countless golden stars. It crashed into Jihuang Demon Lord with an unstoppable force, causing him to fall from the clouds and crash to the ground. The two huge figures smashed into the mountains like meteors. The ground collapsed, the mountains shattered, and the trees were uprooted. Rows of dust soared into the sky. Zhou Xuanji returned to his original form, looking like a golden Buddha surrounded by heavenly lightning. He held the ancient god's sword and sky-extinguishing sword in his hands. Jihuang Demon Lord also returned to his normal size, holding a saber in one hand and a shield in the other. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, his eyes were so red that they looked purple. He hated Zhou Xuanji to the core. This brat was actually able to fight evenly with him. To him, this was an extraordinary humiliation. If Zhou Xuanji did not die, how could he have the face to be the second in the world? He raised his long saber high, his expression becoming ferocious. Boom! A black beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the long saber in his hand. Black lightning circled around the beam, and the heavens and earth changed color. The people from Skyfall and the 36 demon chiefs were all frightened. What is this? Such a horrifying aura. Is he going to use his full power? SSS, if this continues, can Zhou Xuanji hold on? This is the power of the second in the world. Great tribulation scattered immortal, so powerful, Jihuang Demon Lord's aura filled the entire heavens and earth. It rose steadily, which made them feel like they were facing the heavenly might. Far away, Dao Seeker stood on the white cloud and looked at the battle. He was shocked in his heart. How did this brat suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that he used the saint energy? No. It should be those swords. Facing the arrogant Jihuang Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji was fearless. With the support of the sky-extinguishing sword and saber monarch Donghai, he still felt that he could put up a fight. Just in time. I'll show you how powerful world reincarnation is. He smiled, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This was the moment when Jihuang Demon Lord was at his weakest. Go to hell. Jihuang Demon Lord laughed furiously. He swung his right hand forward, and the black beam turned into a blade and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji. This slash was as though it was going to cut the heavens and earth in half. Zhou Xuanji neither defended nor dodged. He welcomed the slash calmly with a smile on his face. Just when the blade was about to touch his hair, the black beam exploded with a loud boom. A horrifying shockwave swept toward the opposite direction and sent Jihuang Demon Lord flying backward with blood spurting out of his mouth. His body smashed through mountains one after another. The ruins below collapsed again. Soil, rocks, and trees were all turned into ashes. Everything was like the end of the world. Everything was crushed into ashes, and the shockwave swept out in all directions, creating a gigantic crater on the ground that continued to expand. Zhou Xuanji's body swayed, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Jihuang Demon Lord's cultivation was too powerful, and he was still injured. But compared to him, Jihuang Demon Lord was more severely injured. When everything calmed down, a horrifying crater with a diameter of a few hundred miles appeared on the ground. Dust curled up like smoke, and the air was filled with an oppressive aura. The demons at the edge of the crater trembled in fear. All of them looked as though they had seen a ghost. Such destructive power. Could an immortal god have descended into the mortal world? On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord, who was covered in blood, lay in the collapsed mountain. He tried his best to climb up and stand up with difficulty. The black armor on his body was shattered, and the cloak on his back was burned. Blood covered his body, and one could vaguely see his white bones. He gritted his teeth and looked toward the horizon. Fear could be seen in his eyes. What was that just now? Waves of shock surged in his heart. He could not figure out what Zhou Xuanji had done. He slashed with all his might, but why was his attack reflected back? Could it be the Xianxia map? It must be. He opened his eyes wide. Jealousy, anger, and unwillingness intertwined in his eyes, forming a boundless rage. He swore to get the Xianxia map. Jianghu Demon Lord, who do you think will die now? Zhou Xuanji's voice came from above. He looked up and saw a blazing sun above his head. His body was golden and surrounded by lightning bolts. Dozens of legendary swords levitated and pointed at him. He squinted his eyes and said with gritted teeth, Zhou Xuanji, don't use the Xianxia map if you have the guts. Somehow, whenever he got close to Zhou Xuanji, he became agitated and could not maintain his rationality. You think I'm using the Xianxia map? Zhou Xuanji said with contempt. His expression made Jianghu Demon Lord furious again. Boom! Jianghu Demon Lord soared into the sky. Demonic energy came out from his palm and turned into a sharp claw that clawed at Zhou Xuanji. Before he could touch Zhou Xuanji, he was once again covered in blood from the impact and fell down. Smiley face, smiley face. Chapter 285. The summit of Skyfall was in complete silence. Everyone looked at the mirror of light created by Daoya Old Man, dumbfounded. In the mirror, Zhou Xuanji was high up like a god looking down at the mortal world, while Jianghu Demon Lord was in such a sorry state. He soared into the sky again and fell down again and again. Facing Zhou Xuanji, the world's second seemed so weak. They have a sense of unreality. It was like a dream. They knew that Zhou Xuanji had become more powerful, but they did not expect him to be so much more powerful. This brat, Daoya Old Man swallowed his saliva in disbelief. Xianxia snorted proudly, the world's second is going to have a new owner. The others also chimed in to express their excitement. On another summit, Xianxia and the 36 demon leaders fell into silence. They felt even more surreal than Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, and the others. Especially Xianxia. Although that guy is severely injured, he still has the power of a first tribulation scattered immortal, Xianxia mumbled to herself with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She felt a little proud in her heart. Her foresight was so accurate. She had taken a liking to Zhou Xuanji before he grew up. If it were now, that brat would probably look down on her even more. She felt a little angry at the thought of this. Regardless of beauty, power, or influence, she felt that she was the best among all the women in the northern wilderness region. Why did this brat look down on her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She swung her sleeves and sent Xianxia flying away. Xianxia slammed into a giant rock. He was stunned and looked at Xianxia pitifully. The other demon leaders trembled in fear and kept quiet out of fear. On the other side, Jianghu Demon Lord had already fallen dozens of times. He did not have enough demonic energy. He panted in the ruins. His eyes were still filled with rage as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. His heart was filled with shock and indignation. Why? Why? He was the sovereign of the demon race, and yet he was forced to such a state by a human brat. Xianxia map. At this moment, he was almost possessed. His mind was filled with the Xianxia map. Jianghu Demon Lord, as the sovereign of the demon race, you have lived a glorious life. Don't be disappointed. Dying in my hands will not bring shame to you. In the future, I will surpass Yangdi and complete your unfinished dream. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said coldly. Speaking of which, Jianghu Demon Lord was rather pitiful. In the past, he was suppressed by Xianxia. Now, he was suppressed by Sunlight Emperor. He had never become the number one in the world. His desire to be number one in the world was not any weaker than Xianxia's. Zhou Xuanji, you think you've won? Jianghu Demon Lord roared furiously. He hated Zhou Xuanji's confident attitude the most. It made him feel disgusted and humiliated. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji swooped down with the 8-step sword lunge. Puchi! The sky-extinguishing sword pierced into Jiwang Demon Lord's chest. Zhou Xuanji stepped on his shoulder with one foot and on his abdomen with the other, forcing him to lean backward. But he had a backbone and did not fall down. His body remained leaning backward. Zhou Xuanji immediately used world internalization and quickly absorbed Jiwang Demon Lord's demonic energy. He wanted to break through to the Mahayana realm quickly and could use Jiwang Demon Lord's help. An image of mountains and rivers appeared around them, faintly discernible. My demonic power, Jiwang Demon Lord's eyes widened. He wanted to struggle, but he could no longer move. The intense battle just now had already inflicted more injuries on him. With the help of the Xianxia map, he could no longer resist. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold and did not speak anymore. Jiwang Demon Lord felt despair in his heart. He looked at the scenery around him and was shocked in his heart. Xianxia map. This is the Xianxia map. He fell into a frenzy. Together with the influence of the World Fool Sword, his rationality began to decline. The crisis of death and the Xianxia map's approach made him collapse instantly. I want to get the Xianxia map. I want to become the top cultivator in the world. I want to be invincible. Jiwang Demon Lord's body trembled as he mumbled to himself. His face was hideous. The scenes of the past flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He remembered the past. Back then, he was still young and had just transformed. It was a forest. He stood on a hill covered in injuries and looked up at an enchanting silhouette. It was Xianxia. With her back facing him, Xianxia laughed condescendingly. Little demon, you are still far from being the top cultivator in the world. As long as I am in the northern wilderness region, the world belongs to me. She laughed presumptuously before leaping up and flying toward the horizon like a fairy. The young demon lord gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His face was filled with indignation. The distant memories became clearer, and the hatred in his eyes grew more intense. Boom! Zhou Xuanji broke through to spirit refinement level 8. Jiwang Demon Lord still could not move and was in complete despair. He turned his head with difficulty toward the horizon, toward where Xianxia was. If there's a next life, I must let you see me become the top cultivator in the world, he mumbled to himself as his eyelids drooped. He had thought of many endings, but he had never thought that he would die to such a young cultivator. Indignation, regret, there was also an indescribable sense of relief. Zhou Xuanji felt strange in his heart. Could it be that this guy had feelings for Xianxia? He did not think too much and did not let go. When a person was about to die, they would always reveal their true feelings. Back then, the Empress of Great Zhou was like this, and so was the Diablo. But this was the human world. The cycle of life and death was as such. For himself and the people he cared about, he had to kill Jiwang Demon Lord. Massive amounts of demonic energy flowed into his body and turned into spirit energy, which flowed like a massive river and charged into his bones and tendons. Even after the battle, the demonic energy in Jiwang Demon Lord's body was still massive. Most importantly, Jiwang Demon Lord was still creating demonic energy endlessly, just that it was not as fast as Zhou Xuanji's absorption. A while later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to spirit refinement level 9. Another half an hour passed. He broke through to spirit refinement level 10, and Jiwang Demon Lord died completely. The demon race's sovereign died here. The world was silent, and a cold wind blew across the ruins. Zhou Xuanji drew the sky-extinguishing sword and took off his storage ring. Just when he was about to leave, a voice came into his ears. Zhou Xuanji, come over. I have something to discuss with you. He remembered this voice. Tao Seeker. With a thought, he immediately disappeared from where he stood. On the other side, Skyfall was in an uproar. Everyone was exhilarated. On a mountain that was thousands of meters tall, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhou Xuanji had the upper hand, Jiwang Demon Lord was a 10,000-year-old demon after all. He might have some tricks up his sleeve to kill Zhou Xuanji by surprise. Fortunately, he didn't. Why did this guy lose his mind the moment he touched Zhou Xuanji? She was confused, but she didn't think too much about it. She stood up and left. The 36 demon leaders were unable to contain their excitement and began to discuss excitedly. In the forest, sunlight shone on the grass through the gaps between the leaves. Zhou Xuanji and Dao Seeker stood face to face. He asked softly, "Speak, what's the matter?" Dao Seeker took a deep breath and cupped his fist. He suddenly half-knelt before Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 286. What are you doing? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He had always been wary of Dao Seeker and even felt that he was more dangerous than Jiwang Demon Lord. Dao Seeker took a deep breath and said, "You've already mastered the second level of the World Buddha technique, right?" With this, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. How did this guy know about the World Buddha art? Could it be that he had really lived for countless years just to pry into destiny? I've seen 3 owners of the Xianxia map. All of them had only reached the second level, but it was enough to rule the world and be invincible. Dao Seeker continued to speak, and Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled a little. According to historical records, the last owner of the Xianxia map was 20,000 years ago. At that time, even the hegemon sword emperor had to lower his head in front of him. After that powerful cultivator ascended, the Xianxia map disappeared without a trace. That was why the hegemon sword emperor, the evil king, and the Haotian sect's evil ancestor had blossomed. 3. This guy was at least 30,000 years old, maybe even older. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked. After living for so long, why did this person not ascend? Was the mortal world that good? Now that he thought about it, it was indeed good. It was just like playing a game. A high-level player would open a smurf account to beat a low-level player. Every time they beat, they would feel good. What's important is that I see hope in you. I see hope that you can master the third level of the World Buddha art. Once you succeed, you will be the master of the heavens and earth, and your fate will be connected to the heavens and earth. At that time, you can even go to the Yellow Springs. I am willing to help you, and I hope that in the future, you can go to the Yellow Springs and do something for me. Dao Seeker said seriously, which made Zhou Xuanji frown again. Yellow Springs. The Netherworld. Without waiting for him to ask, Dao Seeker took out a bronze dagger and said, "If you have any issues in the future, you can contact me through this dagger." Zhou Xuanji took the bronze dagger and played with it as he asked, "Let's talk about it first. If you want me to deal with the leader of the Netherworld, won't I be seeking death?" There were many records of the Yellow Springs in the northern wilderness region. Legend has it that there is a blue sky Yellow Springs in the Netherworld. Once you enter the Yellow Springs, you can be reincarnated. I only need you to save one person. I don't know what this person's identity and situation is in the underworld. After all, 70,000 years have passed. Dao Seeker replied calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitch. 70,000 years. This person was indeed an old thing that wouldn't die. What can you help me with? Can it fight against Yangdi? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He would agree first, and he would try his best in the future. If he could not do it, there was nothing he could do. Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "I can help you gather information and help you establish your sect, but I can't help you kill. If I were to kill, I would instantly turn into ashes because I once asked the heavens for help and used this ring to exchange for immortality." Zhou Xian was even more curious, and asked how he could plead with the heavens. Indeed, Dao Seeker kept his mouth shut. His eyes were filled with fear, and he occasionally glanced at the sky, causing Zhou Xuanji's hairs to stand on end. Could it be that God really exists? If that was really the case, just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. It was as though he could already feel a pair of eyes staring at him. Deal. Zhou Xuanji agreed. He did not need any help for now and only wanted to break through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. The two of them chatted for a while before dispersing. He had wanted to invite Dao Seeker to Skyfall, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, he did not understand Dao Seeker, so he could not just listen to him. However, judging from Qiu Dao's appearance, he did not want to stay by his side either. At Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji gathered his trusted followers and told them about Dao Seeker. As for the second-generation disciples, they were all practicing their sword techniques at the foot of the mountain. 70,000 years. 3 owners of the Xianxia map. If what he said is true, he might be the person who has lived the longest in the world. Daoya old man said with a frown as he rubbed his chin. Compared to Dao Seeker, he was like a little kid. Xianxia said, "It's better to be careful. This person knows too much, and he might be plotting against you." She had never heard of someone like Dao Seeker before. She suddenly felt that she did not understand this world as thoroughly as she had thought. Only God knew how many powerful cultivators were hiding here. After that, everyone's topic shifted to Jihuang Demon Lord. They were all curious about how Zhou Xuanji could defeat Jihuang Demon Lord. Even if Jihuang Demon Lord was injured, he should not have been defeated by him, right? I already said that I had a breakthrough in my divine energy, so it's not difficult for me to defeat him, Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. After that, he sighed and continued, "This feeling of constantly growing stronger is a little tiring and lonely." Everyone rolled their eyes and were speechless. They did not ask further. Everyone had their own secrets after all. Zhou Xuanji had already taught them a lot, and they should not be ungrateful. Within 2 days, the news that Jihuang Demon Lord was killed by Zhou Xuanji spread across the demon race. The battle that day was so earth-shaking that countless demons witnessed it. The death of the world's second was earth-shattering news. How can it be? The sovereign is dead. Yeah, he was killed by Zhou Xuanji, and he could not fight back at all. Could not fight back at all. *T. The sovereign was very domineering. It must be Zhou Xuanji's evil plan. My God, this guy is really on par with the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way. He could kill the world's second at such a young age. Countless demons cried out in shock after hearing about this. Skyfall quickly became a forbidden ground for the demon race. No demon dared to offend Zhou Xuanji. Of course, many demons wanted to join Zhou Xuanji. The news could not be stopped. It swept across the human race like a hurricane. The 8 sanctums, 7 empires, and countless other factions were in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji was already so powerful. Didn't that mean that the top 5 rankings were all taken by the human race? Great Shang. Yang Xindi listened to Yang Zhongtian's report and was in a daze. All the officials and generals were silent. A long while later, Yang Xindi sighed and said, "We should have tried our best to rope Zhou Xuanji in back then." Du and Yang Renlong, who fought against Zhou Xuanji in the World Hero Conference, looked at him with complicated expressions. Now, they could only look up to Zhou Xuanji. Great Zhou. Zhou Qingxin, who was sitting on the emperor's throne, was agitated. "Xuanji is already the world's second?" he asked with a trembling voice. Killing Jihuang Demon Lord. That was something that even Yang Di could not do. Of course, it was most likely because Yang Di did not want to kill Jihuang Demon Lord. It should be. After all, not everyone can kill the demon race's sovereign. Shitan Changsher said with a smile. He looked calm, but his right hand was trembling in his sleeve. The great Zhou dynasty had produced an incredible person. Since ancient times, Great Zhou had never produced the world's second, not even the top 50. Great Qin. Chen Bantian, who had the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon, was petrified after hearing his subordinate's report. A gentle breeze blew into the stone pavilion and messed up his heart. Should I have followed him back then and not returned to Great Qin? He mumbled. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 287. On the 10th day of Jihuang Demon Lord's death, the Zhonghai Ziggurat released the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness again. The number 1 in the world, Sunlight Emperor, the Eternal Emperor, dominating both the past and the present. Second in the world, Zhou Xuanji, the current Sword Emperor, the owner of the Xianxia map. Third in the world, Jianghu has reversed yin and yang and mastered the Qilin Zither. Fourth in the world, Xianxia, Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. Zhou Xuanji had officially become the world's second, no one doubted this. That was because he had used Jihuang Demon Lord as a stepping stone to his current position. His reputation had also reached its peak. As time passed, Zhou Xuanji would become a legend in the hearts of the Northern Wilderness region's humans and demons sooner or later, even a myth. The news also spread to the Sun Tomb. Sun Hill was located in the east of the Northern Wilderness region. It was surrounded by mountains and mist. There were many treasures and rare beasts hidden here. Because of Sunlight Emperor's fame, this place was also a pure land. In the bamboo forest, there was a stone pavilion. A man in luxurious golden robes was reading an ancient book while drinking tea. His expression was grave and stern, between his brows was a flame diagram, a strange and divine steed. His entire temperament seemed extraordinary and refined. Together with the immortal mist around the stone pavilion, he was like an immortal hidden in the forest. He was the number 1 expert in the world, Yang Di. Ascension is long, the prison is replaced, he muttered to himself, his brows slightly furrowed as he fell into deep thought. At this time, a boy in a dudu flew over. He rushed into the stone pavilion, knelt down, and said, "Great Emperor, the owner of the second in the world has changed." His face was full of surprise. However, he did not panic. No matter who was the second in the world, the first in the world would not change. Oh. Xianxia. Sunlight Emperor asked in a low voice, his eyes still fixed on the book. "No, it's Zhou Xuanji." The boy replied. Sunlight Emperor slowly put down the ancient book in his hand. He relaxed his brows and asked curiously, the 30-year-old heaven's favorite. He had lived for thousands of years and thought that he was the most powerful genius, but compared to Zhou Xuanji, he seemed to be a little lacking. Of course, talent did not mean anything. He had absolute confidence that Zhou Xuanji could not catch up to him. It's him. He killed Jihuang Demon Lord. The boy nodded. He was excited at the mention of this matter. He detested Jihuang Demon Lord. At that time, he didn't understand why Sunlight Emperor spared that guy's life. So be it. I hope that Zhou Xuanji has the guts to go to Duantian Cliff. This emperor wants to see how powerful the number 1 genius is. Sunlight Emperor said with a chuckle. After that, he picked up the ancient book again. From his tone, it was obvious that he did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. The boy cautiously asked, "Do you need me to kill him?" Even though he had confidence in Yang Di, Zhou Xuanji's talent was simply too outrageous. Moreover, he had the Xianxia map, so he had to be on guard. Sunlight Emperor did not take his eyes off Zhou Xuanji and said unhurriedly, "Don't worry about him. The ones who can be this emperor's opponents are the 10,000-year prince and Tian. As for Zhou Xuanji, I'll leave him for the next generation. If this emperor ascends, at least there will be someone who can withstand the Northern Wilderness region's fate." Emperor's emperor was already topping. From Dynasty. He Emperor Zhou. Emperor Zhou and Yang and Emperor and Yang Dynasty. Yang Zhou Emperor asked said in Zhou Dynasty. Emperor Zhou. His tone was casual, but the boy named Fu Hao looked awkward. Great Emperor, there is no news about the Son of Fate. He might not be born yet. As for Tian, he has already come to the northern wilderness region, but his whereabouts are mysterious. He might be trying to become more powerful. The 10,000-year prince has not been found yet. According to my conjecture, the 10,000-year prince has just been born, so he should not be powerful. He might even be weaker than Zhou Xuanji, Fu Hao replied. He scratched his head. At the mention of Zhou Xuanji, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. He thought of something and continued, by the way, Dao Seeker has already hooked up with Zhou Xuanji. Apparently, he wants to assist Zhou Xuanji. Do we really not need to deal with him? Sunlight Emperor glanced at him and said intently, Fu Hao, you seem to want me to become enemies with everyone in the world. Fu Hao heard him and was covered in cold sweat. He did not dare to speak anymore. At Skyfall, Lin Chang'e was preparing to head to Duantian Cliff. The group was reminding him to be careful. If you encounter danger, try your best to avoid it. Zhou Xuanji patted Lin Chang'e's shoulder and said. He was now the world's second and had the Xianxia map. He was worried that someone would capture Lin Chang'e to threaten him. Lin Chang'e nodded and chuckled, don't worry. I'm at the great realization stage, after all. There are not many who can defeat me. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape. The other said a few words before Lin Chang'e left on his sword. Daoya old man divined for Lin Chang'e and said with a smile, luckily, this brat is lucky. He will not die at Duantian Cliff. Hearing his divination, the group was relieved. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya old man to concoct potions for him. He planned to speed up his cultivation. He wanted to break through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. The reason why he did not absorb others' cultivation to become more powerful was simple. He was not at the great realization stage, so it would not be of much help to him. There were not many great realization cultivators in the northern wilderness region. After the war between the two races, there were even fewer. Those who were still alive were the pillars of their respective factions. Zhou Xuanji took out the resources he got from Jihuang Demon Lord and Huangquan Drake King and asked Daoya old man to concoct potions. The others continued to cultivate. Jianghu stood beside Zhou Xuanji and asked, Xuanji, have you thought about the name of your sect? This matter had been delayed for many years. Now that the world's heroes had gathered, they could not keep saying that they were from Skyfall. I've thought about many things, such as the Divine Sword Way, 10,000 Sword Sect, Skyfall Sword Sect, Emperor Sword Court, and so on. Let me think about it, Zhou Xuanji said with a headache. It was too difficult to choose a name that was awe-inspiring and meaningful. Jianghu suggested, I've decided that you can add Xuanji to your sect's name because you are the best name. After that, she turned and left, not bothering him. Add my own name. Xuanji Sword Sect. Xuanji Divine Sword Way. What a chinibu. Zhou Xuanji shuddered and did not think too much about it. The most important thing now was to break through to the great realization stage. Just as he was busy cultivating, Xianxia and the 36 demon leaders were secretly plotting. Sect Lord, will it really work? Qin Jing asked with a frown. The other demon leaders were also very nervous. Xianxia said calmly, I have the final say. Go and prepare. I must see results within 3 years. Yes. The 36 demon leaders cried out in unison. All of them turned into black beams of light and flew in different directions. Xianxia turned to look toward the south. Her eyes were filled with worry. Time passed. 2 months had passed. The world's heroes gathered at Duantian Cliff. Every human city was discussing this. They were all curious about what Yang Di was going to do. Soon, a shocking piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Yang Di was going to establish an empire to become a great fate empire and lead the human race's fate. Chapter 288. At the top of Skyfall. Boom! 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 A series of explosions came from a gigantic cauldron. Zhou Xuanji, who was half naked, sat in the cauldron. Massive amounts of spirit qi gathered above the cauldron, forming a vortex that was 9 meters wide. Daoya old man stood at the side, stroking his long beard and smiling. He was amazed in his heart. How powerful was this brat's body? He felt that Zhou Xuanji would break through to the great realization stage soon. At this moment, Haotian Boar King appeared behind him suddenly. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating, Haotian Boar King did not dare to disturb him. He told Daoya old man about the information he had gathered and left quickly. Great Fate Empire. What ambition! Daoya old man mumbled to himself with a serious expression. Once Yang Di succeeded, he would possess the human race's fate, and the fate of the human race would be in his hands. How could anyone feel at ease? Right now, no one could stop Yang Di. There was an insurmountable gap between Yang Di's power and the second in the world. However, to create a great fate empire was not something that could be done in a day. It would take decades or even centuries. He looked at Zhou Xuanji. How powerful would Zhou Xuanji be in decades? Time continued to pass. After 10 days and 10 nights, Zhou Xuanji finally flew out of the cauldron. His body was golden and was surrounded by lightning. He gave off a powerful aura. With a thought, he exited golden invincible form. He used his spirit energy to evaporate the medicinal liquid on his body before walking up to Xianxia. He asked her to use a water spell to bathe him and wipe his body. How do you feel? Xianxia asked. Her actions were gentle and she wiped him carefully. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "It's all right, but I'm still far from breaking through. The spirit energy required for the great realization stage is too much." Actually, he understood that he was just special. He cultivated in both energy and physique, and he cultivated the world Buddha art. As such, the amount of spirit energy required for each stage far exceeded that of others. It's all right. There's no hurry now. Jianghu smiled sweetly. She then told Zhou Xuanji about Yang Di creating a great fate empire, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. Creating a great fate empire. This guy had Fate Emperor River and wanted to gather the fate of the northern wilderness region. Why did he feel like something was wrong? Could it be that he wanted to absorb all the karmic luck in the world to strengthen himself? He had once heard that there were cultivation techniques or divine abilities in this world that could absorb destiny. If a person's destiny was sucked dry, they would die very quickly. Without luck, it was just like the movie Final Destination in his previous life. An unexpected disaster could cause one to choke to death just by drinking water. Zhou Xuanji had never seen Sunlight Emperor before, so he did not dare to be sure. Perhaps he was doing this for the peace of the human race. After that, he and Jianghu returned to the house to rest. Time passed. 3 months later. Lin Chang'e returned to Skyfall, and Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone to hear about what had happened at Duantian Cliff. Actually, the banquet at Duantian Cliff didn't cause too much disturbance. Facing the powerful Sunlight Emperor, no one dared to oppose him. Lin Chang'e had a deep impression of Sunlight Emperor. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said profoundly, Yang Di gives off an unfathomable feeling, like a mortal facing a land immortal god. Not only that, but the boy beside him is also very powerful. The might that he gives off is even more powerful than that of Jiwang Demon Lord. A boy. Everyone was surprised and hurriedly asked. Lin Chang'e only knew that the boy's name was Fu Hao, and he was Yang Di's personal attendant. Fu Hao. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Daoya old man mumbled to himself but did not dare to divine it. Such a mysterious and powerful cultivator would surely bite back at him. Also, after the banquet, Fu Hao told us that the 10,000-year prince and Tian were born. He asked the human race to be careful and to keep this a secret. Lin Chang'e continued, and everyone's expression changed slightly. The 10,000-year prince would soar into the sky after he was born. Tian specialized in killing monarchical violet qi. He once fought the Diablo and he Gemin Sword Emperor alone. Neither of them was easy to deal with. Zhou Xuanji became anxious again. He could only feel at ease if he broke through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. Sigh. Why didn't any powerful villains come to find trouble with me? He sighed in his heart, feeling a little worried. At the south of the northern wilderness region, waves crashed onto the beach, and many birds circled above the sea. At this moment, a silhouette walked out from the sea. He was wearing a tattered black robe and had a head full of white hair. His face was expressionless, and he was drenched from head to toe as he walked toward the shore. He looked up at the end of the continent and mumbled, "Monarchical violet qi. There are 2 very powerful monarchical violet qi. If I can absorb them, I will become an immortal." He walked at a steady pace, leaving 2 rows of footprints on the beach. Behind him, the seawater suddenly turned red and spread rapidly. Corpses of sea demons floated up, and it was a horrifying sight. Time passed quickly. Another few months passed. After the banquet at Duantian Cliff, the world was shocked. Yang Di personally visited the 7 empires one by one. This made everyone understand that a great fate empire was about to rise. At Skyfall. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 32 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, glorious gold, soul-slaying demon dragon sword, gold, evil crimson sword. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he opened his eyes slowly while he was cultivating. 2 legendary swords, one of which was glorious gold. Although it could not increase his power too much, it was at least 2 steps closer to 100 swords. Next, the information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes: sword name, soul-slaying demon dragon sword grade, glorious gold description, a legendary sword forged from the soul of a demon dragon. It can devour the souls of all creatures and contains the divine power of the demon dragon. Sword name, evil crimson sword grade, gold description. Legend has it that there are 7 colored legendary swords in the evil abyss. Each color represents a type of desire, and red represents rage. If all 7 legendary swords are gathered, they will merge into an ancient demonic sword. The 2 legendary swords were not bad. He took them out and familiarized himself with them. Until today, the number of his divine swords had already reached 69. He was getting closer to 100 swords. He had not used the 3rd form of the 10,000 sword dragon incantation, the 100 swords mode, and he was looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He stored the 2 legendary swords into the supreme storage and continued to internalize qi. About 6 days later, an uninvited guest came to Skyfall. The world's second, Zhou Xuanji, come down and fight me. A cold and arrogant voice resounded across the sky. Even everyone at the top of Skyfall could hear it. They saw a man in purple standing on the tip of a leaf. His robe fluttered in the wind, and he had a handsome face. He wore a violet gold jade crown on his head and exuded a noble aura. His eyes were filled with disdain. Ning Zifeng pierced through the sea of clouds and flew over on his sword. Where did this worm come from? How dare you challenge our master? He laughed coldly. Without a word, he charged toward the man in purple with the ancestral dragon sword. The ancestral dragon that he transformed into was only 3 meters long. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, the difference was too great. The man in purple laughed with disdain. I'm the emperor and have the bloodline of an immortal. It's Zhou Xuanji's honor to fight me, yes, yes. Chapter 289. Celestial Bloodline. Ning Zifeng frowned slightly but did not slow down. He continued to charge toward the purple-robed man with an unstoppable force. Emperor. There are many emperors in this world. Who do you think you are? Remember, the person who defeated you is the Chaos-Tide Sea's peerless sword immortal. His loud laughter was filled with arrogance. His arrogance was no less than the purple-robed man's. Facing the peerless sword immortal, the purple-robed man smiled. 2 beams of purple light shot out from his eyes. The 2 beams of purple light expanded rapidly. Silhouettes of purple soldiers appeared above them. They were translucent and looked like illusory shadows. Each of them held a weapon and charged toward the purple light, roaring continuously. Kill! Kill! Shouts filled the heavens and earth. At one glance, there were at least 1 million of these purple soldiers. When they got close to Ning Zifeng, they leaped up and charged toward him like arrows. The 5-clawed golden dragon that Ning Zifeng had transformed into was engulfed instantly. He did not even have time to resist. This is my Violet Soul Divine Army. How can an ordinary person like you defend against them? The purple-robed man laughed arrogantly. He did not take Ning Zifeng seriously at all. However, Ning Zifeng appeared behind him suddenly. 8-step sword lunge. Bastard! Have a taste of my sword. Ning Zifeng held his sword in his right hand and stabbed forward. The blade pierced into the purple-robed man's back. It was as though he was stabbing an illusory shadow. There was no obstruction and no blood. His pupils contracted, and he quickly retreated in fear, distancing himself from the purple-robed man. Who are you? Tell me your name. Ning Zifeng cried out loudly. Just when he spoke, Lin Chang'e flew down too. Little madman, you can't do it. He laughed loudly. The 2 of them surrounded the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man did not panic at all. Instead, he looked even more condescending. I'm Lu Tiange, the emperor of the Dongxing Empire. Hurry up and ask Zhou Xuanji to come down and fight with me. After I kill him, I still have to kill Yang Di. The purple-robed man laughed wildly, which made Ning Zifeng open his eyes wide. He cried out in shock, You are the emperor of Dongxing. How can it be? Why are you in the northern wilderness region? Lin Chang'e frowned and asked in astonishment, What? Isn't he from the northern wilderness region? Lu Tiange raised his right hand, and a ball of light condensed in his palm. The surface of the ball was wrapped in purple flames. It was beautiful, but it also had an extremely dangerous aura. He turned to look at Skyfall and cried out, Zhou Xuanji, if you don't come out, I will destroy this mountain and kill everyone on it. You should know that great realization cultivators cannot hurt me. His aura erupted, and the pressure of a great tribulation scattered immortal wreaked havoc in the world, causing the forest to shake and the wind to blow. He's from the boundless ocean, and he's the ruler of a part of the ocean. He became a great tribulation bodiless immortal 1,000 years ago. This is my first time seeing him, and I've only heard of his name, Ning Zifeng said with a serious expression. He shuddered at the thought of the legends about Lu Tiange. Lin Chang'e frowned. He didn't expect Lu Tiange to have such a powerful background. He did not know much about the overseas region. He had only heard Ning Zifeng mention some people and things occasionally. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the clouds, emitting an extremely powerful aura. It was Zhou Xuanji. With the sky-extinguishing sword and ancient god's sword in his hands, 67 legendary swords levitated above his head. With a cold expression, he looked down at Lu Tiange and asked, You're from overseas? Lu Tiange smiled and looked back at him. His eyes were filled with the will to battle. I have people in the northern wilderness region. I've been monitoring the northern wilderness region and know the situation there. How can I not be curious about a genius like you? Just when he finished speaking, silhouettes of purple soldiers appeared behind him. Tens of thousands of soldiers and horses spread across the sky. It was a majestic sight. Zhou Xuanji chose to possess Saber Monarch Donghai's remnant soul straightaway and charged down. Since he could not avoid it, then he would fight. No matter if he came from overseas or within the ocean, he only needed to step on him. Roar, he activated the ancestral dragon sword and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. His body was radiating with a golden radiance, and his body was hundreds of meters long. He smashed toward Lu Tiange like a mountain range, which shocked Lu Tiange. The silhouettes of the purple soldiers were torn apart by the 5-clawed golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, the 5-clawed golden dragon came up to Lu Tiange and was about to swallow him. Lu Tiange put his palms together, and a purple radiance shone from his fingers. The radiance turned into a gigantic purple saber and penetrated the 5-clawed golden dragon's head. The 5-clawed golden dragon exploded immediately. Zhou Xuanji leaped up to Lu Tiange's head with his 2 swords and dozens of legendary swords. 10,000 ultimate steps. Lu Tiange's vision blurred. Before he could react, his throat was penetrated, and blood gushed out continuously. How can it be? How can your sword hurt me? He turned around and asked in astonishment. His divine ability allowed him to keep his body in an illusory state. With this divine ability, he was rarely injured. Zhou Xuanji turned around and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. My sword can cut anything, he said. The Heavenly Soul legendary swords possessed the power of creation. Even if they were not real, they could still cut anything. Good. Very good. Lu Tiange wiped the blood off his neck and laughed wildly. The Purple Soul Divine Army swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji like a swarm of bees. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and activated the Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha. A majestic golden Buddha that was 500 meters tall appeared, and he entered it. Thousands of arms grew out from the back of the golden Buddha, each holding a golden sword. Divine might descended. Ha! The 1,000-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, and 2 rays of golden radiance swept across the heavens and earth. Even Lu Tiange had to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's storm-like attacks landed on him. Boom! 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 Thousands of gigantic golden swords slashed wildly and destroyed the purple soldier silhouettes. The ground crumbled, and a violent gale swept up trees. The horrifying sword gale swept across thousands of miles. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e were forced back. Lu Tiange, on the other hand, was tongue-tied. His face was filled with shock. What divine ability is this? He cried out in shock. Before the 1,000-hand sword Buddha, he felt so tiny. It was like an ordinary person facing a high and mighty god. He trembled, and his soul trembled. In a short while, the Purple Soul Divine Army was completely destroyed. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha looked at Lu Tiange with its cold and majestic eyes, which made Lu Tiange break out in a cold sweat. Emperor Dongxing. That's all. Zhou Xuanji's voice came. He felt that Lu Tiange was at most comparable to Huangquan Drake King, but not even the injured Jiwang Demon Lord. Lu Tiange was infuriated. He stretched out his arms, and streams of purple dragon chi shot out from his body toward Zhou Xuanji. The gigantic 1,000-hand sword Buddha slashed and slashed at Zhou Xuanji without any pattern. It was purely based on speed and brute force. Sounds of explosions came one after another. It was like a grand display of fireworks that blossomed in the sky. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha was getting closer to Lu Tiange. He could already feel the tip of the sword. Damn! He has not even reached the great realization stage, and yet he is so powerful. No wonder he could become the second in the world in the northern wilderness region, Lu Tiange thought with gritted teeth. He had not tasted such helplessness for a long time. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 290. Tell me, what are you trying to do in the northern wilderness region? Zhou Xuanji, who had transformed into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, cried out with a deep voice. His voice was like thunder and resounded across the sky. Lu Tiange looked up at him and opened his hands. Two curved blades appeared in his hands. The curved blades were engraved with tadpole-like black patterns, which looked eerie and horrifying. What am I trying to do? To dominate the northern wilderness region, of course. Lu Tiange laughed coldly as he swung his blades. Countless curved blades appeared from the two blades. They were all the same, and there were millions of them. They charged toward the thousand-hand sword Buddha from different directions like an inescapable net. Why are all of this brat's attacks so fancy? Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. He was a little envious of this scene. He had been fantasizing about controlling 10,000 legendary swords, and Lu Tiange completed it for him. Although it was spectacular, it was not enough to defeat him. The thousand-hand sword Buddha ignored the curved blades and flew toward Lu Tiange. All the golden arms raised their swords and slashed at Lu Tiange. They were like afterimages, and a powerful gale blew down, crumbling the ground. Lu Tiange quickly dodged. He turned around and realized that the thousand-hand sword Buddha had already disappeared. He was stunned. A chill came from his back. He turned around and lashed out with his leg, which was like a sharp whip. The wind was sharp. Pish! The sky-extinguishing sword pierced into his chest, but his leg was still dozens of meters away from Zhou Xuanji. He felt that his spirit energy was being sucked away by the swords and was greatly shocked. Swoosh! 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 Numerous legendary swords flew toward him and pierced into his body. He could not dodge in time. In the blink of an eye, he looked like a hedgehog. Blood spurted out from all over his body, and his body twitched slightly. The battle ended. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e were dumbfounded. Isn't this too powerful? In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji completely crushed Lu Tiange. No matter how many spells Lu Tiange used, he could not hurt Zhou Xuanji. The entire battle took less time than they could finish a pot of wine. Weak. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and snorted coldly. This guy can help me break through to the great realization stage. Lu Tiange was greatly shocked. Fear enveloped his heart. He asked with a trembling voice, "What did you do to me?" "Why my spirit energy?" He suddenly widened his eyes. Could this be the reason why Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was ridiculously high despite his young age? Zhou Xuanji did not reply and gripped the sky-extinguishing sword with his right hand, absorbing his spirit energy. In just a short while, half of Lu Tiange's spiritual power was sucked away. I admit defeat. I was wrong. Spare me, brother Zhou. Lu Tiange shouted in fear. He didn't want to die. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today, so how could he fall and waste all his previous efforts? Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. Big brother. I was wrong. Senior Zhou. What will make you forgive me? I don't want to die. Grandpa, please spare my life. Can I call you Grandpa? Ancestor. Seeing that Lu Tiange was about to cry, Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and stopped absorbing his spirit energy. Even so, Lu Tiange felt that his cultivation level had regressed a lot, and the spiritual power in his body was almost depleted, which made him sad and angry. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "Either be my dog or die. Choose one." Running dogs. Such a humiliating word. Lu Tiange was furious but dared not to say anything. Master. He forced a smile and said. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and carried him like a dog, flying toward the peak of Skyfall. The second-generation disciples, who were watching from the mountainside, were all amazed. He's so powerful. I feel that the Grand Teacher's power will grow by leaps and bounds every now and then. I feel the same way too. Compared to him, we are so stupid. Don't compare yourself with the Grand Teacher. He's the world's second most powerful cultivator, the top genius. Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha is so powerful. I really want to learn it. Impossible. Even personal disciples can't learn such a sword technique. Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng looked at each other and saw the will to fight in each other's eyes. Before they met Zhou Xuanji, they all felt that they were powerful and awesome. But now, they felt that they were so weak and puny. Sigh. The heavenly law is unfair. On the other side. On the peak. Zhou Xuanji threw Lu Tiange onto the ground. Xianxia, Jianghu, Daoya Old Man, Huang Lianxin, and Zhou Xiaoqi surrounded him. As for the others, they were not on the peak. Instead, they were scattered around Skyfall to cultivate. I want to take him as my slave. Is there any way to restrain him? Zhou Xuanji asked as he looked at Xianxia and Daoya Old Man. Xianxia said with a deep voice, I have an insect that attaches itself to the inner pellet and astral infant. It can make people wish they were dead. Lu Tiange, who was lying on the ground, shuddered. Such a vicious woman. He immediately looked up and cried out, Master, I will never betray you. I, Lu Tiange, am a man of my words. In the face of death, he could no longer care about the dignity of the emperor. I have a divine ability called Oath. After he makes a promise, if he dares to break it, his spirit energy will be in chaos, his qi and blood will be unstable, and his fate will gather. Daoya Old Man said with squinted eyes as he stroked his long beard. A great tribulation scattered immortal could indeed be taken in. Oath divine ability. The group was shocked. There's such a divine ability. Lu Tiange shuddered and looked at Daoya Old Man fearfully. This old man is so ruthless. After that, Daoya Old Man took out a drop of his essence blood and began casting the spell. What venomous oath do you want him to make? Let him repeat it. Daoya Old Man said to Zhou Xuanji. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. Even Xianxia was the same. She thought to herself, this brat has learned a lot. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. Lu Tiange swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. I respect Zhou Xuanji as my father. If I dare to harm Zhou Xuanji or any human or demon related to him, I will die a horrible death. If I lie to Zhou Xuanji, I will be struck by lightning. Whatever Zhou Xuanji asks me to do, I will do it because he's my father. After Zhou Xuanji finished speaking, the summit fell into silence. Everyone was trying to hold in their laughter. Lu Tiange's face was red with anger, and his eyes were filled with fury. This was a complete humiliation to him. This was intolerable. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Xuanji. Are you really going to bully me? Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji took out the swine-culling sword and walked up to him. He pierced the sword into his abdomen and began absorbing his spirit energy. Lu Tiange's expression changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but he could not. Seems like this guy has a backbone. Huang Lianxin covered her mouth and laughed. No one stopped Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange was too arrogant just now. A while later. Wait. Stop. Lu Tiange cried out suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji stopped too. His eyes turned sharp. He took a deep breath and said, Zhou Xuanji, I'm Emperor Dongxing, the descendant of an immortal. Zhou Xuanji continued to activate world internalization. Lu Tiange was anxious. Can't you let me finish what I want to say? I respect Zhou Xuanji as my father. If I dare to harm Zhou Xuanji or any human or demon related to him, I will die a horrible death. If I lie to Zhou Xuanji, I will be struck by lightning. The fourth update. I have already updated all the information about the legendary swords in the forum. Those who want to know more can take a look. The attributes of the legendary swords will be updated regularly. There will also be voting for various storyline characters. It's worth your participation. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Calm. Chapter 291. After Lu Tiange swore, Daoya old man took his essence blood. He then asked for a drop of Zhou Xuanji's essence blood and combined them. Essence blood referred to fresh blood and essence qi. The essence blood of different humans or demons was different. In the cultivation world, it could be used as an identity. For example, enchanted artifacts and enchanted treasures required essence blood to recognize their owners. Daoya old man waved his right hand, and the essence blood in his hand dissipated into the heavens and earth. It was invisible and soundless. That's it? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Why did he feel like a fraud? Daoya old man nodded and said proudly, of course. This divine ability is not simple. In the entire northern wilderness region, there are less than 5 people who know this divine ability. Xianxia asked curiously, you and Xianxia received an ancient legacy. Which powerhouse's legacy is it? A long time ago, Daoya old man and Xianxia divine monk were ordinary. After they received the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, they were reborn. Why should I tell you? Daoya old man said arrogantly. He used to be extremely afraid of Xianxia. But now, he was not afraid. If you want to marry my grand disciple, you must support me well first. Xianxia's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura emanated from her. He was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange sat on the ground in despair. Scenes of the past flashed before his eyes. If this were to spread to the Dongxing Empire, would he still have the face to be the emperor? Suddenly, he regretted giving in to her. But he really did not want to die like this. Once he died, he would have nothing left. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Tell me, which sea region are you from? He said softly. He heard from Ning Zifeng that the ocean was much bigger than the continent. The Chaos Tide Sea was only a small map. Even so, there were great tribulations scattered immortals, and more than one of them. He had always suspected that there were many powerful cultivators overseas, and they might be more powerful than the northern wilderness region. If so, why did they not attack the northern wilderness region? There must be a lot of unknown secrets behind this. Lu Tiange's expression changed, but he decided to bear with it. After all, this was the northern wilderness region, and no one knew him. After he returned, he could remove the divine ability and deny everything. Therefore, he told them about his background. It turned out that there were 108 sea regions in the ocean, with the northern wilderness region as the center. There was a powerful barrier between these sea regions and the northern wilderness region, and one could only enter and exit through the illusory void hole. The void was flowing, located in the sea water, unable to be seen with the naked eye. From ancient times until now, no one could calculate how many voids there were. A long time ago, the empires of the various sea regions had started planning to invade the northern wilderness region and occupy the land resources. However, the void was unstable, and they could not invade on a large scale. Moreover, the sanctums of the northern wilderness region were guarding the borders of the sea regions, so the sea region empires could not invade the northern wilderness region. In the past, there were many heroes and geniuses in the northern wilderness region. Ever since the hegemon sword emperor ascended, the northern wilderness region had fallen into desolation. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were several people like Sunlight Emperor in every era, even in the double digits. It was said that the northern wilderness region was originally much larger, but because of the battles between the strong, many lands were sunk into the sea. 500 years ago, someone from the Dongxing Empire accidentally entered the northern wilderness region. That person was loyal and devoted, and since then, he had been gathering information for the Dongxing Empire. Lu Tiange thought that the northern wilderness region had fallen into desolation, so he searched for the void and entered it. But reality gave him a heavy blow. He cursed in his heart. It's all that guy's fault. How did he gather information? TSK. This guy's mood is the same as mine. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted after coming to the northern wilderness region, but... Haha. Ning Zifeng laughed mercilessly, which made Lu Tiange's veins bulge on his forehead. We are all from the sea region. Why make things difficult for each other? Zhou Xuanji asked a few more questions, and Lu Tiange answered them honestly. There were empires in every sea region, which meant that there were hundreds of empires overseas. However, the population of these empires was far less than the empires in the northern wilderness region. After he finished asking, he asked Lu Tiange to find a place to stay at the waist of the mountain. Zhou Xuanji asked Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng to keep a close eye on him. This person was a great tribulation scattered immortal after all, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. Seems like this world is more exciting than we imagined, Daoya old man sighed in amazement. After hearing Lu Tiange's words, he suddenly felt that the northern wilderness region was very small. A bunch of natives from overseas dares to encroach on the northern wilderness region? What a fool's dream. Xianxia snorted coldly. The others sighed in amazement as well. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about another question. Who set up the barrier around the northern wilderness region? After Lu Tiange joined Skyfall, he ended up as Zhang Huanglan. Every few days, Zhou Xuanji would find him and absorb all the spirit energy in his body. At first, he was furious because he thought that Zhou Xuanji treated him like a pig or a dog. 3 months later, Lu Tiange was numb, and his body became noticeably thinner. During this period, he saw Zhang Huanglan. The two met, and their gazes met. Their silence was filled with sorrow. With the great tribulation scattered immortal providing him with endless spirit energy, Zhou Xuanji was getting closer and closer to the great realization stage. Another 4 months passed, and he finally had an opportunity to break through. He left Skyfall and went to undergo the tribulation 100 miles away. He took out the thunderclap sword and was prepared to absorb the power of heavenly lightning. He brought Lu Tiange along on purpose so that the latter could watch from the side. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered, and a horrifying heavenly might spread across the wasteland. There were no trees within a radius of a few thousand meters, only weeds. Under the cover of the thunderclouds, the world was dark and looked extremely bleak. Lu Tiange was 100 meters away from Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange was completely different from half a year ago. He was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression and cursed in his heart. To him, Zhou Xuanji was provoking him on purpose. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing his spirit energy to obtain an opportunity to break through, and he had to watch from the side. It was an absolute humiliation. Zhou Xuanji sat down with the thunderclap sword hovering above his head. He activated golden invincibility, and strands of heavenly lightning coiled around him like dragons and snakes. An extremely powerful aura exploded from his body, causing the ground to tremble slightly. At the same time, heavenly lightning appeared in the thunderclouds like numerous lightning dragons tumbling in the sea of clouds. Roar! A world-shaking roar came from the sky. Lu Tiange looked up, and in the next second, he opened his eyes wide. A gigantic qilin had emerged from the thunderclouds. It was formed by interweaving heavenly lightning, and it was as huge as a mountain. Its eyes were beaming with a powerful radiance as it looked down at the ground like a supreme ruler. Qilin Divine Tribulation. How can it be? This is a heavenly tribulation that only great tribulation scattered immortals can encounter. Lu Tiange cried out in shock. He had seen a powerhouse encountering this tribulation before. The world-destroying scene was still fresh in his memory. He immediately distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji to avoid being accidentally injured by the heavenly tribulation. Qilin Divine Tribulation. Such a good name. But it's nothing before my legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji laughed softly. Just when he spoke, bolts of heavenly lightning struck down crazily. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 292. An hour later. Lu Tiange swallowed his saliva and tried to stay calm, but his body couldn't stop trembling. What did he see? When Zhou Xuanji was breaking through to the great realization stage, he had encountered the scattered immortal tribulation, and he had passed the tribulation unscathed with a single sword. How could this be? That was the Qilin Sage tribulation. How could that sword block it? Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the sword seemed to have absorbed the lightning. The wasteland was filled with charred smoke, and there were potholes everywhere, formed by the heavenly lightning. Zhou Xuanji levitated in mid-air. His spirit energy exploded out, forming a tornado around him with a powerful aura. He had already put away the Thunderclap sword. After absorbing the Qilin Divine Tribulation, the Thunderclap sword would level up again. His cultivation base had already reached Mahayana level 1. Sword owner has reached the Mahayana realm. Gacha begins. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Ghost Weep Sword, Sealing Dream Sword Formation. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Ghost Weep Sword Grade, Amethyst. Description, a sword that makes thousands of ghosts wail in the netherworld. It possesses an extremely strong murderous aura that can easily make people lose their rationality. Zhou Xuanji did not take out the Ghost Weep sword but looked at Lu Tiange. Facing his gaze, Lu Tiange hurriedly lowered his head in fear. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's domineering tribulation, he only felt fear in his heart. You can leave. Zhou Xuanji said slowly. After breaking through to the great realization stage, he no longer needed Lu Tiange. Lu Tiange was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He cautiously asked, "Where are we going?" Could it be? His heart began to beat faster. "You can go wherever you want." Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. It was not suitable to leave Lu Tiange in Skyfall. His existence was a threat to everyone else. It was impossible for him to be completely convinced. "Are you really going to let me go like this?" Lu Tiange asked in surprise. He had a surreal feeling. He had thought that it would take decades or even centuries for him to have a chance to escape. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously. "No matter where you go, we will meet again one day." Lu Tiange shuddered in fear and immediately flew away. After he left, Zhou Xuanji took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Song. Intimidating Spirit Legendary Sword. This was the first time he had taken out this sword. Ever since he obtained this sword, he had been looking forward to it. After all, this was the strongest sword he had so far. A crystal broadsword appeared in his hand. The sword was crystal blue in color, and its blade was sharp. There were intricate patterns on it that looked like the scales of a divine dragon or a qilin. It looked very mystical, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary sword. With Heavenly Retribution Martial Song in his hand, Zhou Xuanji felt a coolness seep into his palm. He subconsciously poured his spirit energy into the Heavenly Retribution Martial Song. Boom! The ground beneath his feet collapsed, and a horrifying aura exploded out. With Zhou Xuanji at the center, a visible gale swept out in all directions. Zhou Xuanji quickly cut off his spirit energy, and cold sweat covered his forehead. So powerful! He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with surprise. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, his spiritual energy had leaped in quality and quantity, becoming more than 10 times stronger than before. Just now, when he had used heavenly retribution Wuxia's power, he had felt as if the entire world would be destroyed by him. This feeling of strength was unprecedented, and it caused him to shudder with fear. As expected of the intimidating spirit legendary sword. Too powerful. Suddenly, a bold idea came to his mind. Who would win the battle between him and Yang Di? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Before Yang Di offended him, he would not seek trouble with him. His priority was to continue cultivating. He wanted to be the top cultivator in the next World Millennium Duel. From then on, he would continue to be the top cultivator, surpassing his predecessors and reaching the pinnacle of history. Back at the top of Skyfall, everyone gathered around him. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had successfully broken through, they were all very happy. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the safer they would be. No one objected to Lu Tiange's departure. Master, do you have the confidence to defeat Yang Di now? Zhao Zongjian asked with great excitement. Previously, Zhou Xuanji had been emphasizing on breaking through to the great realization stage as soon as possible, and they were all looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously and said, I have never seen Yang Di before, so I don't know how powerful he is. However, I feel that no one in the world can kill me. Before breaking through, he could already defeat First Tribulation scattered immortals. Now that he had broken through and obtained a legendary sword of a higher grade, how could he not be more powerful? Yang Di's cultivation might have already reached Third Tribulation scattered immortal. In the current world, only he has reached that level, Xianxia said. She was a Second Tribulation scattered immortal. Great Tribulation scattered immortals were divided into 9 tribulations. Normally, a Second Tribulation scattered immortal could dominate the world. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, no matter how powerful he is, we just need to cultivate hard. In a few years, we should let the second-generation disciples go out to train. Just training hard was not enough. They needed actual combat experience. He planned to arrange for the second-generation disciples to train in batches. At the same time, he would give them the opportunity to take in disciples. Every time they went out, he would arrange for people to protect them in secret. The group began to talk about the future plans of the sect. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and began to inherit the Sealing Dream Sword formation. Memories flowed into his mind, isolating his consciousness from the current world. The Sealing Dream Sword formation was a sealing sword formation. Once hit, one's spirit energy and senses would be sealed, and one would become a puppet. This sword formation was very domineering, and it made up for one of Zhou Xuanji's shortcomings. Even though he was unparalleled in the way of the sword, he was lacking in other areas. For example, he needed Daoya old man's help to seal an enemy's cultivation. As for spells of the 5 elements, he did not care too much. He could rely on the way of the sword in battle, and he had Jianghu to help him in daily life. Even if he could not, he could store some scrolls of spells of the 5 elements and use them like tools. After he finished inheriting the memories, he took out dozens of legendary swords and began to practice. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Ning Zifeng, Lin Changge, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian immediately came over and watched excitedly. At the same time, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the great realization stage spread throughout Skyfall. All of the disciples and demons discussed this excitedly. I feel that the Grand Teacher's breakthrough speed is even faster than ours. His cultivation stage is so high. How far do you think the gap between the Grand Teacher and Yang Di is? I think it's about there. The Grand Teacher's power has already surpassed our imagination. Can there be someone more powerful than him in the northern wilderness region? I feel that the day of establishing the sect is getting closer and closer. Everyone, cultivate well. In the future, there will definitely be more geniuses joining Skyfall. We cannot be surpassed. After a while, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the great realization stage spread among the demons and then into the human race. After all, there were many demons around Skyfall, and there would always be demons who could not control their mouths. A 32-year-old great realization cultivator. Everyone in the world discussed Zhou Xuanji again. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 293. In an inn in Great Zhou's royal city. A storyteller was waving his fan as he spoke. Nearly 100 customers were sitting around him. That day, the sky was clear for thousands of miles at Skyfall. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered, and a demonic wind blew. So, it was the arrival of the demon sovereign. He declared that he would take the Xianxia map and asked the Sword Emperor to come out and accept his death. Who is the Sword Emperor? He's the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou's history and also the most powerful prodigy in the entire northern wilderness region. How could he be so noisy? The storyteller looked like he was in his early 40s. He wore a hat and had a slightly tanned face. When he talked about the key points, his eyes would widen, which made the customers' hearts jump. He would tell Zhou Xuanji's story every day. Some stories had been repeated hundreds of times, but he would still tell them because there were so many people who liked to listen to him. Ever since Zhou Xuanji became the world's second, very few people called him Sword God Zhou. Instead, they called him the Sword Emperor. Since ancient times, the word emperor represented the supreme meaning. Sword God Zhou, on the other hand, sounded like a swindler. Of course, calling him Sword God was just as impressive. I heard that the Sword Emperor has broken through to the great realization stage. Is it true? Before he broke through, he could already kill the demon sovereign. Does he have the capability to become the world's top cultivator? A customer asked curiously, which attracted the attention of the others. The storyteller slapped his fan on his palm and said with a smile, "The Sword Emperor has indeed broken through to the great realization stage and set a new record as the youngest great realization cultivator. But it's still not enough to defeat Yang Di. Yang Di has been the world's top cultivator for 3 consecutive times and has dominated the northern wilderness region for 3,000 years. It's too difficult to defeat him. He's the most promising person to become a great emperor, and his future achievements will not be lower than the hegemon Sword Emperor." He began to talk about how powerful Yang Di was, which made the customers gasp in shock. At a corner of the inn, 2 women dressed as men sat. They were Princess Xianxia and Princess Lingling. Princess Xianxia had the rare Dao form. With the help of Zhou Qingxin's resources, she had already reached the Soul Fountain stage. Princess Lingling was not as talented as her, but because of her Minghun relationship with Zhou Xuanji, she was treated well. The two felt bored staying in the palace, so they would often come out to play. "Sister, why do people always associate Xuanji with Yang Di? There's no enmity between them?" Princess Lingling asked in confusion. Yang Di had an extremely good reputation, and Zhou Xuanji was a straightforward and upright person. Both of them were helping the human race get rid of demons, so there was no reason for them to fight. Princess Xianxia rolled her eyes at her and said unpleasantly, "There's no first in literature, and there's no second in martial arts. With Zhou Xuanji's abilities, he will fight to be the top cultivator in the world sooner or later. You've been in the royal palace for too long and don't understand the world well enough." Princess Lingling did not really understand. Was it that important to be number 1 in the world? That's right. Which of us cultivators doesn't want to become the world's number 1? A chuckle came from the side as a black-robed youth walked over and sat down. His face was handsome, and his long hair was coiled into a red string. His figure was tall and straight, and he had an imposing appearance. Princess Xianxia glanced at him and said, "Who told you to sit here?" The black-clothed young man chuckled and said, "My name is Bai Haoisin, and I consider myself extraordinary. My goal is to become #1 in the world. I have met 2 ladies by chance, and your smiles have moved my heart. Are you married?" Princess Xianxia and Princess Lingling looked at each other, speechless. Where did this idiot come from? Bai Haoisin could tell what they were thinking. He shook his head and smiled as he said, "You might think that I'm boasting shamelessly, but I do have the qualifications to become the top cultivator in the world. Within 100 years, I will defeat Yang Di and the Sword Emperor. At that time, I will make you the great emperor's wives." How awe-inspiring that would be. The 2 women heard him and rolled their eyes. They got up and left. Looking at their backs, Bai Haoisin did not chase after them. The corner of his lips curled up as he poured himself a cup of wine and mumbled, "Interesting. Tens of thousands of years have passed, yet no one knows of my name. It seems like I'll have to turn the world upside down for someone to know of my prowess." Halfway up the mountain at Skyfall. Training with the sword requires one's heart and cannot focus on one move. Moves are dead, but the sword is alive. Only by moving with one's heart can one establish a connection with the sword. Zhou Xuanji sat on a large rock. In front of him, 80 second-generation disciples were training with the sword. They were in an orderly formation, and the formation was quite good. Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, and Bei Xiao Wangjian stood behind him and watched silently. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqi ran over with the 3-eyed drought rodent in his mouth. "Master, it found another treasure, but it's protected by restrictive barriers. We need support," Zhou Xiaoqi said as he blinked. This little guy was no longer innocent. After following the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch for so long, it was full of evil tricks. Zhou Xuanji did not even look at it and said straightforwardly, "Let Liuwu demon wolf go with you." "Okay." Zhou Xiaoqi brought the 3-eyed drought rodent and left happily. A while later. "What do you think about letting the disciples form teams?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Xiao Jinghong and the other 2 were stunned and asked how they should form teams. If Skyfall wants to survive for a long time, it must be like the other sects and accept missions from various places to uphold justice. But it's too dangerous to go out alone. I want them to form teams of 2 so that they can look out for each other," Zhou Xuanji said. Along the way, he was leading a team. If he was injured, someone would heal him. If he encountered something he did not understand, someone would explain it to him. It was very difficult to survive alone in this world. That's possible. There are exactly 80 people, 2 to a team. But if someone dies, what about the last person? Zhao Zongjian nodded, but he had his doubts too. Zhou Xuanji replied, "That's why we need to discuss this. Next year, we will pick a batch of disciples with the highest cultivation to go out and take in the 3rd-generation disciples. We can't have a lot of people, because we will need people to entertain guests when we open our sect. How could they entertain guests with less than 100 people? Just Great Zhou alone would send more than 100 people." Xiao Jinghong immediately requested to lead the team. But Zhou Xuanji did not agree. The first batch of disciples must be harvested by powerful cultivators. Although Xiao Jinghong had already begun to break through to astral projection, it was not enough. Su Yang listened to their conversation, and his eyes began to wander around. He knew that his chance had come. The more disciples he had, the more secure his position as the eldest senior apprentice brother would be. 2 hours later. Haotian King went up the mountain suddenly. He half-knelt beside Zhou Xuanji and said with a muffled voice, "Master, someone called Meng Tianlang is here. He said that he is here to fulfill the promise of slavery. But he brought someone with him. His cultivation is unfathomable, just like Lu Tiange." Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji frowned. He still remembered Meng Tianlang. He was Xiao Jinghong's nemesis and close friend. But another person with cultivation like Lu Tinge. Since when were great tribulations scattered immortals everywhere? Smiley face, smiley face. Chapter 294. Bring them up, Zhou Xuanji ordered. After Haotian King left, he asked Zhao Zongjian to bring the disciples to another place to train. Xiao Jinghong frowned and muttered to himself, where did Meng Tianlang get acquainted with great tribulation scattered immortals? Meng Tianlang was ranked second on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Han Shenbo was first, and Xiao Jinghong was third. But now, Zhou Xuanji no longer thought highly of him. You will know when they come up, Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If a powerful enemy attacked, he would sense it. But now, he did not sense any danger. This meant that the enemy was not a threat to him. A while later, Haotian King flew up with two people. One of them was Meng Tianlang. He was not wearing armor but a simple martial robe. He looked a little reserved. The other person looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed strangely in blue clothes and a white cloak. There was a golden crown on his head with a fist-sized ruby embedded in it. Senior. Zhou, Meng Tianlang cupped his fist and said awkwardly. When he first met Zhou Xuanji was still a kid, and Meng Tianlang did not take him seriously. But now, Zhou Xuanji had grown up and become the famous Sword Emperor. He had to treat him like a junior. Sword Emperor, now that I've seen you today, you're indeed impressive. The man with the golden crown chuckled. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Xiao Jinghong stared at him and asked with a deep voice, "Who are you?" Meng Tianlang looked at Xiao Jinghong with a complicated expression. He could sense that Xiao Jinghong's cultivation had caught up to his. He might have even surpassed him. My name is Han Daozi, the ancestor of Tianlang. I've lived in seclusion for thousands of years. Everyone thought that I was dead, including my descendants, the man with the golden crown said with a smile. The golden-crowned man said with a smile. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian's eyes widened. Beixiao Wangjian looked confused. Who was Han Daozi? Didn't you die in Xianxia's hands? Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. Han Daozi was quite famous. He was once ranked 9th in the world and fought with the top evil cultivator, Xianxia. He died in the snowy mountains in the north. Han Daozi smiled and said, if I did not die, the righteous sects would have brought my entire clan to fight the Tanhua sect. My death can save my clan. In the past, when Xianxia was the #1 in the world, the righteous path had started a war. If she didn't participate in the war, she would be called an evil demon. Zhou Xuanji and the others had also heard about the war during that period. In Xianxia's words, a bunch of ants overestimated themselves. If not for her magnanimity, she would have slaughtered the entire righteous path long ago. Ever since that battle, the cultivators of the righteous path began to smear her name and exaggerate her sins. Why have you come? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He could sense the spirit energy in Han Daozi's body, and it was as powerful as Lu Tinge's. He was most likely a first tribulation scattered immortal. Han Daozi's smile faded, and he said seriously, I want to entrust this task to the descendants of the Han clan. I know you well. You have many geniuses under your command, and even the exquisite sword heart is willing to be your disciple. This shows that your teaching ability is very strong. Meng Tianlang fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead touching the ground. Wait. Isn't his surname Meng? Why is he a member of the Han family? Northern Sword Valiant could not help but ask. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was full of conflict with Meng Tianlang. Back then, it wasn't that Zhou Xuanji didn't give Meng Tianlang a chance, but he didn't show up. Now that Zhou Xuanji was famous throughout the world, he wanted to climb up the tree. His mother is a descendant of the Han clan, and to this day, the Han clan only has one descendant left. Before, this boy didn't know how to appreciate kindness and didn't keep his promise. It's his fault, hurry up and apologize. Han Daozi slapped the back of Meng Tianlang's head and said in a low voice. Apologies, Meng Tianlang knelt on the ground and said in a low voice. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Even so, he was not moved. Perhaps Meng Tianlang had great talent, but he did not like people who went back on their word. I won't hide it from you, this boy's fate is that of a 10,000-year prince. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have been able to divine his whereabouts. In the current world, your talent is the greatest. If you can take him as a disciple, he will definitely soar to the sky and serve your sect in the future. Han Daozi continued to speak, his tone sincere. 10,000-year prince. Everyone's expressions changed. How is that possible? He's a 10,000-year prince. What proof do you have? Beishao Wangjian cried out in shock. All along, they had thought that Zhou Xuanji was a 10,000-year prince. How could they believe Han Daozi so easily? Han Daozi smiled and said, if you don't believe me, ask Xianxia and Daoya old man to come down. With their abilities, they will surely be able to see Tianlang's fate. It's as vast as the ocean, unparalleled in the world. Zhou Xuanji immediately gave Xiao Jinghong a look and asked him to invite Xianxia and Daoya old man. At this moment, Xianxia appeared beside him, followed by Daoya old man. The two of them looked at Meng Tianlang closely. Such boundless fate, could it be true? Xianxia had a strange look on her face. Back then, she had mistakenly thought that Zhou Xuanji was a 10,000-year prince, which was why she had been paying attention to him. In the end, she was won over by Zhou Xuanji's charisma. If the 10,000-year prince had appeared from the start, she might not have followed Zhou Xuanji so closely. Daoya old man frowned and muttered, this boy's fate is indeed incredible. Even Jihuang demon lord did not have such powerful fate. As for Zhou Xuanji, because his fate had been changed when he was young, his fate was not obvious and could not be observed. He's a 10,000-year prince. Are you really willing to give him to me? Zhou Xuanji asked as he looked at Han Daozi. Because of Xianxia's appearance, Han Daozi's expression became a bit unnatural, but he hid it very well. He smiled and said, the world is going to be chaotic in the future. I feel that I'm powerless to protect him, so I can only entrust him to you. Don't worry, this child's heart is filled with reverence for you, and he has no ill intentions. Hearing this, Meng Tianlang, who was kneeling on the ground, turned red. In Great Zhou, most people admired Zhou Xuanji, including him. There was no helping it, Zhou Xuanji was just too legendary. When someone is better than you, you may be jealous. But when he was far stronger than you, to the point where you couldn't even catch up to him, you could only revere and worship him. Let's go up the mountain. I have something to ask you. Zhou Xuanji said as he got up. Knowing that Meng Tianlang was the 10,000-year prince, the dissatisfaction he felt towards him disappeared. Well, the heavens were fair. As long as you were talented, you could open any door you wanted. If Meng Tianlang was properly trained, he might become a peerless talent like Yang Di in the future. He already had a blueprint in his mind. Meng Tianlang joined Skyfall just like that. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji, Jianghu, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, Fenyu Dragon King, and the others all sat in a stone pavilion, while Meng Tianlang and Han Daozi sat across from Zhou Xuanji. So it's like that. 10,000-year princes also need to awaken. However, if they don't awaken, their fate will make it very difficult for them to die. No wonder they didn't die at Master's hands back then, Xiao Zongjian said as he stroked his chin, making Meng Tianlang feel quite awkward. Lin Chang'e crossed his arms and coldly harumphed as he said, I can't take disciples. So what if I'm a 10,000-year prince? I can only be a sword slave. Is my exquisite sword heart bad? Yes. Chapter 295. Lin Xianxia suggested that Meng Tianlang be a sword slave, and everyone agreed. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, this 10,000-year prince did not seem as powerful as the legends made him out to be. It's fine to be a sword slave. According to my understanding, the Sword Emperor personally supports sword slaves, and they are no different from disciples. The only difference is their status. Han Daozi stroked his beard and smiled. His gaze towards Zhou Xuanji contained a hint of curiosity. To be honest, he had always been amazed by Zhou Xuanji's talent. Before discovering Meng Tianlang, he had thought that Zhou Xuanji was the 10,000-year prince. Even if he wasn't, he should be a child of providence. Otherwise, how could he be so heaven-defying? I'm supposed to be a slave. I don't dare to dream of becoming a disciple. Meng Tianlang said seriously. Back then, he was defeated by Zhou Xuanji and promised to be Zhou Xuanji's slave. With his personality, how could he shamelessly become Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "From today onwards, you will stay at Skyfall." He looked at Han Daozi and asked, "What about you? Are you willing to stay and become an elder of the sect?" Han Daozi was a first tribulation itinerant immortal, and he had even given him a 10,000-year prince. He naturally had to rope him in. Hearing this, Han Daozi secretly glanced at Xianxia and said with a smile, "Thank you, Sword Emperor, for your kindness. I have cultivated all my life, and I have ambitions. I want to do something for the human race. Recently, Sunlight Emperor wants to establish the Great Fate Empire, and I want to investigate it. I won't stay and waste the spiritual chi of the tea. Of course, when you establish your sect, I will definitely come. In the future, if the sect has any difficulties and needs my help, I will definitely not decline." With that, he stood up, bowed to everyone, turned around, and flew towards the horizon, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chongming Demon Monarch muttered, "That sounds nice, but he didn't even leave a way to contact me. I won't even be able to find him for help in the future." Meng Tianlang's face was full of awkwardness and he did not know what to say. He also found it strange. Why was his ancestor in such a hurry? Daoya old man laughed and said, "It's all because of our sect master Xian. Back then, your demonic aura was overflowing, and you almost killed him." Everyone's gaze shifted to Xianxia, who had a calm expression. Zhou Xuanji looked at Meng Tianlang and asked, "How's your talent in the way of the sword?" He was most proficient in sword Dao. The other spells could only be taught by Daoya old man. Meng Tianlang scratched his head. "It should be all right. Everyone in the Great Zhou barracks practices the sword, but they're not as powerful as pure sword cultivators." He did not use a sword, but it did not mean that he did not like it or that it was not suitable for him. It was just that the sword Dao had declined in the past. Ever since Zhou Xuanji rose to power, there were more and more sword cultivators in the various empires, especially in Great Zhou. Almost all the young cultivators practiced the sword. When Zhou Xuanji became #1 in the world, he might usher in a golden age of the way of the sword. Have a good rest. I will personally teach you tomorrow and see if you are suitable for sword training. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked Xiao Jinghong to bring him to where the second-generation disciples lived. It was also a good opportunity for this pair of gay friends to be alone. After the two left, Xianxia clicked her tongue in wonder and said, "I didn't expect the 10,000-year prince to be someone else. However, it will take some time and effort to awaken him." Lin Xianxia said disdainfully, "What 10,000-year prince? In terms of swordsmanship, his talent is far below mine." The appearance of the 10,000-year prince made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger. Not only him, but Ning Zifeng also felt the same. Their previous guess was right. More and more geniuses would appear in the future, and their positions would be shaken. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not mind their thoughts. Oh, by the way, I plan to go out tomorrow. It might be a few years, or it might be decades before I come back. You are fully grown anyway, and you don't need my protection anymore. If you stay in Skyfall, you won't marry me. You have to wait until you marry Xianxia before you marry me. It's such a waste of time, Xianxia said as she stared at Zhou Xuanji. After living for so long, she finally fell in love with someone, but he had someone else in his heart. Just thinking about it made her angry. Where are you going? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xianxia had mostly recovered from her injuries, but she was not fully recovered, so he was a little worried. To become more powerful, of course. Xianxia left after saying this. Next, she sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji and reminded him, don't forget to cultivate the celestial devil rebirth technique. It can save your life. Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart. This old demonic woman was quite cute sometimes. After that, the group dispersed to rest. Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu returned to the house. Jianghu poured tea for him as she asked, Xuanji, do you think I have some kind of identity? When I awaken, I will soar into the sky. As she spoke, she became excited. It was as though she was a 10,000-year prince. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and snorted, yes. I didn't tell you. I already found out when you were very young. Jianghu opened her beautiful eyes wide and asked in surprise, really? Zhou Xuanji flipped over and changed into a more comfortable position. Yes. You are the woman of the future Sword Emperor. You are below one and above tens of thousands. He said with a solemn and sacred tone. Jianghu heard him and immediately pounced at him with bared fangs. What? You want me to be below you? To the right of one and above tens of thousands. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji got up and left the house. He asked the little black snake to call Meng Tianlang up. He took out the swine-culling sword and waited by the cliff. After a while, Meng Tianlang and the little black snake flew to the top of the mountain. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji activated Heavenly Light's Ancestor Dragon Sword, and Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Meng Tianlang was fascinated by them. As expected, he decided to practice the sword. He first taught Meng Tianlang the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. This guy had a photographic memory. He memorized all the sword moves after seeing it once. However, it took him 2 hours to completely practice the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. The others left the house one after another. Daoya old man stared at Meng Tianlang and began to think about how to awaken this guy. In the next half a month, Meng Tianlang mastered 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. Every move he made was like a swordsman who had cultivated for decades. This time, Shao Jinghong, Shao Tsongjian, Beishao Wangjian, and the others could no longer sit still. They all began to practice the sword. Daoya old man came to a conclusion. This guy had already awakened. Without any warning. Ever since he started practicing the sword, his talent was fully displayed. Even his internalization of qi was much faster than before. Even he himself was confused. Before this, he did not believe that he was the 10,000-year prince. But now, he believed. And he was a little flustered. Because Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e often found trouble with him. They claimed that they were sparring with each other, but they were actually beating him up. And so, he was struck down by Lin Chang'e's scabbard again. Kid, you have improved again. Not bad. You are more powerful than all of us. Lin Chang'e smiled with squinted eyes, which made Meng Tianlang gnash his teeth. Ning Zifeng also smiled mockingly. Before Meng Tianlang grew up, he must bully him, or else there would be no more chances in the future. Chapter 296. The days became peaceful again. Zhou Xuanji taught the soul eater to Meng Tianlang again and left the matter to himself. Meng Tianlang followed Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng to cultivate. Although the two of them were a little jealous, they quickly regained their composure, and their bullying of Meng Tianlang gradually decreased. The relationship between the three became better and better. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji was already 36 years old, but his cultivation was still at Great Realization Level 1. On the other hand, he managed to cultivate the first level of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique and obtained a chance to be reborn. In these 4 years, he'd obtained 7 divine swords, and the highest grade was only at the amethyst rank. It was clear that the heavenly retribution martial punishment had used up all of his luck. The 7 divine swords were the evil purple sword, the torrential sword, the scorching sun sword, the boundless western heaven sword, the flying south sword, the great Kuei sword, and the Zhuyan sword. What was worth mentioning was that Meng Tianlang had already reached leaving Aperture Realm, and he had already mastered the Soul Eater / to major accomplishment. He was currently learning the sky-dominating divine sword. This guy didn't like fancy sword techniques. He liked the domineering sword techniques that could defeat everything with brute force. After all, he had been on the battlefield for a long time and liked the aura of invincibility. In just 4 short years, he had mastered the sky-dominating divine sword. His talent was truly terrifying. He was much stronger than Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng. Fortunately, he was not arrogant and willful. He could still remain humble and polite in front of others. Apart from Shao Jinghong, he fought with Chongming Demon Monarch and the 4 mountain guarding kings. As they were all body cultivators, they could often engage in physical combat. On this day, Zhou Xuanji gathered Shao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others. He was going to select a group of second-generation disciples to go down the mountain to gain experience. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps appeared behind them. Everyone turned their heads and saw a white-haired man standing at the edge of the cliff. He wore a tattered purple Daoist robe, his face expressionless and his eyes cold. "Who are you?" Lin Changge asked in a deep voice. The other party had ascended the mountain without a sound, and he had not noticed it at all. The others also looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Over the years, cultivators and demons would occasionally sneak into Skyfall to steal the Xianxia map, but they were all chased away. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He could not see through the spirit energy in this person's body. He had always thought that he could see through all living beings in the world by relying on the world Buddha art. Could it be that this person's cultivation far surpassed his, or that he had a special identity? "Zhou Xuanji, come with me, or else I will kill them." The white-haired man stared at Zhou Xuanji and said faintly. Ning Zifeng looked at him thoughtfully. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You are heaven." "Impossible. Aren't you overseas? Why would it appear in the northern wilderness region?" Heavens! Everyone was greatly shocked. This was an existence even more terrifying than the 10,000-year princes. In the past, even the Hegemon Sword Emperor and the ancient Diablo King could not do anything to him. Tian is just my identity. I have my name. My name is Xianyuan Zhou. The white-haired man glanced at Ning Zifeng and said softly. Just as he spoke, his eyes narrowed. Apart from Zhou Xuanji, everyone else was sent flying by a formless wind. Zhou Xuanji took out the sky-extinguishing sword and ancient god's sword and said in a low voice, "You and I will fight in the distance." He didn't expect heaven to find him so soon. However, he had already predicted today's battle. After all, heaven specialized in hunting down people who possessed the monarch purple chi. Xianyuan Zhou lightly nodded and turned to fly towards the horizon. He believed that Zhou Xuanji would follow him. Xuanji, Jianghu got up from the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji worriedly. He turned and smiled at her as he said, "You all stay here. Trust me, I will be back. Don't come looking for me." After saying this, he turned into a ray of sword light and chased after Xianxia. In the clear sky, Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia levitated in the air, facing each other. They were less than 100 meters apart. Their gazes met. Both of their gazes were cold and showed no fear. "I'm very curious about Tian's background," Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. For years had passed, and although his cultivation level did not increase, his power had been growing. Facing the mysterious and unpredictable Xianxia, he did not feel any fear and instead felt quite eager. Xianxia was not in a rush to make a move. He replied, "Heaven is naturally the law enforcer of the will of the heavens. Whenever there are too many possessors of monarch qi in the world, heaven will appear and kill the possessors, returning peace to the world." Those with emperor qi were all people destined to become emperors. They were filled with ambition and would bring war to the world. When many people with emperor qi appeared, there would often be a massive calamity. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Could it be that you were born from Tian?" Xianxia did not reply. He slightly raised his chin and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he said, "Zhou Xuanji, you are different from those with emperor qi in the past. Your fate is mysterious and unpredictable, so I don't want to kill you for now. If you follow me, I can spare your life." Zhou Xuanji laughed. He wanted to subdue him. It seemed that Tian was not completely just and merciless. "It's not what you think. I just want to observe you for a while and use your power to kill those with emperor qi, as well as those who should not exist in this world." Xianxia continued to speak. His gaze was just as cold as before, and there were no ripples in it at all. He waved his right hand downwards. In that instant, the ground below was torn apart, forming a massive canyon that stretched to the ends of the world. Rumble, dust flew everywhere, and it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Looking from above, it looked like a semicircle had been split in two. The end of the canyon could not be seen, and it was at least 10,000 kilometers long. Zhou Xuanji frowned, feeling greatly shocked. This power, he could not even see the trajectory of Xianxia's spirit energy clearly. He sank into his thoughts, should he act or not? "You are at great realization level 1, and you have cultivated the world Buddha art to level 2. Your strength is enough to defeat first tribulation scattered immortals, and you might be able to fight against second tribulation scattered immortals. However, I have the strength of a third tribulation scattered immortal, so you have no chance of winning. Follow me, and perhaps I can help you become stronger," Xianxia said calmly, drawing a large picture for him. Zhou Xuanji thought and asked in confusion, "If you just want to observe me, why do you want to help me become stronger?" Why did he feel that this Tian was different from the legends? In the legends, when Tian met someone with emperor qi, he would immediately fight without saying anything. Why would he be so courteous? "I want to see if you have the qualifications to become Tian." Xianxia's words were incredibly shocking, and hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. Become Tian. Under the blue sky and white clouds, there was a boundless grassy plain. A group of gorgeously dressed women were walking forward. There was a man among them, hugging women on both sides, and his face was covered with red lipstick marks. This person was Bai Haoisin, who had appeared at Great Zhou's royal city. When this emperor finds his natal artifact, it will be the day this emperor regains control of the world. When that time comes, all of you girls will become concubines. What do you say? Bai Haoisin loudly laughed, looking incredibly carefree and relaxed. A beautiful woman next to him waved her fan and harumphed, "Who will be the empress?" 1, 2. Chapter 297. You want to be the empress? That depends on talent. Little girls like you, your cultivation talent is too poor. You can only serve this emperor. Bai Hao Yisin shook his head and laughed mercilessly, causing the surrounding women to boo him in unison. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 73 women, all of them beautiful and had impressive figures. They were all convinced by his strength and followed him to roam the world. Being this emperor's concubine will still allow you to stand at the peak of the world. Women must be content, understand. Bai Hao Yisin lifted the chin of the woman next to him and teased. He sighed in his heart. The human world was indeed beautiful. In the distance, on a white cloud, Zhou Xuanji and Xianyuan Zhou looked at Bai Hao Yisin. This person is the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Is that for real? Zhou Xuanji looked quite confused. Seeing Bai Hao Yisin with so many beautiful women, he could not associate him with the incredibly domineering great emperor. Xianyuan Zhou said expressionlessly, since ancient times, all those who became great emperors would be roped in by various immortal sects in the higher realms after ascending, continuing to command the world. However, it's difficult for great emperors to be invincible in the higher realms, so this heartless emperor couldn't help but reincarnate and stay in the mortal world to enjoy himself. Great Emperor Heartless. Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched as he heard this. Does this guy look like he's heartless? We must kill this kind of person who doesn't abide by the rules of heaven. Go and deal with him. If you succeed, I will allow you to return to visit your subordinates after a certain period of time. Xianyuan Zhou ordered, but Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not move. He had no enmity with Bai Hao Yisin, so how could he kill him for no reason? If you aren't willing, when he recovers his peak cultivation and controls the world, he will use all the women in the world as his cauldrons. At that time, it will be difficult to protect the women you care about. Xianyuan Zhou continued to speak. Hearing this, Yi Futian's eyes turned cold. Was this guy a stallion? Isn't this the desire of some otaku? He immediately took out the sky-extinguishing sword and the ancient god's sword. Stepping on the thunderclap sword, he charged forward. The Thunder Divine sword had reached the peak of the glorious gold level after absorbing the heavenly lightning of the Qilin's divine catastrophe. However, it had not broken through to the heavenly soul level, which was a pity. But it was still enough. Whoosh, the sound of air being torn could be heard, causing Bai Hao Yisin to look back in shock. His gaze met Zhou Xuanji's cold and sharp gaze. Who are you? Bai Hao Yisin asked in a low voice. He raised his right hand and a white barrier of light appeared, protecting all of his beloved servants. Two black figures appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. They were the souls of powerful beings. They were Saber Monarch Donghai and Demon Lord Ryuan. The ancient god sword awakened a soul every 3 years. Demon Lord Ryuan was the third soul. With the power of two powerful beings and the power of the sky-extinguishing sword, Zhou Xuanji's aura was incredibly domineering as he slashed downwards. Ping! The white light barrier shattered like glass, turning into countless specks of light and dissipating. Ah! 73 women screamed in unison. The piercing power of their screams was so strong that it seemed to be able to ascend to the 36 heavens and descend to the netherworld. Impudent! Bai Hao Yisin leapt up and slammed his palm towards Zhou Xuanji. A green shield appeared in his palm, blocking the ancient god's sword. The spiritual power of the two exploded, directly sending each other flying. The legendary swords overlapped and appeared behind Zhou Xuanji, blocking his way. Bai Hao Yisin somersaulted a few times in the air before landing stably. Their gazes passed through the dozens of women and stared at each other. So many swords, are you the current sword emperor Zhou Xuanji? Bai Hao Yisin asked in a low voice. His expression was a little unsightly. If it were anyone else, they would have been furious. He was enjoying himself with his women, and now someone jumped out to attack him. How could he tolerate this? However, when his women heard that it was Zhou Xuanji, they immediately exploded. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. Is it really him? He's so handsome. The rumors are true. He really has many legendary swords. He's so young. I heard that he's only 35 or 36 years old. That's right. That sword strike was so powerful. Hearing this, Bai Hao Yisen's face darkened, and veins bulged in his forehead. These damned women. Didn't the path of ultimate bliss make them calm down? Zhou Xuanji straightened his body and looked at Bai Hao Yisen as he said, "Great Emperor Heartless, the mortal realm does not want you. Your era has passed. Do you still want to enslave mortal women as cultivation furnaces?" These words made Bai Hao Yisen frown. How do you know my identity? But I'm not enslaving them. I'm using my charm to conquer them. I'm going to conquer all the beautiful women in the world, he said in a low voice. Toward the end, he looked like a pig, which made Zhou Xuanji feel nauseous. The heavens cannot tolerate you, don't blame me. Zhou Xuanji charged toward him. He wanted to see what the great ancient emperor was capable of. As for whether to kill him or not, he had not decided yet. He did not trust Xianyuan Zhou completely. If not for the fact that he wanted to use him to become stronger, he would have attacked him long ago. Good. I want to see if the current Sword Emperor is worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. Bai Hao Yisen leaped up and soared into the sky. The two of them fought high up in the sky to avoid harming the innocent women. Zhou Xuanji activated the 10,000 sword dragon incantation, and all of the legendary swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi as they attacked Bai Hao Yisen. The legendary swords were like the wind, and their attacks were sharp without any blind spots. A layer of silver-white armor appeared on Bai Hao Yisen's body. He held a spear in his hand, and the spearhead was connected to a ferocious and mighty dragon head, giving off a boundless and primordial aura. Facing the attacks of the legendary swords, he held the spear with one hand and swept out in a circle, sending all of the legendary swords flying back. Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The 6,000-meter-tall thousand-hand sword Buddha appeared in the air, looking like a god and unparalleled in the world. Seeing this, the women below were completely dumbfounded. Bai Hao Yisen was also stunned. It was the first time he had seen the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji fused into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, looking down at the world. The 1,000 golden arms swung their massive swords and madly slashed towards Bai Hao Yisen. Sword after sword, they were like massive waves, each wave stronger than the last. Bai Hao Yisen swung his spear to defend. He was just as fast, and he was able to receive every attack. Zhou Xuanji did not use Heavenly Retribution martial punishment. It was not that he could not use it, but that he wanted to keep it as a killing blow. He would only use it after he fell out with Xianyuan Zhou. One had to keep a trump card. There was a loud bang. Bai Hao Yisen was suddenly blasted back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest with his left hand and cried out, "World reincarnation." Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. How did this fellow know about world reincarnation? It seemed that in his era, there had been a master of the Xianxia map. Since it was like this, he would not hold back anymore. The thousand-hand sword Buddha rushed at Bai Hao Yisen, and the 1,000 swords wildly slashed out, creating a berserk gale that swept through the heavens and earth. Bai Hao Yisen hurriedly dodged, but he could not dodge in time. He swung his sword to block, but he was injured by his own spirit energy. Despicable, how am I supposed to fight like this? He cursed in his heart. If he had already obtained his natal enchanted artifact, how could he feel so frustrated? The third chapter. 2 chapters. The voting for the main character's sect began at 6 p.m. The voting location was at Soren Wuxiao. Chapter 298. Boom. 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 The thousand-hand sword Buddha continuously swung its sword, making it difficult for Bai Hao Yisen to see through it. Every time he counterattacked, he would be struck back by world reincarnation. Injuries piled on injuries, causing his speed to become slower and slower. The huge golden sword landed on his body, but it was blocked by his silver armor and helmet, preventing him from being smashed into meat paste. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Wait. Zhou Xuanji. You and I have no enmity. Can't you just talk nicely? Can you give me some face? Bai Hao Yisin said as he gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name before, but he did not take it to heart. However, after today's battle, he understood why Zhou Xuanji could sit on the throne of number 2 in the world. Too strong. He had met the owner of the Xianxia map before, but that person completely relied on the world Buddha art, unlike Zhou Xuanji, who had extremely high attainments in the way of the sword. I'll endure it for now. After Zhou Xuanji obtained his natal artifact and the legacy from his previous life, he would settle the score with Zhou Xuanji. However, Zhou Xuanji did not stop, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha continued to wildly hack and slash. Even after smashing him into the ground, it did not let him off. This is Great Emperor Heartless. So weak, no wonder he didn't leave his name in history. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself, and his evaluation of Bai Hao Yisin plummeted. He started to hesitate. Should he kill Bai Hao Yisin? No. This person could be kept to restrain Xianyuan Zhou. Thinking to there, he said, Great Emperor Heartless, you're only so-so. Before me, the Sword Emperor, you're like a pig or a dog, unable to withstand a single blow. His words were filled with contempt and mockery. Within the ruins, when Bai Hao Yisin heard this, he became furious. He was the heartless Great Emperor, an invincible existence who had once dominated the world. How could he allow a junior to humiliate him like this? Rumble, a horrifying aura exploded out, sending Zhou Xuanji's thousand-hand sword Buddha flying back. Zhou Xuanji immediately deactivated the thousand-hand sword Buddha and pretended to look pale. Immature kid, I'll show you how I became a martial monarch today. Bai Hao Yisin's voice sounded out, cold and domineering. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Was it going to explode? He immediately shouted, this person's strength is not inferior to mine. Please support me. Bai Hao Yisin turned into a rainbow light and shot out from the billowing dust, rushing towards Zhou Xuanji. His speed was much faster than before. Zhou Xuanji activated heavenly lights, and the sword qi was directly broken through. Puff! Zhou Xuanji forced out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon. Bai Hao Yisin stopped, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't use world reincarnation. At that moment, a boundlessly powerful might descended, causing Bai Hao Yisin to look up. Xianyuan Zhou hung high in the sky like a sun, divine and majestic. Those eyes stared coldly at Bai Hao Yisin, causing his heart to beat wildly. He said with a trembling voice, Heavens, his eyes were filled with fear. Xianyuan Tian was expressionless. With a flip of his hand, silver light lit up the world. A huge silver palm appeared out of nowhere, falling down like a mountain. The spectating women were dumbfounded. Boom! Bai Hao Yisin was slammed down by the massive silver palm, causing the entire grassy plains to violently tremble. The heavenly might was so powerful. Far away. Zhou Xuanji steadied himself and swallowed his saliva. Looking at the scene just now, he could not help but think of the Buddha beating up Monkey Sunday was a third tribulation scattered immortal so powerful. Soon, Xianyuan Zhou waved his right hand, and Bai Hao Yisin, who was covered in blood and looked like a dead dog, rose up from the dust and flew in front of him. The heavenly might cannot be defied. Great Emperor Heartless, you should understand, right? Xianyuan Zhou said coldly, without any emotion in his tone. Bai Hao Yisin opened one eye with great difficulty and glanced at him. His breath was weak as he said, "Heavens! This emperor is not convinced." Xianyuan Zhou raised his left hand, and Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful force wrap around him. He did not resist and allowed this force to pull him over. When he flew to Xianyuan Zhou's side, the three of them disappeared into the sky. The 73 beautiful women came back to their senses. The great emperor is so weak. Were we tricked? Damn it. Previously, we served him so well and were so obedient. Now that he's dead, aren't we just wasting our efforts? Whoa, my chastity, it's okay. At most, I'll find an honest man to marry. Ta. 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 Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on the ground. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and found that he was within a dazzling palace. There were dozens of 15-meter-tall stone statues on both sides of the palace, and they looked exactly like Xianyuan Zhou. It was just that their expressions and actions were different. He looked at Xianyuan Zhou and asked, "Where is this?" "The heavenly palace," Xianyuan Zhou replied. Xianyuan Zhou replied before turning around and walking towards the throne nearby. Bai Hao Yisan lay on the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he gritted his teeth and said, "You are the owner of the Xianxia map, but you are used by heaven. We cultivators are ashamed." Seeing his sorrowful and angry expression, Zhou Xuanji did not feel any sympathy and instead wanted to laugh. "With your strength, killing him would be as easy as flipping your hand, but you pretended that you could not defeat him. What are your intentions? Don't you want to become Tian?" Xianyuan Zhou sat on the throne and asked as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Bai Hao Yisan loudly cursed, "What's so good about being Tian? Only an idiot would be Tian. Abandon your emotions and desires and become a puppet of the heavenly law, never being able to transcend. Don't try to scam my little friend Xuanji." In order to survive, he could only think of a way to rope Zhou Xuanji in. "Abandon my emotions and desires." Zhou Xuanji frowned and looked at Xianyuan Zhou. This fellow indeed looked cold and emotionless. If you want to become the enforcer of the heavenly law, you naturally have to abandon your mortal emotions, or else how can you be fair and just? If you don't want to become Tian, you can only die. Xianyuan Zhou did not try to explain and directly threatened him. Bai Hao Yisan could not stand it anymore and cursed out, "Shameless. You're not worthy of being Tian, bullying my little friend like this. Give my little friend 100 years and I'll definitely kill you." Boom! Bai Hao Yisan was slammed against the palace wall by a formless energy, and he almost fainted. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Can you be a loyal and affectionate Tian?" "No. Heartless. Are you even human? You want to be heaven, not a human. Can I beg you to be a human?" Facing Xianyuan Zhou's powerful attack, Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords and prepared to fight. If he had to abandon his emotions in order to become the price of heaven, then he wouldn't mind it. "You want to rebel against heaven? Do you know what will happen to you?" Xianyuan Zhou said coldly with killing intent in his eyes. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was just an ant. If not for his incredible talent, he would have died long ago. Zhou Xuanji let go of the ancient god's sword in his right hand, allowing it to float in front of him. Then, a crystal broadsword appeared in his hand. Heavenly punishment, martial punishment. He stared at Xianyuan Zhou and smiled disdainfully. "So what if you're Tian? In my eyes, you're just a worm without freedom. You're even inferior to a mortal. I, your father, have tolerated you for a long time." Chapter 299. Bug. Xianyuan Zhou slowly got up, the killing intent in his eyes becoming even denser. Since he could not use Zhou Xuanji, he would kill him. "That's it. Little friend Xuanji, destroy him." Bai Hao Yisan furiously yelled as he clutched his chest. He also disliked Zhou Xuanji, but compared to Tian, Zhou Xuanji was not much of a threat. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. I'm very curious, what gives you the confidence to say such a thing? Xianyuan Zhou looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked softly, his gaze falling on heavenly retribution martial punishment. Could it be this sword? Zhou Xuanji gripped heavenly retribution martial punishment and a violet 8 trigrams appeared on his forehead, causing his entire being to become devilish. Traces of intense blue flames flowed along his right arm and wrapped around his body. A terrifying aura exploded out from his body, causing the entire heavenly palace to violently tremble. Bai Hao Yisin's eyes widened, a look of shock on his face. Xianyuan Zhou tightly frowned and muttered, this power. With the intimidating spirit legendary sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji's confidence swelled. Who else but me? How arrogant! So what if it was the heavens? He would still kill him. My confidence. Because I don't believe in the heavens. Zhou Xuanji said as he proudly laughed. He almost yelled out that his fate was not up to the heavens. He stepped out with his right foot and slashed out with the sword. All of his muscles tensed up, and his body was like a bow, looking incredibly domineering. Sword chi swept out, and Xianyuan Zhou instinctively raised his arm to block. Boom! The sword chi swept past him, shattering the palace walls behind him. All of the palace pillars within the heavenly palace trembled. Xianyuan Zhou's sleeves exploded, and his gaze became serious as he said in a low voice, this sword is definitely not something from the mortal realm. How did you obtain it? Bai Hao Yisin was completely dumbfounded. Just then, when he had slashed out with that sword, his heart had jumped, as if he was facing the might of the heavens. What a terrifying sword strike! This is my most powerful legendary sword, Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. It specializes in punishing scammers like you and merciless people like you. Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed as he blasted out. Hearing this, Bai Hao Yisin felt a surge of emotions. He liked Zhou Xuanji's attitude. Traces of heavenly lightning wrapped around Zhou Xuanji's body, making him look like a god of thunder, incredibly domineering. He directly used 10,000 ultimate steps and appeared behind Xianyuan Zhou. Pucci, blood spurted out of Xianyuan Zhou's chest, and his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed inwardly, so fast. He understood that he could no longer hold back. He turned and struck out with his palm, and Zhou Xuanji blocked it with his sword. Rumble, the two powerful forces clashed together, shaking the heavenly palace. The wind forced Bai Hao Yisin against the wall, unable to move. He looked at the two of them in horror, feeling as though his body would explode at any moment. Damn it! If he was at his peak, how could he allow them to be so arrogant? Xianyuan Zhou's body shone with a powerful light. A beam of light broke through the roof and shone on his body, causing his aura to soar. The might of heaven is vast and mighty. Do you think you can resist the might of heaven just because you have a divine sword? What right do mortals have to fight against the heavens? Xianyuan Tian said in a low voice. He raised his right hand and a powerful light shined out of his palm, turning into a sword of light. The tip of the sword stretched out and pierced through the wall of wind in front of him, wanting to pierce through Zhou Xuanji's throat. The thousand-hand sword Buddha came out of Zhou Xuanji's body and devoured him in an instant. 1,000 golden arms grew out of its back, each holding a sword, and furiously slashed out. Dang! The thousand-hand sword Buddha's arms were all repelled. Zhou Xuanji threw out heavenly retribution martial punishment with his right hand. Ranged sword propelling. Pucci, Xianyuan Zhou's chest was directly pierced through, and his entire body froze. Bai Hao Yisin once again stared with wide eyes, unable to believe his eyes. Could this boy really defeat the heavens? Heavens, please bestow upon me divine power to sweep away demons. Xianyuan Zhou roared as another beam of light descended, shining on his body, causing his aura to once again explosively rise. Numerous clones shining with powerful light surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Now, Zhou Xuanji could finally sense Xianyuan Zhou's spirit energy. It was incredibly dazzling. He was even more powerful than the injured Jihuang demon lord, Lu Tiange, and Han Daozi. In fact, he even felt an intense sense of danger. He was now holding the intimidating spirit legendary sword, but he still felt a sense of danger. What did this mean? He did not dare to let down his guard and directly unleash the Sealing Dream sword formation. Legendary swords lined up in front of him, pointing at Xianyuan Zhou. In less than 2 breaths of time, the sword formation was completed. Holding Heavenly Retribution martial punishment, he stabbed out. All of the legendary swords gave off sword chi, which turned into a hexagram of light and shot forward. They hit Xianyuan Zhou's body in an instant, making him unable to move. Heavens, please bestow upon me glory, unhindered by evil energy. Xianyuan Zhou cried out again. Another beam of light descended, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. The powerful aura made by Hao Yixin quickly crawled toward the Heavenly Palace's gates. His spirit energy was sealed by Xianyuan Zhou, and he was heavily injured, so he could only crawl. Boom! Xianyuan Zhou suddenly broke free from the Sealing Dream sword formation and came before the thousand-hand sword Buddha with a single step. He slammed his palm into Zhou Xuanji's chest. So fast! This was the only word in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, he felt as if his organs were on fire, and the world spun around him. He crashed through the Heavenly Palace's walls and fell down. Xianyuan Zhou was also pushed back by the impact, and he almost flew out of the Heavenly Palace's gates. He mumbled to himself, "A world reincarnation is really powerful. Created by a divine lord, no wonder it could reign supreme for countless years." At the same time, Zhou Xuanji steadied himself. He was high up in the sky. Above him was a dark starry sky, mysterious and beautiful. Below him was a sea of clouds, and he could not see the ground. He was shocked in his heart. If he fell like this, would he shatter into pieces? He looked up and saw a stone palace levitating 10,000 meters above him. From the outside, it looked simple and ordinary, not as luxurious as the inside. Under his gaze, Xianyuan Zhou walked out from the gates and looked down at him from the stairs. "Zhou Xuanji, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and submit to me, and become the next Tian, and I will let you live." Xianyuan Zhou stared at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly. In this era, there were not many good seedlings who could become Tian. Let alone a genius like Zhou Xuanji. I'll say it again. I don't believe in heaven. Zhou Xuanji was disgusted by Xianyuan Zhou's tone. He spoke as if he was going to die for sure. Zhou Xuanji activated the other legendary swords and activated the Hades God-slaying formation. At the same time, he transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and charged toward Xianyuan Zhou with a roar. Xianyuan Zhou waved his right hand, and his silver saber appeared in his hand. "Since you insist on going about things the wrong way, then die." Just as he spoke, the 5-clawed golden dragon arrived below the Heavenly Palace. The 5-clawed golden dragon was 3,000 meters long and looked incredibly domineering, as if the ancestral dragon had appeared. Martial punishment power. Zhou Xuanji furiously roared. Following this, a layer of blue flames covered the 5-clawed golden dragon, and his speed increased drastically. Xianyuan Zhou slashed out with his saber. In the next second, he was devoured by the 5-clawed golden dragon, and half of the Heavenly Palace was taken away. Bai Hao Yixin also fell down from the sky. "Little friend Xuanji, save me!" He cried out in despair and quickly disappeared into the sea of clouds. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 300. The 5-clawed golden dragon charged up but was stopped by a formless barrier. Zhou Xuanji deactivated the 5-clawed golden dragon form. With heavenly retribution martial punishment in his hand, he penetrated Xianxua's chest and pinned him to the formless barrier. Their eyes met, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. This power. Heavenly retribution martial punishment. This sword is a sect treasure even in the upper realm. Where did you get it? Could it be from the Xianxia map? Xianxia asked with a frown, as though he could not feel the pain. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Even this could not kill him. He jerked his right hand and activated the six-path sword's shadow before slashing with the sky-dominating divine sword. 5 streams of sword chi collided with Xianxia with tremendous momentum. But no damage was done. Xianxia was protected by the divine radiance. Other than the heavenly retribution martial punishment on his chest, no other legendary swords or moves could hurt him. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to continue, a formless energy burst out and sent him flying away. Absolute power. Power that surpassed mortals. Even with the power of martial punishment, Zhou Xuanji felt that his body was about to explode. So powerful. If not for heavenly retribution martial punishment, he would have been killed instantly. I'll let you taste the power of heaven. Xianxia said coldly as he looked down at Zhou Xuanji from above. Next, countless beams of light shot out from his body and shot toward Zhou Xuanji like a storm. They were so fast that they surpassed the speed of wind and lightning. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword and deflected the beams of light. At the same time, the Hades god-slaying formation was formed. A massive black hole appeared. Deafening roars came from within, making everyone panic. Xianxia looked over and recognized this formation. Hades god-slaying formation. I didn't expect you to learn this formation, he said with a deep frown. It was his first time seeing someone who could set up the Hades god-slaying formation alone. A massive skeletal hand reached out from the black hole. Zhou Xuanji glanced at it with his peripheral vision and felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. I hope it's a powerful helper. Soon, a flaming skeleton that was hundreds of meters tall climbed out. Its body was like a human's. Flames wrapped around its body like a layer of armor. There were 2 balls of green flames in its eyes, just like its pupils. It was eerie and frightening as it locked its gaze on Xianxia. There was a loud bang. Flaming bones charged directly at Xianxia at an extremely fast speed, stirring up gusts of hot wind. Xianxuan's eyes narrowed, and an arrow-like beam of light shot out, scattering the flames and bones. Countless bone fragments floated in the air like white flowers. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He was killed instantly just like that. Damn it. He looked so impressive when he made his entrance just now. Who would have thought that he was only good for show but useless? Enraged, he used the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha again. It was 600 meters tall, and its 1,000 hands held the sword as it slashed towards Xianxia. Facing the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's torrential attacks, Xianxia was quickly suppressed because his attacks were directly reflected by world reincarnation. This was equivalent to him and Zhou Xuanji's combined attacks, and he had no choice but to dodge. Such powerful strength. This kid didn't use his full strength just now. Xianxia was inwardly shocked, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. This kid must die. He raised his hands, and lightning intertwined in his palms, exuding an imposing aura. Heavenly thunder. With heavenly lightning in his hand, he rushed towards Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, the thunderclap sword entered the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's body suddenly. Next, the 1,000 giant golden swords in the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's hands transformed into thunderclap swords. Heavenly lightning coiled around the blades as they slashed toward Xianxia. How can it be? Xianxia opened his eyes wide. Although he saw Zhou Xuanji use heavenly lightning, it was not much. Looking at it again, this thunderclap sword Buddha's domineering aura was not inferior to his at all. Zhou Xuanji did not care about his shock and continued to attack wildly. The Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha demonstrated its domineering aura. Its strength could topple mountains and rivers, and its chi could pierce through the sky. No matter how skillful Xianyuan Zhou was, he was beaten into a sorry state. Xianyuan Zhou, you are still far from Tian. Zhou Xuanji mocked with a cold smile, but he was a little puzzled in his heart. Why did the World Fool's sword not work on Xianyuan Zhou? Could it be that this guy had really forsaken his emotions? Xianyuan Zhou did not reply but looked for an opening calmly. The Xianxia map provided Zhou Xuanji with endless spirit energy, which allowed him to unleash his full power without reservation. The golden radiance on his body grew more dazzling. At the same time, many humans and demons in the northern wilderness region discovered that another sun had appeared in the sky. The golden radiance shone brightly and seemed to be moving slightly. What's that? Why is there a second sun? It's an ominous sign. Senior, can you go up and take a look? I tried to fly up just now, but I sensed an extremely powerful might. If I get any closer, I will die. What's going on? There wasn't any before. All sorts of shocked voices sounded out on the ground. Zhou Xuanji did not know what was happening below. He only had eyes for Xianyuan Zhou. He must kill this guy today. Or else he would die. The Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha raised all of its giant swords. The 1,000 swords merged into one, forming a horrifying legendary sword that was thousands of meters long and slashed out furiously. Xianyuan Zhou could not dodge in time and was slashed by the sword. Boom! A world-shaking explosion sounded out. A powerful radiance burst out, and Zhou Xuanji felt as if the world had lost its color. This slash contained his full power and was extremely domineering. Even if he was facing Jihuang Demon Lord, he was confident that he could kill him instantly with one slash. On the ground below, countless humans and demons were in an uproar. From their point of view, the second sun seemed to have exploded. At Skyfall, Jianghu, Daoya Old Man, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were worried about Zhou Xuanji. Look! Meng Tianlang suddenly pointed in a direction and cried out, which attracted everyone's attention. There was a ball of golden radiance in the sky. It was extremely far away and looked like the sun at first glance. What's that? Daoya Old Man divined instinctively, but he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. On the other side, in the forest, Xianxia walked slowly. Suddenly, she leaped up into the air and looked up. She squinted her eyes and mumbled, "Who's fighting that, this aura?" She was shocked in her heart. Could it be Yang Di? Then who was the other person? When did such a powerful being appear in the northern wilderness region? Could it be the revival of an ancient powerhouse? The Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha stopped. Zhou Xuanji was within its body and panted continuously. That slash just now had exhausted him. If not for the Xianxia map replenishing his spirit energy, he might have fallen straight down and shattered into pieces. His eyes were fixed on the front. The clouds and smoke dissipated, and Xianyuan Zhou's silhouette appeared slowly. Lightning flashed around him vaguely. Xianyuan Zhou was covered in blood, and his white ribs were exposed. He looked miserable and horrifying, like a malicious ghost that crawled out from hell. His breathing was weak, and he was also panting continuously. Zhou Xuanji, you are powerful indeed. You already have the power to fight against a third tribulation scattered immortal. He spoke in a stutter, as though he was at the end of his rope. But, Heaven, please bestow me faith and fear no evil demons. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 301. Hearing Xianyuan Zhou's words, Zhou Xuanji's expression slightly changed. Not good. Just as he was about to make a move, a beam of light descended from the sky and shone on his body. Immediately, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. This guy was cheating. If this went on, how were they supposed to fight? If he kept asking for help from the heavens, wouldn't he be unkillable? Without hesitation, he swung his sword again. Although this sword was not as domineering as before, it was not far off. Dang! A metallic sound came, and Zhou Xuanji's expression froze. Xianyuan Zhou raised his right hand and blocked the sword with his palm. How is this possible? Zhou Xuanji was greatly shocked. Damn, could it be any more ridiculous? Xianyuan Zhou's expression became incredibly cold, and his gaze pierced through the thousand-hand sword Buddha as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. He said coldly, Zhou Xuanji, you are very powerful, and your talent is not inferior to the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. You indeed have the right to be called the Sword Emperor of the present age. However, you are facing the heavens that created all things. You are not a match for me. Just pray that you don't have the Emperor's chi in your next life. Otherwise, you will repeat the same mistake. After that, he slammed the golden legendary sword into the thousand-hand sword Buddha and shattered it. The shockwave from his palm slammed into the thousand-hand sword Buddha and dispersed it immediately. Zhou Xuanji flew back and vomited blood. His body spun and fell to the ground. Xianyuan Zhou grabbed at the air with his right hand, stopping Zhou Xuanji. This sudden stop made Zhou Xuanji feel as if the world was spinning. His internal organs felt as if they were twisted into a ball, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Xianyuan Zhou's gaze became colder and sharper, and a blade of light appeared in front of him, preparing to end Zhou Xuanji's life. At this moment, a figure appeared behind him out of nowhere. It was the heartless Great Emperor, Baihao Yisin. His expression was extremely cold, and a diagram of a dragon and phoenix intertwining appeared on his forehead. His right hand shot out like lightning, piercing through Xianyuan Zhou's chest. In an instant, Xianyuan Zhou's body stiffened. Heartless, Xianyuan Zhou's expression changed as he said in a trembling voice. Zhou Xuanji lost his restraints and fell straight down. Blood leaked out of Baihao Yisin's mouth as he coldly laughed and said, compared to the past Tian, you're too weak, and you still want to kill this emperor. Die! Blue lights suddenly burst forth from their bodies. Streaks of light appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Xianyuan Zhou. Zhou Xuanji, who was falling, opened his eyes wide. This guy didn't die from the fall. He did not stop and continued to descend. It would be best if Xianyuan Zhou and Baihao Yisin perished together. Emperor Heartless, you are indeed talented. Sadly, you are now a reincarnated body. Xianyuan Zhou did not panic and said coldly. Since that's the case, then let's die together. The heavens will revive me, but you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Hearing this, Baihao Yisin's expression changed. Before he could say anything, Xianyuan Zhou detonated himself. Bang! Zhou Xuanji, who was on the ground, felt a massive force descending from the sky. His robe was torn to shreds, and he coughed up blood again. The speed of his descent increased drastically. Damn, Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart and looked a little terrified. He felt that his bones and tendons were broken, and he had no strength to stabilize himself. If he were to fall like this, he would definitely die a horrible death. At the same time, the northern wilderness region was in an uproar. Looking up from the ground, the second sun first disappeared and then exploded. The scene was rather shocking. Exploded. What the hell happened? Be careful, there might be a natural disaster later. It's a sign of a great calamity. I have an uneasy feeling too. The people discussed among themselves, and rumors were born. East of the northern wilderness region, in a small village by the coast, The villagers knelt before a stone platform with devout expressions and fervent eyes. On the stone platform, there was an old priest. His face was covered in colorful paint, and he was mumbling to himself as he danced a strange dance. Beside him, there were 3 white pigs and a cow, as well as many fruits. All the villagers were looking at the massive explosion in the sky. May the gods protect us. Please help us slay the demon and return peace to our village. The old priest waved his hands and chanted with his eyes closed. Look! Something is falling. A young man stood up and cried out excitedly as he pointed at the sky. Everyone looked over and saw that something was indeed falling. It was Zhou Xuanji. Seeing that he was about to fall, Zhou Xuanji's heart burned with anxiety. His speed was already at the limit, and if he fell like this, he would definitely die a horrible death. Even with golden invincibility, he could not withstand the horrifying pressure of falling from such a height. Numerous legendary swords flew below him and stacked on top of each other to slow him down. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and used his mind to control the 2 souls of the ancient god sword. Saber Monarch Donghai, Demon Lord Ryuan. The 2 souls appeared and pressed on his chest to slow him down. His speed began to decrease tremendously. Boom! Zhou Xuanji and the legendary swords crashed into a thatched hut, sweeping up a cloud of dust and causing the ground to shake. The instant he landed, Zhou Xuanji quickly stored the legendary swords into the supreme storage. After that, he fainted on the spot. Up in the sky, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere. It was Yang Di. Looking at the floating rocks in front of him, he frowned slightly. Because of Xianyuan Zhou's self-explosion, the heavenly palace was shattered, and his and Bai Hao Yisen's corpses were nowhere to be seen. Such a powerful battle aura. There's someone like this hiding in the northern wilderness region? No, could it be Tian? Yang Di mumbled to himself with curiosity on his face. He was not afraid of the mysterious powerful cultivator. Instead, he was a little excited. He had been invincible for 3,000 years and lonely for 3,000 years. With a smile, he turned and left. About an hour after he left, a pillar of light descended. Next, Xianyuan Zhou walked out with a pale face. Great Emperor Heartless, Xianyuan Zhou mumbled to himself. A tinge of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Today's battle had almost killed him. It also made him realize that he should not underestimate those invincible great emperors who had once dominated an era. He took a deep breath and sat down in the sky. He began to regulate his aura. Although he had been reborn, it would take him a long time to recover to his peak. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly. A young face came into his vision. The face was red, and a stream of crystal-clear liquid flowed from his nose. It was very long and was about to drip into his mouth. This is, Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. Mucus. What the? Ah, Zhou Xuanji immediately turned his head in fear. He wanted to get up, but his body was in excruciating pain. He could not move at all and could only move his neck. The little boy sniffed and sucked the mucus into his nose. The immortal is awake. He got up in joy and cried out. He hopped out of the wooden hut, leaving Zhou Xuanji to lie on the bed and doubt his life. Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. A while later, he came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. I almost died. Fortunately, Bai Hao Yisen had a trump card up his sleeve. Sword Spirit, how long have I been lying here? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. He could sense that most of his broken bones had recovered, but he still needed to rest for a while. A little more than a month. The sword owner is already 37 years old. Oh. What did I get? Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 302. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 37 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Flowing Color Piercing Sword, Heavenly Soul, Cold Abyss Spirit Harvester Sword, Universal Attraction. The sword spirit's voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, repeating to him what he had gained when he was 37 years old. 2 divine swords. One of them was a Heavenly Soul divine sword. Apart from that, he also obtained a sword art manual, which was quite generous. Zhou Xuanji's mood improved. Next, 6 lines of small words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Flowing Heart-Piercing Sword Grade, Amethyst Description, a sword made from a 10,000-year-old flowing color stone. Once pierced by an enemy, the flowing color poison will invade the enemy's heart and corrode their cultivation. Sword name, Cold Abyss Spirit Harvester Level, Heavenly Soul, Description, gathers the spiritual chi of the world and can freeze anything, turning it into a world of ice. This sword is extremely powerful, so use it cautiously. The description of the 2 swords seemed to be very powerful and could increase his strength. As for the primal restoration, he did not inherit it. Instead, he pulled out the Holy Light Redemption sword and pierced it into his chest while the blade stood upright in the air. At this moment, a group of villagers rushed in, and when they saw Zhou Xuanji stabbed by the Holy Light Redemption sword, they immediately panicked. Immortal. Someone tried to assassinate an immortal. Be careful, there are enemies. Who did it? The villagers were enraged and were about to help Zhou Xuanji draw the sword. He was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted, "Don't move. This sword is my magic tool." As soon as he said that, the villagers were stunned and stopped what they were doing. Magic item. Someone's expression changed immediately. Zhou Xuanji did not panic. If anyone dared to act recklessly, he could use his will to control his sword and kill them. However, he found that his storage ring was still there, which meant that the villagers had no ill intentions. An old man with a walking stick walked shakily to the side of the bed. He tried his best to open his murky eyes wide and said, "Immortal, please help our village eliminate the demon. If you don't help, our village will be eaten by the demon." Zhou Xuanji agreed immediately, "Let me rest for a few days, and I will help you eliminate the demon." If not for these villagers, he might have already been eaten by demons. He could agree to such a small matter. He didn't ask how powerful the monster was. He looked down on all the demons in the world. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's promise, the villagers were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. After that, the group of people tactfully left. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and continued to recuperate. He thought about Jianghu and wondered how she was doing. She must still be thinking about him. However, with Daoya old man around, he believed that no one would do anything rash. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and let the sword spirit pass on the myriad returnants. A large amount of memories forcefully drilled into his mind. After a while, he fused the memories of universal attraction. The universal attraction was indeed a sword technique, but it was not an offensive sword technique. However, its destructive power was not inferior to that of the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. It could absorb all objects and living beings around it and draw closer to the sword master. If one were to stand in front of a city wall, they would be able to directly destroy it. If it was on the battlefield, it could suck all the enemy soldiers in front of it, incomparably domineering. At the same time, this sword technique was controlled by the sword master's spiritual power. In other words, he could select the target of absorption. As for the range of the universal attraction, it depended on the sword master's cultivation. As long as he was strong enough, he could even suck in the sun in the sky. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Such a domineering sword technique. If he used the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and universal attraction at the same time, he would be invincible. Even if he did not use the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, he could still crush everything with world reincarnation and universal attraction. Zhou Xuanji's breathing hastened. He knew that his power was going to increase again. However, when he thought about Xianyuan Zhou's power of heaven, his burning heart cooled down again. Universal attraction alone could not defeat Xianyuan Zhou. The most important thing was still his own cultivation. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He had a feeling that Xianyuan Zhou would not die just like that. What was the saying, evil lives for 1,000 years? He stopped thinking about it and focused on recuperating. At Skyfall, Xianxia found Daoya old man and asked with gritted teeth, "Are we really going to wait?" A month passed. Zhou Xuanji had not returned, and there was no news from him. She was worried every day and could not focus on cultivation. Trust him. Moreover, we can't find him. What if something happens to you when he returns? Daoya old man comforted her. He did not have much confidence in himself. His opponent was Tian after all. Xianxia left with her head lowered. Her hands were tightly clenched in her sleeves. If Xianxia were here, Daoya old man would not stop her. He did not trust Zhou Xuanji completely, but he had no other choice. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She felt aggrieved and terrified. If something happened to Zhou Xuanji, what was the point of her remaining in this world? Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Tsongjian, and Meng Tianlang were teaching the second-generation disciples. Meng Tianlang walked to Xiao Jinghong's side and asked softly, "Why is Master not back yet? Did something happen to him?" During this period of time, he learned about how terrifying Tian was from Ning Zifeng. He had a bad premonition. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, could he fight against heaven? He will come back. Xiao Jinghong replied calmly as he wiped his sword. He was not worried about Zhou Xuanji at all. Meng Tianlang was stunned. He wanted to say something but stopped. Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji came this far not because of good luck but because he overcame all obstacles and killed powerful cultivators. He had encountered such a situation before. The moon set and the sun rose. After a day of treatment, Zhou Xuanji could already get off his bed and walk. The spirit energy in his body began to recover, helping him to heal his tendons, inner pellet, astral infant, and dantian. If this continued, he would be able to recover to his peak in less than half a month. Other cultivators had to train their spirit energy again after they were severely injured. But he did not need to. The Xianxia map had already stored a massive amount of spirit energy. This morning, a teenager, who was a little over 10 years old, sneaked into the wooden hut carefully. He had a tiger-looking face and slightly tanned skin. His eyes were filled with cunning. He walked to the bed softly and saw that Zhou Xuanji was still sleeping. He rolled his eyes and knelt down straightaway, kowtowing to Zhou Xuanji. "Celestial teacher, can you take me as your disciple? I want to protect my village." His voice was sonorous and full of determination. Zhou Xuanji did not answer him but pretended to be asleep. The teenager did not get up but continued to kneel. Time passed, second by second. Until noon. The teenager knelt until his legs were numb. His body trembled slightly and looked like he would fall any time. Zhou Xuanji got up and said unpleasantly, "You are so weak. How can you take me as your teacher?" The teenager looked up in fear. His face was filled with fear and trepidation. Zhou Xuanji did not look at him but at the sky outside the window. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the demonic chi soared into the sky. Interesting. So it's him. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a playful look on his face. The teenager looked back and saw the demonic clouds outside the window. He was frightened out of his wits. That evil demon is here again. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 303. On top of the mountain. Zhuang Huixing sat on a throne with 4 transformed demons standing beside him. His face was cold and stern, and there was a murderous aura between his brows. He was the son of demon monarch Gulen. Back then, when Zhou Xuanji was collecting Northern Valiant Sword, he happened to encounter him entering the kingdom to capture Princess Xianxia. Zhou Xuanji relied on defeating him to become famous across Great Zhou. At the foot of the mountain was a mountain village. Looking in the direction of the village, one could see the boundless blue ocean. At this moment, the villagers gathered and knelt in front of the hill, looking up at Zhuang Huixing. "Your Majesty, there aren't many virgin boys and girls left in the village. Why don't we use other things to exchange?" The old village chief asked cautiously, his face full of fear. He prayed in his heart for the immortal master to act quickly. Zhou Xuanji was still recuperating, so he did not dare to expose himself. Otherwise, if Zhou Xuanji died, their village would be razed to the ground. Zhuang Huixing looked down at him and coldly said, "Isn't it merciful to let you have a pair of virgin boys and girls in half a year? If it were any other demon monarch, all of you would have been eaten." Bang! A bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and landed behind Zhuang Huixing. The lightning flashed, causing his face to flicker between light and dark, making him look even more terrifying. "I'll count to 10. If you don't hand over a young boy and girl under the age of 6, you can forget about living today," Zhuang Huixing said coldly, his tone impatient. If it weren't for the fact that there were few people along the coast, he would have massacred this village long ago. "Yo, the demon emperor's son has quite the temper." At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's laughter came, and everyone turned to look. Zhuang Huixing was stunned. Zhou Xuanji walked out of a wooden house with the swarthy young man. He was wearing a new set of white clothes and held the Holy Light Redemption sword in a reverse grip. The blade of the sword cut his arm and stuck to it. "It's you." Zhuang Huixing was so frightened that his face turned pale. He immediately got up and prepared to escape. "Stop!" Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, which frightened Zhuang Huixing so much that he did not dare to move, as though he was struck by lightning. He was trembling with fear. The other 4 demons became afraid as well. Although they did not recognize Zhou Xuanji, to be able to scare Zhuang Huixing to such an extent, he must have a powerful background. The villagers were all dumbfounded. The moment the immortal master appeared, this evil demon was scared witless. "Come down," Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Zhuang Huixing turned around stiffly and flew down the mountain, trembling. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and lowered his head, not daring to look into his eyes. Once, he hated Zhou Xuanji to the core. But ever since Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, Jiwang Demon Lord, and Nether Ghost, he did not dare to be jealous anymore. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would think of such a powerful cultivator again. Otherwise, even his father, Demon Monarch Gulen, would not be able to stop him. "Have you fallen so low that you have to eat virgin boys and girls?" Zhou Xuanji patted Zhuang Huixing's face and asked with a smile. But his laughter was filled with murderous intent, which made everyone feel as though they were in a cold cellar. Zhuang Huixing was so frightened that he fell to his knees. His face was covered in cold sweat as he gritted his teeth and said, "Sword Emperor. I didn't want to eat it. I had no choice, Sword Emperor." The villagers were shocked. They did not know much about the northern wilderness region as they were isolated from the rest of the world, so they could only feel shocked. Zhuang Huixing, who was undefeatable in their eyes, was less than a dog before Zhou Xuanji. The dark-skinned youth clenched his fists and trembled with excitement. How domineering! He had to acknowledge him as his master. "Oh. Tell me about it," Zhou Xuanji asked. He was not in a hurry to kill Zhuang Huixing. This guy's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of 5th rank. Compared to before, he had great improvements. But in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, he was just an ant that he could kill easily. Even though he had not recovered from his injuries, he could still kill him easily. In order to survive, Zhuang Huixing told the truth. Ever since the demons were defeated, demon monarch Gulan had to retreat with his subordinates. They were too close to Great Zhou, and Great Zhou had produced another second in the world. How could they not be afraid? In order to cultivate peacefully, they traveled through mountains and rivers. All the prosperous lands of the demons were occupied by powerful demons. After much difficulty, they finally came to the eastern coastal area. But there was a 9th-rank great demon here who was extremely horrifying. He forced them to collect virgin boys and girls, or else they would either get lost or die. That demon seemed to have obtained some treasure and needed pure yang and yin blood to nurture it. Zhuang Huixing mumbled. Toward the end, his voice became softer and softer, as though he was afraid. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant. He wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. You want me to kill him for you? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. Zhuang Huixing did not dare to reply. After that, he asked Zhuang Huixing to lead the way. If he killed Zhuang Huixing and the 9th-rank great demon today, there would be other demons to bully this village in the future. He already had a plan in mind. Zhuang Huixing was pleasantly surprised and immediately led the way. Looking at their backs, the villagers were in an uproar. Celestial teacher is so powerful. What celestial teacher? He's the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor. Such a majestic name. Isn't he the most powerful person in the world? Of course. He fell from such a high place and did not shatter into pieces. We are finally saved. The villagers discussed excitedly, and some of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. Those who cried were those who lost their children. The tanned young man looked up and did not come to his senses for a long time. They flew along the way. Standing on Zhuang Huixing's demon cloud, Zhou Xuanji listened to Zhuang Huixing's introduction quietly. The 9th-rank great demon was called Tiger Monarch Fudi. He had been hiding among the demons. After the demons were defeated, he had to retreat to the seaside. Only by staying as far away from the humans as possible could he feel safe. Demon Monarch Gulan had already submitted to Tiger Monarch Fudi. After passing through a forest, they came to a mountain that was thousands of meters tall. The mountain looked like two mountains that were pieced together. There was a depression in the middle, and there were many caves and valleys. Many demon beasts circled in the air, and many shape-shifted great demons were cultivating in the forest. Demonic chi gathered together, and it was hard to see the sun in this area. Later, I will pretend, Zhuang Huixing whispered to Zhou Xuanji and was about to tell him his plan. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes, and the thunderclap sword appeared above his head. With a loud whoosh, it slashed toward Zhuang Huixing's words. The thunderclap sword penetrated into the mountain like a bolt of lightning. Dust exploded, and countless rocks flew up. All the demons in the mountain were alarmed. All sorts of cries resounded. Enemy attack! What happened? Everyone, be careful. Prepare for battle. Who is it? Over there. Countless demons dashed out from the forest toward Zhou Xuanji. Numerous legendary swords appeared out of thin air and slashed toward the demons with extreme speed. Their throats were slit, and their blood splattered across the sky. Their corpses fell to the ground. Zhuang Huixing stood beside Zhou Xuanji, and his heart was pounding. He knew what the second in the world meant, but only after witnessing it with his own eyes did he feel awe. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with the corner of his eyes. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji's expression was indifferent, he was shocked. I'm afraid that he alone can turn the entire demon race upside down. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 304. Tiger Emperor Fu Di, right? Hurry up and come out. Zhou Xuanji ignored Zhuang Huixing's gaze and shouted. His voice resounded through the clouds and shook the forest, scaring the other demons that rushed over to stop. Looking at the dozens of divine swords wreaking havoc in the air, they were scared out of their wits. So many swords, could he be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? What? Impossible. Why is Zhou Xuanji here? It's over. The Sword Emperor is here. Quickly run. Even Ji Zun died in his hands, we can't resist. So many swords. Apart from the Sword Emperor, who else has such capability? The demons cried out in shock. All of them were terrified and continuously retreated, not daring to get close to Zhou Xuanji. Within the demon race, Zhou Xuanji's intimidation was definitely the greatest, and he could not even compare to Yang Di. The top 10 monsters of the northern wilderness top 100 were all killed by him. It could even be said that Zhou Xuanji had single-handedly destroyed the demon race's top-tier battle power. Zhuang Huixing broke out in a cold sweat. Was this the tyranny of a sword emperor? The moment he opened his mouth, it was enough to make him tremble in fear. Roar! The tiger's roar exploded, shaking the clouds. Immediately after, a gust of demonic wind flew out from the mountain stream on the mountain peak. When the demonic wind dissipated, a man with a tiger head and a human body could be seen. His body was tall and sturdy, and his tiger fur was black, so his tiger head looked extremely baleful. It was the Fudi Tiger Emperor. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously but did not dare to say anything. He gritted his teeth and asked, Zhou Xuanji, what do you want? I didn't offend you. Zhou Xuanji looked at Tiger Monarch Fudi indifferently and said, that mountain village saved my life. You captured so many young boys and girls, it's time for you to pay with your life. After saying that, all the divine swords shot towards the Fudi Tiger Monarch. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! Each of the divine swords had a dragon-shaped sword qi entwined around them, giving off a majestic aura. The Fudi Tiger Monarch was so startled that he took out his twin axes and hurriedly dodged. Zhou Xuanji's hands hung by their sides, his right hand still gripping the Holy Light Redemption sword as he coldly watched the battle. Now, 9th stage great demons were nothing in his eyes. Even though he was heavily injured and had yet to fully recover, he was still confident that he could kill him. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was able to make Tiger Monarch Fudi so helpless without even helping, all the demons were in an uproar. Too powerful, Zhuang Huixing swallowed his saliva and began to plan. How could he bury the hatchet with Zhou Xuanji? He thought of the mountain village and suddenly had an idea. In the distance, a green-robed man stood in the forest, followed by dozens of great demons. He was Zhuang Huixing's father, Demon Monarch Gulan. In his human form, he had a scholarly temperament. It was difficult for mortals to tell that he was a demon. He stared at Zhou Xuanji, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. So powerful, he was quite confused. Zhou Xuanji had cultivated for less than 40 years, so how could he be so powerful? Xianxia map. Talent. Even so, this was too much of a blow. His thoughts were the same as Zhuang Huixing's. They began to plot to eliminate the hatred between him and Zhou Xuanji. At that moment, the ancient god's sword released the souls of two powerful beings. Saber Monarch Dong Hai. Demon Lord Ruyuan. The two great cultivators simultaneously struck out with their palms, striking Tiger Monarch Fudi's chest. Puff! The Fudi Tiger Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the forest. The cold abyss spirit gatherer sword rotated at high speed and descended from the sky, smashing into the ground. In an instant, a wave of cold air exploded, freezing the forest within 1,000 meters into a world of ice and snow. The powerful Tiger Monarch Fu Di was already frozen into an ice sculpture and could not move. He struggled with all his might to break out of the ice. At this moment, the colorful heart-piercing sword pierced through his chest. Ah! Tiger Monarch Fu Di cried out miserably, which made all the demons shudder in fear. Zhou Xuanji flew up to him and pressed his right hand on the layer of ice to absorb his demonic energy. Soon, Tiger Monarch Fu Di stopped screaming. Trapped in the ice, he stared at Zhou Xuanji with hatred. He wanted to tear Zhou Xuanji into pieces. Zhou Xuanji watched him die expressionlessly. After Tiger Monarch Fu Di's demonic energy was sucked dry, the surrounding ice dissipated. The forest became wet as though it had just experienced a heavy downpour. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and walked into the mountain where Tiger Monarch Fu Di lived. He wanted to see what kind of treasure it was. Zhuang Huixing gritted his teeth and did not follow. Instead, he waited on the spot. Soon, his father, Demon Monarch Gulan, flew over. What happened? Demon Monarch Gulan said with a deep voice. Why did Zhuang Huixing bring such a murderous god here? Zhuang Huixing smiled bitterly and told him what happened. He was puzzled as well. Why did Zhou Xuanji appear in this area? At the same time, Zhou Xuanji flew into the mountain stream and quickly entered a cave. He scanned the entire mountain with his mind and found many young boys and girls. There were also countless human corpses. It was like hell on earth. Because of his arrival, the demons in the mountain had already escaped, so he was not in a hurry to save the children. Soon, he came to a cave that was glowing with a faint purple light. There was a flower that was as tall as a human near the cave wall. It was budding and swayed with the wind that passed through the cave. The flower was bright red and extremely beautiful. A faintly discernible aroma wafted in the cave. Zhou Xuanji immediately held his breath and stopped smelling the aroma. Looking down from the red flower, he could see many white bones. Judging from the size of the bones, they belonged to children. He walked up to the red flower and took out the wind cutter sword, preparing to cut it down. At this moment, the red flower blossomed suddenly. Its petals turned into a bloody mouth and bit toward him. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Qi Soar straight away. Sword Qi emanated from his body and shredded the flower. He frowned slightly. Could this flower be the extraordinary treasure? He focused his eyes and noticed a fingernail-sized red pearl hovering near the red flower. It was as red as blood. Mortal, I advise you to leave this place and not disturb me. Or else, no matter how many tribulations scattered immortals you are, I will extract your soul and refine it so that you will never be able to reincarnate. An eerie female voice came. The voice was a little hoarse, as though an old woman was speaking. Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, "Tell me your name." "You are so arrogant. Are you more powerful than heaven?" She did not even take great tribulation scattered immortals seriously. Could it be that some ancient powerhouse was hiding here? Heaven. Humph, you are quite knowledgeable. If I was at my peak, even heaven would avoid me. This sovereign's name, if I say it out loud, you will be scared to death. My name is Old Mother Wan Yi. The eerie female voice came from the blood pearl again, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. Old Mother, he was dumbfounded. He had never heard of her before. He could not be bothered to deal with it. He directly activated World Reincarnation, and a purple Taiji diagram appeared on his forehead. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the blood bead. As expected, waves of spiritual power surged out from the blood bead and were repelled by World Reincarnation. World Reincarnation. How is this possible? Old Mother Wan Yi cried out in terror as if she had met her mortal enemy. At this moment, a black silhouette emerged from the ground nearby. He was shrouded in darkness and could not be identified. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and roared, "Let go of my mother." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji threw the blood bead over and cursed, "I'll throw your mother away, Chapter 305. Zhou Xuanji's strength was so great that he tossed the blood bead with all his might. The blood bead turned into the sharpest arrow in the world and pierced through the black shadow. The arrow smashed into the cave wall and shook the entire cave. Then, he used the universal attraction to suck the blood bead back and held it in his hand. All of this happened in less than a breath's time. Neither Old Mother Wan Yi nor the Black Shadow could react in time. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and sucked the Black Shadow over. No matter how the Black Shadow struggled, it couldn't break free. With world reincarnation, Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of sneak attacks at all. "Tell me, who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked coldly. This guy looked like a shadow, but he had a corporeal feeling, which was very strange. "I'm Old Mother's Ghost General Xianxia. I advise you not to act recklessly. Old Mother carries the destiny of the human race. If her soul is destroyed, the human race will collapse, and even be wiped out," the Black Shadow said through gritted teeth. His tone was filled with fear. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly, trying to scare me. How could an evil spirit like her, who only ate children, inherit the destiny of the human race? Did your mother only teach you to lie through your teeth? Ghost General Xianxia was anxious when he heard that. He could sense Zhou Xuanji's murderous intent. Old Mother was the princess of the human race's first great fate empire, the daughter of Emperor Xia. She fell into the ghost path for the sake of the human race's providence. Without her, the human race would have long ceased to exist. So what if she ate some children? Come to think of it, I am your ancestor. Ghost General Xianxia said furiously, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyes turn cold. Why does that sound like a curse? But was that really Old Mother Wan Yi's identity? He remembered that the first great fate dynasty of the human race was called the Great Xia. This was quite similar to the history of Wuxia. However, the historical background was completely different. The Xia kingdom was born in the era when the demon clan ruled the world. Emperor Xia was the first Renhuang, and it was said that he was also the strongest Renhuang. It was he who led the human clan to dominate the world, establishing the human clan as the overlord of the world. Long ago, the Xia emperor had ascended. If he was still alive, how terrifying would his cultivation be? Even the hegemon sword emperor could use his will to observe the northern wilderness region, let alone Emperor Xia. If he killed Old Mother Wan Yi, wouldn't it be troublesome for him to ascend in the future? Moreover, if what Ghost General Xianxia said was true, killing Old Mother Wan Yi would destroy the human race's fate. In the future, Zhou Xuanji might even overthrow the human race. Wait a minute. Why was he thinking so far ahead? Zhou Xuanji's gaze once again became resolute. He asked coldly, since her background is so important, why is she still in the demon race? Isn't she afraid that the demons will destroy her and then destroy the human race? Don't tell me you think that the most dangerous place is the safest place. The most dangerous place is the safest. The demon clan would never think that the matriarch would be hiding in the demon clan's territory. Ghost General Xianxia snorted, his tone revealing a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Realization dawned on him. No wonder Old Mother Wan Yi had been hiding here for so long. How many years has Xia Kingdom existed? 100,000 years. I'm afraid it's not just that. History could not be completely calculated. It was only known that a long time ago, the first great fate dynasty of the human race was Great Xia. Brat, I can see that your bone age is young, and you have the Xianxia map. You are qualified to be the next human emperor. If you help me revive, I will use the name of Emperor Xia to promote you to the throne. By then, you will surpass the predecessors of tens of thousands of years ago and become the human emperor. As long as the human race is not destroyed, you will never die. Old Mother Wan Yi coldly harumphed. Her tone made Zhou Xuanji think of someone. Dragon-proud flower. The tone of the two old witches was just like that. Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, you want to bewitch me? I've already used this trick when I took in sword slaves. After that, he absorbed the soul and the blood bead into the Xianxia map. He suddenly remembered that Huangquan Drake King's soul was still in the Xianxia map. He almost forgot. With a thought, he killed Huangquan Drake King straight away. A man and a woman were alone in the same place. Even though they were separated by the human and demon, Zhou Xuanji was still afraid that they would act recklessly. You killed the matriarch. Ghost General Zhanyang's body trembled. He was so furious that he was about to collapse. Zhou Xuanji said with contempt, "That's right. I killed her. What can you do?" This guy was quite interesting. He had a serious and humorous temperament. Ghost General Zhanyang was infuriated. "I will kill myself." He screamed and chose to self-destruct. Boom! Zhou Xuanji relied on world reincarnation and was unharmed, but the entire cave shook violently. He was speechless, but he did not waste any time. He disappeared on the spot to save the children. Ghost General Zhanyang had the cultivation of great realization. If his soul self-destructed, the entire mountain would collapse. Soon, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the mountain with dozens of children. Just when they flew out, the mountain collapsed. Dust billowed and covered the sky. Demon Monarch Gulan and Zhuang Huixing were terrified. Zhou Xuanji had only gone in for a short while. How did he blow up the entire mountain? Zhou Xuanji flew over on his sword. The children behind him cried out loud in fear. Their cries were as loud as an army. He felt a headache as he listened. He stared at the Gulan demon monarch and his son and said, "The villages nearby are under the protection of the sword court, including the homes of our disciples. Do you know what to do if you want to dominate the forests nearby?" Demon monarch Gulan and Zhuang Huixing heard him and were excited. "Don't worry, Sword Emperor. As long as we are alive, we will not let them suffer." Demon monarch Gulan patted his chest and promised. Zhuang Huixing nodded as well. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile before turning and leaving with the children. Looking at his back, the father and son did not speak for a long time. A long while later, Zhuang Huixing sighed in amazement. "Father, I feel that the future belongs to him and Yang Di. The two of them will definitely fight. Once Yang Di ascends, the world will belong to the Sword Emperor." Demon Monarch Gulan nodded and said, "Maybe before Yang Di ascends, the world will already belong to him." To him, Zhou Xuanji's talent was unprecedented and would not be matched in the future. The heavenly might was mighty. Under the billowing thunderclouds, there were many mountains. These mountains were straight like gigantic spikes that pierced into the sky. They covered an area of 10,000 miles like an earth-colored forest. Innumerable swords of all kinds of styles were stabbed into every mountain peak. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. This was once the sanctum of the Swords Way in the northern wilderness region. At the border of the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, the man in the woven rush raincoat, who had interacted with Zhou Xuanji before, stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He was still wearing a conical bamboo hat that covered his face. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, Shishenzong, you are so powerful. You should not have fallen here. I shall grant you a chance to be reborn. Let the name of the Sword Saint resound across the world again and resound through the ages." The man in the woven rush raincoat mumbled to himself. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly. A snake-like golden light emerged from his sleeve and turned into a golden dragon. It flew into the sky above the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain and rapidly expanded, turning into a mighty divine dragon. Then, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light that floated down. Boom! Chapter 306. Zhou Xuanji brought the children back to the village. Among the children, 2 came from this village. When their parents saw them, they cried tears of joy. Zhou Xuanji gathered the other villagers and told them about his arrangement. When they heard that Zhuang Huixing wanted to protect them, they were all excited and hoped that Zhou Xuanji could kill him. But when they heard about Foodie Tiger Monarch, they fell silent. Let's listen to Immortal Teacher Sword Emperor's arrangement. After killing that demon, there will be other demons. It's better to let them protect us. Moreover, the one who ate our children was not him but that damned Foodie Tiger Monarch. The old village chief said with a trembling voice as he leaned on his walking stick. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I will teach you a sword technique. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. If you have the power to protect yourselves and want to learn sword techniques, you can come to Skyfall. Remember, to come to Skyfall, you must be at least astral infant, or else you will die on the way. The villagers heard him and became excited. There were blacksmiths in the village who made many iron swords. Although they were ordinary weapons, they were enough for them to practice with. In the next 5 days, Zhou Xuanji taught the vibrant raindrop sword to the villagers as he recuperated from his injuries. The white crane sword technique was too low-leveled. It was not effective in this area. He only asked for one person to learn it. The children he saved stayed in the village. He did not have the energy to help them find their way home. This day, he was prepared to leave. But he was stopped by a dark-skinned young man. The young man knelt before him again and said with gritted teeth, I want to cultivate. I hope that you can take me as your disciple. If I can't, I can even be your servant, as long as you take me with you. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him. He had an impression of him. This young man was the most hard-working in sword techniques among the villagers. It was a pity that he was not talented in the way of the sword. He smiled and tossed out a blue-covered book. Young man, do you know my criteria for taking in disciples? Only 1 in a million can enter my eyes. Seeing that you are determined to seek immortality, I will give you this internalization of qi. I hope that we will meet again in the future. After that, he turned into a stream of sword light and flew toward the horizon. The dark-skinned young man held the energy technique in his hand and looked determined. Immortal Teacher Sword Emperor, one day, I, Su Han, will stand before you and gain your approval. I want to become a powerful sword cultivator like you. Skyfall was to the south of the northern wilderness region, and Zhou Xuanji took half a month to return to Skyfall. He activated the art of concealing qi and turned into a silver sword. He shuttled through the forest and hid himself. Halfway up the mountain, the second-generation disciples were still practicing their swordsmanship. They were very hard-working, and he was very satisfied. The 4 mountain-guarding kings were dozing off as usual. At the top of the mountain, Daoya Old Man was teaching Xianxia the art of divination, but the girl was lost in thought and did not listen. Sai, you can't go on like this. You have to focus. Daoya Old Man sighed helplessly. He wanted to blame her, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, there was a reason for this. Jianghu frowned and did not speak. Master is back. Zhou Xiaoqi suddenly shouted. His voice was very excited, and it attracted the attention of all the people nearby. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. How did this guy know he was coming? Zhao Zongjian appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoqi out of nowhere and asked in a deep voice, Where is master? Jianghu looked around in surprise, but she did not see Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, he was hiding behind a rock and did not immediately jump out. He's not here. Meng Tianlang opened his eyes wide. He instinctively scanned with his divine sense, but he still could not sense Zhou Xuanji's presence. Zhou Xiaoqi mumbled, I clearly felt him. The smile on Jiang Shui's face froze, and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing that she was about to cry, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart and flew out. Swoosh! The silver sword soared into the sky and drew a perfect arc in the air. Zhou Xuanji transformed into his human form and landed in front of Jiang Shui. He opened up his arms and said with a smile, I'm back. Jiang Shui was stunned, and so were the others. Next, she leaped into his arms and started sobbing. The others cheered. Ever since Zhou Xuanji left, the entire skyfall was filled with a deathly aura. Everyone was worried about his safety. If something happened to him, the group would most likely fall apart. After Zhou Xuanji comforted Xianxia, he told them about what had happened during this period of time. After knowing that Great Emperor Heartless had appeared, Daoya Old Man was greatly shocked. Only he had heard of the legends of Great Emperor Heartless. Legends say that 90,000 years ago, Great Emperor Heartless dominated the world and had 3 great emperors under him. However, he did not have any desire for power and always traveled the world freely. It said that in the past 100,000 years, Great Emperor Heartless' power could be ranked in the top 10. Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement. He had never thought that such a person would descend into the human realm. 3 great emperors under him. Zhou Xuanji blinked. It seemed that he had offended an incredible person. After that, he continued to speak. When he heard that Emperor Xiao's daughter was still alive, Daoya Old Man was shocked again. Old Mother Wan Yi. That's an ancient evil demon. She's indeed Emperor Xiao's daughter. Because of her identity, the human race could not kill her and could only seal her. She actually escaped. Daoya Old Man's face was filled with terror. Fear was written all over his face, and he shuddered at the thought of Old Mother Wan Yi. The others looked at each other. Although they had never heard of Great Emperor Heartless and Old Mother Wan Yi, for Daoya Old Man to be so wary, they must be very terrifying. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already suppressed Old Mother Wan Yi." After that, he flipped his right hand, and a blood bead appeared in his hand. "Brat, let go of me, or else I..." Before Old Mother Wan Yi could finish her sentence, she was put into the Xianxia map by Zhou Xuanji. The group was stunned. Daoya Old Man was stunned too. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to subdue such an existence. For the next period of time, everyone, cultivate well. In a few days, the first batch of disciples will depart, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile as he got up. The appearance of Great Emperor Heartless, Tian, and Old Mother Wan Yi made him understand that the world was going to change. The group had no objections and dispersed to spread the news of Zhou Xuanji's return. Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu returned to their huts to be alone. Only after 4 hours did he come out of his hut. He came to the edge of the cliff, took out the bronze dagger, and channeled his spirit energy into it. Soon, a shadow appeared. His face could not be seen clearly, but from his figure, he knew that it was Dao Seeker. "Why are you looking for me?" "I have something to tell you too," Dao Seeker asked. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told Dao Seeker about what happened to him. After that, he asked Dao Seeker to analyze the situation of the world. After listening, Dao Seeker fell silent. A long while later, he sighed faintly and said, "What a great situation. They want to restore the prosperity of 20,000 years ago. Who's the one planning this? To have such means, it's incredible. I'm afraid that even in the upper realm, they're omnipotent. Great Emperor Heartless' reincarnation was too coincidental. It was the same for Old Mother Wan Yi. If she wanted to revive, she should have done it a long time ago. Why did she do it now?" Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 307. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was a coincidence too. Great Emperor Heartless, Heaven, Old Mother Wan Yi, 10,000-year Prince, Xianxia map, etc. All these things happened at the same time. Something was wrong. There was also the fact that more and more experts from overseas had infiltrated the northern wilderness region. There was probably a reason behind this. He suddenly thought of Feng Qiu and that man in the raincoat. No one knew what role these 2 guys played in this. That's right, the Sword Saint has revived. Very soon, he will sweep across the world. As the current Sword Emperor, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Dao Seeker said suddenly, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. Sword Saint. His expression was strange as he asked, the hegemon Sword Emperor's teacher, Sword Saint Shishenzong. 20,000 years ago, the Sword Saint had a domineering style and dominated the world. He created the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain and created a golden age for the way of the sword. The hegemon Sword Emperor was his proud disciple. For some unknown reason, the Sword Sage committed suicide in the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain before becoming a martial emperor. Even though he did not become a martial emperor, he left behind countless astonishing legends. Great Emperor Heartless is easy to deal with. He's a reincarnation, and Old Mother Wan Yi can't be killed, but what about Sword Saint? They can be revived. Will all the experts in the past be resurrected? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Although he felt that it was absurd, he was a little excited. If he were to defeat all the tyrants in history, wouldn't he be able to ascend to the top of the river of history and become the one and only Sword Emperor? Just thinking about it made him excited. Dao Seeker shook his head and said, that's not the case. The Sword Saint's death is very special. His body transformed into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, and it's because of his soul and body that the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain can stand for so many years. Anyone who dares to damage the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain will be killed by the countless swords in the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. In other words, the Sword Saint is not dead. He has only transformed into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Their conversation attracted Daoya Old Man's attention. The old man came over and asked, Shishenzong. Did he revive to become a great emperor and ascend? Qiu Dao said meaningfully, he was resurrected by someone. However, with his will, he probably wanted to fight to be the best in the world. In his era, he was already invincible. He was the one who had the greatest hope of breaking the legend of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. When mentioning Shishenzong, he had too many words of praise that he could use. However, he was now on Zhou Xuanji's side, so he could only help Zhou Xuanji defeat Shishenzong. With your current strength, you will definitely lose against Shishenzong. Cultivate well and try not to go to the human race. Qiu Dao reminded him. After saying that, his phantom image dissipated in the air. Zhou Xuanji looked at Daoya Old Man with squinted eyes and asked, why do I feel like he's trying to provoke me? Daoya Old Man nodded with a smile. Zhou Xuanji looked forward to Shishenzong's revival. This was because there were no outstanding sword cultivators in this era. Even though Zhou Xuanji was the Sword Emperor, his position in history was not very high. If he could defeat the Sword Saint, his name would definitely go down in history. Thinking of this, he turned around and continued to cultivate. His current cultivation base was only at Mahayana level 1. He was still far from becoming a great tribulation scattered immortal. Daoya Old Man stood at the edge of the cliff, deep in thought. Half a month later, Lin Chang'e led Su Yang and 10 second-generation disciples down the mountain to gain experience. 2 years later, they finally returned. And this time, they also brought back hundreds of third-generation disciples. There were men and women, and every one of them had a murderous aura. After all, they had killed their way back. In these 2 years, Zhou Xuanji did not leave Skyfall and cultivated in peace. His cultivation base had also reached Mahayana level 2. He obtained 3 legendary swords, but they were all gold-grade legendary swords, which disappointed him. They were the bamboo suspension sword, the dragon python sword, and the cursed fire sword. Other than that, he did not even obtain a single sword technique. His luck was extremely bad. Fortunately, the ancient god sword awakened another soul, which was called Emperor Zhonghai. His strength had also increased by a large margin. This day, Zhou Xuanji gathered all the disciples and gave a motivational speech. All the disciples looked at him fervently. The person in front of them was the world's second, the most powerful sword cultivator, and also the most powerful genius in history. So far, we have 80 second-generation disciples and 334 third-generation disciples. We are very close to establishing our sect. You will all be founding elders, the future pillars of Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His first sentence attracted everyone's attention. Emperor Sword Court. Such a domineering name. He chose this name because Zhou Xuanji was called the Sword Emperor and because he wanted to imitate Chinese legends. Legend had it that the ancient heavenly emperor created the heavenly court on Buzhou Divine Mountain. And now, he created Emperor Sword Court on Skyfall. Wasn't there a deeper meaning behind this? He wanted Emperor Sword Court to reign supreme over the world and become the most powerful sanctum. Its fate would last forever. Emperor Sword Court, what a good name. From today onwards, we are members of Emperor Sword Court. I'm looking forward to the day we establish our sect. I like it. When can we establish our sect? The disciples discussed excitedly. Even Jianghu, Huang Lianxin, Chongming Demon Monarch, Lin Chang'e, and the others were discussing it. Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. There's still some time before we establish our sect. In the future, Emperor Sword Court will establish Xuanji Sword Library, 10,000 Swords Behemoth, Skyfall Inner Court, and other subordinate factions to guard energy techniques, swords, and natural treasures. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Different statuses will enjoy different treatment. Cultivate well. Your performance will be watched by Jianghu and the others. They will assign you positions in the future. 1,000 years later, Emperor Sword Court will be like Shanghai Ziggurat and Dongyuan Monastery, above the empires. At that time, I will be the top cultivator in the world, and you will be the disciples of the #1 sanctum. His tone was impassioned, stirring up everyone's emotions and making their blood boil. Even Xiao Jinghong and the others were looking forward to it. Meng Tianlang held the sword in his hand and thought to himself, I must become the sharpest sword in Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji treated him well and taught him many profound sword techniques. His treatment was not inferior to that of his personal disciples, which made him feel grateful. He had long become a part of Skyfall. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked the second-generation disciples to teach the third-generation disciples sword formation so that they could get closer to each other. Seeing that they began to train, Zhou Xuanji left with his trusted subordinates. Lin Chang'e reported to him at the top of the mountain. The sword saint has appeared and stirred up the world. Countless people flocked to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain to cultivate under the sword saint, Lin Chang'e said with a deep voice. If he had not become Zhou Xuanji's disciple, he might have gone to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain as well. But now, he only felt that things were troublesome, and he viewed Xianxia as an enemy. Zhou Xuanji smiled calmly and said, It's okay. Let him continue to develop. The more powerful 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, the more Emperor Sword Court will gain from defeating them in the future. The little black snake spat its forked tongue and asked curiously, Xianxia did not cause trouble for Yang Di. He was looking forward to Xianxia beating up Yang Di. Lin Chang'e shook his head and said, Ever since he was revived, he has not left 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He might be recovering his power. After all, he has just been revived. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 308. Restore his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji gave a weird smile. He suddenly looked forward to seeing Xianxia fight against Xianyuan Zhou. He wanted to see whether the legendary sword saint or Tian was stronger. Of course, he hoped that all of them would be defeated by him. You should also seize the time to train. Tianlang is about to master the sky-dominating divine sword. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Zhou Xuanji patted Lin Chang'e's shoulder and said with a smile. Having heard him, Meng Tianlang chuckled. Lin Chang'e frowned, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Ning Zifeng's expression was the same as his. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Huang Lianxin, and Han Shenbua had all been surpassed by Meng Tianlang. Every time they saw Meng Tianlang cultivating, they would feel very complicated. As for Northern Valiant Sword, he was the most hard-working one, but it was a pity that his talent could not keep up. Chongming Demon Monarch shouted, "Isn't it tiring to cultivate all day? Meng Tianlang is enough. Let's just be salted fish." Other than the little black snake and Zhou Xiaoqi, no one paid attention to him. Not only them, even big, small, and small heir did not like to cultivate. They would follow the 4 mountain guarding kings and doze off every day. The 3-eyed drought rodent liked to pester Fenyu Dragon King. The Dragon King liked it very much, and under the nourishment of the Dragon King's demonic power, it also started to gain cultivation and gradually became stronger. Zhou Xuanji called Daoya Old Man to the side and told him about the demon's cultivation plan so that he could supervise them. Daoya Old Man's cultivation had already reached his limit. Furthermore, he had too much to do with the mandate of heaven. If he advanced any further, he would definitely be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he was the most idle person. Zhou Xuanji had thought about using the thunderclap sword to help him with the tribulation, but he said that the tribulation he encountered was not just heavenly lightning, so Zhou Xuanji could only give up. The addition of the 3rd-generation disciples made Skyfall even livelier. While they were cultivating, Zhou Xuanji arranged for them to build the mountain gate and mountain paths. It was difficult to calculate how tall Skyfall was. It was extremely difficult to build a path from the foot of the mountain to the top. Zhou Xuanji euphemistically called it cultivation, and the 3rd-generation disciples never got tired of it. These were all merits. When Emperor Sword Court was established, they could brag to thousands of disciples that the Skyfall Mountain Road was built by them. Just like that, Skyfall welcomed an unprecedented liveliness. The 4 mountain guardian kings also called for demons to help. It was rare for humans and demons to fight together. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Countless cultivators stood on the cliffs at the edge of the Divine Ridge. They gazed at the magnificent 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge before them with fanatical expressions. Can you feel it? The aura of a sword saint. He's really strong. His resurrection will probably have an impact on number 1 in the world. Who do you think is stronger, Sword Saint or Sword Emperor? Of course it's the Sword Saint. Even the Hegemon Sword Emperor is his disciple. That's right, the Sword Saint can be called the teacher of a great emperor. Zhou Xuanji is still too young and cannot be compared to him for now. The cultivators discussed among themselves as they waited on the cliff. They did not dare to recklessly enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The name of the Sword Saint was simply too mythical. They did not dare to offend him and could only wait here. Naturally, they had come to take the Sword Saint as their master. Who wouldn't yearn to be able to groom a great emperor? At this moment, a black-robed old man flew out from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He had white hair and a youthful face. A diagram of 3 swords clashing was carved on his back. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of the man in the woven rush raincoat. I am the Mountain Lord of 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, Shi Haiming. My ancestor said that if you want to take him as your master, you must pass the test. You will enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain in batches. If you can stay inside for 30 minutes, you will pass the test. The black-robed old man swept his gaze across everyone and said expressionlessly. With this, a commotion broke out. 30 minutes. The 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain was so vast. It was not difficult to hide in there for 30 minutes. But when they remembered that they were facing the Sword Saint, they could not help but feel anxious. Immediately, 300 powerful cultivators flew into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The others held their breaths and waited for the battle. A while later. Boom! A horrifying aura exploded from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Next, all the swords on the peaks began to vibrate violently. The sound gathered together and was deafening. Swoosh! 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 The swords soared into the sky and hung high above, covering the thunderclouds. The tips of the swords pointed downwards, and it was impossible to count how many swords there were. 1,000,000. 5,000,000. 10,000,000. No one could count. They were all shocked by the scene before them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Zhou Xuanji asked Ning Zifeng to bring the second batch of second-generation disciples down the mountain. This time, he sent out 18 second-generation disciples. He, who was 42 years old, obtained another 6 legendary swords. One of them was glorious gold grade. It was called Desert Frenzy. Sword name, Desert Frenzy grade, glorious gold description, forged from the heart of the desert. It can draw upon the power of the desert. The larger the desert, the more powerful it is. As for the other 5 legendary swords, the lowest was gold grade. 2 of them were amethyst grade. They were Swift Earth Sword, Evil Blue Sword, Wind Riding Sword, 3,000 Turbulent Sword, and Green Mountain Entering River Sword. Up until now, he had 88 godly swords. The ancient god sword awakened the soul of another powerful cultivator. He was called Ghost Emperor Xianxia, and he was more powerful than the previous souls. What he regretted was that Emperor Hanlin had not woken up yet. Back when he fought Huangquan Drake King, if not for Emperor Hanlin, the outcome would have been hard to predict. He would have most likely perished. So, he had a good impression of Emperor Hanlin. In these 3 years, he obtained 2 other sword techniques. They were not very powerful and were not of much help to him in battle. But he still learned them. He would carve them in the future and place them in the sword library. Since he was going to establish a sect, he could not lack sword techniques and energy techniques. The more, the better. Only then could he show off Emperor Sword Court's foundation. This day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Meng Tianlang, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, Lin Changge, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin. Nowadays, he rarely taught them personally, so Xiao Jinghong and the others treasured him. Meng Tianlang had already completely mastered the sky-dominating divine sword. His cultivation improved tremendously, and he fully displayed the demeanor of the 10,000-year prince. The others were not discouraged. They continued to cultivate and tried to reduce the gap between them. He was teaching them the secrets of the ancestral dragon sword. Not only them, but the second and third generation disciples were also drooling over the ancestral dragon sword. Zhou Xuanji only taught the ancestral dragon sword to his trusted subordinates. If the other disciples wanted to learn it, they had to get his permission. This was Emperor Sword Court's signature sword technique. It could not be taught easily. He was looking forward to how long Meng Tianlang would take to learn the ancestral dragon sword. Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng's ancestral dragon sword could already take shape, but they were still far from great accomplishment. To him, even if Meng Tianlang wanted to cultivate the ancestral dragon sword to great accomplishment, it would take him at least 10 years. To reach the level of his ancestral dragon sword, it would take 50 years. As for the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, he did not want to teach it yet. This was his most powerful sword technique. He would only consider teaching it when a more powerful sword technique appeared. After all, as the founding ancestor of Emperor Sword Court, he had to maintain a profound and unfathomable attitude. At this moment, Jingtian Eagle appeared behind Zhou Xuanji and half knelt down, cupped his fist and said, "Master, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain has already recruited 1,000 disciples. The Sword Saint's prestige in the human race has reached its peak. I'm afraid that even Yang Di cannot compare to him." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 309. Zhou Xuanji turned around and asked Jingtian Eagle aside so that he would not disturb the cultivation of Xiao Jinghong and the others. The Sword Saint still hasn't left the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain? He asked softly. Every 3 months, he would send the 4 mountain guarding kings out to scout for information. The 4 mountain guarding kings all had their own demon armies, so it was easy for them to obtain information. Jingtian Eagle replied respectfully, "No, Sunlight Emperor didn't go to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain either. We mind our own business." Both the human race and the demon race believed that the Sword Sage and the Sunlight Emperor would definitely fight. With the Sword Saint's personality, how could he not be number 1 in the world? That's normal. The Sword Saint has to recover his cultivation, and the Sunlight Emperor is busy establishing the Great Fate Empire. The two of them won't be able to fight each other for now. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had an inexplicable premonition. The Sword Sage would look for him before challenging Sunlight Emperor. Defeating the number 2 in the world, then challenging the number 1 in the world, this was the correct way to show off. After Shi Shenzong defeated the number 1 under the heavens and then challenged the number 2 under the heavens, he would lose his cool. I did not manage to track down the whereabouts of Heaven and Great Emperor Heartless. However, I did manage to obtain some information about the Tanhua sect. Jingtian Eagle continued with a strange expression. Tanhua sect. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He almost forgot that Tanhua sect still existed. Ever since the battle at the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake, the Tanhua sect had fallen apart in his eyes and could no longer cause any trouble. I understand that the Tanhua sect is recruiting disciples in the west of the northern wilderness region. There are rumors that sect master Xian revived the ancient Diablo, Jingtian Eagle continued, his tone a little hesitant. After all, Great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint had appeared out of nowhere. It was not unbelievable that the ancient Diablo had come back to life. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Xianxia had not destroyed the ancient Diablo's soul. It was no wonder why the Diablo's soul was able to survive for so long in the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake. After all, they were father and daughter. However, he had a feeling that the evil king would become Xianxia's puppet. Because he could feel the hatred Xianxia had for the evil king. It was the kind of hatred that went deep into her soul and could not be resolved. Yes, is there any other important news? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He was not worried about Xianxia. This old demonic woman had been besieged by the whole world for so many times, yet she had not died. This meant that she was very lucky. Jingtian Condor shook his head. He suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, "There is one thing that is strange. I'd better tell you about it." It is said that the shadow of 1,000 zhang tall golden Buddha appeared in Dongyuan Temple. It lasted for half an hour before disappearing. This is not true. If it is true, it may be disadvantageous to you. He knew that Chief Monk Xuanhe had enmity with Zhou Xuanji, especially with Xianxia. It was an irreconcilable enmity. Dongyuan Temple, Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and signaled for Jingtian Eagle to leave. He then rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Could it be that Xuanhe divine monk had practiced some kind of peerless skill? He thought for a while and didn't care. His opponents were the Sword Sage, Yang Di, Tian, and Great Emperor Heartless. Xuanhe divine monk was not qualified. He turned around and continued to guide Xiao Jinghong and the others in their cultivation. 6 hours later, he walked to the edge of the cliff and continued to internalize qi. He was still a distance away from reaching Mahayana level 3, but that did not mean that he had not become stronger. In these 3 years, other than obtaining new legendary swords, he had a deeper understanding of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. This technique could not only rebirth but also cultivate a Celestial Devil. He fused the Celestial Devil with the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and created an even more powerful sword technique. Even he was amazed by his own talent. Indeed, he was born to practice the sword. Late at night, he returned to his room and flirted with Xianxia for a while. After that, the two of them lay on the bed and chatted. Ever since she started learning divination from Daoya Old Man, her cultivation had improved tremendously. Now, she was ready to break through to astral projection. Huang Lianxin, who was initially on par with her, was left behind by her. Xuanji, I heard that Grand Teacher looked at Shishinzong with respect every time he talked about him. It seems like he's really powerful. If he comes to find trouble with you now, are you confident? Xianxia asked curiously as she lay on her side and supported her face with her right hand. Unlike Lin Chang'e, Xiao Jinghong, and the others, she had not grown up in a sect. She had followed Zhou Xuanji from place to place, and she did not know much about the legends of the northern wilderness region. Even when she heard them talk about Shishinzong's legend, she did not feel any reverence. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "He's powerful indeed, but I'm not weak either. Don't forget that he had not become a great emperor before he died. If not for the Hegemon Sword Emperor, he might not have reached such a legendary status." Shishinzong became the Hegemon Sword Emperor, and the Hegemon Sword Emperor became Shishinzong. It was a pity that their descendants did not acknowledge each other. Until today, the Hegemon Sword Sect and the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain did not have any contact. The two of them chatted until late at night, and only fell asleep. Every month, they would have such a relaxing sleep. Even if they returned to their rooms, they would be cultivating day and night. 5 days later, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, opened his eyes suddenly. He flipped his right hand and took out the bronze dagger. The bronze dagger was boiling red and was giving off strands of steam. Soon, Dao Seeker's shadow appeared. Something bad has happened. The 10,000-year prince has appeared. He is the prince of the great Qin dynasty, Qin Bantian. Sunlight Emperor, Xuanhe Divine Monk, and Heaven will all go to fight for him. You have to snatch the 10,000-year prince before they do. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your future, Dao Seeker said with a deep voice, which made Zhou Xuanji's expression turn strange. Qin Bantian was the 10,000-year prince. Meng Tianlang was the one. He did not reveal this point. He had already sealed off the news that Meng Tianlang was the 10,000-year prince, and not even the second-generation disciples could know about it. You think I can deal with Yang Di and Tian? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He was a little hesitant in his heart. He had an old relationship with Qin Bantian and wanted to nurture him so that Great Qin could establish a connection with Emperor Sword Court in the future. Should he go and help? Dao Seeker sighed and said, "How do you know that Yang Di and Tian will work together?" Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. That's right. Tian hunted down people with monarch qi, and Yang Di was also someone with monarch qi. I advise you to go now. If you're too late, the 10,000-year prince will be taken away. After saying this, Dao Seeker's figure disappeared. Following this, Zhou Xuanji gathered Daoya Old Man, Jianghu, Meng Tianlang, and the others and told them about this. Everyone was greatly shocked. How could Qin Bantian be the 10,000-year prince? However, Dao Seeker was unfathomable and had a mysterious background. His strength was definitely greater than Han Daozi's. Could it be that Han Daozi had mistaken him for someone else? Facing everyone's doubtful gazes, Meng Tianlang's face became red as he said, "Could it be that my talent isn't worthy of my status as the 10,000-year prince?" Daoya Old Man stroked his chin and said, "It's rare for a 10,000-year prince to appear, and no one can be sure that there won't be two 10,000-year princes. Even if Qin Bantian isn't the 10,000-year prince, his identity is most likely not simple." Thinking about Qin Bantian, that boy, he had endured all sorts of trials and tribulations back then. Evidently, his luck was extraordinary. Calm. Wonderful Bookstore Calm. Chapter 310. After Zhou Xuanji discussed with the others, he decided to head to Great Qin alone. Back when he was still weak, he had dared to go around recklessly, let alone now that he was number 2 in the world. That day, he stepped on the snakeskin sword and flew north. His flying speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Along the way, he flipped his right hand and took out old Mother Wan Yi's blood bead. "Do you know anything about the 10,000-year princes?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Over the past few years, he would occasionally send old Mother Wan Yi out to do some ideological work. As time passed, old Mother Wan Yi calmed down. She had been sealed for countless years. Now that she was in the Xianxia map, her situation hadn't changed. It was just that she had changed places. Thinking of this, she felt much better. 10,000-year prince. Has a 10,000-year prince appeared? Old Mother Wan Yi asked in confusion. Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, she continued to mutter to herself, "Strange, why would the 10,000-year prince appear now? Could it be that the main body's awakening?" Before, Zhou Xuanji had asked her about Tian, the Sword Saint, and Great Emperor Heartless. She didn't care about the heavens, but she admired the Sword Saint and Great Emperor Heartless. Although she was sealed most of the time, she relied on the 12 ghost generals that she had trained to gather information and understand every era. Great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint Shishenzong had left a deep impression on her. After learning about the appearance of these 3 fellows, she was puzzled. Now, the 10,000-year prince had appeared. She felt inexplicably uneasy. That's right, they did appear, and there are 2 of them. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said softly. If Qin Bantian was also a 10,000-year prince, then he had to subdue him. With 2 10,000-year princes, how powerful would the Emperor Sword Court be in the future? He wanted to surpass Great Emperor Heartless and nurture a few more Great Emperors before ascending together to the upper world. Just thinking about it made him happy. You too. How could this be? Could this be the heaven and earth epic? Old Mother Wan Yi exclaimed, her voice filled with terror. The bead of blood began to tremble, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. What does world epic mean? He asked. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The heaven and earth epic is when the main characters of the world change. To put it simply, the human race is about to decline, and a new race will take control of the world. When my father led the human race to rule the world, he had 2 10,000-year princes under him. That must be the case. Otherwise, why would Heaven, Sword Saint, Great Emperor Heartless, Xianxia map, the 2 10,000-year princes, and me appear? It's over, it's over. Old Mother Wan Yi's voice was filled with despair. If the human race lost their position as the main character of the world, she would also perish. After all, her fate was connected to that of the human race. The main character of the world was going to be replaced. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that the demon race was going to rise up? But more than half of the demon race's top combat power had died. How could they rise again? Could it be the Ghost Clan? He fell into deep thought. Father. What you said back then was true. The human race can never be the main character of the world forever, old Mother Wan Yi said dejectedly. Her voice was low and filled with despair. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt quite annoyed and harumphed. The human race hasn't been destroyed yet. Hearing this, old Mother Wan Yi felt as if she had been stabbed in her heart, and she cried out angrily, "This is the will of the heavens, neither you nor I can stop it. Even if my father was alive, he would not be able to stop it." Back then, the human race had the will of the heavens, so no matter how bad the situation was, they could rise again. You don't understand how terrifying the will of the heavens is. It's something that mortals cannot change. Not even immortal gods. At that moment, all of her hopes had turned to dust, and boundless terror devoured her heart. The will of the heavens. Zhou Xuanji said disdainfully, I don't believe in the will of the heavens, I only believe that humans can defeat the heavens. Just watch, with me here, the human race will not be destroyed. He was not boasting, this was what he thought. After all, he was not a native creature of the northern wilderness, and his soul came from another spacetime. As such, he did not believe in the heavens. Old Mother Wan Yi fell silent, not moved by him. She had lived for countless years and had seen people more arrogant than Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji put the blood bead back into the Xianxia map and thought to himself as he flew. Dao Seeker had said that someone was plotting against him. Now that old Mother Wan Yi said that the world epic had arrived, he could not help but think about it. He even suspected that all of this was Dao Seeker's doing. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Within a tall mountain, there was a gloomy palace. Within the palace, candlelight flickered, making the atmosphere a little eerie. Shi Shenzong was cultivating on a jade bed. His back was straight and he wore tattered black clothes. His face looked ancient, and his hair was a mix of black and white. His entire being gave off a deathly stillness. The man in the woven rush raincoat suddenly appeared in front of him. He lowered his head slightly and did not show his face. Shi Shenzong, what are you waiting for? With your current power, you can sweep across the world, the man in the woven rush raincoat asked. His voice was calm, and he did not sound like the legendary sword saint. He did not show any fear either. Shi Shenzong did not open his eyes and said indifferently, why would I care about the future generations? I'm cultivating for the sake of the human race. After that, he opened his eyes slowly. His brown pupils shone brightly in the darkness. Why did you revive me during the world epic? Who are you? He asked as he stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat. His tone was still indifferent, as if he did not fear the man in the woven rush raincoat at all. Who I am is not important. Since you understand that this is the world epic, you should know your mission, to control the human race. Only by uniting can the human race have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you alone will not be able to change the situation, the man in the woven rush raincoat said as he lightly laughed. The man in the raincoat chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly twisted his body, and a sharp sword appeared out of thin air in front of him, almost piercing his sword. Shi Shenzong stared at him, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he said, You want me to become your puppet? The human race has its own path. If we encounter any changes in the heavenly Tao, I will block them all by myself. Who cares if they are demons or monsters? If they want to take over the human race, they will have to ask my sword first. The man in the woven rush raincoat slowly retreated and shook his head as he smiled and said, Shi Shenzong, you're still so arrogant. Don't look down on the future generations. The current Yang Emperor and Sword Emperor's talent is not inferior to yours, especially the Sword Emperor. He became the second strongest in the world at 30 years old and can fight against great tribulation scattered immortals. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Also, your senior, Great Emperor Heartless, has also come to the northern wilderness region, as well as two 10,000-year princes. Perhaps you will become their stepping stone. He loudly laughed before disappearing into the darkness of the palace. Shi Shenzong was expressionless as he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Great Chen's Palace. Within a courtyard, Chen Bantian was surrounded by a group of beautiful palace maids. There was a palace maid sitting on each of his legs, and her hands wandered about. Behind him, there were palace maids massaging him, and in front of him, there were palace maids feeding him fruits, causing him to smile so widely that he could not even close his mouth. Back when I met the Sword Emperor, he was still looking up at the world's top 100. Back then, he was being chased by powerful enemies and met me by chance. I saw that he had decent talent, so I gave him a few pointers. Who would have thought that this boy would have an epiphany and break through on the spot? Chen Bantian sighed as he spoke, his expression filled with nostalgia and happiness. Calm. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 311. Wow, Your Highness is so powerful. The petite maid sitting on Chen Banchan's left leg covered her mouth and said. Her face was filled with admiration. The other maids cried out in amazement too, which pleased Chen Bantian greatly. He pretended to be deep in thought and said, Zhou Xuanji is incredible. I predict that he will become the top cultivator in the world. Of course, it's only temporary because I will become the top cultivator in the future. Without my guidance, how can he achieve what he has today? The maids all flattered him, and his heart almost flew into the sky. At this moment. Oh. A voice came. Really? Chen Bantian was stunned. He looked around instinctively but did not see anyone else. The maids also looked over. Who dared to interrupt in the royal garden? Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared on a huge tree. He sat on the trunk with his right leg crossed and stepped on the side with a playful smile on his face. Chen Bantian shuddered and stood up abruptly. The two maids on his legs fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Although Zhou Xuanji had matured after 20 years, he could still recognize Zhou Xuanji immediately. He wore a black robe with golden threads. He swallowed his saliva and asked helplessly, Senior Zhou. Why are you here? His legs were trembling, and even his voice was trembling. The maids were stunned. Senior Zhou. Could it be? They opened their eyes wide and sized Zhou Xuanji up. Wow! So handsome. It was their first time seeing such a handsome man. His confidence made him look like an emperor who looked down on the world. Not only was he domineering, but he was also elegant and had the demeanor of a prodigal son. I'm here to listen to your bragging. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile, which frightened Chen Bantian so much that he knelt down immediately. I was wrong. He said awkwardly. Caught in the act, he had no way to defend himself, so he could only admit defeat. He was not ashamed to kneel before Zhou Xuanji. The person in front of him was already the second in the world. Even if the Emperor of Great Qin knelt before him, no one would feel that it was inappropriate. Ask them to leave. I have something to say to you. Zhou Xuanji jumped down from the tree and walked toward Chen Bantian as he instructed. Seeing how he walked, the eyes of the maids almost turned into flowers. Hurry up and leave. You're not allowed to tell anyone that Senior Sword Emperor has arrived. Otherwise, your 9 generations will be exterminated. Chen Bantian glared at the palace maids behind him and berated them. His heart ached. These girls had never shown such love-struck expressions in front of him. This was too much of a blow. After the palace maids left, Zhou Xuanji sat before the stone table. Chen Bantian stood beside him and poured wine for him. He smiled coyly and said, Senior Zhou, what do you want to say to me? If not for Zhou Xuanji, he would already be dead. Although he was the one who gave Zhou Xuanji the Xianxia map, Zhou Xuanji obtained the Xianxia map by himself. In his heart, he still remembered the favor of saving his life. Zhou Xuanji swirled his wine cup and said, You're in big trouble. Yang Di, Tian, Chief Monk Xuanhe, and other top-tier experts are all coming to capture you. Chen Bantian was stunned. In the next second, his expression turned into one of horror. Sunlight Emperor. Just these 2 words were enough to make his hair stand on end. Senior Zhou, why? I don't have the Xianxia map. Chen Bantian hurriedly asked. Ever since he had awakened the Yellow Dragon royal bloodline, his cultivation had been growing rapidly, and he was now about to break through to the astral projection stage. However, this kind of cultivation was not enough to face top-tier experts in the world. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about the 10,000-year prince's background. After hearing this, Chen Bantian felt both delighted and nervous. He was quite intelligent and said straightforwardly, Senior Zhou, take me away. When my strength increases, I will come back to inherit the position of emperor. I don't trust Yang Di or Chief Monk Xuanhe, I only trust you. He believed that Zhou Xuanji would not lie to him. If he was captured by someone else, he did not dare to imagine what would happen to him. However, he was not afraid if he followed Zhou Xuanji. After all, he had followed Zhou Xuanji before and knew how he treated people. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I'm here to save you. Go and tell your father first. I'll wait for you here. You'd better hurry, perhaps Yang Di will descend today." Hearing this, Chen Bantian hurriedly bowed and quickly left. After he left, Zhou Xuanji drank wine by himself, feeling quite at ease. Things were going smoothly, and he was in a good mood. It was a pity that good times did not last long. After a while, a familiar voice resounded throughout the royal city of Great Qin. "Amitabha, this old monk Xuanhe has come to visit the emperor of Great Qin. I hope that the emperor will allow this old monk to enter the palace." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. The royal city of Great Qin was in an uproar. "Chief Monk Xuanhe. The Lord of the Sanctum is here. It's said that he's the top monk in the northern wilderness region. He made the greatest contribution in getting rid of the Tanhua sect. It's said that he once suppressed the top evil cultivator. What is he doing in Great Qin? Could he be recruiting disciples? Recently, many sects are recruiting, and the Sanctum is no exception. It's possible, but I don't want to be a monk. I'm in a dilemma." The arrival of Chief Monk Xuanhe excited the cultivators of Great Qin. After all, Dongyuan Monastery was above the empire. Zhou Xuanji saw a group of people flying out from the palace to welcome Chief Monk Xuanhe. At this moment, Chen Bantian appeared before him and said anxiously, "What should I do? Chief Monk Xuanhe is already here. If I leave now, I'm afraid that he will make things difficult for my father." Chief Monk Xuanhe had a good reputation, but after escaping, he did not trust anyone other than Zhou Xuanji and his companions. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Let's pretend that we have already left and see how he reacts. If your father is in danger, I will act immediately." Chen Bantian nodded. Although Chief Monk Xuanhe was the top monk, he was not the second. He was not even in the top 10 in the world. Zhou Xuanji brought Chen Bantian under the tree and took out a scroll to activate a concealment spell formation. This scroll was made by Daoya Old Man. It could conceal one's body and aura. Each scroll could only be used once, and it was extremely costly. Soon, they saw Chief Monk Xuanhe's silhouette. He was talking and laughing with the Emperor of Great Qin as they flew into the main hall of the royal palace. Zhou Xuanji did not use his divine sense immediately. He had a feeling that Chief Monk Xuanhe would scan the entire royal palace with his divine sense. Within the time it took for half an incense to burn, a powerful divine sense scanned the entire royal palace. With Daoya Old Man's spell formation, Chief Monk Xuanhe could not discover Zhou Xuanji and Chen Bantian. "Senior Zhou, what's the situation?" Chen Bantian asked anxiously. His father had treated him very well, and he didn't want anything to happen to his father, especially if it was because of him. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, "Don't worry, Chief Monk Xuanhe is nothing. A true powerhouse is here." Chen Bantian's eyes widened, and just as he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji's gaze became cold. He looked back and saw Xianyuan Zhou 10 meters away, staring at Zhou Xuanji. "You really didn't die." Xianyuan Zhou ignored Chen Bantian and said to Zhou Xuanji. His voice was cold and murderous. "Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm." Chapter 312. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xianyuan Zhou without any fear and laughed as he said, "I was thinking the same thing. So you didn't die." Chen Bantian did not know Xianyuan Zhou, but there were not many people in the world who dared to speak to Zhou Xuanji like this. He quickly hid behind Zhou Xuanji, feeling extremely nervous. Xianxia took a step forward and said, I don't want to deal with you right now. Give me the 10,000-year prince, and I can let you live a little longer. He already understood Zhou Xuanji's strength. 5 years had passed, and this brat must have become even more powerful. Once they started fighting, they would attract even more experts. At that time, it would be troublesome. Zhou Xuanji disdainfully laughed as he said, Xianxia, even though you're Tian, your strength is just too great. Do you really think that I'm your only opponent? This brat is fated with me. If it wasn't for me, he would have died long ago, so he can only belong to me. He deliberately provoked Xianxia. Heaven did not have a good reputation in the northern wilderness region. Although heaven claimed to only target those with Emperor Qi, every heaven would endanger the peace of the northern wilderness region. Hence, in the legends, heaven was a demon. Once Xianxia's identity was exposed, both the righteous and demonic paths would come to hunt him down. This was why Xianxia didn't keep a high profile. Even if he came to Great Qin, he would sneak in. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and a murderous aura spread out, causing Qin Banshan's body to turn cold. Who can stop me? He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked coldly. Xuanhe divine monk. What a joke. He didn't think much of the monk. I can. An indifferent voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji, Chen Bantian, and Xianxia all looked over. A man dressed in luxurious golden robes stood on the palace walls. He was like a towering mountain, giving off a domineering aura as if he was looking down on everything in the world. Sunlight Emperor. Number 1 in the world. His grave and stern face was like that of a deity. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, making him seem arrogant and disdainful. The golden robe fluttered, and the hair under the crown also fluttered in the wind. The world became quiet, and it was extremely oppressive. Xianxia sovereign and Zhou Xuanji both narrowed their eyes as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't even need to think to guess who this person was. In this world, only that person could have such a bearing. Just by standing there without saying a word, he exuded an invincible aura. It seemed that no one was qualified to stand in front of him. Sunlight Emperor, didn't you claim to be invincible in the world? Why do you still need the 10,000-year princes? Xianxia coldly harumphed, and Zhou Xuanji looked at him in confusion. Why do I feel a little sarcastic? Aren't you emotionless? Sunlight Emperor ignored him, stared at Qin Bantian, and said, I am the number 1 in the world, undoubtedly the number 1. Since I became the number 1, I have never fallen from this position. Follow me, and I will take you as my disciple. I will take you on the road of invincibility. When this emperor ascends, you will be the number 1 under the heavens. Domineering. No matter how rational Qin Bantian was, his heartbeat quickened. But he did not agree and continued to hide behind Zhou Xuanji, not daring to come out. He muttered in his heart, can Senior Zhou defeat him? The number 1 in the world and number 2 in the world seemed to be only 1 rank apart, but in reality, the difference was like heaven and earth. Just like the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, the gap between Zhou Xuanji and the second place was so huge that it made people speechless. Don't even think about it, he's mine, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. He was eager to try it out. Number 1 in the world. He had wanted to challenge him for a long time. Sunlight Emperor turned to look at him and said, Zhou Xuanji, this emperor knows you. You have great potential, but the 10,000-year prince's identity is special, so it's best if you don't get involved with karma. Since ancient times, there have been many geniuses, but not many people remember them because most of them died. His tone was calm, and there was no threat or enmity in it. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent because he had heard such words too many times. Many people pretended to have good intentions, but in reality, they were trying to suppress him. However, he did not feel any disgust hearing these words from Sunlight Emperor. After all, After Sunlight Emperor's cultivation reached great accomplishment, he had shocked the world and become the number one in the world. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was not Sunlight Emperor. The world was unpredictable. Who could put down everything and focus on cultivation? Today, I will definitely take away the 10,000-year prince. None of you can stop me. Xianxia could not help but say. Sunlight Emperor ignoring him was the greatest condescension towards him. Sunlight Emperor still did not look at him and instead looked at Chen Bantian as he said, "Are you willing? As long as you are willing, this emperor will take you back. No matter how many people come, they will not be able to stop us." Chen Bantian thought about it and asked, "If I'm not willing, will you not force me?" Sunlight Emperor gave a trace of a smile and did not say anything. Xianxia could not take it anymore and stepped out, his aura exploding out. "Heaven, please bestow me with divine power. Heaven, please bestow me with glory. Heaven, please bestow me with faith," he loudly cried out, and his voice sounded throughout Great Chen's royal capital, shaking people's hearts. 3 pillars of light broke through the sea of clouds and landed on his body. A terrifying might caused the palace to tremble. Chen Bantian looked at him in shock. What kind of power was this? Sunlight Emperor smirked but still did not say anything. He looked at Xianxia, waiting for him to act. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. Back when they had fought, Xianxia had not used heaven's power right from the start. It could be seen how important Sunlight Emperor was in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia did not waste any words and directly rushed at Sunlight Emperor. There was a loud bang. The two of them collided, giving off a brilliant light that covered their bodies. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger and quickly flew away with Chen Bantian. The palace walls shattered, and a terrifying shockwave wreaked havoc within the palace, destroying everything. The Emperor of Great Chen, Chief Monk Xuanhe, and a group of Great Chen's experts all flew up into the sky, looking incredibly shocked. What a terrifying aura! 2 figures leapt up from the powerful light and rushed into the sky. They turned into 2 rays of rainbow light and madly clashed in the air. They were so fast that even great realization cultivators could not see them with their eyes. The powerful aura caused the royal capital to tremble, and the surrounding mountains also trembled, causing countless rocks to fall. Chief Monk Xuanhe suddenly saw Zhou Xuanji and Chen Bantian beside him, and he immediately became furious. "Amiba, Zhou Xuanji, what are you doing?" Chief Monk Xuanhe loudly cried out. After speaking, he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. A golden Buddha rose up from behind him, looking benevolent and holy. It quickly grew and became 3,000 meters tall in the blink of an eye, proudly standing above Great Chen's royal capital. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the entire city. What's going on? A powerful enemy is attacking Great Chen. Zhou Xuanji. The Sword Emperor is here. No, isn't the relationship between Great Chen and the Sword Emperor quite good? It's not just the Sword Emperor, the expert fighting above is most likely not a nameless person either. It's over. Should we run? The cultivators and commoners in the city began to discuss. Half of the royal palace had been flattened, and countless people had died. If the battle spread to the royal capital, it would be a disaster for Great Chen. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 313. Zhou Xuanji, this prince of Great Chen concerns the fate of the human race. You cannot take him away. Chief Monk Xuanhe said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. With the 3,000-meter-tall golden Buddha behind him, his confidence was greatly boosted. Even if his opponent was the world's second, he would still dare to fight him. It just so happened that he had bumped into them today. He was going to avenge his humiliation. Chen Bantian trembled as he looked at the golden Buddha and asked in a low voice, "Should we run?" Facing such a mighty Buddha, he was intimidated. "What are you afraid of?" Zhou Xuanji laughed with disdain. He was very respectful toward Chief Monk Xuanhe at first. However, this fellow's hatred for Xianxia was too great, and it went against the way of Buddhism. The emperor did not speak, but he was worried for Zhou Xuanji in his heart. It seemed like the rumors were true. Xuanhe divine monk's Buddhist art had improved again, and his strength was no longer the same as before. Xuanhe divine monk, if I insist on taking him away, what will you do? Zhou Xuanji asked as he smiled. This old fellow was a bit arrogant, he actually dared to challenge the second in the world. Have you forgotten? You were once powerless in front of Xianxia, who was ranked 5th in the world. Xuanhe divine monk snorted coldly and said, if that's the case, then I can only use my strength to keep him here. After speaking, the golden Buddha behind him stretched out its hand and slapped towards Zhou Xuanji. He did not move quickly. Evidently, he wanted to give Zhou Xuanji a chance to give up. I have such golden Buddha statues too. Zhou Xuanji took out heavenly retribution martial punishment, and following this, a golden Buddha appeared behind him. Zhou Xuanji's body quickly grew until it was 3,000 meters tall, and thousands of arms grew from his back. 5 years had passed, and his spiritual power had increased tremendously. Coupled with the fact that he was using the heavenly punishment martial punishment, the height of the thousand-hand sword Buddha was no less than the golden Buddha of the Xuanhe divine monk. His 1,000 hands spread out, each holding a giant sword. This made his 1,000-hand sword Buddha look even more majestic to the onlookers. Chief Monk Xuanhe's eyes widened. Chen Bantian was shocked. The entire imperial city was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji also cultivated Buddhism. Zhou Xuanji fused into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's body, and the 1,000-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out, illuminating the heavens and the earth. This is the Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha, and it is the unique skill of the Emperor Sword Court. When the Emperor Sword Court is established, anyone who wishes to learn it can come to the Emperor Sword Court. Of course, not everyone can learn this unique skill. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and earth, extremely majestic. It was a good opportunity to advertise. Chen Banshan's face was filled with admiration, and the Emperor of Great Qin, as well as the other officials and generals, were all in awe. What a domineering technique! In comparison, the divine monk Xuanhe was at a disadvantage. Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha. What a mighty name! This is also a sword technique. Emperor Sword Court. Sword Emperor really wants to create a sacred land. The sacred land of swords might change the power structure of the northern wilderness region. Is this really a height that mortals can reach? All sorts of cries sounded out in the city, and everyone's attention fell on Zhou Xuanji and Chief Monk Xuanhe. Zhou Xuanji absorbed Qin Bantian into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's body and came to his side. They could experience the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's perspective together. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha raised all of its giant swords and slashed at Chief Monk Xuanhe's golden Buddha. Dang! Dang! Clang! The gigantic sword slashed the golden Buddha's body, creating countless golden sparks. The scene was extremely spectacular. Xuanhe divine monk's expression changed drastically. With a thought, the golden Buddha raised its arms and created a layer of golden light shield, blocking all the attacks. However, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's attacks were extremely ferocious. Each wave was more powerful than the last, forcing the golden Buddha to retreat continuously. This brat is already so powerful. Chief Monk Xuanhe thought to himself in fear. The divine ability that he had just learned was suppressed by Zhou Xuanji before it could show its power. He was both angry and fearful. He was indeed not a match for Zhou Xuanji. It was not luck that this brat could climb to the 2nd rank in the world. He suddenly understood why Xianxia was willing to marry Zhou Xuanji. That old demon's eyes were as sharp as ever. Boom! Chief Monk Xuanhe's golden Buddha was shattered by the thousand-hand sword Buddha. It was incredibly domineering, which made everyone's blood boil. Countless cries sounded out in the royal capital. They were all shouting the Sword Emperor's name. Chief Monk Xuanhe coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. I'm taking Great Chen's crown prince away. I will teach him cultivation and let him lead Great Chen to prosperity in the future. Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the thousand-hand sword Buddha, sounding solemn and holy. After that, the thousand-hand sword Buddha disappeared, and a sword light flew toward the horizon. Carrying Chen Bantian, he flew away swiftly on the snakeskin sword. He was already impressive enough for severely injuring Chief Monk Xuanhe. No one thought that he was running away. He was just too lazy to cause more trouble. However, his words excited Great Chen's people. Zhou Xuanji's teaching ability was already renowned across the world. Even the hegemon sword sect's exquisite sword mind was willing to be his sword slave. One could imagine how powerful he was. In the entire Great Chen, no one could compete with Lin Changge. Great Chen's people began to look forward to it. At the same time, the battle between Xianyuan Zhou and Yang Di continued. The two flew extremely high up, far away from the ground. At first glance, it looked like two suns colliding with each other in the sky. One could vaguely hear the loud explosions. Who are they? The emperor asked with a frown. No one answered him. Chief Monk Xuanhe looked up, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He had seen Yang Di before. But he had never seen Xianyuan Zhou. Could that person be the Sword Saint? In the current world, other than the Sword Saint, who else could fight with Yang Di? On the other side, Zhou Xuanji flew at full speed, ignoring the battle between Yang Di and Xianyuan Zhou. Along the way, Chen Bantian was extremely excited. Senior Zhou, you are so awesome. The top monk in the northern wilderness region is so weak before you. Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. If I join Emperor's Sword Court, can I learn it? Is that a sword technique or a divine ability? Zhou Xuanji was frustrated and reprimanded, shut up. You are like a girl. If you want to learn it, you have to contribute to Emperor's Sword Court. It's the ultimate technique of the court after all. Chen Bantian immediately shut up, but the excitement on his face did not fade away. Contribute. Simple. When he becomes the Emperor of Great Qin, he will throw in money and resources. Who can contribute more than him? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, as though he had already obtained the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Time passed quickly. A day later, the two stopped by a lake in a forest. He was too fast, and Chen Bantian could not take it. Senior Zhou, who do you think will win, Yang Di or Tian? Chen Bantian asked as he sat on the grass and internalized qi to rest. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, none of your business. Ask me after you enter the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Northern Wilderness Top 100. The will to fight burned in Chen Bantian's eyes. After he knew that he was the 10,000-year prince, his ambition grew. He was not willing to be the emperor of the empire. He wanted to do bigger things. Swoosh! A silhouette leaped out from the forest suddenly. Zhou Xuanji instinctively took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and was about to slash. It's me. Dao Seeker's voice came. He quickly came up to Zhou Xuanji and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. How come it's him? How did he come here? Could it be that bronze dagger? Calm. Wonderful Book House.
Chapter 2747. The trial qualifications are in hand. Jianghu Ji. With the arrival of Yi Xian and Li Mosquito, the 10,000 demons in front of the plaza were inexplicably excited and cheered loudly. This scene greatly surprised the trusted aide sent by High Priest Huigyul. He gave Yi Xian a deep look, then took the spatial pagoda he had tossed onto the stage and began to examine it in front of everyone. As his spiritual power entered the spatial pagoda, his eyes lit up. He looked up at Yi Xian again and reported the number of weeping soul beasts inside. Jianghu Ji, 23,467. Oh! Jianghu Ji, Jianghu Ji. Complete victory. When they heard that Yi Xian had indeed lived up to everyone's expectations and crushed Xiongda, who had cheered so arrogantly, the 10,000 demon powerhouses below immediately cheered again. They felt as if they had vindicated the resentment in their hearts and felt completely comfortable. Although Xianxia was the leader of planet Black Mountain, these demon powerhouses still understood the principle that the law could not punish the majority. Furthermore, this matter was originally the fault of the father and son duo. Therefore, the 10,000 demon powerhouses in the plaza did not conceal their support for Yi Xian at all. This made Yi Xian, who did not quite understand the situation, feel a little embarrassed. He only felt that the demon powerhouses of planet Black Mountain were too enthusiastic and too likable. Leader Xianxia, what do you think about this matter? The trusted aide of the high priest turned to look at Xianxia. He naturally knew that the matter with Xiongda was due to the former's cheating. If it were anyone else, he might have gone with the flow and helped push the boat. But this person called Jianghu Ji clearly had an extraordinary background. Not only did he have a black hole realm powerhouse by his side, he also seemed to have a good reputation on planet Black Mountain. Therefore, the trusted aide of the high priest did not intend to play any tricks in this regard. He did not want to end up with unnecessary trouble in the end. That would be meaningless. The high priest had already given this Xianxia a spatial pagoda that didn't have a spiritual restriction seal. Even so, this Xianxia was able to screw up this matter. Why should he blindly worry behind him and even offend him? At this moment, he turned to look at Xianxia. Although he did not finish his words, it was clear that he was urging him to quickly announce the Black Mountain planet's participation in the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial in front of everyone. After that, he would be able to bring the spatial pagoda with a large-capacity space pagoda containing the 30 million weeping soul beasts. To be able to harvest such a large number of weeping soul beasts this time, the high priest would surely be pleasantly surprised and would definitely reward him handsomely. Thinking of this, the trusted aide of the high priest was simply anxious to return home. Xianxia clearly understood the other's meaning, but he was extremely unwilling in his heart, and even the corners of his eyes twitched. After looking at the 10,000 or so demon dwellers below, Xianxia secretly remembered a few of the most arrogant fellows. He took a deep breath and then said with a heavy expression, "Before this, there was a large number of spatial pagoda robberies in the underground Weeping Soul Cave. This chief suspects that this matter is related to TCH. Too shameless. This is clearly a covert operation. If you want to talk about robbing the spatial pagoda, anyone can do it, but Zhang Wuji is absolutely impossible. What's the matter? The people around him are helping to herd the sheep. Is there a need to rob? But Xiongda, I clearly saw him rob with my own eyes. Woo! Brother, the unlucky person you're talking about is me. My spatial pagoda was stolen by him. But I don't have 20,000 weeping soul beasts in there. Where did he get them? Too shameless, we don't accept this." Without waiting for Xianxia to finish speaking about his suspicion that Yi Xian was the mysterious robber who robbed the spatial pagoda, the 10,000 devil cultivator below immediately began to make a ruckus, even revealing the truth of Xiongda's robbery in front of everyone. Xianxia immediately became nervous and subconsciously glanced at the trusted aide of the high priest beside him. After discovering that the other party was looking at him with a meaningful smile, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he could no longer remain calm. He naturally knew about Xiongda's robbery. This brat only had his own spatial pagoda robbed, and then he followed suit and robbed others, intending to take it back to complete the task. But if this was done by someone else, it would be fine. But if he, Xianxia's son, did it, it was inevitable that the high priest would not think too much. If he suspected that the 1,100 or so unaccounted spatial pagoda were related to him, then this matter would really be difficult to explain. Thinking of this, Xianxia did not dare to continue to tangle on this matter and quickly announced in front of everyone, "The final candidate for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial is Zhang Wuji." When they heard that Xianxia had finally compromised, the 10,000 or so demon dwellers below immediately cheered. They were not happy for Yi Xian, but for themselves. No matter what, although Zhang Wuji had a shepherd by his side, he was at least open and above board. Moreover, He had personally thrown the 20,000 weeping soul beasts into the spatial pagoda one by one. Losing to him was better than losing to Xianxia, who had a good father behind him. This matter could be considered as settled. The right to participate in the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial had ultimately fallen into the hands of Xian. There are still 2 months before we head to the Black Mosquito Star. In order to ensure this, Jianghu, during these 2 months, you are not allowed to take a single step out of Black Mountain City. This chief must ensure your safety. After all, the Holy Sun trial is of great importance. You must understand this. Looking at Xian, Xianxia spoke. Although his expression was calm, there was clearly a trace of cold light that quietly flashed in the depths of his eyes. Xian suddenly understood and immediately sneered. His words were pleasant to hear, but his opponent's intentions were clearly completely different. In this competition for the Holy Sun trial, he was first, and Xianxia was second. If he died, Xianxia would naturally replace him. Not allowed to leave Black Mountain City for 2 months, with Xianxia's strength and methods, even with the Li Mosquito Star, it would be very easy for him to kill Xian. However, although everyone was well aware of this, Xian could not point it out. Otherwise, he would be tactless. Therefore, after hearing this, he frowned and did not say anything. Instead, he nodded. Then, under the guidance of 2 demon dweller experts appointed by Xianxia, he walked towards a residence. The moment he turned around, Xian's gaze subconsciously swept over the trusted aide of the high priest who was cupping his hands and bidding farewell to Xianxia. Just now, he had clearly seen the other party move all the weeping soul beasts from his spatial pagoda into a spatial pagoda that he carried with him. Since that was the case, he could basically confirm that the existence that needed these weeping soul beasts was the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Gulei. However, all this was not the main point. The main point was that the trusted aide of the high priest had clearly come with the intention of taking away all the weeping soul beasts. Furthermore, not only was the other party about to leave Black Mountain Star, he seemed to be alone. Chapter 2748. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Another Robbery. High Priest Gulei's trusted aide was not weak, being at rank 1 Black Hole Realm. However, for Xian, a rank 1 Black Hole Realm was too weak if he wanted to rob the other party. As long as Ba Chai attacked, the other party would be dead for sure. Besides that, the Black Mosquito Star was quite far away from the Black Mountain Star. With the speed of Xian's Purple Cave Shuttle, he could definitely catch up to the other party halfway. Moreover, the Purple Cave Shuttle had a concealment array, so it could appear near the other party without anyone noticing. At the thought of this, Xian immediately made up his mind. There were at least 30 million weeping soul beasts. If he could really rob them, he would really be rich this time. He definitely could not miss this opportunity. With that in mind, he and Li Mosquito were quickly brought to a small, independent courtyard. The courtyard had walls, and as soon as the two entered, a small team of 10 demon scouts immediately rushed over and stood around the courtyard like guards. It looked like protection, but this was clearly house arrest. Xian snorted coldly, then closed the courtyard door and entered the residence in the courtyard with Li Mosquito. According to his estimation, even if Xianxia wanted to kill them, he would not rush over immediately. At the very least, he would have to wait for the situation to blow over. After all, there were still 2 months before they left for the Black Mosquito Star, so there was no hurry. At the very least, Xianxia would definitely not come over in the next few days. Since that was the case, it was the best time to rob them. However, although he had perfect oscillation, he could not protect Li Mosquito and leave quietly. Moreover, Li Mosquito also needed to stay here and occasionally make some noise in the courtyard. If there were 10,000 people coming to visit, they would have to find an excuse to stop them. Therefore, Li Mosquito could not leave. After giving him some instructions, Xian immediately activated his perfect oscillation ability. His figure flashed as he charged out of the small courtyard and towards the horizon. Fortunately, the demon star did not have a star defense array like the human administrative stars. Otherwise, Xian would not be able to leave quietly. After leaving Black Mountain Star, Xian immediately summoned the Purple Hole Shuttle and activated the concealment array to speed along the way. Since his personal interstellar communication network had already connected to the internal interstellar network of planet Black Mountain, he already knew the star map of the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Even without the Li Mosquito leading the way, Xian would not go in the wrong direction on his own. After leaving the starry sky for a distance, Xian stopped in a star field that didn't have a devil domain. He put away the purple hull shuttle, then took out the black mosquito ship and the black wind ship with a wave of his hand. The reason for this was because in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he planned to have the black mosquito ship's Mount Naibwa and the black wind ship's Barakai attack together. After taking out the two bastions, he immediately activated the concealment array. After all, they were too big. It would not be good if they were seen by others. After doing all this, Xian entered the black wind and brought Babakai, who was overseeing the ship, with him. After exiting the black wind, he waved his hand and put it into his undying world. Only then did he lead Babakai into the black mosquito. As soon as they entered, Barker rushed over and cupped his hands. Master, Lu Wenxuan has made a breakthrough in the space folding array. He has refined a small private warship and asked me to give it to you. He is currently continuing his research in the demon nest. A small private warship with a space folding array? Upon hearing this news, Xian was overjoyed. He hurriedly took a small space box from Barker and gave a few instructions. Only then did he bring Naiboshan and Babakai out of the black mosquito. With a wave of his hand, he put the black mosquito into his undying world. Xian was very interested in this small private warship that Lu Wenxuan had refined. However, he had more important things to do at the moment, so he could only put this matter at the back of his mind for the time being. After summoning the purple cave shuttle, he entered it with Naiboshan and Babakai, and immediately rushed in the direction of the black mosquito star. Half a day later, under Xian's full control, a warship finally appeared in front of them. Based on the speed and grade of the warship, it should be the personal warship of the High Priest's trusted aide. Prepare to attack. Xian immediately approached with the speed of the purple cave shuttle. When the distance between the two sides was less than a kilometer, Xian maintained this speed and then activated space oscillation with a thought. Space oscillation was originally an offensive method that only large warships could use. However, the black hole shuttle that Xian had fused into the purple cave shuttle during his fifth fusion had this ability. However, its range was not large, only a kilometer in radius. Therefore, Xian had to get within a kilometer before he could use it. Wang. As the purple cave shuttle space oscillation ability was activated, the space within a kilometer radius with the warship as the center began to hum at a high frequency. Under such circumstances, the warship in front of them was like a small boat in a storm, swaying up and down violently. If this kind of space oscillation was used by other warships, the purple cave shuttle's concealment state would immediately be removed after entering the area of the oscillation. However, if the purple cave shuttle used space oscillation itself, its concealment state would not be affected because its body was the source of the oscillation. In other words, the purple cave shuttle was not exposed at all. Under such circumstances, the other party clearly thought that he had encountered a natural space oscillation, so he immediately escaped from the warship. After putting away the warship, he was about to leap out. At this moment, Naiboshan and Ba Chai, who were already prepared, disappeared from the purple cave shuttle in a flash. When they reappeared, they were sandwiched between the trusted aide of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest. At the same time, Xian roared through the purple cave shuttle's sound transmission system, "Stop, this is a robbery." Naiboshan? Robbery? Are you kidding? Naiboshan was originally the leader of the demon people on the Black Mosquito Star. This trusted aide of the high priest from the Black Mosquito Star obviously knew him, so he cried out softly when he saw him. At first, he did not seem to believe the robbery, but when he saw the aura in Ba Chai's body, which was full of black hole realm level 9 perfection cultivation, his expression changed immediately. Then he roared at Naiboshan. "Naiboshan, do you want to die? How dare you rob the high priest's weeping soul beast? I understand, it must be the two of you who attacked on the Black Mountain Star." So noisy. Chapter 2749. Epic grade Dongshu Shuttle Xian's figure appeared at the first moment. With a grab of his hand, he swept all the treasures that fell out of the demon beast's body into his unlucky realm. Then, after cutting out the demon beast's brain core with ease, Xian directly raised the Devil Blood Star Tier sword and absorbed all the blood essence in the demon beast's body. He let the corpse fall into the void, then waved at Naiboshan and Ba Chai. The three of them entered the purple hole shuttle at the same time and quietly left. This was the first black hole realm demon beast's brain core that Xian had obtained. He was not in a hurry to throw it to the devouring system to extract the spiritual origin energy within. Instead, he stored it in a small spatial box. Vaguely, He had a feeling that this black hole realm demon beast's brain core would definitely be of great use in the future. Then, Yi Xian looked through his spoils of war. The other items did not attract his attention, and he threw them all into his undying world. Finally, Yi Xian's attention landed on a small spatial pagoda that looked exactly the same. This small spatial pagoda also had a grade 4 spiritual seal on it. Yi Xian immediately erased it and refined it, leaving his own spiritual seal and spiritual imprint. Finally, he looked at the weeping soul beasts and realized that there were actually more than 34 million weeping soul beasts. In addition to the 4 million weeping soul beasts stored in the other spatial pagoda, the total number of weeping soul beasts in Yi Xian's hands was actually more than 39 million weeping soul beasts. That was close to 40 million weeping soul beasts. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Such a large number of weeping soul beasts made Yi Xian dance with joy and cheer uncontrollably. Although he was happy, he quickly calmed down. Without a doubt, robbing the trusted aid of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest was like poking a hornet's nest. Although he had an alibi and basically no one would suspect him, it was always better to be careful. In addition, the killing intent of Black Mountain Star's big leader Xianxia also needed to be resolved. With Li Mosquito alone, she was clearly not a match for the other party. Yi Xian decided to bring Mt. Naboshan and Ba Chai with him. However, whether it was Mt. Naboshan, Li Mosquito, or even Ba Chai, it was no longer appropriate for them to show themselves. In the past, Yi Xian would have had to use the Black Mosquito or the Black Wind to transfer them into his undying world. But if they did that, they would have to take the bastion out first. That would be troublesome, and it wouldn't be wise to reveal the bastion's location. Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to solve this problem in the past, but now, with the appearance of the small private battleship that Barker had given him, everything was no longer a problem. With Yi Xian's current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to keep a universal star-grade expert into his undying world. The only exception was if the expert was placed in a treasure with an internal folded space, which was equivalent to an independent space. Then, the treasure would be refined before it could be stored. Since Old Man Lu had made a breakthrough in his research into folded space, and had created a small private battleship with a folded space, then Yi Xian could use this battleship to fuse with the Purple Cave Shuttle for the 6th time. Once it was complete, his Purple Cave Shuttle would also have a folded space. When that time came, not only would the Purple Cave Shuttle's interior space be larger, but Mt. Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and the others would be able to pass through the shuttle and be absorbed into Yi Xian's undying world. In this way, if he needed to summon them, he would only need to use the Purple Cave Shuttle. He wouldn't have to worry about the risk of his 2 bastions being exposed. Yi Xian grew excited at the thought. Without further ado, he steered the Purple Cave Shuttle to a remote location. Once the 3 of them were out of the shuttle, he took it into his body and tossed it to the fusion system, along with the battleship he'd just received from Barker. At the same time, he tossed in a mountain of planetary core sources as energy for the fusion. Very quickly, the system's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Discovered treasure that can be fused. Small private battleship. Purple Cave Shuttle, Void Stacking Ship. Do you wish to fuse? It was only now that Yi Xian realized the small private battleship was originally called the Void Stacking Ship. It was a fitting name indeed. As he sighed, he immediately gave an affirmative reply. Then, the system notifications sounded again. Ding! Command confirmed. Purple Cave Shuttle beginning 6th fusion, progress 1. At this point, Yi Xian was finally able to relax. According to his calculations, this fusion would take at least 10 days to complete. After all, this was the 6th fusion, and the time needed to complete would increase exponentially. However, Yi Xian obviously didn't have such a long time to waste here. After all, something big had happened, and he wasn't sure if Xianxia would go to the small courtyard where he was under house arrest to check it out. If he really went, everything would be over. Because of this, in order to increase the speed of the fusion, Yi Xian threw level 8 legendary planetary core sources to the fusion system as energy for the fusion. Anyway, he already had plenty of such legendary level 8 planetary core sources. He hoped that the level of the planetary core sources he threw in was so high that the fusion speed would increase quickly this time. This was also a choice he had no choice but to make. As for whether it would be effective or not, Yi Xian had no idea at all. After doing all this, he, Naboshan, and Ba Chai hid in a secluded place, quietly waiting for the result of the 6th fusion. What caught Yi Xian off guard was that after only half a day, the familiar system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. Epic Star Battleship Dongshu Shuttle has been obtained. Done? Done so quickly? The surprise came so quickly that even Yi Xian was a little caught off guard. He was stunned for a moment. Without a doubt, this was the result of him using the level 8 Black Star Core origin as the fusion energy. After all, he usually used level 1 and level 2 items. This time, he suddenly used a level 8 Black Star Core origin. The quality of the fusion energy increased so quickly, so the fusion speed naturally increased correspondingly. However, wasn't the increase from 10 days to half a day a bit too much? It seemed that if he was in a hurry to complete the fusion in the future, he could try using a level 9 colored planetary core source. The fusion speed would probably be even faster. Other than that, what made Yi Xian even happier was that after this fusion, the Purple Hole Shuttle, which was originally only at the Starry Sky Legend level, had finally leaped to become an epic level treasure like his battle weapon and battle armor. Chapter 2750. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin the Wrath of the High Priest. After the 6th fusion, the Dongshu Shuttle was almost the same as the previous Purple Hole Shuttle in terms of appearance, but the changes inside were huge. This kind of private small battleship was basically only 100 meters in diameter and 300 meters in length. The space inside was also the same. However, excluding the space occupied by some functional areas and equipment, the real cabin was actually not very big. It was only 100 meters in radius, which was about 10,000 square meters. But now, the space inside the Dongshu Shuttle had been increased by 100 times because of the perfect folding array. Moreover, it had 3 floors, top, middle, and bottom. From the inside, it felt like a small space fortress. The top floor was the main control room, and the middle floor was the power room and some other empty cabins. As for the bottom floor, it was a huge square. Of course, if necessary, it could be divided and used for storage. With such a large space, even 10,000 demon dwellers could fit in it. Of course, in that case, there would not be much space for them to move around, and they would have to stay in their own cabins. After a round of inspection, Yi Xian immediately took out the Black Mosquito Shuttle again. Then, he let Gue Hai Yi Dao lead the 1,000 demon slaves under his command into the Dongshu Shuttle. They set up camp on the middle floor and cultivated with all their might. In the future, if he encountered something that required more manpower, Yi Xian would not be restricted by the inconvenience of taking out the space fortress. In addition, seeing that Gue Hai Yi Dao could lead the 1,000 demon slaves out to carry out missions, the wretched mosquito butcher also took the initiative to invite Ying. Yi Xian thought that this guy was weird and could sometimes take charge alone, so he directly agreed. Very quickly, Gue Hai Yi Dao led his 1,000 demon slaves into the 2nd level of the Dongshu Shuttle. As for Yi Xian, he just brought Mount Nabu, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito to the 1st level above. Then, he activated the Dongshu Shuttle that had activated the concealment formation and quickly rushed towards Black Mountain Star. After arriving at Black Mountain, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Dongshu Shuttle into the undying world in his body. Then, he activated the perfect vibration skill again and quickly entered the interior of Black Mountain Star, heading toward Black Mountain City. At this point, only a single day had passed since he'd left and returned. After quietly returning to the small courtyard where he was under house arrest, Yi Xian asked Li Mosquito. After learning that Xianxia hadn't come in the past day, he finally relaxed. No matter what, no one would suspect him and Li Mosquito for the assassination of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest's trusted aide. After all, they had not left this small courtyard the entire day, and there were many demon dweller scouts guarding the courtyard. There was no doubt about that. Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing, a large number of demon dweller scouts suddenly roared from outside. Their footsteps were hurried, and it seemed to be quite noisy. Just as Yi Xian was feeling suspicious, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Xianxia walked in with large strides with a sullen face. This immediately made Yi Xian secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had returned in time. If he had been a little later, this matter would have been exposed. Xianxia obviously came with a purpose this time. After entering the courtyard and seeing Li Mosquito, he immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be because the matter of the high priest's trusted aide being assassinated midway had been exposed. Xianxia suspected Li Mosquito, so he immediately rushed over. Seeing that she did not leave, He was disappointed and began to ponder other matters. Team leader, what's going on? Listening to the movement outside, it seems to be quite noisy. Yi Xian sneered in his heart and immediately asked. The High Priest's special envoy was assassinated on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star. He only had time to secretly send a message to the High Priest with a secret technique before he was killed. Xianxia was still muttering to himself, so he only casually replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly beat wildly. He actually didn't notice that the other party had sent a private message. It seemed that it was done using a secret technique. However, he didn't know what the content of the private message was, which was very important. Unfortunately, the content of the private message only had the word Nai, but even so the result is very clear. It must be the people of the Black Nai tribe. Relying on the fact that their holy son is the only one who successfully obtained a certain kind of spiritual inheritance the first time he entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, their future development is limitless. This Black Nai tribe is simply becoming more and more rampant. Just as Yi Xian's heart was beating wildly, the answer he wanted to know was directly said by Xianxia. The other party obviously had a purpose for doing this. Halfway through, Xianxia paused and glanced at Yi Xian before continuing. Jianghu right now, a spy from the Black Nai tribe has infiltrated my Black Mountain Star. You'd best be careful. The High Priest has already ordered a strict investigation. If you encounter a spy from the Black Nai tribe, kill them on the spot. So, I advise you not to run around, otherwise, even this leader won't be able to protect you. In other words, this was clearly a preventive measure. First, he would put on a show on the surface, then secretly get rid of Yi Xian and push everything to the so-called spy from the Black Nai tribe. It was indeed a good plan. Yi Xian immediately sneered, but his expression did not change. He hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands at Xianxia and said, Leader, Li Mosquito is just a senior that I met by chance in the Black Mosquito Starfield and befriended. The two of us hit it off, so she agreed to help me obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain Starfield to participate in the Black Mountain Star Trial. Now that she has fulfilled her promise, she already has the intention to leave. Coincidentally, the situation on Black Mountain Star here is strange, so it is inconvenient for her to stay, lest she arouses suspicion, so. What I mean is if I stay here, I will be protected by the demon scouts sent by the leader, so there won't be any safety issues. Since Li Mosquito wants to leave, I wonder if the leader will allow her to leave? Well, hearing Yi Xian's words, Xianxia was immediately overjoyed. He was worried that there was a rank 7 black hole realm expert here, who would make a move on Yi Xian. He was afraid that the commotion would be too great, and it would be difficult to get away with it. Since this boy was courting death, he took the initiative to ask the black hole realm expert to leave. Naturally, he could not ask for more. However, no matter how happy he was, Xianxia did not show it on his face. He even pretended to hesitate for a moment, then sighed and said, Of course you can leave, but the situation outside is chaotic, so you don't have to send me off, lest you encounter a spy from the Black Nai tribe. It won't be good if something unexpected happens. Chapter 2751. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Killing Intent descends, it's so chaotic outside. I don't dare to run around. I hope you can send another scout team to guard outside. Yi Xian sneered inwardly, but his face was full of smiles. He said to Xianxia, Since Li Mosquito has left, I'll start my closed-door training. If I can reach the first level of the meteor state in 2 months, I'm sure my chances of becoming the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son will be greatly increased. This is also the glory of the Black Mountain planet. In other words, he seemed to be saying that he would definitely win the 10 Great Demon Planets trial and become the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. Unexpectedly, Liang was now beginning to take a pinching stance, requesting Xianxia to assign even more Devil Dweller scouts to protect him. Xianxia despised him in his heart, but the more Yi Xian acted like this, the more at ease he felt. He immediately agreed and sent another group of Demon Cultivator scouts, instructing them to protect this small courtyard and ensure Yi Xian's safety. Only then did he walk out of the small courtyard with Li Mosquito and soar into the sky above Black Mountain Star. Li Mosquito was a late-stage Star Cave State 7th level expert. Since she was going to leave, he naturally had to see her leave the Black Mountain planet with his own eyes. In fact, as soon as the two left, Yi Xian closed the courtyard door, returned to his room, and activated his perfect vibration skill. He immediately jumped up and followed behind. He followed the two all the way to the atmosphere of the Black Mountain planet. Xianxia stopped there, but Li Mosquito went straight out of the atmosphere and into the outer space. Yi Xian didn't stop for a moment. When he passed by Li Mosquito, he secretly sent her a voice transmission, asking her to follow. Then, Yi Xian led Li Mosquito into the void and arrived at the back of a barren planet. He took out the Dongshu shuttle and let Li Mosquito enter it. Then, he put away the shuttle and hurried back. Originally, Yi Xian had thought that Xianxia would make a move against him as soon as possible. That was why he had been so anxious and hurried all the way back. Who would have thought that after returning to the house arrest courtyard, he would have to wait for a full half a day? But Xianxia still hadn't shown up. He was obviously busy dealing with the Black Nai tribe spy. As for Yi Xian's matter, since Li Mosquito had left, he could deal with it at any time. Naturally, he would put it aside and leave it hanging. At this moment, Xianxia would never have imagined that Yi Xian was also hesitating in his heart. He had been pondering whether to take him in or kill him this time. If the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest's trusted aide hadn't been killed, killing this Xianxia would have been enough to vent his hatred. However, it was clearly not the right time to do so now. First, his trusted aide had been killed. Then, even the Black Mountain Star's high priest had been killed. This matter would probably instantly enrage the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest and high priest. When that time came, there would be big trouble if they personally came to investigate. Those two fellows were supreme existences of the Origin realm. Even if Ba Chai and the others joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for them. If something fishy were to be discovered, it would be impossible to clean up the mess. The risk was too great. Since that was the case, he could only take him in. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately began to prepare a level 10 slave seal. Fortunately, he had several level 9 slave seals in his possession for emergencies. There were also many other seals below level 9. Therefore, in just a few days, he finally used one of the level 9 slave seals to successfully condense a level 10 slave seal. Just as he finished all this, Xianxia arrived. He almost didn't make it in time, which caused Yi Xian's heart to tighten as he became vigilant. It seemed that he still had to make some more preparations for the slave seals in his possession. After this matter, it would be best to condense a few more level 10 or even level 11 ones as backup. If he were to encounter such a situation again, it would be really depressing if he were to be restrained because he did not prepare enough slave seals. From the very beginning, Xianxia had been determined to kill Yi Xian. As a result, even the place that Xianxia chose to imprison him was an extremely remote small courtyard. In addition, the demon scouts guarding outside were all his men. Li Mosquito was also not present. Therefore, in Xianxia's opinion, killing the other party today was a done deal. There was no more suspense. However, this brat had not shown any respect in front of him. Therefore, Xianxia did not plan to leave immediately after killing him. At the very least, he wanted to let the other party have a taste of his own methods before killing him. It would also let the other party know the consequences of being disrespectful to a Black Hole Realm rank 9 leader. Wait outside. No matter what happens inside later, just pretend that you didn't hear anything. I'm going to torture that brat properly. Standing outside the small courtyard, Xianxia gave instructions to the demon scout standing guard outside. Then, he worriedly used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation before walking in. That brat is a little mischievous. It won't be good if someone hears him if he howls too loudly. With that in mind, Xianxia entered the courtyard and closed the door behind him. Leader, you're finally here. I've been waiting for 2 to 3 days. Actually, Yi Xian was already alarmed when the other party used his mental energy to set up this simple soundproof formation. It was precisely because of this that his words were very casual. In any case, he couldn't hear them from the outside. You knew I was coming? Xianxia frowned. Yi Xian's calm behavior made him feel slightly uneasy, but he could not figure out what was wrong even after thinking hard. How do I only know you're coming? I even know that you purposely arranged for me to stay in such a remote courtyard, so that you won't alarm anyone when you kill me. Shrugging his shoulders, the smile on Yi Xian's face grew even wider. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the leader should have already informed the scouts and guards outside. No matter what they hear later, they should just pretend that they didn't hear anything, right? But even so, Big Leader still used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation before stepping in. From this point of view, Big Leader probably wants to torture me before killing me, right? Brat, what are you playing at? Do you think I won't dare to kill you just because you're bluffing? What was even stranger was that as he spoke, he was actually laughing non-stop. He didn't have the slightest awareness that he was about to be killed. This kind of strangeness caused Xianxia to be bewildered, and his heart to immediately become even more furious. What right did an ant that was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star Core realm have to be so arrogant in front of him? No, I'm not bluffing. The smile on Yi Xian's face became even more brilliant. He looked at Xianxia and said, I really want to thank the leader, because all the preparations you've made are actually. It's exactly what I want to do, but it's not convenient for me to do. Chapter 2752. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Come over and give me a squeeze, thank you, team leader. As Yi Xian expressed his sincere thanks, the smile on his face vanished as an intense wave of mind power surged out of his body. This was a sign that all the mind power in the mind source core in his sea of consciousness was leaking out of his body. Thanks to this powerful activation, a high-grade oppressive aura formed a wave of mind power that enveloped Xianxia's body. Although his mind power was far inferior to his opponent's in terms of quantity and cultivation base, Yi Xian's source core grade was a 4th grade one, while Xianxia's had only undergone a single transformation. His 2nd grade source core was far inferior to Yi Xian's 4th grade mind power. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. His face was full of shock as he suddenly realized something. No wonder you are so arrogant, kid. No wonder that black hole grade 7th grade entity took the initiative to form a good relationship with you. Your innate talent in mind power is actually so astonishing. In the entire Black Mosquito tribe, the only person with a 4th grade mind source core is the High Priest. Your innate talent in mind power isn't even comparable to that of the Black Nai tribe's Holy Sun. If you were allowed to enter the Demon Emperor planet's Forbidden Land, I'm afraid that you would definitely obtain some sort of mind power inheritance. If your mind source core breaks through to the 5th grade one day, I'm afraid that even the Demon Emperor would be alarmed. Such a monstrous talent is really shocking. However, because of this, you will definitely die today. The enmity between us is already very difficult to resolve. The greater your potential, the stronger my desire to kill you today. Xianxia's expression gradually turned sinister as he said this. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? It's because I want to tell you that you originally had such a bright future. The more you act like this, the more painful it will be for you when you die. So what if you have a 4th grade mind power? Although the grade is high, the quantity is too little. It's not even worth mentioning. Jianghu, you're destined to die in my hands today. Speaking up to here, a smile once again surfaced on Xianxia's face as he sighed endlessly. Killing such a monstrous genius, this feeling is truly wonderful. Even though I don't like your face, I have to admit that at least your reminder made me know how outstanding I am. Under such circumstances, I have a general idea of what kind of attitude I should show others when I go to the Black Mosquito tribe in the future. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian also sighed. Originally, I really wanted to kill you, but since you at least reminded me, this can be considered a reason for me to decide not to kill you. So, you can be considered to have saved your own life, you dog shit luck. Idiot! Whoosh! As the last 2 words came out of his mouth, Yi Xian did not hesitate to summon the Dongshu shuttle. Almost at the same time, the 3 Black Hole Realm powerhouses, Ba Chai, Mount Naibua, and Li Mosquito, who were already prepared inside, suddenly rushed out and surrounded Xianxia in the middle in a triangle formation. At the same time, they urged their mental powers to wrap around him. Mount Naibua? Li Mosquito? This. Xianxia obviously knew about Mount Naibua, but as far as he knew, Mount Naibua was clearly not in the 1st universe, but at the front line of the 3rd universe of the human race. In addition, wasn't Li Mosquito, a Black Hole Realm rank 7 powerhouse, personally sent out of planet Black Mountain by him not long ago? Even if he could sneak back in, could it be that the demon dweller scouts he had stationed outside were dead? How could they not even know that she was under house arrest in this small courtyard? Of course, all of this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that in addition to these 2 people, there was an unfamiliar demon powerhouse who was in the same realm as him. This gorgeous formation, coupled with being caught off guard, caused Xianxia's figure to be suddenly trapped. Of course, part of the reason for this was the effect of the mental suppression activated by Yi Xian. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian raised his hand and shot out the level 10 slave seal. It instantly touched Xianxia's forehead and disappeared in a flash. Everything was settled now. After a while, the confusion in Xianxia's eyes disappeared, and he regained his clarity. He obediently walked in front of Yi Xian and respectfully called him master. All right, everyone can go back. He will accompany me here, so it's not convenient for you to show yourself. After completely putting down his worries, Yi Xian directly let Mount Naibua, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito return to the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended in the air above the small courtyard. He then waved his hand and kept it in the undying world in his body. He then turned around and sat down on a recliner in the courtyard. After lying down, Yi Xian shook his legs slightly, causing the recliner to sway gently. He pointed at his arm and said, "Haizi, come over. Pinch it. It's a little sore." "Yes, master." Xianxia obediently walked over and squatted by the side. He carefully pinched and did not dare to say a word. "Don't call me that in the future. After all, this is your territory. When people are around, you can just call me Wuji. I'll call you Leader Xiong. As for when there's no one, it's up to you." With a grin, Yi Xian enjoyed Planet Black Mountain's leader's massage while closing his eyes slightly. "Tell me about the Weeping Soul Beasts and the High Priest. Tell me everything you know." This was what he was most concerned about. Similarly, on Planet Black Mountain, this was the only thing that could arouse Yi Xian's interest. There was basically nothing else. "Yes, master." Xianxia responded and immediately told him everything he knew. Yi Xian occasionally asked a few questions, but the final result disappointed him greatly. Although it was confirmed that the existence who needed these weeping soul beasts and the spatial pagoda was indeed one of the two origin realm experts of the Black Mosquito tribe, the tribe's high priest, Huegu Lei. However, as for why Huegu Lei needed these weeping soul beasts and what other uses they had, even Xianxia had no idea. Yi Xian was worried that the other party had not thought of this and did not take the initiative to say it. Therefore, Yi Xian even asked a few questions specifically. However, the final result was still the same. This greatly disappointed him. At the same time, the suspicion in his heart grew stronger. If even Xianxia, the leader of Planet Black Mountain, did not know, then what kind of trick was the high priest, Huegu Lei, playing? Chapter 2753. Bold unfilial son. Previously, before Xianxia entered this small courtyard, he had only used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation. Therefore, if someone came from outside, he could still push the door open with a light push. Of course, because there were 2 teams of 20 Devil Cultivator scouts guarding outside, ordinary people would naturally not be able to enter and would be stopped. However, this did not include the young master of Black Mountain City, or even the entire Black Mountain Star, the big bear that Yi Xian thought of. Xiongda originally did not know that his father had come to deal with Yi Xian today. He only found out after asking, so he immediately rushed over. He also hated Yi Xian to the core. Previously, he had tricked him in the underground Weeping Soul Cave, and later on, he had even snatched the qualifications to enter the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. It was precisely because of his deep hatred that Xiongda rushed over as soon as he heard that his father was coming over. He also wanted to vent his anger and humiliate Yi Xian before he was killed. Who would have thought that when he pushed open the door, the scene inside would be so terrifying? That guy called Zhang Wuji was lying on the recliner like a woman, while his own father was actually squatting at the side and massaging his arms as if he was trying to flatter him. For a moment, Xiongda felt his mind explode, and his entire person was in a mess. He stood there with his eyes wide open, and his mouth wide open, as if he had just been struck by lightning. "Father, what are you?" After being stunned for a few moments, Xiongda's face turned pale and he subconsciously asked. However, in reality, he already had an answer in his mind. At this moment, Xiongda thought of the rumors that had been secretly spreading in Black Wind City in the past few years, saying that his father liked men. If that wasn't the case, why didn't the leader, Xianxia, remarry even though young Master Xiongda's mother had been dead for decades? It was clearly inconvenient. He couldn't possibly marry a male devil cultivator to be young Master Xiong's mother, right? Xiongda used to scoff at these rumors. However, the scene before him made him believe these rumors. Moreover, he believed them almost instantly. Apart from this explanation, was there any other reason that made sense? As for this guy called Zhang Wuji, his father should have hated him the most, but now he was treating him like this. If this wasn't because he was successfully bewitched by this guy's manliness, Then what else could it be? For a moment, a monstrous anger surged in Xiongda's chest. When he thought of the dirty scene of this damn guy and his father naked together, Xiongda's whole body trembled, and he felt like he was about to explode. All of this fell into the eyes of Yi Xian. However, he was obviously mistaken. He thought that the reason why Xiongda was so angry was because he had taken away the right to participate in the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint. As he thought of this, the expression on Yi Xian's face immediately eased up, and his gaze towards Xiongda also became gentle. To be honest, this kid was actually quite pitiful. He had been robbed for no reason. Later on, his mental strength had probably suffered a lot. He had even been forced to learn how to rob others. But in the end, he had still lost the right to participate in the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint. Now that he thought he could take revenge, he didn't expect to suddenly see his own father acting like this in front of his enemy. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed faintly and said loudly, "Xiongda, what happened before is in the past. Now your father and I have turned weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. If we really want to talk about it, you are just a junior. Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. In the future, we will all be family. There is nothing to be embarrassed about." There was nothing wrong with these words. Even your father had become my servant. If we aren't family, then what are we? But in Xiongda's ears, this was not the case at all. The family he understood was a family of 3. Could it be that his father had been bewitched by this kid to such an extent that he wanted to marry someone who was about the same age as him to be his mother? The key was that this person, was a man. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xiongda's eyes were about to split open. He no longer had the mood to pay attention to Yi Xian. After all, in this matter, the most important thing was his father's attitude and decision. Therefore, after Xiongda glared fiercely at Yi Xian, he directly looked at his father, Xianxia. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Father, give me a word. Do you want this man or me, your biological son?" These words, Xiongda practically roared out loud, so even the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside heard it. At this moment, they were all squeezing at the door to look inside. When these devil cultivator scouts saw the situation inside the door, heard Xiongda's words, and then thought about the words that had been secretly spread in Black Mountain City for the past few years. As a result, they almost instantly understood, and an expression of sudden realization surfaced on their faces. No wonder there were 20 devil cultivator scouts guarding outside, but the team leader was still worried and set up a simple soundproof array before entering the small courtyard. No wonder even so, he still deliberately reminded them that no matter what sounds came from inside, they were not allowed to enter. They had to pretend that they did not hear anything. After all this time, it turned out. What a good mood. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside immediately had strange expressions on their faces. However, thinking that this kind of thing was not suitable for them to watch, they quickly retreated to the 2 sides of the courtyard door. However, without exception, their ears were all opened, and they carefully listened to the movements in the courtyard through the open courtyard door. "Pa! You unfilial son, why aren't you apologizing to Wuji?" The crisp sound of a slap rang out, scaring the 20 devil cultivator scouts on both sides of the courtyard door. Their expressions immediately became serious. Immediately after, the team leader Xianxia's thunderous roar came from inside. He actually called Xiongda an unfilial son, which confirmed their guess. One had to know, because Xiongda's birth mother had passed away early. Since he was young, the team leader Xianxia had always doted on him. It could be said that in the entire Black Mountain Star, as long as Xiongda wanted it, there was basically nothing that Xianxia couldn't get. It was also because of this reason that Xiongda's domineering personality was formed. But today, at this moment, in this unexpected small courtyard, Big Boss Xianxia, who had never even loudly reprimanded Xiongda, actually gave Xiongda a ruthless slap on the face for that guy called Jianghu, and even called him an unfilial son. It seemed that the team leader had truly met his true love this time. With that thought in mind, the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside the courtyard immediately exchanged glances, secretly becoming vigilant in their hearts. In the future on Black Mountain Star, other than young Master Xiongda, there would be another existence that they absolutely could not offend. Chapter 2754. Cleansing Weeping Soul Cave. Because of Yi Xian's existence, Xianxia and Xiongda almost turned against each other. At first, Yi Xian didn't understand what was going on, but when he heard Xiongda's unintentional words, he suddenly understood and broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he originally planned to move to Xiongda's mansion to live. Fortunately, he didn't, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. It was precisely because of this that Xiongda finally stopped talking about this matter. In any case, although this guy called Jianghu had taken away his father's soul, he was still tactful in the end and didn't move to the Black Mountain Star's mansion to be his stepmother. As for Xianxia wanting to keep such a disgusting thing outside the Black Mountain Star's mansion, as his son, he couldn't do anything about it. The storm of this matter calmed down very quickly. Xian still lived in the original small courtyard, and there were still 2 teams of 20 demons guarding outside day and night. But the nature was completely different from before. Previously it was house arrest, but now it was real protection. In fact, after these 3 days, the Black Mountain Star's boss, Xianxia, would come here whenever he had nothing to do. Every time he came, he would carry something in his hand. With one look, one could tell that it was filled with delicious food and drinks. This was just because Xian casually asked what special delicacies there were on Black Mountain Star, and as a loyal demon slave, Xianxia took the initiative to buy them. All of this was originally very normal, and Xian enjoyed it with a clear conscience. But in the eyes of others, it was clearly this Jianghu had just been favored, and the Black Mountain Star and the Black Mountain Star were in their honeymoon period. Regarding this, many of the devil cultivator experts who had supported Xian's side and expressed their regret. A devil cultivator youth who originally had a great future ahead of him could clearly rely on his strength to fight, but in the end, he chose such a path and relied on selling his but to live. Thinking about it made people sigh endlessly. In these 3 days, most of Xian's time was used to condense the slave seal. This time, subduing Xianxia was an unexpected and temporary decision, but it was this temporary decision that almost made him fail to prepare a 10th level slave seal in time. After learning this lesson, Xian decided to properly prepare the slave seal in his hands. In a short span of 3 days, he'd created another level 10 slave seal. In addition, there were also quite a few level 9, level 8, and level 8 slave seals. But this was obviously still not enough. Xian didn't plan to continue condensing the slave seals here. He planned to sneak into the underground Weeping Soul Cave and enter the depths. He would release Li Mosquito, Naboshan, Ba Chai, Gue Hai Yi Dao, and the 1,000 fiend slave experts under his command. He would give each of them a small spatial pagoda and let them split up to capture the Weeping Soul Beast. Then, he would settle his own matters in the Weeping Soul Cave with peace of mind. On one hand, it was to condense the slave seal. Xian's plan was to produce at least 2 level 11 and 2 level 10. As for the other level 9 and below, it would be enough to have some backup. The reason why he prepared 2 11th level ones was because he considered that the Demon Emperor planet, might very well have a 9th level origin realm perfect 9th level existence. He was already at the pinnacle of the 9th realm and could step into the 10th realm at any time. Therefore, if Xian were to use a level 10 slave seal to subdue him, it might not be completely safe. Therefore, he had to prepare 2 level 11 slaves to be absolutely safe. Of course, it didn't mean that he had the intention to subdue such an existence. According to his estimations, such an existence wasn't much different from the Demon Emperor. With Xian's current strength, although there was a possibility of successfully subduing it, the danger was just as great. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have used such a method even if he was beaten to death in a life-and-death situation. But it was better to be prepared. In addition to this matter, he also planned to try to break through the 9th level perfect core realm in the Weeping Soul Cave, to see if he could enter the second great realm, the Meteor Realm. Previously, when Xian had advanced so quickly, there was indeed a situation where his foundation was unstable. However, after such a period of time had passed, the problem of his foundation being unstable no longer existed. This was the best time to break through to the second great realm. Of course, the main reason why he left Black Mountain City was because Xian couldn't stand the way the Demon Emperor experts looked at him when they saw him. In these 3 days, while Xian was condensing the slave seals, he also went out to walk around Black Mountain City as if he was relaxing. As a result, the Demon Emperor experts he met all avoided him as if he was a ghost. Among them, Xian even saw many of the Demon Emperor experts who had clamored to support him at the Black Mountain City Plaza. However, only a few days had passed, and when these Demon Emperor experts saw him again, their eyes were all ready. It really made one sigh. Yi Xian even had a feeling that if he continued to stay in Black Mountain City like this and went out a few more times, he would definitely be driven crazy by those strange gazes outside. On the fourth day, Yi Xian couldn't stay any longer. He called Xianxia over and gave him some instructions. Then, he quietly left Black Mountain City alone, heading towards the northern wastelands where the Weeping Soul Cave was located. Calculating the time, there were only 50 days left before he had to go to the Black Mosquito tribe's main planet, the Black Mosquito Star. In these 50 days, his mission was still very important. He had to hurry. After half a day of hurrying, Yi Xian finally entered the Weeping Soul Cave again. Due to the unexpected assassination of the High Priest's trusted aide, whether it was the High Priest's forces or the Black Mountain Star's forces, the most important task was to hunt down the Black Nai tribe spies. The experts dispatched by the High Priest were active in the nearby star fields outside the Black Mountain Star. And the 10,000 Demon Emperor scouts under the command of the Black Mountain Star's leader, Xianxia, had just started a carpet search inside the Black Mountain Star. Using both sides at the same time, they swore to find the Black Nai tribe's spies hidden in the dark. Otherwise they would not give up. Under such circumstances, the second round of capture of the Weeping Soul Cave by the Black Mountain Star was temporarily put on hold. At present, there was not a single Demon Emperor expert in sight in the entire Weeping Soul Cave. Only a large number of Weeping Soul Beasts' mournful howls could be heard. With the departure of the 10,000 Demon Emperor experts, the Weeping Soul Beasts that were almost extinct in the outer area could be seen gradually, but they were still extremely rare. Therefore, after Yi Xian entered the Weeping Soul Cave, he did not stop at the outer area. Instead, he directly rushed towards the deepest part of the underground cave. After another half a day, Yi Xian finally entered the core area of the Weeping Soul Cave. The mournful howls that entered his ears were endless. Chapter 2755. The second great realm. Following the appearance of the Dongshu warship, the 1,000 or so demonkin experts that Yi Xian had kept in the cabin all walked out one after another. Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, the 3 black hole realm peerless existences, as well as Gue Hai Idao's 1,000 demon slaves army. Everyone was given a small spatial pagoda by Yi Xian. In any case, he had snatched more than 1,000 pagoda previously, and all of them had their rank 4 mental seals removed. Now, anyone could use them. Yi Xian then gave the same instructions. The 1,000 demon slaves army was originally fully organized, consisting of 10 100-man squadrons and 100 10-man squadrons. Now, there was no need for them to be divided into groups at the last minute. In the blink of an eye, they spread out in a carpet-style encirclement, spreading out in all directions. As for Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, they were free to move about. With their strength, even if they were alone, the speed at which they captured the beasts was extremely impressive. Yi Xian could already see another bountiful harvest coming soon. With the large army going to capture the Weeping Soul beasts, Yi Xian naturally didn't have to do it himself. He had more important things to do, and that was to break through his personal cultivation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian prepared to break through to the first stage of the Meteor Realm in one go. His figure flashed, and he quickly found a remote corner in the deepest region of the Weeping Soul Cave. After capturing the small number of Weeping Soul beasts in the surroundings, Yi Xian directly sat down cross-legged in the deepest part of the corner. Because he was breaking through to the next great realm, the Star Core origins that Yi Xian used to absorb the Star Core origins were all Class 7 Purple Star Core origins. Furthermore, he threw them out 1 cube at a time. Of course, he also had better Class 8 Black Star Cores and Class 9 colored Star Cores. However, he was only breaking through to the second great realm, so Yi Xian didn't plan on using those legendary Star Core origins. Otherwise, if he raised a crafty one, it would be even more difficult for him to break through in the future. After all, this was the early stage. He couldn't be too extravagant. As he threw out the level 7 Purple Star Core origin, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Discovered Star Core origin. Do you want to collect it immediately? Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately gave an affirmative answer. Then, he closed his eyes and began to practice the cultivation method of the incomplete Dongshu scripture. His consciousness gradually entered the distant void that exuded an ancient aura. Screech! This time, the giant tortoise, which was so large that it was almost as large as an entire universe, did not appear. However, Yi Xian heard a high-pitched and ear-piercing cry of a tortoise. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth apart. It shook the entire quiet and simple void, faintly bringing out a rumbling sound in the void. As the high-pitched cry of a tortoise resounded, right in front of Yixian's vision, in the middle of a vast and empty star field, a small purple object was reflected in Yixian's vision. This was clearly a star core. It was extremely small and glowed with a dark purple color. For some reason, at this moment, following the high-pitched cry of a tortoise, it began to slowly rotate on its own, and its speed became faster and faster. It was this rotation that caused the dark purple color to appear as if it was flickering, which attracted Yixian's attention. In fact, this small purple star core had always existed. However, because it was too small before, it had never attracted Yixian's attention. At this moment, Yixian's gaze was focused on the dark purple star core. After a few glances, a trace of understanding arose in his heart. If he was not mistaken, this star core should represent the state of his cultivation of the Dongshu scripture. Yixian was now in the star core state, so this star core was only a small star core. If Yixian entered the 8th stage of the black hole state in the future, then this small dark purple star core would most likely evolve into a real black hole. At this moment, as this dark purple star core rotated rapidly, strands of purple star core source energy drifted over from the vast void around it. The suction force produced by the rotation of the dark purple star core was sucked in and absorbed. These strands of purple star core energy should be the source of the level 7 purple star core that Yixian provided to the devouring system to absorb and break through to the next realm. Right now, as large amounts of purple star core source energy were being sucked in, the rapidly rotating dark purple star core's volume was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, it had become much thicker, and it was still increasing rapidly like a rolling snowball. In the context of the starry sky state, a practitioner's cultivation state was related to the stars in the universe. After the star core state was the meteor state. If there were no accidents, Yixian's cultivation state would break through to the meteor state. Then, in the inheritance shadow that appeared in his sea of consciousness, this rapidly rotating dark purple star core would grow to the size of a small meteor. For a small star core to grow to the size of a small meteor, this process would obviously take a very long time in the real universe. Right now, because of the rapid rotation of the dark purple star core and the appearance of the strands of purple star core source energy from the void around it, this process was extremely shortened. However, it was still a transformation from a star core to a meteor. No matter how fast it was, it could not be completed in a day. Yixian was very clear about this, so he was not in a hurry to succeed. After all, this was a breakthrough of a large realm. If he was too impatient, the effect would be the opposite of what he wanted. In the following time, Yixian tried his best to calm down his state of mind. He concealed his spirit and qi, and kept neither sadness nor joy. From beginning to end, he watched all the changes happening and changing with a peaceful attitude of an outsider. Under his gaze, the purple star core source energy from the void around it continued to drift in, and the small dark purple star core was constantly growing. Time slowly passed by. 1 day. 3 days. On the 15th day, following a buzzing sound in Yixian's mind, the tiny star core that could no longer be seen had shockingly turned into a small purple meteor. Finally, it stopped rotating at a high speed. Its rotation speed decreased, and it reached the speed of a normal star. Then, the inheritance shadow that appeared in Yixian's sea of consciousness quickly began to blur, and finally disappeared completely. It was also at this moment that Yixian's eyes, which had been closed the whole time, suddenly opened, and a faint purple light flashed in them. There was no need for him to feel it carefully. Yixian had already felt a surge of powerful power surging in his body. After 15 days of closed-door cultivation, he finally leaped into the second realm of the starry sky state. Chapter 2756. Mysterious Bloodhorn. In just 15 days, Yixian made a breakthrough in his cultivation and successfully entered the second major realm of the starry sky level cultivation. All this made him extremely excited. However, Yixian did not end his closed-door training immediately. He had just entered the meteor realm, so what he needed to do the most now was not to feel and display the great power he had just obtained, but to continue stabilizing it. After calming down, Yixian quickly closed his eyes again and activated the pure power in his body. He operated it according to the cultivation method of the second major realm of the Dongshu fragment, the meteor realm, and repeated it over and over again. 3 days later, Yixian had completely stabilized his cultivation at the first level of the meteor realm. Then, he began to condense the slave seals. Although he still had several level 9 slave seals in his hands, and the number of slave seals below level 9 varied, It took Xian 8 whole days to condense 2 level 9 slave seals to level 11. After obtaining 2 level 11 slave seals, Xian began to condense level 10 and level 9 slave seals. This process took another 6 or 7 days. In the end, when he had 2 level 11 and 2 level 10 slave seals, and even more level 9 and level 8 slave seals below level 10, Xian finally opened his eyes and ended his closed-door training. Calculating the time, it had been a full 33 days since he entered the underground Weeping Soul Cave. There were only 17 days left before he had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. With the end of his closed-door training, Xian began to capture Weeping Soul beasts in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. His mental suppression was extraordinarily effective. Every time, he would only act when he encountered more than 1,000 Weeping Soul beasts. Before he knew it, another 7 days had passed. There were only 10 days left before they had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. Xian finally discovered that there were not many Weeping Soul beasts left in the huge underground Weeping Soul Cave. No matter how many Weeping Soul beasts there were, they could not withstand such a large-scale capture. At present, their numbers were almost exhausted. Even if they could gradually recover in the future, it would not be possible in a short time. Xian immediately sent a signal to all the demon slaves to gather around him. Soon, 10-man demon slave squads returned one after another. Half a day later, all the demon slaves, including Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, had returned. All the space pagodas in their hands were all handed to Xian. When the final numbers were summed up, even Xian was shocked. This time, there were actually more than 20 million Weeping Soul beasts entering his account. As a result, in addition to the previous harvest, the total number of Weeping Soul beasts in his hands now reached a terrifying 60 million. Although only 1,000 demon people were captured this time, they were all active in the core area of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. In addition, all the demon slaves were in groups of 10. They carried out an organized encirclement and annihilation. In addition, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, the 3 Black Hole Realm powerhouses, assisted like sheep herding. Therefore, in a short 40 days, the harvest of 1,000 demons was only half of the previous 10,000 demon powerhouses. The difference in efficiency was like heaven and earth. With this great surprise, Xian immediately kept all the space pagodas in his body. Then, he let Gue Hai Yi Dao lead the entire 1,000-man demon slave squad to return to the Dongshu shuttle that he had summoned with a wave of his hand. Just as he turned his head to look at Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, wanting to signal them to enter the Dongshu shuttle as well, he stored the Dongshu shuttle back into his body and returned home. Li Mosquito suddenly stepped forward and reported, "Master, we found something in the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave, but we didn't dare to act on our own." "What's the situation?" Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked. "After circling this area for more than a month, we found a pattern." Li Mosquito nodded and quickly explained. "We discovered that although the Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Cave seem to be wandering around casually, there's an area that they won't go to. Even if we use our mental power to chase them away, they won't go near that area. They'd rather be captured by us on the spot than to escape or move in that direction. The 3 of us went all the way in that direction and soon found a secret passage. It should lead to the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. There was only one direction, and after walking for a long time, we did not see a fork in the road." At this point, Li Mosquito paused for a moment, then continued. "However, after walking for a while, we found a very strange mental pressure in front of us. It had to be at least the aura of a level 4 mental restriction, and a very large one at that. Otherwise, it would not be able to emit such a strong mental pressure. Therefore, we did not dare to act rashly. After hesitating for a while, we retreated." "A large level 4 mental restriction?" Xian frowned and immediately became restless. Even a fool could immediately understand the meaning of a large restriction set up by a level 4 mental restriction that appeared in the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. Other things aside, there was definitely something good in the restriction. And it was very likely to be related to the large number of Weeping Soul beasts outside the restriction. Since there was a treasure hunt, Xian naturally would not let go of this opportunity. At that moment, he rushed to the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave with Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai. Soon, a small fork in the road appeared in a remote corner in front of them. It was hidden in the corner, and if one did not pay attention, one would not be able to find it. After entering the fork, a narrow path that was not very wide appeared under their feet. After the four of them walked for more than 10 kilometers, Yi Xian indeed caught the aura of an obscure level 4 mental restriction. Moreover, this aura began to become stronger as the four of them continued to move forward. After another few dozen kilometers, an irregular circular area about 10 meters square suddenly appeared in front of them. At the end of this area was the natural cave wall. Clearly, this was the end of the entire underground Weeping Soul Cave, and there was no way forward. At the center of this area of more than 100 square meters was a blue stone altar that exuded a simple and unadorned aura. The altar was hexagonal in shape and only had a diameter of about 10 meters. On the flat altar platform was a large blood-colored horn that was about 10 meters long. It was exactly the same as the small horn on the heads of all Weeping Soul beasts. However, this blood-colored horn was clearly not illusory, but a real thing. A thought immediately flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Could this horn be left behind by a certain Weeping Soul beast after its illusory body was refined? If that was the case, how terrifying would this Weeping Soul beast's body be? Chapter 2757. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Exploring the restriction node, Yi Xian could not help but think of a gigantic Weeping Soul beast as he stared at the blood-red horn in front of him. According to the ratio between a normal Weeping Soul beast and the small black horn that was obtained after this beast was refined, the owner of the blood-red horn on the altar was simply gigantic. Although it was not as gigantic as the giant star tortoise or the golden giant dragon of the human race's technology faction, which could destroy a star system with just a wave of its hand, its body was at least the size of a gigantic star. It was a gigantic Weeping Soul beast the size of a star. How terrifying was its power! Even so, this gigantic Weeping Soul beast's body was still refined by someone, leaving only a blood-red horn that was about 3 meters long here. In that case, how powerful would the existence that refined its body be? Forget it. There's obviously no answer to all of this. Perhaps this terrifying gigantic Weeping Soul beast was already killed countless years ago, so there's no need to dwell on these meaningless questions. After a moment of fascination, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and threw the thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. Then, his gaze fell on the blood-red horn on the altar again. Although he did not know the function of the horn that was left behind after the Weeping Soul beast's body was refined, Yi Xian always had an intuition that this thing would definitely be of great use to him in the future. Therefore, he could not give up on this gigantic blood-red horn in front of him no matter what. He had to get his hands on it. However, the entire altar was enveloped by a layer of invisible mental power restriction, and the aura that it emitted clearly indicated that it was a level 4 mental power restriction. This meant that the entire altar was tricky and could not be easily broken. In order to break this mental power restriction that enveloped the entire altar, the power used had to be at least level 4 mental power. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how powerful the power was. It was like using a wooden chisel to chisel iron. Even if the iron was only a small piece the size of a table, and the chisel was as big as a mountain, the result would be obvious. However, level 4 mental power did not necessarily mean that this formation could be broken. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he extracted all the level 4 mental power in the mind source core in his sea of consciousness, he would not be able to construct such a gigantic level 4 mental power restriction. The level mental power restriction that the High Priest previously left in each of the star space towers was just a small part, so it could even erase his cultivation as long as his level 4 mental power restriction was level 4 mental power restriction. Was level of mental power. The reason for this was because the High Priest knew that there was no demon dweller powerhouse with level 4 mental power on planet Black Mountain. That was why he was so assured. However, this was not possible now. Even though Yi Xian's level 4 mental power was like a chisel made of iron, his chisel was too small. The level 4 mental power restriction that enveloped the entire altar was like a large door plank. One could imagine how difficult it would be for a chisel the size of a nail to chisel through a large metal door plank. Regardless of whether it was a mental power restriction or a divine sense restriction, the method to break this kind of restriction was basically the same. If the level of power needed to break the formation was high enough, the stupid method would be to grind it down bit by bit, but that would take a lot of time and effort. The other method was to find the node of the restriction, which was the eye of the formation. That was usually the weakest point. If one used all their strength to pierce through it, it was very likely that the entire restriction would be broken and the node would collapse. The entire restriction would no longer be able to function normally, which would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, the eye of this kind of restriction, which was the node, was basically a very weak point. Only a powerhouse who had a deep understanding of the restriction path could find it after analyzing it in a short period of time. Although Yi Xian had dabbled in formations and restrictions a long time ago, that was before the starry sky background. All of his experience and knowledge were no longer applicable after entering the starry sky background. Nevertheless, although he could not do it, he had 3 black hole realm powerhouses with him. Perhaps one of them had some understanding of starry sky restrictions. With that in mind, Yi Zhuan immediately looked at Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai and asked, "Have you studied mental power restrictions? Can you help me find the restriction node of this level 4 mental power restriction?" The 3 of them looked at each other. Then, Li Mosquito smiled bitterly. "With our attainments in mental power restrictions, it shouldn't be difficult to find the restriction node of this mental power restriction that's only 30 feet in radius, but the problem is that our levels of mental power are not high enough." At this point, Li Mosquito shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It's a level 4 spiritual power that built this spiritual power restriction. We're all level 2 spiritual power. It's impossible to extend our spiritual power inside and explore the patterns of the restriction. Once level 2 spiritual power touches it, it'll be destroyed immediately. In other words, without level 4 mental power, we won't even have the chance to follow the patterns of the restriction." Yi Xian was disappointed when he heard this. He'd planned to have Li Mosquito, Ba Chai, and Ba Chai try, but to no avail. If it really didn't work, then he'd leave Black Mountain and release the Black Mosquito Bastion. Then he'd enter and bring Du Wenshuan here to try. After all, Du Wenshuan's knowledge of formations and restrictions was profound. But now, it seemed that this was even more impossible. At the very least, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai had level 2 spiritual power, but Old Man Du was a proper human cultivator. He didn't even have the spiritual power of a devil cultivator, so how could he analyze the restriction patterns? It was no wonder that the other party had set up a level 4 spirit restriction and did not care about it here. It seemed to be incomparably at ease. Thinking about it, on a demon dweller planet like Black Mountain Star, where would they find a demon dweller expert with level 4 spirit strength? In the entire Black Mosquito tribe, only High Priest Griskel had level 4 mental power. If Greybone was here, then with his cultivation at the first level of the origin stage, he would probably be able to break through this level 4 mental forbid dance with brute force. But now, it was Yi Xian. Although he also possessed level 4 mental forbid dance, he could only use the power of finding the restriction node to break through it. Since Li Mosquito, Ba Chai, and Ba Chai couldn't do it, Yi Xian could only do it himself. With a sigh, he extended a small, invisible tentacle of his mental power toward the altar in front of him. Chapter 2758. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Obtaining the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. The entire altar had a diameter of around 30 feet, which was 9 meters. As for the formless level 4 spirit restriction, it was an invisible bowl that covered the entire altar. The bowl had a diameter of 9 meters, so one could imagine how large the area around it was. The spiritual power circuits and runes on the level 4 spiritual restriction were as thin as strands of hair and densely packed together. Just by imagining such a scene in his mind, he would have a general understanding of the complexity of the entire level 4 mental restriction circuit and the runes. The strand of spiritual power that Yi Xian extended was also invisible and as thin as a strand of hair. Who knew how long it would take for it to travel around the surface of the spiritual restriction above the altar? Not to mention the time it would take to analyze and deduce. Therefore, he only roughly wandered around the circuits and runes on the surface of the restriction before immediately withdrawing the strand of invisible mental energy that he had extended out. He sank into vexed contemplation. According to O Yongming's estimation, it would take at least years to figure out where the nodes of this large-scale level 4 mental power restriction were located. It was no wonder that the other party was so confident. Even though this small altar was standing here, it was extremely difficult to get the huge bloodhorn inside. Even with level 4 spiritual power, it would take at least a few years to analyze the restriction nodes. Of course, that was excluding Origin Realm level 4 spiritual powerhouses like Huegulei. However, Yi Xian's intuition told him that such a huge Weeping Soul bloodhorn would be very useful in the future. If he could not get his hands on it, he would not be satisfied. One had to know that this kind of thing was not a mineral that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Such a large Weeping Soul bloodhorn might not be unique in the world, but it was probably impossible to find another one that was similar to it. Since trickery won't work, how about using brute force to break the restrictive spell? As he quickly calculated in his mind, Yi Xian quickly thought of the other two mental attack skills that he'd obtained with the Perfect Shock and the Absolute Shock. They were the Annihilation Spear and the Destruction Vortex. He had already used the latter. In an instant, he had extracted 99% of the mental energy from the mental source core in his sea of consciousness, turning it into a mental whirlpool. At that time, even Ba Chai, a Black Hole Realm 9th stage expert, had been delayed for a few seconds. The Annihilation Spear was different. The Annihilation Spear didn't absorb a large amount of mental power to form a mental vortex. Instead, it turned into a tiny dot that stabbed out like the tip of a spear. In this case, a large amount of mental power was extracted, but the attack was aimed at the smallest point. If the attack had hit the level 4 mental restriction on the altar, it might not have been able to withstand the attack and would have disintegrated immediately. However, Yi Xian wasn't sure if this method would work at all. From his point of view, be it the Annihilation Spear or the Perfect Shock, they were merely skills that utilized mental power. They weren't even secret techniques, so they shouldn't have such a powerful effect, right? If other demon powerhouses had heard this, they would have been angered to death on the spot. One had to know that even the holy sons and high priests of the 10 great demonic tribes only possessed 1 or 2 types of mental power skills. This included the other higher-ups of the demonic tribe, such as the great commanders of the 10 great demonic tribes, and the members of the royal family of the demonic emperor planet. Moreover, their mental power skills were basically inherited from the demonic Saint Forbidden Land. The opportunity to enter the demonic Saint Forbidden Land only came once every 100 years, and they wouldn't be able to obtain an inheritance every single time. Usually, they would only be lucky enough to obtain a mental power skill inheritance after 4 or 5 consecutive times. Among the demonic tribe, those who possessed mental power skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities were the higher-ups. Moreover, even the royal high priests, who possessed the most skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities, had only mastered a dozen or so types of skills and secret techniques. Most ordinary demonic tribe powerhouses could only use simple mental wind blades, mental attacks, mental shrouds, and the like when they used their mental power. On the other hand, although Yi Xian's Annihilation Spear was obtained when his spirit core broke through to the 3rd level, and it wasn't a secret spiritual technique, but a spiritual skill. However, for an ordinary devil cultivator, it was definitely a spiritual technique that they yearned for even in their dreams. Even some holy sons and high priests might not possess it. Yi Xian didn't know much about this, so he wasn't very confident. However, no matter how unconfident he was, this seemed to be his last chance. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the matter on the demonic emperor planet was over before coming up with a solution. Who knew if there would be other unforeseen circumstances when the time came? At this thought, Yi Xian immediately gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try with the Annihilation Spear. If it didn't work, he would have to give it up for the time being. After making up his mind, he immediately recalled the way to use the mental power skill of the Annihilation Spear in his mind. Following that, he began to use the mental power in his sea of consciousness. Unknowingly, the mental power source core that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness started to rotate faster and faster along with the circulation of the mental power. In the end, a small mental beam formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental power source core shot out from his sea of consciousness. Like a dense and heavy strand of hair, it surged toward the formless level 4 mental restriction that shrouded the altar in front of him. Whoosh! The sound of a mirror shattering rang out, and the level 4 spirit restriction that enveloped the altar actually shattered. It was like a steel needle piercing through a thin layer of glass, and without any suspense, it shattered in the blink of an eye. Following the shattering, a large amount of pure level 4 negative karma energy began to disperse. A portion of it enveloped Yi Xian's body, making him feel as if he was bathed in a warm spring breeze. With luck in his heart, Yi Xian immediately leaped onto the altar. With a wave of his hand, he kept the 3-meter-long weeping soul blood horn into his undying world. Then, he sat cross-legged on the altar. After the restriction collapsed, a large amount of pure level 4 mental power source core appeared. It was useless for Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai to absorb it as they couldn't digest it. However, it was a great supplement for Yi Xian. Soon, as he closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation, rapidly operating the mental power source core in his sea of consciousness, the large amount of pure level 4 mental power that was dispersing around the altar seemed to be attracted by some invisible force and rapidly dispersed into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Chapter 2759. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The throbbing of the Forbidden Land. The Devil Royal Star was the holy land in the hearts of countless devil dwellers. It was the only holy land. Not only because the royal family of the demonic dwellers lived here, but more importantly, it was said that the Forbidden Land of the demonic dwellers was located on the demonic Emperor Star. The Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star was actually an independent parallel plane. It was not in the first universe where the demonic dwellers lived. However, in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star, there was a miniature wormhole that led to the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star. Moreover, this miniature wormhole was very stable. Every demonic dweller could enter it once every 100 years, and they had to return within a year. Even if they did not return, they would be forced out by the rules of this space. However, this miniature wormhole was controlled by the royal family of the demonic dwellers. Therefore, ordinary demonic dwellers were not qualified to enter at all. At this moment, Xianxia was in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave of the distant Black Mountain Star. He used the spiritual skill of the Annihilation Spear to break the level 4 spiritual restriction. Then, he waved his hand and kept the huge Weeping Soul Bloody Horn in his undying world. The entrance of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star suddenly shook without warning. From the depths of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star, there seemed to be an extremely mournful howl faintly coming from the other end of the wormhole. Two royal demonic dwellers who were sitting cross-legged on the left and right of the entrance of the wormhole opened their eyes at the same time. They were both at the late 7th level of the Origin Realm. At this moment, they opened their eyes at the same time and cried out softly. Their eyes flashed with uncertainty. What a strange mournful howl. Even the entire Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star trembled for a moment. What is that? Calculating the time, the Crown Prince has been in the Forbidden Land for half a year. Could it be that he met with an accident inside? This matter must be reported to the demonic emperor immediately. As they spoke, one of the two royal demonic dwellers immediately shook his shoulder and disappeared in an instant. Black Mountain Star. The depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. Xianxia was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the empty altar after he took away the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Presently, there were only 7 days left before he would head to the Black Mosquito Star. In other words, after he obtained the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that was around 3 meters in size, he had already meditated on the altar for an entire 3 days. It took him less than 2 hours to collect the pure level 4 mental energy that had dispersed due to the collapse of the level 4 mental energy restriction on the altar. In the following period of time, he used up all the Weeping Soul beasts he had absorbed. At this moment, a small spatial pagoda that contained 1,000,000 Weeping Soul beasts floated in front of him. In the past 3 days, whenever one Weeping Soul beast that Xianxia had enveloped with his mind energy and rapidly absorbed the mind origin energy disappeared, a second Weeping Soul beast would immediately be sucked out of the small spatial pagoda and continue to be absorbed. At first, because Xianxia was unfamiliar with the process, he took one Weeping Soul beast at a time. Later on, it was a few dozen, until the last 100. Now, this process of sucking out 100 Weeping Soul beasts at once and absorbing the mind origin energy that formed their forms had been going on for 2 whole days. The ground around the altar was densely covered with a thick layer of small black horns the size of a thumb. Each small horn represented a Weeping Soul beast that had been completely absorbed by Xianxia. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of these small black horns around the altar. However, Xianxia continued with his eyes closed. Only the small spatial pagoda floated in front of him. At the same time, a level 4 mental energy extended from his sea of consciousness and enveloped the 100 Weeping Soul beasts that had long since lost their forms. During these 3 days, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai did not leave either. In fact, the 3 of them had been doing the same thing as Xianxia for the past 3 days. Xianxia gave each of them a small spatial pagoda, including Gui Hai Yi Dao. Each small spatial pagoda contained 100,000 Weeping Soul beasts. In any case, he already had more than 60 million Weeping Soul beasts. It was only a few 100,000, so it really did not matter. The reason for this was that Xianxia had taught them the method of directly using mental energy to refine Weeping Soul beasts. However, without the help of the devouring system, although they could successfully absorb the mind origin energy in the Weeping Soul beasts' forms after learning Xianxia's method, the efficiency was much lower. After 3 days, Xianxia had already absorbed tens of thousands of Weeping Soul beasts, but the ground in front of the 3 of them was only littered with a few dozen small black horns the size of a thumb. After all, Yi Xian could absorb 100 weeping soul beasts at a time, while the three of them could only absorb one weeping soul beast at a time. Furthermore, their absorption speed was not as fast as Yi Xian's. The reason Yi Xian had done this was because he wanted to see if he could transform his mind source core before heading to the Black Mosquito Star. If he succeeded, his mind source core would reach level 5 in one fell swoop. Even the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, only had a level 4 mind source core, which was the highest level in the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Although Yi Xian had a level 4 mind source core as well, the amount of level 4 mind source core stored in it was too little. His source core was only the size of a soybean. Although High Priest Hui Gulei also had a level 4 mind source core, Yi Xian simply couldn't be certain that his mind power would not be probed by his opponent using some sort of secret mind technique. Ordinary demons naturally didn't have this ability, but Hui Gulei was a high priest of a demon tribe who could enter the sacred devil forbidden area once every 100 years. Thus, it wasn't impossible for him to use his mind power to perform a soul searching on a demon powerhouse. If this was really the case, then many of Yi Xian's secrets would be exposed to his opponent's probing. Plus, as long as he appeared and Hui Gulei really had this sort of secret mind technique, he would definitely use it on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had just broken through to the second level of the meteor grades, yet he already possessed a level 4 mind source core. It would be hard for such a monstrous talent not to attract attention. Plus, the unforeseen situation on the Black Mountain Star would make Hui Gulei suspicious, even if he was a fool. Because of this, when Yi Xian had obtained the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, he had decided to take out a large number of Weeping Soul beasts to see if he could transform his mind source core once again. As long as he succeeded, his mind source core would reach level 5 and surpass Hui Gulei's. Then, even if his opponent had this sort of secret mind probing technique, it would be ineffective against Yi Xian. Chapter 2760. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, another 2 days had passed. There were only 5 days left before they had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. As the time was approaching, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai had already stopped collecting the Weeping Soul beasts and were waiting anxiously. On the ground around the altar where Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged, there was a thick pile of small black horns. At a glance, there were already close to 100,000 of them, but he still had no intention of stopping. Currently, there were still 100 Weeping Soul beasts floating in front of him, wrapped in his spiritual power. They had long lost their physical forms and were about to be completely collected. If this continued, the last 5 days would simply pass in the blink of an eye. At that time, they would most likely delay the important matter of going to the Black Mosquito Star. After all, it would take a day to return to Black Mountain City from the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. Looking at each other, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai immediately made a decision. At most, they would wait 4 days. If Yi Xian still did not end his closed-door cultivation after 4 days, they could only try to cautiously remind him. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire mind was completely immersed in his knowledge sea. In the past 5 days, as one Weeping Soul beast after another was refined by the devouring system, it absorbed a large amount of spiritual origin energy and poured it into his sea of consciousness. At the same time that it continued to nourish his sea of consciousness, it was like a trickle that flowed into the spiritual origin that floated above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. His consciousness had almost always been in a floating and intoxicated state. To use a very vulgar phrase to describe it, it felt so good that it was bubbling. As mentioned before, absorbing the spiritual origin of the Weeping Soul beasts was different from decomposing and extracting the spiritual origin from the demon's brain nuclei. Generally speaking, the demon's brain nuclei that Yi Xian threw to the devouring system to decompose and extract the spiritual origin energy were basically a sea of them. After this sea of spiritual origin energy was completely decomposed and extracted, once Yi Xian gave the command to extract it, the devouring system would often pour it all into his knowledge sea in an instant. It was as if a flood dam had collapsed. The huge impact at that moment was simply indescribable. Perhaps the devouring system was doing this on purpose because this kind of bold and decisive method was obviously the most obvious and effective way to expand the sea of consciousness and temper its strength. Unlike that kind of pain, the devouring system did not cut off the spiritual origin energy that he had absorbed from the Weeping Soul beast. After accumulating a certain amount, he handed it over to Yi Xian and allowed it to rush into his knowledge sea. Instead, it was done in real time. Whatever amount of spiritual origin energy he had absorbed from the Weeping Soul beast was immediately transferred into his knowledge sea. Therefore, Even if he absorbed 100 of them at a time, the amount was not large. However, the advantage was that it could last for a long time. Not only was it gentle, this gentleness was endless. In comparison, the method of absorbing the spiritual origin from the demon's brain was like drinking strong alcohol that burned the throat. It was satisfying, but it would more or less cause some damage to the throat. But using the Weeping Soul Beast's method of absorbing spirit source was like drinking a bowl of mildly warm millet. That kind of soft and comfortable feeling was fascinating. For 5 whole days, Xian was immersed in this feeling. His entire body was so comfortable that he felt like he was floating in the air. The hidden injuries that he had suffered from using the demon's brain to absorb the spiritual origin had all been healed a long time ago. In fact, some of them had even been healed. In short, his knowledge sea was now completely free of all the minor hidden injuries. It couldn't be any more healthy. After 5 whole days of absorbing nearly 100,000 weeping soul beasts, the spiritual origin core that had been suspended above his knowledge sea had grown from the size of a soybean to the size of a pinky finger. Although it was still unremarkable, it was about twice as big as before. Even though the quantitative change was already so obvious, the qualitative change that Xian had been hoping for still hadn't appeared. Another half a day passed. When the number of weeping soul beasts that Xian had absorbed reached the 110,000 mark, he was finally completely disappointed. 110,000 weeping soul beasts had all turned into the purest spiritual origin power that had been absorbed by him. The spiritual origin core suspended above his knowledge sea had already shrunk from the size of a soybean to the size of 2 grains. However, the 4th source core transformation that he had been anticipating still hadn't happened. It seemed like he was really getting a little impatient. After all, his spiritual origin core had just undergone its 3rd transformation and become a grade 4 source core not too long ago. Indeed, compared to the average demon powerhouse, the probability of his source core transforming was much higher. However, it wasn't to the extent that he could transform whenever he wanted. If that was the case, would it still be a spiritual origin core? As soon as he thought about this, Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had indeed been a little possessed. However, the past 5 days hadn't been in vain. After absorbing the spiritual origin power of 110,000 weeping soul beasts, the spiritual origin core in Xian's knowledge sea had doubled in size. This meant that the total amount of his grade 4 mind power had doubled. Although this doubling of his mind power wouldn't be reflected in his cultivation-based breakthrough, as he mainly cultivated the Dongshu cultivation method. If he wanted to break through his cultivation base, he would need to break through his Dongshu cultivation method. However, just because he hadn't broken through his cultivation base didn't mean that his combat strength hadn't increased. His total amount of grade 4 mind power had doubled. Even though Xian was still at the 1st stage meteor stage, his current combat strength was definitely much greater than it had been 5 days ago. This wasn't a bad thing, as this was a cheat. Although his actual combat strength had increased, his cultivation base hadn't changed at all. He hadn't changed at all, not hidden it. No matter whether it was the human race or the demon race, he reckoned that no one else would be able to do such a thing. Just as Xian sighed in his heart and was about to leave, the dark purple spirit core that was the size of a fingernail that was suspended above his sea of consciousness suddenly changed. Boom! A thunderous explosion was heard, shaking Xian's entire knowledge sea. His consciousness, which had been caught off guard, was nearly shaken by this loud explosion. After recovering from his shock with great difficulty, Xian once again looked towards the spirit core above his sea of consciousness. The scene that entered his eyes instantly caused him to be completely dumbfounded. His entire body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. It was gone. This was simply a case of extreme joy turning to sorrow. The dark purple spiritual origin core, which had been the size of a fingernail, was actually completely gone. It seemed as if it had been completely destroyed by the explosion. However, in the air above his knowledge sea, there were now wisps of dark purple mist, which seemed to be a cross between a gas and a solid substance, exuding a mysterious aura. As he was extremely shocked, Xian immediately opened his eyes. He was worried that what he had just seen in his knowledge sea had been an illusion. Chapter 2761. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio destroyed and rebuilt. When Xian's consciousness entered his sea of consciousness again, the scene that unfolded before his eyes was exactly the same as what he had seen when his consciousness had retreated in shock. Everything in his sea of consciousness was still the same as before, except for the fingernail-sized dark purple spirit source core that had been suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. Instead, there was a dark purple substance that was somewhere between a gas and a solid, yet it wasn't quite the same as a liquid. It looked like jelly in a different form as it floated in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, swaying faintly. Yi Xian's heart sank when he saw this. A demon core was as important to a demon as the primordial spirit of a human powerhouse. If the primordial spirit was gone, how could one still live? Of course, the reason Yi Xian was fine after his demon core had been destroyed was because he wasn't a demon. However, this didn't mean that he was fine. Without a demon core, how could he survive in the demon world? It was like a bright star suddenly appearing in the night sky. It was simply too eye-catching. As soon as it appeared, countless demon powerhouses would flock over in an instant. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Xian's back. Something big had happened. Without the demon core, he would definitely die in the demonkin starfield. With this kind of fear, Yi Xian tried to circulate the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. In the end, he actually sent out a mental wind blade with a thought, cutting a small hole in the wall of the underground cave. Ha! His demon core had been destroyed, but his mind power hadn't been affected in the slightest? This result caused Yi Xian to be completely stunned. His heart, which had almost reached his throat, finally calmed down. It was good that he still had his mind power. At the very least, he wouldn't be mistaken for a human spy. After all, the demonic people would only determine if a person was a human spy based on whether or not they had any mind power. They wouldn't cut open a person's brain to see whether or not there was a mind power source core inside. Out of caution, Yi Xian then performed all the mental power skills and secret techniques he had mastered, including perfect shock, absolute shock, and so on. Of course, the destructive vortex was out of the question as it consumed too much of his mental power. Once he used it, all his mental power would be drained. That was not something a human could do. The result was the same as usual. Although the mind source core in his mind had disappeared, he was able to use all his mind power without being affected. In other words, he no longer had to worry about exposing his identity. Even so, his spirit core had turned into a dark purple jelly of varying sizes that floated in his sea of consciousness. This kind of strange situation still caused Yi Xian's heart to become extremely uneasy. Actually, a solid source core was more reassuring and reliable. Thousands of jelly-like chunks of mind origin source made Luo Yunyang feel nervous and on edge. As he felt apprehensive, Yi Xian had no choice but to ask for help from the devouring system. He immediately ordered the system to appraise the jelly in his knowledge sea. Soon, the system beeped in his mind. The appraisal results were out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The fourth transformation of the mind source core is in progress. Destruction followed by establishment. A grade 5 source core is being condensed. What? He actually congratulated him? Destruction followed by establishment? The fourth transformation of the source core is in progress? A grade 5 source core is being condensed? The pleasant surprise came so quickly that Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded when he heard the system beep in his mind. He had originally given up helplessly, but he had never expected that the fourth transformation of the mind source core would come so late at the last minute. Although this method was a little frightening and the process didn't seem like it could be completed in one day, the thousands of jelly chunks of various sizes in his knowledge sea would probably continue for some time. However, this didn't matter. At the very least, the system's beep was congratulatory, which explained the problem. Even though Yi Xian's mind source core wasn't a true grade 5 source core and was still in the process of being condensed, it was still a quasi-grade 5 source core. The Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Wuxia, only had level 4 mind power. Even if he used a secret mind technique similar to a soul-searching technique, it would still be impossible for him to investigate Luo Yunyang's mind source core and find any suspicious points. Although there had been some twists and turns in the process, Yi Xian had still achieved his goal in the end. This was a blessing in disguise. When he considered that the process of condensing a grade 5 source core might take some time, Yi Xian didn't continue to waste time on this. His consciousness was still in his knowledge sea anyway, so all he could do was watch. He simply couldn't do anything. Under such circumstances, his consciousness immediately withdrew from the sea of consciousness and opened his eyes. When he got up and looked down, he saw a thick layer of small black horns piled up all around the altar. Every one of them was the size of a thumb, but they were densely packed together in a large pile. If one had a phobia of fear, one's scalp would probably go numb. Yi Xian froze for a moment before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected that he would unknowingly use up so many weeping soul beasts this time. With a wave of his hand, he took out the small space box containing the small black horns. Then, he put away all the small black horns on the ground around the altar. After some calculations, he realized that he had used up exactly 110,000 weeping soul beasts this time. 110,000 weeping soul beasts had only allowed his mind source core to transform from grade 4 to grade 5. Compared to the previous consumption, this was a huge increase. It seemed like the next time he wanted to transform his mind source core from grade 5 to grade 6, he would need to consume millions of weeping soul beasts. Fortunately, he had more than 60 million weeping soul beasts in his possession. This would be enough for him to upgrade his mind source core from grade 6 to grade 7. If he included the demonic brain cores that he obtained from killing demonic powerhouses in the future, Yi Xian's mind source core would be able to transform from grade 7 to grade 8. When he thought about that day, he got excited. Even the current demon emperor of the demonic race only had a grade 7 mind source core. If his mind source core could be upgraded to grade 8 one day, then the amount of mind source power stored within it would be enough to suppress the demon emperor with a secret mind suppression technique. Besides, as his mind source core transformed a few more times, he would obtain even more powerful mind secret techniques and mystic abilities. When he thought about that day, Yi Xian got really excited. After putting away the small space box containing the large number of small black horns, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the problem of time. When he did some calculations, he realized that there were only 4 days left before he had to head to the Black Mosquito Star. Cold sweat started to form on his forehead. He had nearly messed up something big. Chapter 2762. Black Mosquito Star. After disappearing for more than a month, the Black Mountain City had almost forgotten about Yi Xian's existence. When he left, he announced that he was going to make a breakthrough in seclusion. In order to cover for him, the head leader Xianxia had sent 2 teams of 20 demon dwellers to guard the small courtyard for more than a month. At this moment, Yi Xian had returned to the small courtyard in a state of perfect oscillation without alerting anyone. Therefore, when he opened the courtyard door and walked out, everything was perfectly concealed. No one knew that he had gone to the underground Weeping Soul Cave again this month. Not only had he captured most of the Weeping Soul beasts, even the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn on the altar in the deepest part of the Weeping Soul Cave had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Seeing Yi Xian appear, and his cultivation obviously breaking through, jumping from the 9th level of the Star Core realm to the 1st level of the Meteor realm, the 2 teams of 20 demon dwellers guarding the door all cupped their hands and congratulated him. However, the expressions on their faces were clearly a little strange. This group of people had all believed that Yi Xian had an ambiguous relationship with the head leader of Black Mountain Star, Xianxia. In fact, this matter had already spread out. Not only on Black Mountain Star, but all the 10 demon dwellers planets of the Black Mosquito tribe had heard the news. Yi Xian still didn't know about this and was still kept in the dark. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy on the spot. After leaving the small courtyard, Yi Xian went straight to the head leader's mansion on Black Mountain Star. Along the way, the demon dwellers experts he met all pointed at him behind his back. This made Yi Xian feel quite depressed, but there was nothing he could do. When the guards in front of the head leader's mansion saw him coming, they immediately turned around and entered the courtyard in a panic. After a while, head leader Xianxia came out to greet him with a face full of smiles. Behind him, Xiongda was gritting his teeth. However, considering that Yi Xian was about to leave Black Mountain Star, although Xiongda's face was full of hatred, this time, he restrained himself and did not explode verbally. After being led by Xianxia into the conference hall, Yi Xian took a seat in the guest seat and then asked about the itinerary to the Black Mosquito Star. Xiongda had originally followed them in, but after hearing a few words and seeing that the two were only talking about business and were not whispering sweet nothings to each other, he also seemed to feel bored. After a short while, he got up and left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately lowered his voice and asked Xianxia about the search for He Naxing spy. Of course, it was mainly about the actions of the High Priest. "Sai, we still haven't found the Black Naixing spy. Master, according to my calculations, they should have already left." Yi Xian naturally could not reveal everything to Xianxia about him robbing the space pagoda and killing the High Priest's trusted aide midway. Therefore, as Yi Xian's demon slave, he did not know about this matter. At this moment, he sighed and continued. "The people sent by the High Priest have all withdrawn a few days ago. After all, the trip to the Demon Emperor Star is imminent. At that time, the High Priest will lead the team, so this matter can only be put aside for the time being. Well, during the time I'm away, you just do as usual. If there are any other abnormalities, remember them for the time being and report to me when I return. After confirming that the High Priest had not found anything, Yi Xian was relieved. Finally, he asked about the specific time to go to the Black Mosquito Star. The Black Mosquito Star is a long journey. After leaving the Black Mountain Star, it will take about 2 days. If there's nothing else, we can actually set off now to avoid any delays along the way. If that happens, we will miss the deadline. Xianxia nodded and paused for a moment before continuing. If Master is willing, I can send a company of 100 demon scouts to escort you. They should be able to reach the Black Mosquito Star within 2 days. There's no need for an escort. Since there's nothing else, I'll set off immediately. When Yi Xian's personal communication system connected to the Black Mountain Stars network, he had already downloaded a copy of the Black Mosquito Tribe's star domain. He already knew the location of the Black Mosquito Star, so he did not need a guide. As such, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Mountain Star's leader's residence. He soared into the air and rushed out of the star's atmosphere. The Black Mosquito Star was the main star of the Black Mosquito Tribe. It was also the largest of the 10 demon stars of the Black Mosquito Tribe. This could be seen from the fact that the Black Mosquito Tribe was named Black Mosquito instead of Black Mountain. The reason why the Black Mosquito Star was named Black Mosquito Star was because there was a satellite orbiting around it. That satellite was a devil beast star called the Mosquito Star. It was precisely because of the Mosquito Star that the Black Mosquito Star was named Black Mosquito. The Mosquito Star was the home of the Li Mosquito. It had been captured from the Mosquito Star by the Black Mosquito Tribe's Grand Commander, Third Order Origin Realms Hua Fengtai. Later, it was thrown into the Black Mosquito Star Bastion as a guardian beast. The leader of the Black Mosquito Star Bastion was the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito Tribe. He had 100,000 demon scouts under his command, and more than 1 million demon soldiers under his command. As for the High Priest, Huigyul, his position on the Black Mosquito Star Bastion was transcendent. Though he didn't involve himself in the affairs of the tribe and only sat in the sacred magic hall of the Black Mosquito Tribe's temple, even Grand Commanders Hua Fengtai, who was a Third Order Origin expert, had to obey his orders. Unlike the Black Mosquito Star, the satellite that orbited the Black Mosquito Star was the Mosquito Beast Star. Its atmosphere was filled with countless black mosquito magical beasts. However, these black mosquito magical beasts were basically existences that had yet to develop intelligence. Only an extremely small number of black mosquito magical beasts with powerful cultivation had developed intelligence. Therefore, the entire Mosquito Beast Star did not have the slightest order. It was completely an undeveloped, barbaric planet. Outside the atmosphere of the Mosquito Beast Star, there were several demon scout teams from the Black Mosquito Star patrolling all year round. Once they discovered some black mosquito demon beasts that had developed intelligence and rushed out of the planet's atmosphere and tried to escape, they would immediately capture them. On the Black Mosquito Star Bastion, almost every demon with any status had a mosquito beast as a means of transportation. Of course, some of these beasts had developed sentience, while others hadn't. They were simply captured, tamed, and used as a means of transportation. It was for this reason that the sentient black mosquito beasts on the Mosquito Star Bastion held a towering hatred for the demons of the Black Mosquito Star Bastion, and perhaps even all demons. Chapter 2763. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations gossips. Although the use of technology by the demons was not as good as that of the human race, the Starry Sky Network was also divided into different levels. The Black Mountain Star and the other demon stars were the lowest level network, while the Black Mosquito Star Superbrain had built a tribal network that connected to the main network of the Demon Emperor Star and controlled the 10 demon stars. Therefore, when Yi Xian arrived at the Black Mosquito Star, he only needed to go to the administration center and directly report his name. After the Black Mountain Star's qualification for the Son of Saint trial test was confirmed, an official report was made immediately. In fact, even without the official report of the Black Mountain Star, Yi Xian only needed to report Zhang Wuji's name when he arrived, and he would be able to get through without any hindrance. Because his name was already well known in the entire Black Mosquito tribe, accompanied by all kinds of rumors. After registering at the administration center of the Black Mosquito Star and verifying his identity, he would be given a small black token. With this small black token, Yi Xian could get a temporary residence outside the sacred magic hall of the Black Mosquito tribe's ancestral temple. This was a courtyard with 4 sides. There were a total of 10 rooms and 2 halls, one for meetings and the other for the dining hall. The 10 rooms were for the son of Saint trial takers selected from the 10 demon stars of the Black Mosquito tribe to stay temporarily. When Yi Xian received the identity token from the staff member of the administration center, the other party's ambiguous gaze had already made him feel uneasy. When he arrived at this small courtyard, the uneasiness in his heart immediately grew stronger. Of the 10 candidates who were going to the Demon Emperor Star to participate in the Black Mosquito tribe son of Saint trial, except for the one who was not here, the other 8 had all arrived. When Yi Xian arrived, it was lunchtime. The waiter assigned him a room and then led Yi Xian to the dining hall. In an instant, the 8 or 9 candidates who were eating inside all turned to look at him. At first they were stunned. Then, their expressions brightened. Some looked at him with disdain, some looked at him with contempt, and some shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Only one person stood up and waved at Yi Xian in surprise. This person sat alone at a table in the corner, while the other 7 sat together at 2 tables. It was obvious that this person was an unsociable existence. Furthermore, his unsociability was passive. It wasn't that he was a loner, but rather, he had been pushed aside by others. Otherwise, if he was really an aloof person, he wouldn't have raised his hand to greet Yi Xian in surprise when he saw him enter. However, Yi Xian had a good impression of this person after he glanced at him. He was fair and clean, and did not have a vicious aura. More importantly, compared to the disdainful and mocking expressions of the other 7 people, this person who was fair and clean had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, after frowning, Yi Xian immediately walked over. One shouldn't slap a smiling face, let alone when the other party welcomed him so warmly. However, just as his butt touched the stool, Yi Xian regretted it. Wuji, don't bother with those self-righteous fellows. Yi Xian had just sat down when the other party called out fearlessly. This made Yi Xian feel very uncomfortable. However, after thinking about it, perhaps it was because of this person's naturally warm personality, so he didn't say much. However, the other party's voice was a little too soft, which made Yi Xian feel a little strange. Before he could regain his senses, the person spoke again. Wuji, I've long heard that you're extraordinarily handsome. Now that I've met you, it's true that your reputation is not as good as your reputation. Oh right, let me introduce myself. Luan Jiafeng is Hao Fengfeng, from Black Roar Star. Black Roar Star's leader, Hao Des Huang, is my father. Don't worry, Luan Jiafeng is different from Black Mountain Star's Xiong de Luan Jiafeng is not so narrow-minded. I'll definitely introduce myself to Yi Xian first. While speaking, this sissy who called herself Hao Fengfeng took the opportunity to pass a bowl and chopsticks to Yi Xian. Her slender fingers quickly hooked in his palm, and she threw a flirtatious glance at him. Bang bang! Yi Xian's heart shook violently. His body subconsciously stepped back, and he almost fell on the spot. However, the stool he was sitting on flipped over. How could this person just be warm? It was practically gay. Not only was his thoughts impure, but he also seemed to want to act as a matchmaker for his father. Yi Xian suddenly had the urge to immediately slap him to death on the spot. With his face darkening, Yi Xian didn't even look at this guy anymore. He turned around and walked to another empty table. He felt even more regretful. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Sure enough, seeing Yi Xian's reaction, Hao Fengfeng's face instantly showed a touch of hidden bitterness. However, she didn't take it to heart. She got up and was about to move to this table as well. It was also at this time that an expert dressed as a demon steward entered the restaurant and casually said a few words. The general idea was that with the arrival of Jianghu from the Black Mountain planet, the 10 prospective saints who were going to the Demon Emperor planet to participate in the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial had all arrived. The date of departure was set to be 7 days later. The prospective saints who didn't have black mosquito pets were advised to reserve their black mosquito pets within these 7 days, whether they were going to capture them personally or buy them. When the time came, this black mosquito pet would follow the prospective saints into the Saint Devil Forbidden Land to participate in the trial. Yi Xian really didn't know about this. Now that he knew, he immediately sent an order to the personal star communicator in his body to connect to the star network of the Black Mosquito planet. He also gave the order to search for conditions. Soon the result came back. It turned out that the Black Mosquito Planet's Holy Sun trial had always had this tradition. Every prospective saint who participated in the trial could bring a black mosquito magical beast as a pet into the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. In fact, it was the same for other demon tribes. For example, when the prospective saints of the Black Wind tribe entered the trial, they would usually bring a black wind beast with them. On the one hand, the Forbidden Land of the Holy Demons was an independent space with a vast area. A pet could be used as a means of transportation. On the other hand, while the Forbidden Land of the Holy Demons wasn't full of dangers, it wasn't peaceful, either. With a pet that had been tamed, one could order the pet to stop the enemy when necessary so that one could escape. That was a way to save one's life. Of course, this method of abandoning one's pet to save one's life could only be used once. No one could bring more than one pet into the Forbidden Land. There was no need to check one by one. Even if a prospective saint used a spatial treasure to carry a large number of pets on him, he would not be able to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. He would be automatically excluded by the rules. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't know if the restrictive rules of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land could sense the undying world in his body. If they could, then Xianxia would not be able to participate in the so-called Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial this time. Chapter 2764. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations entering the Mosquito Beast Planet, Wuxia. Don't tell me you don't have your own black mosquito pet beast? Hao Fengfeng approached Xianxia as soon as the demon warrior in the butler's attire left. Although he was a sissy, he was quite good at reading people's expressions. He immediately saw the problem and sat down next to Xianxia. He reached out and patted the back of his hand. This is a little troublesome. Although the Black Mosquito Beast Planet sells mosquito beasts, they are basically only at the Star Core grade. What's the difference between having a mosquito beast and not having one? However, it's too dangerous to enter the Mosquito Beast Planet and capture them temporarily. Also, taming them takes time, but it doesn't matter. Hao Fengfeng didn't mind when he saw Xianxia move his hand away without batting an eyelid. Instead, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Fortunately, I have two mosquito beasts here. One is at the 4th level of the planet grade 7, while the other is at the 3rd level of the satellite grade 8. I've already placed a mental seal on them, so they can be controlled with a thought. Since I can only bring one in, I'll give the satellite grade 8 one to Wuxia. However, although I have the authority to erase the mental seal on its brain, you'll have to place a new mental seal on it if you want to control it. Otherwise, it won't be able to be stored in the beast ring or used. You'll have to rely on yourself to think of a way to get help from a powerhouse with a high-level source core on the Black Mosquito Star." Although these words sounded simple, they actually revealed a lot of information. Xianxia immediately performed a conditional search and quickly understood everything. It turned out that the mosquito beast's greatest value was that, after the mental seal was placed on its brain, it could be controlled by a demon warrior whose cultivation base was much lower than its own. For example, Hao Mang, who was at the 3rd level of the meteor grade, could control a black mosquito beast, which was at the 4th level of the planet grade 7. As for the beast ring, it was a magic treasure unique to the demon tribe. It could be used to store tamed demon beasts that had been imprinted with a mental seal. Of course, stronger demon warriors could also store them directly into their bodies. Imprinting mental seals usually required a demon warrior with a level 3 source core or higher to do so. Otherwise, if one's level of mind power was too low, the seal would fail. Even if it succeeded, the black mosquito beast, which had a mental seal on its brain, could still break through the mental seal. In the past, the black mosquito beast ring, the black mosquito tribe's high priest Wuxia, had had a mental seal. At the time, he had only had a level 3 source grade 3 source core. At the time, he had only been level 3 source grade 3 source levels. At that time, the slave seal that Xianxia had condensed was also condensed from the 3rd level of spiritual force. That was why they were able to melt each other and dissolve the spiritual restriction that the High Priest Greyskull had left in the Lee Mosquito's magic core. Book Beast Smu was too. His source core was already at level 5, so he could definitely imprint a mental seal on the Black Mosquito Beast's brain. As for the Black Mosquito Beast, he wanted to visit the Black Mosquito Beast's homeworld anyway, so he would have to capture it himself. The Beast Ring wasn't a precious treasure on the Black Mosquito Star. It was like an ordinary spatial box in the human world, so it could be purchased with some demonic spirit black crystals. There's no need for that. Since it is my black mosquito beast, I will capture it myself. After rejecting Hao Fengfeng's offer, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to eat anymore. He immediately got up and walked out of the restaurant. He planned to buy a beast ring right away and head to the Black Mosquito Star satellite planet to capture a black mosquito beast. Of course, he could have just used the black mosquito beast as a pet, but Wuxia had seen it before, so he had to drop the idea. What shameless boasting! Capture it yourself? You're just a salesman. Do you really think you're a demon prodigy? You can't say that. The periphery of the mosquito star is filled with ordinary star core grade mosquito beasts. No matter what, this guy is still a level 1 meteor grade. He could just casually capture a star core grade mosquito beast and bring it over. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. What's the point of capturing a star core grade mosquito beast? Can it be used as a means of transportation? Can it save lives in times of danger? I think it's because it's not enough time to sell its ass. Otherwise, why didn't Black Bear prepare this? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the 7 candidates sitting at the 2 tables opposite him started mocking him one after another. He frowned and immediately stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the 7 people at the other 2 tables and sneered. What's the highest level mosquito beast among all of you? What? You want to compete with us? What a joke! Apart from you, the highest level pet beast among the 9 of us is the Galaxy Grade, the 7th major realm. What? Can you capture a Galaxy Grade mosquito beast? The few demons immediately started mocking him again. Hao Fengfeng, who was at the side, frowned. These guys obviously had bad intentions. That Galaxy Stage black mosquito pet was the pet of another guy who had not arrived yet. This guy belonged to Zhuo Liqing, the only son of the Black Mosquito Tribe's great commanders Wufeng Tai. Zhuo Liqing clearly wasn't here, but these 7 people were using his Galaxy-grade mosquito beast as a scapegoat. If Yi Xian agreed, it would be tantamount to provoking Zhuo Liqing. No matter what the result was, he had already fallen into their trap. Unfortunately, just as Hao Fengfeng was about to mention it, Yi Xian cupped his hands and spoke first. What's a mere Galaxy-grade mosquito beast? We'll know in 7 days. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian turned around and left the restaurant. Behind him, the 7 fellows' wild laughter resounded endlessly. Oh, you've been fooled. Just as Yi Xian was about to jump up, Hao Fengfeng caught up with him. She stared at Yi Xian resentfully and said, I wanted to remind you, but I didn't expect you to be so quick to talk. That Galaxy-grade mosquito beast doesn't belong to the 7 of them. It belongs to the guy who hasn't arrived yet. He's the only son of the great commanders Wufeng Tai. His name is Zhuo Liqing, and he's the one who has the highest chance of becoming the Black Mosquito Tribe saint. Not only does he have a good talent for spiritual power, but his cultivation has also reached the 9th level of the satellite grade, and he's about to reach the 4th level, the planet grade. To tell you the truth, he's also a candidate for the Black Mosquito Tribe saint. We're only following him to accompany him in his studies. Now that you, his study companion, are provoking him, think about it yourself. You'll be in trouble later. Chapter 2765. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The mosquito tide. The mosquito beast star also had an atmosphere, but it was black. It was formed by a mating gas emitted by the mosquito beasts. Outside this black atmosphere, there were 2 demon scout fleets from the Black Mosquito Star roaming around all year round. Once some of the black mosquito beasts that had developed intelligence tried to escape the atmosphere and leave this environment, they would be captured and even killed on the spot. The Black Mosquito Planet was completely used by the Black Mosquito Tribe as a planet to rear pigs and dogs. As long as one was a demon, they could enter the Mosquito Planet to hunt as they pleased. After all, there were too many black mosquito beasts on the planet. It was impossible to capture all of them, so there were no restrictions. Of course, once they entered, they were responsible for their own life and death. The sea of mosquito beasts was a huge threat, so it was rare for a demon to enter alone to hunt. Even Origin Realm existences like the High Priest Huegu Lu and the great commanders Wufeng Tai did not dare to enter the depths of the Black Mosquito Planet's surface because there was an Origin Realm Black Mosquito Beast Emperor there. Yi Xian had also searched for the Black Mosquito Beast Emperor on the Black Mosquito Planet's official interplanetary web, but he did not obtain any valuable information. Basically, there were only 2 or 3 articles that mentioned its existence. After entering the Black Mosquito Planet's atmosphere, their field of vision immediately changed. The sky and land were filled with black mosquito beasts. Even the phrase, "a tide of mosquito beasts," was not enough to describe the vastness of this scene. Ordinary young mosquito beasts were only the size of a 7- or 8-year-old human child. After they grew up, they would be the size of an adult human. However, even after reaching adulthood, a mosquito beast that had yet to develop intelligence would still look like a giant mosquito from head to toe. The reason why the Li mosquito evolved a human head and 4 limbs was that it had developed intelligence and embarked on the path of evolution of a mosquito beast. Therefore, whether the mosquito beasts on the mosquito planet had developed intelligence could be determined by whether a part of their body was human. Basically, mosquito beasts that developed intelligence would first evolve their head into human form, then their limbs, and finally their torso. In the end, they could evolve into an existence that was exactly like a human or a demon. However, if necessary, they could instantly transform into the original form of the mosquito beasts. The original form of the mosquito beasts was obviously the strongest in terms of speed and combat power. For example, when the Black Wind battled with Taiakai, the Li mosquito had transformed into its strongest mosquito form for a brief moment. Mosquitoes were originally meant to fly in the sky. It was their nature. Therefore, after entering the mosquito beast planet, the mosquito beasts that appeared in front of them were basically the kind that had not developed sentience. Those that had developed sentience already had the consciousness to hide themselves, and could only be found on the ground below. The deeper they went, the deeper the land, the stronger the mosquito beasts. Even for the mosquito beasts that flew in the sky, the higher they flew, the weaker they were on the outskirts. The deeper they went, the stronger the mosquito beasts would be. After Xianxia entered the atmosphere of the mosquito beast star, he looked left and right. He saw that the surroundings were filled with low-level mosquito beasts, and there were no traces of demon cultivator experts. Moreover, the atmosphere of the mosquito beast star behind him was also covered in a thick layer of black gas that could isolate him from probing. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he immediately took out the Dongshu shuttle and released the Li mosquito. With a wave of his hand, he kept the Dongshu shuttle back into the undying world in his body. When he was doing all of this, not a single black mosquito beast attacked Xianxia. This was because when his figure passed through the black atmosphere of the planet, Xianxia had already activated a perfect vibration, concealing his figure and all of his aura. Amongst the countless black mosquito beasts around him, he was completely transparent and did not exist. This is the Black Mosquito Planet? As his figure was released from the Dongshu shuttle by Xianxia, the Li mosquito was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in excitement. After all, he was a rank 7 black hole realm being. Furthermore, he was a black mosquito demon beast that had gained sentience. His body exuded a unique aura. Perhaps humans and demonic humans could not sense it, but as a black mosquito demon beast, he was the most sensitive to it. As soon as the Li mosquito appeared, all the low-level black mosquito magical beasts in the surrounding void immediately retreated far away, leaving a 100-meter radius empty space. In this area, only Li mosquito and Xianxia were present. However, more and more black mosquito beasts were gathering outside this area. The sound of Ji Yi's wings flapping behind his back resounded incessantly, revealing an extremely excited feeling. Xianxia had a strange look on his face, but he did not ask any questions. We black mosquito beasts have a very strict hierarchy. Low-level mosquito beasts are born to suppress and control low-level mosquito beasts. As if seeing Xianxia's confusion, the Li mosquito suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and continued. However, although the low-level mosquito beasts respect the high-level mosquito beasts, they also have a passionate desire to protect them. Therefore, although they have retreated far away, they are unwilling to leave. This is a natural instinct of their bloodline. They want to protect me. Isn't there a mosquito emperor? Why would a rank 8 black hole realm want to protect me? Xianxia was stunned. Although he understood what the Li mosquito meant, he still did not understand, so he immediately asked. How would these low-level mosquito beasts know whether a mosquito emperor is a mosquito emperor or not? They only gathered because they sensed a powerful aura around them. At this moment, even if I told them to die, these poor bastards wouldn't refuse. At this point, the mosquito beast's expression dimmed, and it continued in a gloomy voice. As low-level magical beasts, our fates are far too different from those of the demons. Even though there's an origin realm mosquito beast emperor, it's insane, and it can't do anything for us mosquito beasts. On the other hand, there are quite a few black mosquito magical beasts that have developed intelligence, and they gather around it of their own accord. As a result, quite a few of them are accidentally killed by it every year. Back then, I was almost killed by that Origin Realm Mosquito Beast Emperor, so my heart grew cold, and I prepared to leave the Mosquito Beast planet. But I was captured by the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Griskel. In the end, a psychic seal was placed on my core, and I was thrown into the Black Mosquito Bastion as its guardian. Now that I think about it, all of this happened hundreds of years ago. Who would have thought that I, Lee Mosquito, would be able to return to the Mosquito planet one day? What a pity. It's been hundreds of years, but the planet is still the same. There is no doubt that countless innocent mosquito beasts have been captured and enslaved by the demons in the past hundreds of years. When I think of my own kind in this abyss of suffering, I feel... sigh. Chapter 2766. Mad Mosquito. Kingly Mosquito's sigh made Yi Xian feel awkward. Speaking of which, he had come to the Mosquito planet to capture a black mosquito magical beast to enslave. Master must have come to the Black Mosquito planet to capture a mosquito beast, right? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Lee Mosquito pointed it out. Just as Yi Xian smiled awkwardly and was about to explain, Lee Mosquito changed the topic. Master, you don't have to mind. Because you are different from those demons, Lee Mosquito will not mind. Instead, I will be happy for the ones you have chosen. After all, following Master is the only way for them to have hope. It is better than being stuck on the Mosquito planet. If possible, Lee Mosquito would like to see you take away all the mosquito beasts on the Mosquito planet. Lee Mosquito's words were unintentional, but Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. A magnificent scene of mosquito beasts covering the sky and swarming the enemy flashed in his mind. He could not help but be moved. Does Master really want to take away all the mosquito beasts on the Mosquito planet? Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Lee Mosquito was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. That's right, why didn't Lee Mosquito think of this before? The entire tribe is destined to be enslaved by the demons forever if they stay on the Mosquito planet. Rather than that, it is better to take a group of mosquito beasts that have developed intelligence and leave this place. They can be the fire seeds of the tribe's bloodline inheritance. If we find a suitable planet in the future, we can let them live and cultivate in a different environment. Although more mosquito beasts are still enslaved here, at least the hope of the entire tribe has been sown. Master, please help Lee Mosquito and take some of my tribe members away from this place, okay? Lee Mosquito actually knelt down in front of Yi Xian at the end of her sentence, her face full of sincerity. As for Yi Xian, he was stunned for a moment before the expression on his face gradually became strange. He didn't know why, but he had the feeling that he was doing something bad to abduct people. Li Wen's words were filled with righteousness, but he didn't seem to think so in his heart. He completely wanted to abduct a group of powerful mosquito beasts to be his fighters. Cough, cough. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately coughed a few times awkwardly before he continued. I'll leave this matter to you. Fortunately, the first level of the Black Mosquito ship, the Myriad Prison, has been emptied out. The space is large enough to fit around 10 million Black Mosquito magical beasts. In other words, he was hinting to Lee Mosquito that it would be best if she left with 10 million mosquito beasts. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but blush at such a shameless move. He felt his face heating up a bit. However, 10 million mosquito beasts isn't a small number. I only have 7 days. Even if the mosquito beasts on this planet are like a tide, covering the sky and covering the sun, I'm not afraid of exposing myself if I take out the Black Mosquito ship, but I'm afraid there won't be enough time to drive them all away one by one. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian immediately pointed out the biggest problem. He spread his hands in front of Lee Mosquito and said, You just said that you want to take away the fire seed of your tribe. Naturally, you want to take away the fire seed with you. It's best if it's an existence that has developed sentience. This kind of existence won't be as easy to deal with as the low-level mosquito beasts around us. You just need to release your aura and they'll obediently follow you. Master, you don't have to worry about this. Lee Mosquito didn't care about Yi Xian's doubts at all. She even laughed and explained, The low-level mosquito beasts flying in the sky are useless even if we take them away. What I want to take away are the elite mosquito beasts on the ground. The strongest among them are like me, at the 8th realm, Black Hole Realm. The weakest are at the 3rd realm, Satellite Realm. About 40% of them have developed sentience. Of course, the degree of sentience is limited. Back then, the Lee Mosquito was the existence with the highest level of intelligence on the entire mosquito beast planet. Hence, the other mosquito beasts that had developed intelligence were basically not fully developed and were at the level of a human child. This was because the birth of a spirit by a magical beast was originally a heaven-defying act. There was a huge risk involved. For example, the Mad Mosquito Emperor had an accident during the process of developing sentience. That's why he went crazy. When Li Mosquito had just developed sentience, he had already evolved a human head. Now, thousands of years have passed, but he's still the same. He's getting crazier and crazier. However, his cultivation realm hasn't fallen behind. A few hundred years ago, he was already at the 9th realm, peak 9th realm of the origin. I wonder if he has broken through now. At this point, Li Mosquito sighed again, but Yi Xian was shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim, Mad Mosquito Emperor? Peak 9th realm of the origin? Doesn't that mean that even Huegu Lu and Zhuo Feng Tai are like ants in his hands? He can crush them with just a lift of his hand? Of course. If they weren't afraid of this guy, do you think Huegu Lu and Zhuo Feng Tai would let the countless mosquito beasts on the planet go wild and not capture them? Li Mosquito curled her lips and continued, We demons are not just the mosquito beasts. There are also other demons in the demon domain. Although we're not as powerful as the demon domain, we're at least a tribe with the strongest members of our tribe. But you don't seem to have answered the question I just asked. Is it about the 10 million mosquito beast fire seeds? Li Mosquito smiled again. Don't worry, Master. Although the Mad Mosquito Emperor is crazy, he has a large number of elite mosquito beasts around him. I was one of them, but I almost died at his hands. At the moment of life and death, I had an epiphany and evolved from the level of a human child to the level of an adult. That's why I wanted to leave in despair. Although the 10 million elite mosquito beasts on the ground maintain a certain distance from the Mad Mosquito Emperor, they're resting with him at the center. As long as we can subdue the Mad Mosquito Emperor, when he enters the Black Mosquito ship's myriad prison, the other 10 million elite mosquito beasts will automatically follow. We won't have to waste time and effort to drive them away. In that case, we won't even need half a day, let alone 7 days. What? Subdue the Mad Mosquito Emperor? Yi Xian was immediately shocked, and his expression changed. That's a supreme existence at the 9th level of the origin stage, and it's about to reach the 10th level. Although a level 11 slave seal can definitely subdue it, the key point is, it's impossible for us to have the chance to do so. Before the slave seal comes into contact with its body, I'm afraid this matter will be exposed. More importantly, he's crazy. After being provoked like this, if he goes crazy. Chapter 2767. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Crimson Mad Mosquito Overlord. You don't have to worry about that. I'm very familiar with the Mad Mosquito Overlord. After all, I left from here. Hearing that Yi Xian was worried about this, the Li Mosquito Overlord immediately smiled. When I left, among the 10 million elite mosquito beasts in the core area of the mosquito planet, even if they developed intelligence, they only had the intelligence of a child. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have felt so lonely here after gaining the intelligence of an adult. That's why I decided to leave. They're just a bunch of elite mosquito beasts with the intelligence of a child. When the time comes, you can use the perfect vibration to conceal your presence. Since I'm one of them, these elite mosquito beasts won't be on guard against me. As for the Mad Mosquito Overlord, it's even more so. He's completely insane, so there's no way he'll be on guard against me. In addition, even if those elite mosquito beasts produced an existence with adult human intelligence in the past few hundred years, this matter is also without any suspense. With the intelligence of an adult, they'll understand their situation better. I only need to explain the current situation of the mosquito planet to them. When the time comes, not only will they not stop us, they'll even help us. After all, as an advanced mosquito beast with mature intelligence, there's no way I'll harm my own race. Everything is for the future of the mosquito beasts. That makes sense. I don't know what to say. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. It seems that I can't find a reason to stop you. In that case, let's do it. Whoosh. As he spoke, Yi Xian shot out a level 11 slave seal and sent it into the Li Mosquito's body. He warned, I'll wrap this slave seal with a layer of spiritual force. When you use it, use your own spiritual force to wrap it up and send it out of your body. At the same time, shatter the spiritual force membrane. As long as it can enter the Mad Mosquito Emperor's body, we'll have succeeded. Of course, I will always be by your side. If you fail on your side, I still have another level 11 slave seal here. However, this is our last chance. I hope we won't use it. Otherwise, if we fail again, it will be really troublesome. Don't worry, Master, it's just a mad mosquito. Even if it's 9th rank origin realm, it's still mad. We'll succeed. She covered her mouth to hide a grin at Xian, then turned and began to descend toward the mosquito planet below. Xian immediately used his perfect vibration technique and followed. The further down they went, the fewer mosquito beasts there were. Xian raised his head to look at the horizon. What entered his eyes was a dense cloud of mosquito beasts that covered the sky. Even without the thick black atmosphere of this mosquito beast star, no devil cultivator would be able to see him even if he took out the black mosquito star. And Xian relaxed a little at the thought. At this moment, Li Mosquito had already flown towards the deepest part of the continent. She even deliberately maintained her speed so that Xian, who was behind her, could catch up. The latter did not dare to delay any longer and immediately followed closely behind. Along the way, they encountered a lot of black mosquito magical beasts. Most of them were in the form of mosquitoes, but there were some that had evolved into human parts. However, most of them only had a human head. This meant that although they were elite mosquito beasts that had developed spiritual intelligence, their intelligence was only at the level of a 7 or 8-year-old human child's. In the face of a powerful mosquito like the Li mosquito, who clearly had a mature intelligence, the elite mosquito beasts did not have any intention of stopping her, allowing her to continue forward. As for Xian, who'd used the perfect shock mental skill to conceal his figure and aura, he followed closely behind Li Mosquito. Half a day later, the master and servant had entered the deepest core of the entire black mosquito planet. Almost all the mosquito beasts they could see had developed intelligence. Other than those that had evolved human heads, they could occasionally see mosquito beasts that had evolved a pair of human arms or a pair of human legs. However, none of them had complete limbs. The Li mosquito was unique in this place. At the end of the planet, at the base of a mountain peak, the figure of the mad mosquito emperor finally appeared in Xian's line of sight. It was a gigantic ailanthus tree. Its canopy covered an area of more than 100 miles. Furthermore, there was not a single mosquito beast in this area. The only thing that existed was a gigantic blood-red mosquito beast that was about 10 feet in size. This gigantic mosquito beast had also developed intelligence, but it only had a human head. This meant that its intelligence was only at the level of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. And it was crazy. That's right, it had to be crazy. Because this human head, which was obviously male, was covered with dense red hair. It was fluffy and messy, like a bird's nest. Any sane existence would definitely not look like this. As for his cultivation level, with Xian's cultivation at the first level of the meteor realm, he couldn't sense it at all. In his senses, the aura emitted from the other party's body was like a vast and mighty ocean, as if there was no end to it. It's been a few hundred years, but it's still the same. It hasn't changed at all, including its cultivation. It's still at the perfect level of the 9th level of the origin realm. Li Mosquito was at the 7th level of the black hole realm, after all. There was only a difference of 1 level between them, so she could still sense the mad mosquito emperor's cultivation. At this moment, Li Mosquito sighed as she flapped the wings on her back and quickly approached the mad mosquito emperor. Xian hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and immediately followed. He was quite confident in his perfect spiritual shock technique. When they passed by the edge of the area covered by the giant ailanthus tree, the nearby elite mosquito beasts, who had evolved a pair of human arms or long human legs, all looked in their direction. They looked at Li Mosquito and confirmed that it was really one of their kind, and that its intelligence level was higher than theirs. After that, they slowly moved their gazes away. Although they were a little confused as to why Li Mosquito was approaching the mad mosquito emperor, they clearly had no intention of stopping it. Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but his heart started to beat uncontrollably as he got closer and closer to the mad mosquito emperor. Faintly, an uneasy feeling surged into his heart. Before he could figure out where the uneasiness in his heart came from, Li Mosquito had already approached the mad mosquito emperor's side, and from a distance of more than 10 kilometers, she had already raised her hand and shot out the level 11 slave seal. Chapter 2768. Clouds of doubt. The mad mosquito emperor seemed to be dozing off at first, but when Li Mosquito shot out the level 11 slave seal, its tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. In that instant, there was a flash of light. Although it was blood-red and filled with madness, Yi Xian could clearly sense the light of wisdom in the depths of that madness. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. This mad mosquito emperor was indeed crazy. But it wasn't actually crazy. It was pretending. As the light flashed, Yi Xian didn't even think about it before reminding Li Mosquito. That was an existence at the peak of the 9th step of the origin stage. He could crush Li Mosquito to death with a single finger. Even if his warning wasn't of much use, it would at least make Li Mosquito more vigilant. Huh! There's actually another demon? I knew it. The aura of this spiritual imprint is so strange. It doesn't belong to the Mosquito Emperor clan at all. Just as Yi Xian's exclamation sounded out, the enormous blood-crazed Mosquito Emperor in front of him immediately opened its mouth. It was actually speaking the language of the devil cultivator. It could be seen that it wasn't crazy. At the same time, an indescribably enormous aura instantly enveloped Yi Xian. It carried a vibrating intent and emitted a buzzing sound, directly breaking through his perfect vibration. Yi Xian's figure seemed to fall from the sky as he appeared in a sorry state. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His perfect vibration spiritual skill had been forcefully broken by someone, causing his mind to suffer a backlash, almost collapsing his mind. This was already a sign that he had suffered a serious internal injury. Master. Li Mosquito's expression changed greatly. She didn't pay attention to the level 11 slave seal that was shot out. At this moment, it was as if it was blocked by an invisible wall. It was firmly suspended in the air, a meter away from the mad Mosquito Emperor. With a wild roar, it turned around and shot towards Yi Xian. As a mosquito beast, a black hole realm powerhouse that has developed mature intelligence, you actually recognize a demon ant as your master. You are a disgrace to the mosquito beasts. The mad Mosquito Emperor was originally calm and collected. Whether it was towards Yi Xian or Li Mosquito, it was like a cat toying with a mouse. However, at this moment, when it heard Li Mosquito call Yi Xian master, it almost instantly flew into a rage. Buzz. Buzz. As the mad Mosquito Emperor spoke, the space within 100 miles began to vibrate at a high frequency. There was a very strange buzzing sound. Screech. Screech. Almost at the same time as these buzzing sounds rang out, countless mosquito beasts outside the area covered by the giant tuna tree's crown suddenly became angry. They turned around and pounced in this direction. In all directions, the endless mosquito beasts turned into a black wave. These black waves were made up of at least 10 million black mosquito beasts. Yi Xian casually glanced at them and caught sight of the weakest mosquito beasts in his line of sight. They were also powerful mosquito beasts in the 3rd realm, the satellite realm. As for the thousands of mosquito beasts at the front, they were all supreme existences of the 8th great realm, the Black Realm Cave. Although they were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Black Hole Realm, due to the fact that there were over 1,000 of them, the powerful aura that swept over in an instant caused Yi Xian's mind to almost collapse. As a top elite of the mosquito beasts, you actually recognized a demon as your master and colluded with him to harm me. You deserve to die. Take them all down. As the millions of mosquito beasts swarmed in from all directions, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito were instantly unable to move. In the face of this aura and the suppression of the mad Mosquito Emperor, even Li Mosquito, who was in the 7th level of the Black Hole Realm, was unable to do anything. A sense of despair suddenly surged in Li Mosquito's heart. This time, it had really implicated Yi Xian, its master. In a moment of grief and indignation, Li Mosquito roared at the mad Mosquito Emperor. What about you? As the most powerful emperor of the mosquito beasts, what have you done for your people? Since you've clearly developed mature intelligence and are not crazy, why have you done nothing all these years? Why have you allowed your people to be captured by the demon? Yes, I, Li Mosquito, have recognized my master, but I was almost killed by you, the Mosquito Emperor, who pretended to be crazy. I only left because I was disheartened. Even when I returned today, I begged my master to take 10 million mosquito beasts to find a suitable planet and spread them out as the fire god of our race. But what about you? What have you done? You clearly have the strength, but you don't care about your people. You don't deserve to be the emperor of the mosquito beasts. What kind of magic potion did this demon feed you? How dare you speak to this emperor like that? In the face of Li Mosquito's roar, the mad Mosquito Emperor calmed down. As it spoke, an invisible aura enveloped Li Mosquito. After a short while, the mad Mosquito Emperor's shocked voice sounded again. Slave seal? It's actually a slave seal? How is this possible? In the demon race, this kind of slave seal has been lost for a long time. Even the current demon emperor can't have it, unless it's in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. Perhaps there's a chance of it being passed down. How can a little meteor ant have the ability to condense a slave seal? So you're saying that the spiritual imprint in front of me is also a slave imprint? It should be at least a level 10 slave seal, right? Humph. Little child, you're quite ambitious. You even want to enslave this emperor. Wang. As the cold snort sounded, a buzzing sound rushed toward Yi Xian and enveloped his body. Then, Yi Xian, who could not move his body, felt a flowing power wash through his body, including his sea of consciousness. He was completely seen through by the other party. His origin core has entered level 5 transformation? No, you're not a demon. Primordial spirit. You're a human. Ha ha ha. After waiting for so many years, the human finally. I haven't lost. There's still hope. Ha ha ha. As Yi Xian's entire body and sea of consciousness were examined by the other party, the Mad Mosquito Emperor laughed wildly in surprise. Not only did it recognize Yi Xian's identity as a human, but it even shouted the name of the Tianji clan's patriarch, De. It seemed that the two of them had fought a great battle before. The Mad Mosquito Emperor originally thought that it had lost, but now, because of Yi Xian's appearance, it saw hope again. When all of this was mixed together, it instantly turned into a huge mystery that enveloped Yi Xian's entire mind. He vaguely felt that the Mad Mosquito Emperor in front of him was not as simple as it seemed. A mere 9th stage origin core 9th stage existence wanted to fight with the Tianji clan's patriarch, De? That was simply a fool's dream. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt his sea of consciousness shake. Then, he realized that the jelly in his mind had condensed into a thick purple origin core the size of a soybean. Chapter 2769. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Covenant of the Origin. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the 5th metamorphosis of the mind source core in his sea of consciousness would take at least a month to complete. However, the thousands of jelly-like purple substances of various sizes had transformed and condensed into a thick purple crystal the size of a soybean in an instant. In addition, Yi Xian's mind power, which had been damaged by the perfect concussion technique, had also been healed in an instant. He no longer felt any lingering effects. His opponent had discovered his identity as a human, yet he hadn't killed him. Instead, he had unexpectedly helped him. All this puzzled Yi Xian. Who exactly are you? If his opponent hadn't killed him, then he shouldn't be in any danger for the time being. Yi Xian calmed down slightly, but his eyes remained fixed on the Mad Mosquito Emperor's weathered face. Kid, I didn't even try to find out where you came from. You should know better than anyone that I didn't search your soul just now. The Mad Mosquito Emperor had an unfathomable look in his eyes as he faced Yi Xian's questioning. He waved his mosquito legs and said, "All right, you just need to know that we are friends, not enemies. I will give you a few words of advice. I hope you will keep them in mind. Otherwise you might just die halfway through. You have to understand one thing, kid. You can only do things while you are alive. If you are dead, everything will be for naught. First of all, before your mind source core metamorphoses to level 7, your cultivation base must not break through to the origin stage. You can even stay at the peak of the black hole realm, but you must not break through to the first level of the origin stage. Otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy the great opportunity that I have prepared for you. 2 conditions. Your cultivation base must be before the origin stage. Your mind source core must metamorphose to level 7. When these 2 conditions are met, you can come to me. I promise you with my Tao heart that I will give you a great fortune. Besides, I won't let you return empty-handed this time. I do feel indebted to the Mosquito Beast clan. What that little girl said just now was right. Fine, fine. Take the 10 million elite mosquito beasts. I will give them a death order. From now on, they will be loyal to you. But there is one condition. You must treat them as real subordinates. Otherwise, if these 10 million mosquito beasts turn against you, my order will be useless. Don't forget, almost all of them have developed intelligence. Although they only have the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old human child, at least they can distinguish between good and bad. What? You're willing to let me take away 10 million mosquito beast elites? Yi Xian had initially thought that the other party's words were a trap. He was certain that the other party was plotting something against him. However, after the other party swore a Dao heart oath, Yi Xian no longer had any doubts. But before Yi Xian could come back to his senses and ask again, this mad mosquito emperor actually threw out such a heavy bomb, to the point that Yi Xian began to wonder if it had really gone mad. This was too big of a deal. Why not? Back then Sigh, in short, after the failure, my mind was dispirited. For thousands of years, I really feel indebted to the entire Mosquito Beast clan. Now that I have seen hope in you, I have pulled myself together. And you have the ability to take the 10 million elite mosquito beasts out and use them as kindling for the clan. I will seize this opportunity for them. What? I will give you 10 million elite mosquito beasts for free. Although they cannot be exposed at will, in a critical moment of life and death, they can help you crush any existence below the Grotto Heaven realm. Don't tell me you don't appreciate it? Towards the end, there was a faint trace of displeasure in the Mad Mosquito Emperor's words, and its tone became cold. Mosquito Emperor, that's not what I meant. I was just too surprised. Yi Xian was not too suspicious of the Mad Mosquito Emperor because he had already sworn a Dao heart oath. After pondering for a moment he asked, by the way, what is the Grotto Heaven realm that you mentioned earlier? The 10th realm after the Origin realm is the Grotto Heaven realm. I was seriously injured back then, and even now, I have only recovered to the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm. By the way, the Demon Emperor of the Demon race is at the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm. In addition, there are at least 3 other Grotto Heaven realm experts of the same level on the Demon Emperor planet. Therefore, don't think that you can run rampant among the demon race with 10 million mosquito beasts. If the 10 million mosquito beasts were to move together, they would not need to fear even a perfect 9th level Origin realm expert. However, a first-level Grotto Heaven realm expert would be able to crush the entire mosquito beasts army. Therefore, unless it is a matter of life and death, do not mobilize the mosquito beasts army in the star domain near the Demon Emperor planet. In fact, even if the mosquito beasts army is to be used, you will only die faster. Once the Demon Emperor or the 3 demon race ancestors make a move, you will not stand a chance. My 10 million mosquito beasts will also die at your hands. A first-level Grotto Heaven realm expert can crush an army of 10 million mosquito beasts? There are at least a few thousand black hole realm experts among them. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard the Mad Mosquito Emperor's words. Then his expression turned strange. Since Senior is so powerful, why don't you leave the Mosquito Beast planet? You can't leave. This is not something you should know now. In the future, when your spirit source core transforms to the 7th level, I might be able to tell you. However, you must remember not to break through to the Origin realm. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Speaking of this, the Mad Mosquito Emperor seemed to suddenly think of something and changed the topic. That's right, this old man has left a mental imprint in your knowledge. See. Before reaching the Origin realm, you won't be able to sense it at all. However, I still have to tell you about this to avoid any misunderstandings between us. This spiritual imprint is not a restriction, so it will not affect you in any way. It is just a protective imprint that protects your mind from being probed by other demon race powerhouses. With its existence, even the Demon Emperor will not be able to probe your mind. That's because the Demon Emperor's mind source core is only at grade 7, while the other 3 demonic tribe ancestors are only at grade 6. However, the spiritual imprint I left in your mind source core is at grade 8. What? You have a level 8 mind power? Your source core has completed its 7th transformation and is already at the 8th level? Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. That's right, but so what if it is at the 8th level? If one's source core is not at the 9th level, one is still an ant. I have no hope, but you do. Chapter 2770. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian's mosquito pet, that's enough. I've already told you everything you need to know. As for the rest, they're things that I can't tell you now. It's useless for you to ask. Hurry up and take away these 10 million mosquito beasts. The Mad Mosquito Emperor waved his mosquito leg again, then paused as if he suddenly remembered something. He changed the topic and asked, right, with your current insignificant strength, you can't take these mosquito beasts into your body. Even if you use a space treasure that can hold living things, you can't take it back into your body. How are you going to solve this problem? Hearing that the other party had hit the nail on the head, Xian frowned. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out the Black Mosquito Star Fortress from the undying world within his body with a wave of his hand. It was suspended in the deepest part of the continent, but there was a huge Chinese tune tree crown above his head. Not to mention the Mosquito Beast Star. Even the existence inside the star couldn't be seen in the slightest. Black Mosquito Star? Ha ha ha. You're interesting, kid. You even got one of the 10 scout star fortresses that the demon race sent to the front line of the third universe. It must be the work of that slave seal, right? Even the humans of the third universe don't have this kind of star fortress. It's the latest product of DE's Tianji race using the perfect space folding technology. Because of the perfect space folding technology, once it's refined, it can be taken into the body at will. Because of the cover of the perfect space folding technology, not a trace of the aura of the living things inside will leak out. With this treasure, you can take away 10 million elite mosquito beasts. That's not right. Where did you get this Black Mosquito Star from? I've even searched your knowledge sea before, but I didn't search your soul, so I didn't find this thing. Looks like you still have some secrets. But that's good. This way, I'll have more confidence in you. At this point, the Mad Mosquito Emperor did not intend to pursue this matter any further. He waved his mosquito legs and said, "All right, this emperor has already given the order for the millions of mosquito beasts nearby to follow you. Quickly take them away. Remember, you must treat them with your heart. They are not beasts that have yet to develop intelligence. If you don't treat them well and suffer the backlash of the millions of mosquito beasts, don't blame this emperor for not warning you first." The Mad Mosquito Emperor's expression turned gloomy, and he turned away. It seemed that the departure of the 10 million elite mosquito beasts made him sad. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito Emperor didn't say anything. Yi Li nodded. "Bi Li. If I find a suitable star in the future, I'll find a suitable planet star in the future, Li and Li. If I find a suitable planet star in the future, Li is translation to Li star translation. Translation Li translation. Yi Xian clasped his hands at the Mad Mosquito Emperor's back. Then he sent out a spiritual brand. In an instant, the Black Mosquito Space Fortress's bottommost tunnel opened. A giant passage 100 meters in diameter appeared. Bzzz. Bzzz. In the next instant, a large number of buzzing sounds could be heard, and the tens of millions of elite mosquito beasts all swarmed into this huge tunnel. They'd all received the Mad Mosquito Emperor's death order. In addition, half of them had already developed intelligence, possessing the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old human child. Naturally, they understood that this was a great opportunity to leave the mosquito planet and escape the enslavement of the demon kin. They were all grateful and excited. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed the gratitude of these elite mosquito beasts. Before this, the Mad Mosquito Emperor had often talked about how the 10 million mosquito beasts would turn against him. He'd been a little apprehensive when he heard it. Now, it seemed that these were just a bunch of 7- or 8-year-old children. Although they were strong, they were not very intelligent. As long as he treated them well and threw some candy to buy their hearts, it shouldn't be too difficult to control them. 10 million mosquito beasts rushed into the bottommost tunnel of the Black Mosquito Space Fortress within half an hour. Fortunately, the myriad hell was big enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fit them in. Yi Xian had been paying attention to the entire process. He made a rough calculation. Among all the elite mosquito beasts that had rushed into the Black Mosquito Space Fortress, there were about 5,000 Black Hole Realm Supreme Vicious Mosquitoes. Although they were only at the first or second level of the Black Hole Realm, it was still a terrifying number. He planned to use these 5,000 Black Hole Realm Supreme Vicious Mosquitoes as commanders in the future to divide the entire army of 10 million mosquito beasts into 5,000 small teams. Each Supreme Vicious Mosquito would have 2,000 elite mosquito beasts under its command. This way, it would be easier to manage them. Once they were needed, he could accurately grasp the number of mosquito beasts. For example, if he only needed 10,000 elite mosquito beasts, he only needed to give orders to the 5 Supreme Vicious Mosquitoes with Black Hole Realm cultivation bases. When the time came, the 5 Supreme Vicious Mosquitoes would each lead their 2,000 elite mosquito beasts to the battlefield, which was exactly 10,000. This would save him the trouble of having to give orders to the 10,000 mosquito beasts one by one. That would be really troublesome. Yi Xian immediately handed this matter over to Li Mosquito. He planned to leave Li Mosquito in the Black Mosquito Space Fortress for the time being. On one hand, she could manage the 10 million elite mosquito beasts and divide them into 5,000 small teams. On the other hand, the Black Mosquito Space Fortress contained a large amount of resources. Li Mosquito could communicate with Buck about what the mosquito beasts needed for their daily cultivation and provide them in a timely manner. After the 10 million mosquito beasts all entered the Black Mosquito Space Fortress, Li Mosquito nodded at Yi Xian and leaped into the Space Fortress as well. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately closed the main passage to the Black Mosquito Space Fortress's first level, Myriad Hell. Then put the Black Mosquito Space Fortress into his undying world with a wave of his hand. At this point, the only experts he had left in the Dongshu shuttle were Ba Boshan and Ba Chai. However, under normal circumstances, these two Black Hole Realm demon experts were more than enough to handle the situation. However, Yi Xian's original intention for coming to the Mosquito Space Fortress had yet to be fulfilled. Hence, when the Mad Mosquito King turned around to look at him, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saluting him again. "Senior, to tell you the truth, this junior has another reason for coming to the Mosquito Space Fortress. As I'm about to head to the Demon Emperor planet to participate in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun Trial, I need a mosquito pet beast. This junior has no intention of enslaving you, but if I come to the Mosquito Space Fortress without even bringing back a pet beast, I'm afraid that's only natural. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything for you." Previously, he had already thrown out tens of thousands of mosquito beast elites. Now that Yi Xian only needed one mosquito beast, the Mad Mosquito Emperor naturally wouldn't be stingy. However, when he mentioned this matter, the expression on his face became even more dejected. Compared to its crazy state all these years, being branded with a slave imprint by you might be better for it. Chapter 2771. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Mosquito Prince Shui Ben, what? What kind of cultivation is this? With the appearance of this blood-colored mosquito, Yi Xian sensed an aura that was much stronger than Ba Chai's. He was shocked and subconsciously retreated a dozen steps before turning to look at the Mad Mosquito Emperor in shock. Its blood-colored body represents the bloodline of the mosquito beasts. Of course, you can ask it to hide this when we return. You can also hide its cultivation base from the Origin First Order to the planet grade at the very least. At this point, the Mad Mosquito Emperor's expression darkened again. This mosquito is called Shui Ben, and he is my only son. He is the true Mad Mosquito Beast. Although he has developed intelligence, he has already become a demon. Shui Ben? Mosquito Prince? Origin First Stage? This series of information was like a bolt from the blue, causing Yi Xian to retreat in shock. He looked at the Mad Mosquito Emperor in shock. "Senior, are you saying that you want me to take your prince as a pet beast? Heavens, how can I do that? I need to use a slave seal. I can't bring myself to do that. That's too rude." As he spoke, Yi Xian subconsciously looked towards the blood-red ferocious mosquito. The pair of eyes on the evolved human head were completely blood-red, filled with madness. Slaughter overflowed into the heavens as it stared fixedly at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the fact that its body was restrained by the Mad Mosquito Emperor, it would have pounced forward a long time ago. If that was the case, given Yi Xian's Meteor Realm First Stage cultivation, his soul would most likely dissipate in an instant. Not even a piece of bone would be left behind. Given his current state, do you think that he would have lived comfortably if you hadn't planted a slave seal on him? The Mad Mosquito Emperor sighed faintly, his tone full of sorrow. Speaking of which, the reason he fell into madness when he developed intelligence is actually because of me. I have wronged him. Although I have kept him by my side all these years, I know that he is in great pain. After all, he is of my bloodline, so I can feel. In addition, I have a feeling that if there is a day when it regains its consciousness, then this opportunity will definitely fall on you. Brat, take it away. This is the only chance, and neither I nor it want to miss it. Trust the intuition of a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse. Sometimes, Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses have the opportunity to touch a trace of Heaven's will. This, after hearing what the Mad Mosquito Emperor said, Yi Xian couldn't help but hesitate. Without waiting for him to make his final decision, the level 11 slave seal that was floating beside the Mad Mosquito Emperor shot back towards Yi Xian and directly entered his body. "All right, senior. Don't worry. Junior will definitely treat it like an elder brother. Seeing that the mad mosquito beast was willing to hand over his own prince to him and let him plant a slave imprint on him as a pet beast, Yi Xian's heart was completely shaken. Although he knew that the mad mosquito emperor must have many secrets, from what he saw so far, the other party was indeed as it had said before. They were friends, not enemies, and there was no malicious intent. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately put the level 11 slave seal back into his sea of consciousness, took out another level 10 slave seal, raised his hand, and pressed it between the mosquito beast Emperor Shueben's forehead. Hiss! At this moment, the anger in the eyes of the mosquito beast Emperor, Shueben, was almost about to materialize into a blood blade. He stared fixedly at Yi Xian and let out a sharp roar, causing the mad mosquito emperor to sigh endlessly. However, this state quickly disappeared. As the level 10 slave seal was produced in the mosquito beast core in the mosquito beast emperor's brain, the resentment in his eyes quickly disappeared. However, the murderous and crazy aura was still the same. The light in his eyes was also blood red, but when he looked at Yi Xian, there was no trace of resistance. It was obvious that the slave seal had taken effect, but the mosquito beast emperor, Shueben, was still crazy. This kind of situation was within reason. Yi Xian wasn't surprised, but he felt that it was strange. After all, this was the first time he'd subdued a crazy existence. His madness has been deep in his bones for hundreds of years, so even if you planted the slave seal, this state of madness will not be removed. At this time, the voice of the mad mosquito emperor sounded again, but compared to before, it is much better. This king has already released the suppression on him. Look, he is not moving, right? If it was in the past, even if it was this king, he would immediately rush up and fight to the death. At least now, because of the effect of your slave seal, he will take the initiative to control himself. But you have to be careful, this kind of control is also relative. I'm not saying that it's dangerous to you, but to others. It's already your beast pet. Furthermore, you've placed the legendary slave imprint on it, which is thousands of times more stable than the spiritual imprints left by ordinary demon experts. So, as long as his cultivation has not broken through the limit of the level 10 slave seal, he will not have any disloyalty to you. The kind of relative control I mentioned just now is only referring to people other than you. Because of the effect of your slave imprint, it usually has the ability to control itself. Although its eyes are still filled with killing intent, it won't make any impulsive actions. However, once you give it the order to attack, the craziness it has suppressed will erupt several times over. What I mean is, once you order him to attack someone, he will not rest until he is dead. So, if you do not have the intention to kill him, it is best not to use him. Otherwise there will be no end to this. Senior, I understand what you mean. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. He knew that the mad mosquito emperor still had another layer of meaning, and that was, once Yi Xian gave the order to attack, even if the opponent's cultivation far surpassed that of the mosquito beast emperor, Shueben, he would not hesitate at all. He would definitely fight to the death with the opponent, and it would be the kind that would kill him as soon as he attacked. In this way, if he really encountered a stronger existence, his safety would probably be. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He cupped his hands at the mad mosquito emperor and said, "Senior, don't worry. I just said that in the future, I will treat him like an elder brother. This is my oath." Good. This emperor was not wrong about you. Although everything I did today was a gamble on the only chance, with your words, even if the final result is not satisfactory, this emperor will have no complaints. At this point, the mad mosquito emperor turned and left. This emperor cannot leave this place yet. Take him with you. Remember that he hid his cultivation and the bloodline of the mosquito beast emperor. This kind of concealment technique is the bloodline talent of the mosquito beast emperor. Apart from the mosquito beast emperor, even a grotto heaven realm expert cannot see through it. Chapter 2772. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation returned to the Black Mosquito planet after the Mad Mosquito ruler left. Yi Xian fell into deep thought. The mosquito prince Shueben still had a ferocious and crazy aura around him. His body and torso were still in the form of a mosquito. Only his head with fiery red hair looked human, but the light in his eyes was blood red. He gave off the feeling of a terrifying beast, causing one's heart to palpitate inexplicably. Concealing his royal bloodline was a must. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. As for how far he should conceal his cultivation, Yi Xian was a little hesitant. The mad mosquito ruler had said before that the mosquito royal family had an extremely powerful bloodline talent for concealment. If he intentionally concealed his cultivation, even Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses like the Demon King would not be able to see through his cultivation, let alone Origin Realm powerhouses like Zhuafengtai and High Priest Hue Gulei. In that case, how to choose the degree of concealment of its cultivation would be very particular. If he was too weak, he would not attract attention. However, if he was in danger and needed to show his strength, he would probably attract even more suspicion if he displayed cultivation strength that exceeded his concealment level. Since Shui Ben was Yi Xian's pet beast on the surface in the future, it could be said that he would have more chances to act than Neiboshan and Ba Chai. With that in mind, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and made a decision. He then gave the Mosquito Prince Shui Ben his first order using his mind power. Conceal the Mosquito Royal bloodline. Conceal his cultivation from Origin Realm Rank 1 to Black Hole Realm Rank 1. Black Hole Realm Rank 1 was basically enough. Of course, Shui Ben could not casually make a move. Once he made a move, he would definitely kill his opponent. If they really fought, he would not care about concealing his cultivation. Even if his opponent was at the Origin Realm, he would definitely go all out. Under such circumstances, he would definitely reveal his Origin Realm cultivation. Therefore, Yi Xian would not let him make a move. Hence, more often than not, Yi Xian would have to solve a crisis or predicament by himself. As for the fact that he could subdue a Black Hole Realm Rank 1 ferocious mosquito from the Mosquito Planet, Yi Xian had already thought of a way to deal with it. On one hand, he was the Black Mountain Planet seeded participant in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Saint Trial, so he was the most talented in using his mind power among all demon powerhouses on the planet. On the other hand, although Shui Ben's cultivation was strong, anyone could tell that he was in a crazy state. In this kind of situation, with Yi Xian's mental strength talent that surpassed that of ordinary devil cultivator experts, he might have a chance to subdue it. At most, he would have to rely on luck. Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Xian was a proper demon. Now that the Mad Mosquito Prince had left a level 8 spiritual imprint in his spiritual source core, even the Demon King could not probe his spiritual source core. Since that was the case, there were no suspicious points left, so Yi Xian naturally had nothing to worry about. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Shui Ben had already done everything according to Yi Xian's instructions. Its aura had indeed become that of a Black Hole Realm Level 1. The originally blood-red body of the mosquito beast had also turned back to its normal black color. Only the crazed blood-red glow in its eyes had not changed. Also, its head of blood-red unkempt hair was still the same. However, this was even better. One look and one would know that he was crazy. It had quite the effect of confusing him. In short, Yi Xian was very satisfied. Brother Shui Ben, I promised that I would treat you like an older brother. In private, I will address you as such, but in front of others, for the sake of the big picture, I hope you can forgive me. With that, Yi Xian clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Shui Ben. What he didn't notice was that in the instant he bent his waist and bowed, there seemed to be a trace of confusion in the depths of Shui Ben's blood-red eyes. It quickly flashed and quietly disappeared. After doing all this, Yi Xian waved his hand and put Shui Ben into the pet ring. He had bought the pet ring in the Black Mosquito Stars shop area with some demonic black crystals. This kind of bracelet could store living creatures as well. However, since the bracelet was refined as a pet space, the space inside was not large, only a little more than 100 cubic meters. The space would not be enough to store a pet that was slightly larger in size. Besides, this kind of bracelet did not use the perfect space folding technique. Otherwise, the space inside would not be so small. After all, this was a low-level storage item refined by the refiners of the demons. There was a difference between it and the higher-level items from the Heavenly Fate clan. The bracelet was made into a bracelet for ease of carrying. After refining this artifact, it could be stored inside one's body before a pet beast was stored inside. But once a pet beast was stored inside, it could only be worn around one's wrist. Of course, if the pet beast was already dead, it could still be stored inside one's body. As Shui Ben disappeared, he turned into a streak of black light and flashed into the pet ring on Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian did not waste any time. He activated the perfect vibration skill at once to hide his presence and energy. Then, he went back the way he came and soon dashed into the thick black atmosphere in the sky. It was also at this moment that the mad Mosquito King stepped out from the void at the end of the giant tuna tree's crown. He gazed in the direction Yi Xian had left with hope in his eyes. He mumbled to himself, "You brat, you are my last hope. Don't give up halfway." The Black Mosquito Planet. In the small courtyard that was used to receive the 10 candidates in the eastern suburbs of the Black Mosquito City, outside the Holy Demon Ancestor Palace. At this moment, apart from Yi Xian, the other 9 candidates were all there. The only difference was that the son of the leader from the Black Roar Planet, the sissy Hao Fongfong, did not fit in with the other 8 people. He was leaning alone under a tree in the courtyard with a resentful and dissatisfied expression on his face. The other 8 candidates were gathered outside. Among them was a young demon with a jade-like face and a prideful expression. He was the only son of the Black Mosquito tribe's great commander, Zhua Fengtai. His name was Zhua Liqing, and he was also the most likely candidate to become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son this time. Not only did he have a good talent for mental power, but his cultivation had also reached the 9th stage of the satellite realm. He was about to reach the 4th stage of the demon realm, which was the planet realm. Apart from that, there was a powerful mosquito beast in the 7th stage of the galaxy realm 4th stage in the pet ring on his left wrist. Zhua Fengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, had personally entered the mosquito beast planet to capture it for him. It could be said that this powerful galaxy realm 4th stage mosquito beast pet was Zhua Liqing's greatest reliance and pride. Because of this, when he heard a prospective holy child who took the initiative to look for him say that the buttock seller from planet Black Mountain dared to look down on his mosquito beast pet beast and made sarcastic remarks, Zhua Liqing was immediately enraged and came here. Chapter 2773. Crush Brother Zhua, you weren't there at that time. Otherwise, if you saw Wuji's arrogant face, I'm afraid you would be furious on the spot. That's right. This brat obviously relied on selling his ass to win the favor of Xianxia and obtain the qualification to enter the Black Mountain Planet Saint's trial. To be honest, we are simply ashamed to be in the same group as him. However, this brat doesn't know how to keep a low profile. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a mosquito beast. The sissy gave him a satellite realm one, and it's fine if he doesn't want it. The most infuriating thing is that this brat actually took the initiative to ask whose mosquito pet is the most powerful among us before he said that he would catch one himself. That's because he didn't know. What's even worse is that we've already told Brother Zhua that your mosquito pet is a top-notch creature in the 7th stage of the galaxy tier. Yet this person still ridiculed you and said that we'll see later. He clearly has the intention of suppressing you, Brother Zhua. What right does he have? Stop talking. The more you talk, the angrier you get. Which one of us isn't a prodigy of the younger generation of the Fiend Star? But today, I've been ridiculed by a despicable person who sells his ass. It's really unbearable to hold back this anger. In the small courtyard, the 7 prospective holy sons who harbored malicious intentions spoke one after another. As they spoke, they shook their heads and sighed endlessly. It could be said that they were speaking with both emotion and appearance. Not only did they cause the young master of the Black Mosquito Planet, Zhua Liqing, who was surrounded by the 7 of them, to become increasingly gloomy, even Hao Fongfong, who was leaning against a small tree not far away by herself, was so angry that her face had turned pale. Sadly, there was no way to explain this. The more she tried to explain, the worse the result would be. Therefore, even though Hao Fongfong was angry, there was nothing she could do. This Zhua has also heard of Zhang Wuji's despicable reputation recently. I originally thought that he was a wretched coward, but I didn't expect him to have some guts. After being provoked by the words of these few fellows, the anger in Zhua Liqing's heart clearly flared up. Although his tone was calm, there was a strong sense of indignation in his eyes. It just so happens that I have nothing to do these few days. Today, I will guard this place. I must see what is so special about this person. He actually dares to not even put me, Zhua Liqing, in his eyes. While they were talking, a figure had already descended from the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere towards the small courtyard like an arrow. As it gradually slowed down, the 9 prospective holy sons in the courtyard all saw the appearance of the person who had come. It was the person they were talking about. Zhang Wuji, it's only been half a day since you came back. You probably didn't manage to catch a suitable mosquito beast, right? It's okay, I'm still keeping it for you. Without waiting for Zhua Liqing and the others to react, Hao Fongfong immediately greeted Yi Xian, who had just landed on the side of the small courtyard. As she spoke, she pulled him and was about to walk into her room. This was clearly a bit of a cover-up. Yi Xian's gaze swept across the 8 people in the courtyard and saw that there was another unfamiliar face. It seemed that he was still surrounded by the other 7 people like stars surrounding the moon. He immediately understood. Considering that this person was the only son of the Black Mosquito tribe's great commander, Zhuo Tai, and that he was now in his territory, Yi Xian was not afraid of him. He even disagreed with Hao Feng's words about accompanying the crown prince to study. However, there was really no need to have a direct confrontation with the other party. It would be disadvantageous to himself. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. In the end, he followed Hao Feng's pulling and turned around to walk into his room to lie low for the time being. Stop. Unfortunately, the tree may wish for peace, but the wind would not stop. Yi Xian did not intend to cause any more trouble, but the other party obviously did not think so. Almost as soon as he took a step forward, a stern voice came from the center of the courtyard not far away. Yi Xian paused and turned around instinctively to look, only to see the unfamiliar young demon man walking over with a cold smile on his face. The other 7 people followed behind him with the same gloating expression on their faces. Jianghu, right? I heard that you looked down on this was Black Mosquito pet beast. Is that true? Seeing that Yi Xian had stopped, the man's tone became sharper. It sounded like a question, but he had no intention of allowing Yi Xian to explain himself. He continued, if that's the case, I'm sure the mosquito pet beast you personally caught on the mosquito planet must be better than this was. We're all candidates of the Black Mosquito tribe. Why don't you let it out so we can broaden our horizons? However, this will say this first. If you can't take out a mosquito pet beast that's better than this was pet beast, then what I said before will be considered as unwarranted humiliation. I'm afraid no one on this Black Mosquito planet would dare to do this. You'd better consider the consequences yourself. You must be mistaken. I don't know you, so where did the word humiliation come from? Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, casually replied, then turned around and left. He was not interested in such a boring matter at all. Glib tongue. Since you can't take out a mosquito pet beast that's better than this was pet beast, then you'll have to pay for your words. Seeing that Yi Xian had turned to leave after replying casually, as if he didn't care about him at all, Zhuo was instantly enraged. His voice was close to scolding, I don't care about a filthy dog like you, but you'll have to give my pet beast an explanation for what happened before. Go. Hiss. The word go sounded like a roar. With a wave of Zhuo hand, the Black Mosquito pet beast, which was at the 7th stage of the galaxy rank, was instantly summoned out without warning. In the next instant, there was a sharp hiss and a strong wind blew. A ferocious black mosquito pet beast that was almost 2 meters long was already pouncing toward Yi Xian's back. His raised forelimbs were black and shiny, revealing a metallic texture. There was even a hint of golden sharpness as he swallowed and spat it out. Like a black bolt of lightning, he swiftly pierced towards Yi Xian's back. This was clearly a sign that it was ready to kill. Jianghu, watch out! On the side, Hao Feng was caught off guard. Seeing that the mosquito pet beast was approaching in an instant, her expression suddenly changed and she cried out in alarm. Roar! Almost at the same time, a beast's roar that was like a thunderclap suddenly exploded. Right behind Yi Xian, a black mosquito demon beast that was even larger than the other party appeared with a loud bang. This mosquito pet beast had even evolved a human head. It had a head full of disheveled red hair, and its aura was close to that of a demon. However, its eyes were blood red, as if they could see a solid blood-red light. As soon as it appeared, a strong pressure surged out from its body. Even the space in the small courtyard seemed to be crushed, faintly vibrating with the sound of rolling thunder. Squeak! Following the appearance of this strange mosquito pet beast, Zhuo black mosquito pet beast suddenly stopped moving without any delay. Its long mouth part even let out a panicked squeak. In the end, it actually curled up its body and directly lay down on the ground of the courtyard, trembling and trembling.